This is a blind box that can change your fate. Some people open it and get hundreds of tons of gold, becoming rich. Others open it and find ancient weapons, gaining strength beyond human limits. In the bustling blind box market, people are throwing money around like crazy, but you look down on them and laugh at them as fools. It's because you've awakened the eye of truth, able to see through the contents of every blind box. What others gamble everything on, you see as clearly priced. However, just when you thought you could be the winner in life, the eye of truth suddenly warns. The host has triggered the divine level blind box heaven punishment karma. Once this box is opened, it will bind the fate of the entire world. At that moment, you realize that the so-called God's view is nothing more than a pawn in a higher dimension. One day, you and your grandfather, Ding Shichen, arrive at the busiest blind box market in Daning City. Everywhere you look, blind boxes of various glowing colors are everywhere. The most common are the white glowing boxes. These boxes make up the majority of the market and are usually priced around 3,000 dragon coins. The red, yellow, blue, and green boxes are slightly more valuable, usually selling for around 5,000 dragon coins. However, these boxes also come with a higher risk. Purple and gold blind boxes are even more expensive, typically around 10,000 dragon coins, and they are relatively rare. But the truly rare boxes are the mixed colors purple-red, purple-gold, and rainbow-colored ones. These are hard to find in ordinary markets, and once they appear, they are immediately snapped up. As for whether buying one brings fortune or disaster, that truly depends on luck. Some people open white glowing boxes and get world-changing treasures, while others open mixed color boxes and find worthless junk. It's all about mysticism. Ding, worthless iron ore. Ding, mutated rabbit, be careful, it might bite you. Ding, white spiritual fungus beginning to show effects. As you look through the boxes, voices echo in your mind, and most of them are filled with things of no value. After checking 20 or more boxes, you suddenly spot a white glowing box containing a translucent pill. Ding, one blue jade body refining pill can effectively improve your body, making you more suited for martial arts cultivation. You feel a surge of excitement in your heart and discreetly pull on your grandfather's sleeve. Ding Shichen immediately understands and knows his grandson has found something good. He casually turns around and asks, "How much is this blind box?" Standard market price is 3,000 dragon coins. The seller is a middle-aged man, and he hasn't priced it high because there are so many white glowing boxes in the market. If the price is too high, others won't buy from him. Ding Shichen hesitates for a moment before pulling out 3,000 dragon coins and buying the white glowing box. "We're out of money, let's go home." "Grandpa, we don't need to go home. We can take what's in the box and sell it. We should make a good amount of money." The two of you walk to a quiet spot, and Ding Shichen looks around nervously, worried that opening it will cause too much noise and attract unwanted trouble. Ding Shichen urges you to place the box on the ground and dive your hands into the white glow. As the box disappears, a faint blue glowing pill appears in your hands. You smell a faint herbal scent, and the pill looks pretty good. "Grandpa, here's the pill for you." Ding Shichen carefully inspects it for a moment, then solemnly puts it away. You both head to the merchandise area, spending 100 dragon coins on an exquisitely crafted sandalwood box, and place the blue jade body refining pill inside. "Let's go, we'll head to the auction house. It's easier to sell high-value things there," Ding Shichen says. The auction house mainly auctions off all kinds of newly acquired rare items, including blind boxes that seem to hold high value. "Gentlemen, would you like to participate in the auction? Entry is just 100 dragon coins per person." A beautiful girl in a work uniform approaches and asks, "We're not here to participate, we're here to sell something. This is the body refining pill we just opened from a blind box." Ding Shichen takes out the sandalwood box. "Body refining pill, are you sure?" The girl's eyes immediately light up. For ordinary people, this pill doesn't have much value, but for martial artists looking to improve their strength, after the auction house's appraiser evaluates it, they immediately buy it back for 500,000 dragon coins. When you and your grandfather leave the auction house, there's a subtle excitement on your faces. You've really made a fortune this time. Let's go around the market and see if we can find another bargain. You're in high spirits, knowing that there are plenty of things you can do with the 500,000 dragon coins. However, just as you enter the blind box market again, you suddenly hear a massive roar. A strong wind follows, and the trees along the road are shaking violently. "Damn it, someone must have opened a powerful beast." Ding Shichen curses, and pulls you to run. A building is struck, and a monster over 15 meters tall, covered in black scales, bursts out. The monster charges wildly, ferocious and ruthless, and anyone it encounters is immediately bitten and swallowed in just a few bites. People are terrified and quickly step back, many turning and fleeing. At this moment, a figure flies through the air from the distance. "Beast, don't be so reckless." It's the Deputy Director Yang from the Blind Box Management Bureau, Daning City Branch. He's said to be a powerful martial saint at the 3rd level. Someone recognizes him and shouts loudly. As he speaks, a giant iron hammer with a diameter of over a meter flies toward the monster like a meteor, slamming into its body. With a thunderous crash, the giant monster is immediately knocked down to the ground, and several large trees are broken in the process. You watch from a distance, your heart racing with excitement. This is a martial saint, capable of flying with just his body, his single-arm strength reaching at least 8 tons. What an incredible figure. Such a big shot is something ordinary people rarely see. When young deputy director charged forward, the monster had already gotten up again. With such a huge iron hammer and that much power, it's incredible that it didn't kill the monster outright. Beast, die. Young deputy director swings the hammer once more, landing a heavy blow right on the monster's head. The monster's head finally exploded under the heavy strike, various juices and broken flesh flying everywhere, and then with a loud crash, it slammed onto the ground, making the earth tremble a few times. This explosive scene was the first time Ding Ziyu had seen. He had often heard of people opening blind boxes and finding monsters or ferocious beasts, but he had never witnessed it firsthand. Today, he had his eyes opened. Seeing such a scene, Ding Ziyu didn't feel scared at all. On the contrary, he felt a bit excited. If he had such power, to smash a powerful monster with a single wave of his hand, how amazing would that feel? While Ding Ziyu was lost in his thoughts, a lump of white meat flew over, landing right at his feet with a soft thud. Wow, a piece of broken meat flew over 100 meters. The explosive power is just too strong. Ding Ziyu sighed, filled with envy. Inside, there's a demon beast's core, which can strengthen your physique. The Eye of Truth activated again, causing Ding Ziyu to freeze for a moment. He hadn't expected that the eye's function wasn't just to check blind boxes. If it were over 100 years ago, the demon beast's core would have been a novel thing. But now, it's no longer surprising. Many powerful beasts have cores inside them, especially those that come from blind boxes, almost without exception. There are plenty of related introductions online, and the functions of these cores vary greatly. Some are used to strengthen the body, others to cure diseases or save lives. Some people even feed them to their pets, supposedly making the pets extremely powerful. The most popular type, and the one people like the most, is the kind that can nourish and enhance vitality, which is very expensive. So, should he pick up this windfall? Ding Ziyu hesitated for a second before decisively picking it up. He endured the greasy texture and dug a few times into the meat lump, eventually finding a white core the size of an egg. It felt smooth and soft, and there was no strange odor. He wondered how much it could be worth. Just as he was handling the core, Deputy Director Yang's sharp eyes looked over from a distance. Even though they were far apart, Ding Ziyu felt a chill run through him, and an intense sense of danger suddenly rose. But this feeling of danger lasted only a second before disappearing. Young man, you're lucky. Since the demon beast's core flew to your side, it seems like fate, so I'm giving it to you. Deputy Director Yang's voice came over, as though he were speaking right next to Ding Ziyu. Thank you, Director Yang. Ding Ziyu quickly expressed his thanks. A core like this might not mean much to Deputy Director Yang, but to him, it was a rare and valuable item. It's a small matter. Your martial arts have already reached a certain level. This core might help you. Keep it up, and I hope you can join the Blind Box Management Bureau soon. Deputy Director Yang had clearly seen through Ding Ziyu's situation. After saying this, Deputy Director Yang quickly dragged the huge demon beast's corpse away, leaving behind traces of the battle on the ground. Join the Blind Box Management Bureau? Can I really do that? Ding Ziyu pondered Deputy Director Yang's words, feeling a bit of longing. If he could join the Blind Box Management Bureau, it would secure his and his grandfather's future. However, joining wasn't an easy task. It was said that at least a martial artist of level 5 or higher was required to qualify for the Blind Box Management Bureau's exam. Ding Ziyu stared blankly at Yang's departing figure, reflecting on his words, and silently made up his mind. With the help of the Eye of Truth, he believed he could reach the 5th level of martial arts in no time. Looking again at the demon beast core in his hand, his confidence grew even stronger. How should I use this core? Should I really swallow it directly, as they say online? Ding Ziyu was a bit confused. He had sold the Blue Jade body refining pill, after all, because he didn't have any money at the time. Now that I have this inner elixir, it can strengthen my body. Selling it would not be worth it anymore. Having more money isn't useless, but it can't easily be converted into power. On the contrary, when one's power is strong enough, making money is no longer a problem. In this world, where danger could appear at any time, having enough power is the fundamental way to protect one's life. By the way, the true I just said it can strengthen the body, not the physique. That seems to be a bit different. Ding Ziyu remembered the true I's evaluation just now. He decided to search online to see what the difference between the two might be. After looking it up, Ding Ziyu suddenly became uneasy. Descriptions of physique were abundant online, but there was very little information about the body, and it wasn't detailed. There were only some vague descriptions. One highly rated reply said, the body includes a person's essence, energy, and spirit, not just the physical body. Does this inner elixir improve my body in all aspects? If it's true, then I've really made a great gain. Ding Ziyu was very happy to have found such a good thing for free. If Deputy Director Yang knew that this inner elixir could also strengthen the body, he probably wouldn't have easily given it to him. Let's go home. After lunch, we'll go to another blind box market. Ding Shichen walked over. After the commotion earlier, most of the people in the blind box market had already run off. Grandpa, Deputy Director Yang gave me an inner elixir that can strengthen the body. Really? It seems your luck is getting better and better. Ding Zi, you should take the elixir when we get home, Ding Shichen said with a rare smile. In this world, sometimes luck is more important than effort. Alright. I will become stronger and stronger, and I will definitely live a good life. Ding Ziyu's thought was very simple. As an ordinary person, living a good life in this chaotic world was already the biggest luxury. Ding Shichen looked at him and nodded seriously. After returning home, Ding Ziyu searched online for reactions to swallowing an inner elixir. There were all sorts of opinions, and it did sound somewhat terrifying. Summing it up, it said that the inner elixir of a monster beast contained violent power, and swallowing it would result in a violent force impacting the person. No one could escape. When Ding Ziyu made up his mind to endure the pain, the result was beyond his expectation. As soon as the violent power from the monster's inner elixir exploded in his body, it was easily suppressed by a mysterious force. Then, it turned into a very gentle force, slowly entering his body. It felt like soaking in a hot spring, warm all over, very comfortable, without any pain at all. His muscular strength was gradually increasing, feeling like he had endless energy. His thoughts also became sharper, and his awareness of the surrounding things became quicker and more accurate. My martial artist level has at least risen by 1 rank, the effect of this inner elixir is too strong. Ding Ziyu exclaimed, while continuously punching, creating a series of popping sounds from the air. If another inner elixir like this came, wouldn't he quickly reach the martial artist rank 5? Ding Ziyu fantasized endlessly, but when he thought of the fierce and dangerous monster beast, he immediately abandoned that thought. Chapter 5, The Light Golden Blind Box. After lunch, the grandfather and grandson went to another blind box market. This one was slightly smaller, but the liveliness was no less than the previous one. With hundreds of thousands of dragon coins in hand, they had a bit of wealth, so they naturally had to use it well. This blind box contains a broken battle knife. The battle knife still contains a trace of great power. With your current strength, you won't be able to use it. I found something interesting in the blue blind box. Ding Ziyu hesitated for a moment but still asked his grandfather to buy it. It was only 5,000 dragon coins, so even if it turned out to be useless, he could bear it. Moreover, although the great power was just a trace, it sounded impressive, and using it to buy money was also a good choice. The two of them walked around the market for a long time and only realized that the blind box was quite valuable. Long periods of using the true eye made Ding Ziyu feel somewhat tired, as if he had been doing heavy labor for a long time. Just as they were about to leave, a middle-aged woman hurriedly walked in from outside the market. She was holding a light gold box in her hands, which was very eye-catching. There is a fire demon wolf inside this box, very dangerous for you, Ding Ziyu's true eye immediately reported as he looked at it. Wait, the fire demon wolf has a space ring in its belly. This is something very useful. Upon hearing the feedback from True Eye again, Ding Ziyu became a little excited. There had been more than one person who had obtained a space ring. However, the value of this item was very high. The cheapest space ring could be sold for several million dragon coins. The ones with bigger spaces could even reach billions. Such a good item, how could he let it go? Even if there was a fiery demon wolf, he would still fight for it. Grandpa, that box contains something very valuable, buy it quickly, Ding Ziyu whispered urgently to his grandfather. Ding Shichen also knew that the golden blind box was a hot item, at least much easier to sell than the white light or 4-colored blind boxes. He was about to walk over when, unexpectedly, a strong man ran over faster. How about selling me this blind box? The highest market price, 10,000 dragon coins, the man quickly offered. In fact, this was the market value of the golden blind box, depending on whether the middle-aged woman was familiar with it. After all, it's not easy to pray for a golden blind box. I'll offer 12,000. Ding Shichen was afraid the woman might agree, so he immediately raised his price. Old man, you are breaking the rules. There's always a first come, first served rule, you understand? The strong man looked at Ding Shichen with a fierce expression. What first come, first served? Did she say she was selling it to you? As long as the blind box is still in her hands, I have the right to make an offer, Ding Shichen wasn't afraid of the strong man. The man just wanted to get his hands on the box and take it to the auction house. Generally speaking, golden blind boxes would fetch a higher price at auction, and could sell for 12,000 to 13,000. After deducting the auction fee, it was still a small profit. By offering 12,000, Ding Shichen had already left no room for profit. This was the reason why the strong man was angry. I'll offer 12,500, this is the highest market price, the strong man, annoyed, raised the price by 500 again. Now, even if he bought it, there was no profit left. This is the first box my daughter prayed for, and it said online that it can be sold for at least 30,000 dragon coins, the middle-aged woman added slowly. The strong man immediately rolled his eyes. I think you're crazy about money. It's just a light gold box. Who would be stupid enough to give you 30,000 dragon coins? The first box may have a chance of opening good items, but the risk is much higher. I'll give you 500 more, and sell it to me for 13,000. No. I want to wait and see, the middle-aged woman hesitated. It seemed that many things online were not reliable. Seeing the middle-aged woman's attitude, the strong man felt displeased, but he didn't dare to do anything to her. He could only walk a few steps away, thinking he could come back and haggle once she couldn't sell it. 30,000 is impossible. Whether it's the first box or not, no one would offer such a high price. I can see you're in urgent need of money. How about this, I'll give you 15,000. If you don't want to sell, that's fine. Ding Shichen finally seized the opportunity and raised his offer by 2,000. At this point, the middle-aged woman was finally a little moved. Honestly, she didn't dare to open this blind box, and selling it in the market was the safest way to make a profit. Old thing, I see you're crazy. This golden box is not in good condition, and you still ask for such a high price. Aren't you afraid of losing everything? The strong man once again targeted Ding Shichen. By setting this price, it means he has no chance at all. What does it matter to you whether we make money or not? Can't we buy it and open it ourselves? Ding Ziyu could no longer stand it and directly retorted angrily. Even clay figurines have a bit of dirt in them, and this guy has been chattering non-stop beside him. I can't let him keep going. Little brat, I'm talking to your elder. Who gave you the right to interrupt? The strong man saw that Ding Ziyu was young and not very strong, so he immediately became arrogant. Not having bought the light gold blind box made the strong man unhappy. Now that a young guy had scolded him, he finally found an outlet for his anger. Who do you think you're talking to? Get lost. Ding Ziyu stepped forward, raised his hand, and threw a punch straight at the strong man's chest. Though the strong man reacted quickly and blocked with his hand, Ding Ziyu's punch still sent him flying 2 or 3 meters, heavily sitting down on the ground. Trash. With your level, you still want to bully others? Who gave you the courage? Ding Ziyu stared at the strong man with a face full of disdain. The strong man still had some strength, probably at most a martial artist of the second stage. With Ding Ziyu's current level, he could easily handle him. This kid is not bad, at least he has reached the third stage of martial arts. Many people looked over and immediately saw Ding Ziyu's strength. It might be more than that. He just casually threw a punch. If he used his full strength, he might reach the fourth stage. After training a bit more, he could have a chance to enter the Blind Box Management Bureau. Hearing the discussion around him, the strong man's face turned pig liver red. Ding Ziyu's displayed strength surprised him, but it also made him uncomfortable. If he really entered the Blind Box Management Bureau in the future, wouldn't it be easier for him to handle the strong man? He had kicked an iron plate. Ding Ziyu stopped paying attention to the strong man. Such people are always bullies when it comes to the weak and afraid when it comes to the strong. On Ding Shichen's side, no one blocked his negotiations anymore, and he smoothly bought the light gold blind box from the middle-aged woman for 15,000 dragon coins. Grandfather and grandson took the 2 blind boxes and quickly left the trading market to go home. Grandpa, this light gold blind box contains a fire flame demon wolf, and its strength should be quite high. We might need to ask someone to help open the box. A demon wolf inside? Why did you want me to buy it? Ding Shichen was a bit frustrated. Even if the fire flame demon wolf is worth something, it won't cover the cost of hiring someone to open the box. But the fire flame demon wolf has a space ring inside its stomach. Grandpa should know the value of a space ring, right? Ding Ziyu added. Chapter 6, The Invincible Martial Arts Hall. Space ring. Why didn't you say that earlier? Ding Shichen's mindset exploded. This wealth came too suddenly. You should first check online how strong the fire flame demon wolf might be. If we hire someone too strong, the cost will be quite high, and it's easy to raise suspicion. Ding Shichen was very cautious. These days, things like killing and robbing treasure are common. Fortunately, the space ring is inside the fire flame demon wolf's stomach. Otherwise, if someone opens the blind box, they would just take it and wouldn't easily return it to you. Ding Ziyu carefully searched online. The fire flame demon wolf is not a particularly rare demon beast, and there are quite a few historical records of such beasts being opened. The strongest fire flame demon wolf even reached the 10th stage of martial arts, while the weakest one seemed to be around the 6th stage. Based on this pattern, hiring a martial artist at the 10th stage would be the safest. However, martial artists at the 10th stage usually don't want to help open blind boxes for others. Even if they do, their fees are above 100,000 dragon coins. For a golden blind box worth about 10,000, you'd need to spend 100,000 to ask someone to open it. Either you're rich and foolish, or you have other problems. It's easy to catch the attention of those who are observant. We can't hire warriors of too high a level, the price is too high. A 7th rank warrior should be enough. Ding Shichen didn't want to spend too much money, even though the space ring was extremely valuable. Is there a warrior in Daning City who specializes in opening blind boxes for others? There really is. There are always those who aren't afraid of death. Many warriors who believe they are strong enough or willing to earn this money. After all, no matter what comes out of the box, they get paid either way. Even if it's just a rag, the payment remains the same. Of course, this job is extremely risky. The number of warriors who have died in the process of opening boxes is already countless. The grandfather and grandson arrived at a martial arts hall called Victory Blind Box. Many warriors gathered here, with varying levels of strength. It was said that the hall master, Chang Shang, had already reached the 10th rank, but few had ever seen him make a move. Are you here to hire someone to open a blind box? Someone saw Ding Shichen holding a pale gold blind box and immediately gathered around. Although this was a martial arts hall, the management was quite loose. If a job came up, it was all voluntary. After all, opening a box was risky. If you lost your life, no one was going to help you. Yes, we want to find a warrior above the 7th rank to open it. This is someone's first blind box, so if your strength is too weak, it's best not to come forward. Ding Shichen didn't want someone to fail in opening the box and end up being eaten by the flame demon wolf instead. The key was that if the flame demon wolf ate the box opener, it might take the opportunity to escape, and that would be a huge loss. Looking for a 7th rank warrior? That's quite a high requirement. Several people clicked their tongues and backed away. These days, while there were many warriors, not many could reach the 7th rank. Warriors with that level of strength had mostly joined the Blind Box Management Bureau. The pay there was high, and life was stable. It was a lot better than wandering around outside. At that moment, a man with bulging muscles walked over. My name is Wu Sihai. I am a 7th rank warrior. But the box opening fee must be at least 50,000. Payment is required before I start. The man's rough voice was somewhat unpleasant, but judging from his appearance, he did seem to have some strength. 50,000? Can it be a little less? Ding Shichen instinctively tried to bargain. No. That's the price. If you don't like it, find someone else. Wu Sihai finished speaking and turned to leave. It seemed that if the price was any lower, he really wouldn't be interested in helping. Grandpa, maybe we should look elsewhere. If this place doesn't work out, there are other martial arts halls. Ding Shichen wanted to try persuading him to stay, but Ding Ziyu tugged on his sleeve. Ding Ziyu still felt uneasy. A 7th rank warrior seemed strong, but what if he couldn't defeat the flame demon wolf? Kid. What do you mean doesn't work out? I just reached the 8th rank yesterday, I just haven't had time to get tested yet. Charging you 50,000 is already cheap. Wu Sihai raised his arms, showing off his muscles. He did look quite powerful. 50,000 is fine, but let's be clear, if anything goes wrong, you're responsible for yourself. We won't take any other responsibility. Ding Shichen emphasized. Don't worry. If something happens, I definitely won't blame you. Wu Sihai was very confident. Both sides quickly signed the box opening agreement, and Ding Shichen transferred 50,000 dragon coins from his dragon card to Wu Sihai. Bring the box and follow me. We'll open it in the martial arena. This was the usual procedure for opening blind boxes. It reduced risks and prevented the box opener from being tempted by whatever was inside someone else's box. Seeing Wu Sihai fully armed as he entered the arena, Ding Ziyu couldn't help but feel like laughing. Inside was a flame demon wolf. Wasn't he afraid of being burned, dressed like that? Ding Ziyu wanted to remind him but hesitated and kept his mouth shut. If he revealed even the slightest hint, it could make others suspicious. That was a risk he absolutely couldn't take. Indeed, the moment the blind box was opened, a demon wolf, over 2 meters long and incredibly strong, suddenly appeared in the arena. As soon as the demon wolf appeared, it let out a long roar and then shot out a flame more than a meter long. It seemed that the demon wolf, locked in that small space for so long, was also feeling quite oppressed. Wu Sihai was startled and quickly took a few steps back, but he was still scorched by the intense flames. His clothes immediately caught fire, making him look very disheveled. Luckily, he acted quickly and tore the burning clothes off his body, leaving only the metal armor still on him. At that moment, after stretching its body, the demon wolf let out an angry roar and lunged straight at Wu Sihai. Its massive mouth revealed sharp fangs as it bit toward the big man's neck. If it had bitten him, it could have easily snapped his neck. Beast, don't be so arrogant! Wu Sihai shouted, and at the same time, he pushed the broadsword forward, blocking in front of himself. However, the fire demon wolf had no intention of retreating. It bit down with all its might, striking the broadsword directly. The sharp teeth collided with the blade, making a crisp metallic sound, followed by a clang as it snapped the broadsword in Wu Sihai's hands. This result was completely unexpected by Wu Sihai. He never thought that the blind box would produce such a fierce creature that could even break his sword. But his experience was still quite rich, and the moment the sword broke, he immediately swung his fist at the demon wolf's nose. Generally speaking, the nose of such demon beasts is their weak point, and a hit there would cause a lot of pain. The fire demon wolf shuddered, and sure enough, blood started flowing from its nose. It was injured. However, instead of retreating after being injured, the fire demon wolf became even more ferocious. It leapt into the air and lunged at Wu Sihai again, its speed much faster than before. Wu Sihai couldn't react in time, and unable to dodge, he could only turn sideways, using his arm armor to block. With a crash, the fire demon wolf's claws left deep scratch marks on his arm armor. Its body slammed with incredible force, and Wu Sihai couldn't resist it. He was quickly knocked to the ground. Just as the fire demon wolf was about to bite Wu Sihai's head, a shadow suddenly shot through the air, crashing heavily into the demon wolf's body. Boom! The fire demon wolf was knocked rolling by the shadow, creating a large crater in the arena floor. In an instant, intense flames surged from its body, much stronger than before. The air smelled of burning, and the sand began to rise in wisps of smoke. The demon wolf rolled quickly on the ground, then stood up again, its wolf eyes locking onto the distance with a strong sense of alertness. Sihai, hurry up and get away. This fire demon wolf has reached the strength of the 9th rank, and with its fire attacks, you're no match for it, a loud voice shouted. The person who spoke was none other than Chang Shang, the owner of the blind box store. He strode forward with a large sword in his hand, weighing at least 200 or 300 pounds. What had been thrown earlier was a steel block used for strength training. Beast, die. Chang Shang shouted as he ran 2 steps, kicked off the ground, and soared over 3 meters high, bringing down his large sword with a powerful sound of wind cutting through the air. The force of this strike, the power behind it, was absolutely explosive. Ding Ziyu, standing to the side, looked on with envy. This was the strength of a 10th rank martial artist, truly powerful. It made him even more interested in martial arts cultivation, and he developed a strong desire to pursue it. As a man, who wouldn't have a thirst for power? Chang Sheng's attack was clearly brutal, and the fire demon wolf was no fool. The 4 legs moved, instinctively trying to avoid. But unfortunately, its speed of movement was not as fast as expected. Seeing the large blade coming, it immediately turned its head, fully exerting itself to spray a flame nearly 2 meters long, trying to force Chang Sheng to dodge and protect itself. However, Chang Sheng had no intention of avoiding at all. With the fire of the fire wolf burning him, he still swung his long knife down with a powerful overhead chop. Puff! The wolf's head flew more than a meter away, crashing heavily to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The flames on its body also went out along with it, releasing a strong smell of roasted meat. Chang Sheng's body was also set on fire, but he remained calm. He flashed a blue glow, and the flames quickly extinguished. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for saving my life. Wu Sihai finally recovered from his shock and hurriedly thanked the Pavilion Master. Be careful next time. I was just passing by, or I might not have been able to save you in time. Chang Sheng glanced at Wu Sihai and then turned his gaze to Ding Shichen and the others. The blind box has been opened. This fire wolf's body is still pretty good. Its blood and meat are very helpful to martial artists. If you don't need it, how about selling it to us? Chang Sheng ran a martial arts gym, and his underlings had to be supported. This fire wolf had a high rank and was indeed quite useful. The wolf's body can be sold to you, but I need the fire wolf's inner core. Ding Ziyu quickly stepped forward. With the help of the Eye of Truth, he had already spotted the fire wolf's inner core and spatial ring, which were actually in the same place. Ignoring the bloodiness, Ding Ziyu reached into the fire wolf's body. After a moment of searching, he finally got both items in his hands. A fire-red inner core, about the size of an egg yolk, and the ring was very ancient in style, looking at first glance like a cheap piece of junk from a street vendor. Ding Ziyu was a little excited. Good things had finally arrived, and it hadn't been easy. To avoid others noticing, he subtly used his body to block Chang Sheng and the others' line of sight, quickly putting the spatial ring on his hand. This way, others would only think it was a ring he had worn himself, nothing strange about it. This is a fire inner core. After taking it, it can somewhat increase your strength. The Eye of Truth reported the function of the inner core. This inner core is not bad. If you take it, the value of this firewolf will drop significantly. At most, I'll give you 20,000 dragon coins. Chang Sheng looked at the fire inner core in Ding Ziyu's hand and said calmly. 20,000 is fine, buy it. Ding Shichen knew his grandson had already gotten the good stuff, so naturally, he didn't want to haggle here. The priority was to leave quickly. If someone noticed something, it would be a big problem. Chang Sheng didn't expect Ding Shichen to be so straightforward. He thought the grandfather and grandson would bargain a little. After recouping the 20,000 cost, the two of them quickly left the Victory Martial Arts gym. Grandpa, actually, opening blind boxes is also a good way to make money. On the way, Ding Ziyu said excitedly. No, it's still too dangerous. Look at Wu Sihai, if Pavilion Master Chang hadn't come today, something might have happened. Ding Shichen disagreed with his grandson's opinion. Did you forget I have special abilities? Opening blind boxes isn't dangerous for me. Ding Ziyu smiled confidently. This job was risky for others, but it was really easy for him. If I see a dangerous blind box, I just won't accept the order, simple as that. No need. Such a good ability, why use it to open boxes for others? Wouldn't it be better to go to the market and shop for treasures? It's easier and won't raise suspicions. Ding Shichen, who had seen the world, said. You, a martial artist who helps others open blind boxes, always so lucky every time. Doesn't anyone suspect? Once someone starts to doubt, Ding Ziyu could be in danger. Ding Ziyu thought for a moment and agreed. In the blind box market, Taobao is where the true value lies. How much can one make by helping others open boxes? After returning home, Ding Ziyu took off the ring from his finger. Following the instructions online, he focused his mind on it. It is said that if you concentrate for 2 or 3 minutes, it can open. Of course, there is a faster way, which is to use spiritual power. Unfortunately, Ding Ziyu doesn't know how to use spiritual power, nor does he have any cultivation methods. He could only use the method taught online. At the very least, he needed to know how large the space inside this spatial ring was, so he could determine its value. After about 3 minutes, Ding Ziyu finally felt a faint sense of the spatial ring. The space inside was neither too big nor too small, about 50 cubic meters. Ding Ziyu was delighted in his heart, but that feeling disappeared soon after. Grandfather, according to the prices online, this spatial ring is worth at least 10 million dragon coins. Should we sell it? We cannot sell it, because we don't have the ability to protect 10 million dragon coins. You need to become stronger quickly, then join the Blind Box Management Bureau, so that no one dares to easily make a move on us. Ding Shichen was very clear-headed. Wealth must match one's strength, or else it's a disaster, not a blessing, for ordinary people. Chapter 8 Trouble Arrives. Looks like I have to work harder and find time to test my warrior rank. Ding Ziyu took out the flame demon Dan and swallowed it directly. Immediately, a hot stream quickly spread throughout his body, and the temperature rose rapidly. In just a few minutes, Ding Ziyu's body would likely burst into flames. Just as Ding Ziyu felt unbearable, the suppression from the Eye of Truth finally appeared. The scorching heat slowly faded away, and the power within the inner Dan transformed into a trickling stream, spreading throughout his body. Ding Ziyu once again clearly felt his power increasing. This time, the speed was very fast. He estimated that once the flame demon Dan was completely consumed, his rank would definitely reach the 5th stage. However, at this moment, 2 people dressed as warriors arrived at his house. I heard you got the 9th-stage flame demon Wolf's demon Dan. How about selling it to us? I'll give you 5,000 dragon coins. The young man who spoke tilted his head and said casually to Ding Ziyu. In fact, the market price for a 9th-stage demon Dan is at least around 10,000. This guy started with half the price, clearly lacking sincerity. Sorry, I've already consumed that demon Dan. Ding Ziyu spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't do anything. Once it's eaten, it can't be regurgitated. Consumed it? Are you lying? We just got the news and rushed over here. Did you consume it on the way? The young man clearly didn't believe it. Everyone knows that the power contained in a demon Dan is extremely violent. Consuming it without sufficient preparation is a suicidal act. I really consumed it, just 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago? Why doesn't your body show any negative reactions? Did you eat a fake flame demon Dan? Now, both of them looked at Ding Ziyu with suspicion. I don't know either. Maybe I'm naturally suited to use this kind of demon Dan. Ding Ziyu, of course, wouldn't explain in detail. He just wanted to get rid of these 2 people. How is that possible? Even the fire fist technique I practice isn't that easy. Could it be that your fire talent is stronger than mine? The young man widened his eyes, expressing his disbelief at Ding Ziyu's condition. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man beside him pulled the young man aside and whispered a few words. Upon hearing what the middle-aged man said, the young man's eyes suddenly brightened. Brother, the ring on your hand looks good, where did you buy it? The young man said after he walked back, his tone suddenly becoming much more polite. I don't know, they say my dad bought it from a street vendor. I wear it just as a keepsake. Ding Ziyu immediately said the lie he had already prepared. But in his heart, he had already realized that the middle-aged man might have seen some clues. In this world, there are all kinds of capable people. If he can have the eye of truth, others might also possess some special abilities. Street vendor goods? Can I take a look? If it fits, would you sell it to me? I'll give you 1,000 dragon coins, that's definitely a few hundred times more than street vendor goods. The young man spoke while reaching out his hand, almost ready to grab it. Sorry, this is something my dad left behind, I won't sell it no matter how much you offer. Ding Ziyu naturally knew the value of what was on his hand, and this guy's heart was anything but good. How about 10,000 dragon coins? That's definitely a sky-high price. If you really like this kind of ring, I can go to the street vendor and buy you one. The styles are similar, and there's no difference when you wear it. The young man showed an eager expression, truly thinking Ding Ziyu didn't know the worth. I've already said I'm not selling, now leave. Ding Ziyu's face turned dark, he didn't expect these two guys to be so thick-skinned. Little brother, we are from the Blind Box Management Bureau. If you give me the ring, we'll ensure you can join the Blind Box Management Bureau. The middle-aged man pulled the young man and tried to speak in a gentle tone to Ding Ziyu. I said no, so no. I can enter the Blind Box Management Bureau myself, I don't need your help. Ding Ziyu was getting a bit impatient. These two guys clearly wanted to force a sale, there was no trace of members of the Blind Box Management Bureau in them. Really not selling? Don't you know how to respect a polite refusal? Hand over the ring, or die. The young man's face suddenly revealed a brutal expression, his hands shook, and flames ignited on his palms, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, Ding Shichen quickly walked out, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. His gaze instantly became sharp like an eagle's, and his aura changed, revealing considerable strength. Ding Ziyu was stunned, he never knew that his grandfather was also a martial artist, and he probably wasn't weak, at least above the 5th rank. Ding Zi, hurry up and go, I'll hold them off. Want to leave? It's not that easy. With just a mere martial artist at the 6th rank, you dare speak so arrogantly. The young man sneered, waving his hand towards Ding Shichen. As his palm passed, a series of burning flames followed, extremely hot. Ding Shichen did not retreat at all, swinging the knife straight towards the young man's head. His idea was simple, you strike yours, I strike mine. If you can't kill me with one palm, maybe I can kill you with one stroke. Young Master Zhou, be careful. The middle-aged man rushed forward, pulling the young man back just in time, narrowly avoiding Ding Shichen's kitchen knife. The young man's fiery palm also missed, just a few inches away from hitting Ding Shichen. Huang Quan, kill them for me, today I must get the ring from that boy's hand. Zhou Yucheng shouted angrily. At this point, he didn't care about much anymore. He had backers in the Blind Box Management Bureau, and his Zhou family's strength was formidable. Killing two ordinary people, as long as he covered it up a little, would not cause much trouble. Small matter, a martial artist at the 6th rank is nothing to worry about. Huang Quan drew out a more than 1 meter long iron rod from behind, and with a light swing, a series of explosion-like sounds erupted. This guy's strength was already at the 7th rank, his power clearly overwhelming Ding Shichen. Ding Zi, run! Ding Shichen became anxious. He knew that Ding Ziyu wanted to stay and help, but the other side had two people. Not only is his rank higher than theirs, but he also has special abilities. Ding Ziyu staying here won't make any difference. Ding Ziyu hesitated. He didn't know how strong his grandfather was or whether he could stop these two men. The key was, he really wanted to stay and kill these two bastards. Young Master Zhou, you go take care of that kid, leave the old man to me. Huang Quan swung his iron rod and charged forward, striking Ding Shichen's head. Ding Shichen dodged to the side and swiftly slashed at Huang Quan's arm with a knife. His reaction speed wasn't bad at all. But Huang Quan's response was even faster. The iron rod missed its target. With a twist of his wrist, the rod flipped and slammed toward Ding Shichen's head again. Chapter 9, Dragon's Grip Battle Blade. The guy's core strength was indeed very powerful. He must have trained in some staff-type martial arts. Without some martial arts foundation, one wouldn't be able to pull off such a move. Ding Shichen couldn't react in time, relying on instinct to chop at Huang Quan's iron rod with the kitchen knife. The weight difference between the weapons was huge, and Ding Shichen's martial arts rank wasn't as high as Huang Quan's. The kitchen knife in his hand was knocked away by a single blow, flying at least 30 meters. Without the kitchen knife, Ding Shichen was even worse off. He couldn't dodge in time and was struck by Huang Quan's rod on his shoulder, causing sharp pain, gritting his teeth and retreating repeatedly. Seeing his grandfather at a disadvantage, Ding Ziyu grabbed an iron rod about a meter long from the corner of the room and charged forward. No matter if it worked or not, he swung the rod at Huang Quan, trying to block the iron rod from hitting Ding Shichen. Ha, this little brat actually has about 5 levels of strength, not bad potential, Huang Quan immediately saw through Ding Ziyu's ability. Nearly 500 kilograms of force, which was already quite strong for an ordinary person. Ding Ziyu's iron rod made a booming sound, showing that his power couldn't be underestimated. If Huang Quan continued to attack Ding Shichen, he might get hit by Ding Ziyu's heavy strike. Huang Quan withdrew his weapon and blocked Ding Ziyu's strike, causing Ding Ziyu to stagger back 3 to 4 steps, his iron rod bending. This kid really has some potential. In that case, I can't let him go, Zhou Yuqing gritted his teeth, a bit jealous of Ding Ziyu's talent. Even though he had trained in the fire fist technique, his martial arts rank was still far below Ding Ziyu's. He was clearly much older than Ding Ziyu and had spent nearly 3 years reaching the 5th rank in martial arts. Ordinary people rarely have the opportunity to practice martial arts before the age of 18. Training in martial arts is expensive, and even if one had the money, it was hard to find suitable methods to cultivate. Common martial arts are easy to find online, but without the strength to back it up, these techniques are basically useless. When faced with someone stronger, any technique is just empty moves. As the saying goes, one strength overpowers 10 techniques. However, some big families or powerful forces can obtain rare secret techniques. As long as they match their talent, they can cultivate their children from a young age. By the time they reach adulthood, they have usually achieved something in martial arts. Zhou Yuqing was just a peripheral member of the Zhou family, and only after a test revealed his compatibility with the fire fist technique was he taken seriously by the Zhou family. This made him gradually develop an arrogant and overbearing attitude. As he spoke, both Zhou Yuqing and Huang Quan attacked together, steadily suppressing Ding Shichen and his grandson. Zhou Yuqing focused on attacking Ding Ziyu, and the fire fist technique created waves of heat, looking particularly frightening. Ding Ziyu's iron rod posed little threat to him. On the other side, Ding Shichen was also being beaten back step by Huang Quan, struggling to defend himself. If this continued, both grandfather and grandson would really fall into their hands. Ding Ziyu, hurry up and leave, don't look back. After dodging Huang Quan's strike, Ding Shichen rushed forward as quickly as possible, taking a punch from Zhou Yuqing in the process. He replaced Ding Ziyu. With this punch, Ding Shichen took several steps back, and not only was his clothes set on fire, but the spot where he was punched also had a burnt fist mark. Zhou Yuqing's flame fist was indeed a bit domineering, its temperature was so high. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth, rushed into his room, and directly grabbed the blue box, opening it without hesitation. The next moment, a dragon-shaped handled battle knife appeared in his hand. This knife was clearly very special, but the tip was already broken, and there were several nicks and cracks on the blade. How can I use the remaining power in this battle knife? Ding Ziyu asked actively. He knew that the Eye of Truth could hear his question, but whether it would answer was unknown. With your current strength, you are not worthy of using even a sliver of that power. If you forcefully use it, the consequences will be unimaginable, the Eye of Truth actually replied to Ding Ziyu's question. Don't worry about that, just tell me how to use it, Ding Ziyu said anxiously. At this rate, his grandfather would be beaten to death by those two scoundrels. Sai, why do you have to do this? Since you want to force it, I'll help you once. Focus your spiritual energy, grip the knife handle, and strike. Remember, you only have one chance, the Eye of Truth sighed, and a strange power flowed into the battle knife. Ding Ziyu held the battle knife, feeling his whole body tremble as both his strength and essence blood surged into the damaged battle knife. Knowing that he only had one strike, Ding Ziyu didn't hesitate, swinging the battle knife and rushing out. Damn you, dog thief, die. Ding Ziyu cursed. The two shameless guys were attacking Ding Shichen at the same time, and his grandfather had already been injured in multiple places, close to collapsing. This kid really didn't run, he's quite loyal. But it's a pity that you're all going to die today. Do you think a broken knife can help you? Zhou Yuqing laughed. In fact, when they arrived, they had already scouted this house and saw there was no back door, so when Ding Ziyu rushed inside, they were not worried at all. Instead, they wanted to take this opportunity to double-team and eliminate Ding Shichen first. Zhou Yuqing spared Ding Shichen and threw another punch at Ding Ziyu. He really didn't take the seemingly broken battle knife seriously. However, when the battle knife came close, he realized how ignorant he was. The knife, with its unmatched sharpness, easily sliced through his fist, and in the same motion, it slashed his body diagonally in half. Zhou Yuqing collapsed on the ground, his upper body still howling in agony, as all his strength was instantly drained. The misery was no different from the ancient practice of being beheaded. Huang Quan, seeing the situation here, was instantly dumbfounded. He knew how strong Zhou Yuqing was, and with the help of the flame fist, he couldn't gain much advantage. But now, Zhou Yuqing was cleaved in half by Ding Ziyu with a single strike. If this grandfather and grandson pair were to come after him, wouldn't he have no chance of survival? Huang Quan knocked Ding Shichen back with a stick, then turned and ran, cursing his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. At this moment, if he had looked at Ding Ziyu for just 1 more second, perhaps things would have been different. After the strike, Ding Ziyu not only had all his strength drained, but his body also became emaciated, with his eye sockets deeply sunken. He looked much older. This strike not only drained most of your essence blood, but it also took away at least 30 years of your life. If I hadn't helped you, you would have died the moment you swung the blade, the Eye of Truth said leisurely. Ding Ziyu ignored it. As long as he could save his grandfather, everything was worth it. Ding Zi, what happened to you? I told you to leave quickly, why didn't you listen? Ding Shichen saw the look on his grandson's face, and instantly, tears filled his eyes. Grandpa, I'm fine. We probably can't stay here anymore, we need to leave quickly. Ding Ziyu forced a very ugly smile. Chapter 10, The Nine Hawks Society. Ding Shichen carried his grandson and left their home. Zhou Yuqing's identity was no simple matter, he was both a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau and a scion of the Zhou family. Killing him would definitely bring great trouble. One Huangquan was already too much for them to handle, not to mention the Zhou family and the experts from the Blind Box Management Bureau. Grandpa, why didn't you join the Blind Box Management Bureau? Ding Ziyu asked a question that had been confusing him, trying to change the subject. Grandpa's power awakened too late. The Blind Box Management Bureau is no place for retirement. Besides, even in the Blind Box Management Bureau, death comes quickly. If something happens to me, who will take care of you? Ding Shichen truly felt helpless. He had awakened his power when he was almost 60. By the time he reached the 5th rank of a martial artist, he was already over 65. The Blind Box Management Bureau would never accept him. Hearing his grandfather say this, Ding Ziyu suddenly understood. The Blind Box Management Bureau, while seeming prestigious, faced dangers much greater than others. Every time something went wrong, they had to rush to handle it. If they encountered a particularly vicious beast, they might not make it out alive. Where are we going? Ding Ziyu felt uneasy, thinking that in this vast city of Daning, there was no place for them anymore. As for outside the city, it was even more dangerous. Over the years, the powerful beasts released from the blind boxes, if not killed, had mostly escaped into the wilderness. Beyond the city, safety was even more uncertain. Anyone who could survive outside for 10 or 15 days was definitely not an ordinary person. We're going to find the Nine Hawks Society. Perhaps they're the only ones who can save us. What kind of organization is the Nine Hawks Society? Just hearing the name gives it a dark vibe. The Nine Hawks Society is originally an underground dark organization. They have their hands in many shady dealings. Only they would dare take in people who have offended the Blind Box Management Bureau. Ding Shichen knew about the Nine Hawks Society. It was said that this organization was incredibly large and powerful. If it weren't, the Blind Box Management Bureau would have eradicated them long ago. At the southeast edge of Daning City, there was a very famous underground fight club, which was run by the Nine Hawks Society. Ding Shichen had lived in Daning City for decades, so he knew a bit about the local news. Old man, stop right there. The underground fight club only opens at night. You're not allowed to enter now. As soon as the grandfather and grandson stepped through the gate, the doorman stopped them. We're here to see Lu Yun, the manager. Please, young man, make an exception. Ding Shichen only knew this one person, but he had no idea what position Lu Yun held in the Nine Hawks Society. Looking for Manager Lu? Wait here, I'll contact him for you. The doorman quickly picked up the intercom to send the message. Not long after, a tall, thin man with a gloomy face came out. You're looking for me? What's going on? Lu Yun looked at Ding Shichen and his grandson, his face full of confusion, because he didn't know these two at all. We want to join the Nine Hawks Society. We are both martial artists at the rank level. Ding Shichen said directly, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, Lu Yun would just turn and leave. Martial artists? The rank isn't high, is it? You're both already so old, I won't accept you. Lu Yun's face darkened, clearly not impressed by the two in front of him. The Nine Hawks Society was selective about who they took in, not just anyone could join. This is my grandson. He just turned 18. He already has the strength of a martial artist at the 5th rank. Ding Shichen pointed to Ding Ziyu on his back. Old man, do you think I'm blind? Does he look like he's 18? He probably doesn't even look 38. If you said he's your son, I might believe you, but I actually believe it a little. Lu Yun remained unmoved. He really is only 18 years old. He just opened a special blind box today, which turned him into this way. He should be able to recover in a few days. Ding Shichen explained again. There are too many strange things that come out of blind boxes in this world. With this explanation, it seems reasonable. Manager Lu, I opened a broken battle sword today. Its power is immense, with the ability to kill enemies with a single strike. My rank isn't high enough, and I used it recklessly, which is why I ended up like this. Ding Ziyu quickly explained. He planned to offer the sword to exchange for a chance for both of them to survive. Oh, this broken sword has such power? Can you show it to me? Lu Yun looked at Ding Shichen holding the dragon-handled battle sword, finally showing some interest. Ding Shichen was hesitant to give it, but after a moment's pause, he handed the sword over. Ding Ziyu had said that ordinary people couldn't unleash the sword's power. If someone who didn't know how to use it held it, it would just be a slightly sharp broken blade. Lu Yun held the sword and carefully examined it for a while, even making a few gestures with it. He didn't find anything special. However, from the sword's design, it indeed seemed to have some origin. The forging technology is quite good now, but who would casually forge a broken sword just for fun? You guys come inside and stay here. I'll find someone to appraise it. Lu Yun took the sword and walked inside, as if it truly belonged to him. However, Ding Shichen and the other finally entered the Nine Hawks Association's territory. Regardless of whether they could join, at least for now, they were safe. Even if the Blind Box Management Bureau could arrive in time, they normally wouldn't forcibly break into the Nine Hawks Association. After all, their strength was also formidable. Without extreme enmity, they wouldn't recklessly start a fight. The grandfather and grandson were taken to a simple underground room, and Lu Yun turned to leave. When he came back, it was already an hour later. From now on, you'll work here in the underground boxing gym, doing things like cleaning and tidying up. Lu Yun still had that indifferent expression, not saying whether they would join the Nine Hawks Association. Based on the task they were assigned, it seemed they were just cleaning staff. By the way, there's still some work to be done in the left side corridor. You can go over and help out. Lu Yun turned around and called them just before leaving. The two of them didn't say much and just followed him forward. During the wait for the appraisal, Ding Ziyu, with the help of the True Eye, managed to recover a little, finally able to walk normally. However, how long it would take to recover to the 5th tier strength was uncertain. Lu Yun led them to a large, empty area, and indeed there were quite a few people there. These two are new. If there's anything, you can assign it to them. Lu Yun ordered, then turned and left. Hey, old man, didn't expect you to be this old yet still able to become a martial artist. Just right, there are a few blind boxes here. Come and help open them. A middle-aged man with 2 patches of mustache gave Ding Shichen a few looks, not being polite, immediately asking them to work. Blind boxes are indeed good things, but opening them every day still makes people uneasy. What if something dangerous comes out? It's oneself who gets hurt. They recently got some blind boxes, most of which had already been opened with flashing white lights. Only a few boxes with strange colors remained, and they didn't dare to open them easily. Everyone knew that opening these boxes carried a much higher risk. Ding Shichen quietly glanced at Ding Ziyu, clearly seeking his opinion. These guys were asking them to open blind boxes, but they clearly didn't have good intentions. However, they had just joined, and if they didn't show some strength, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It's probably easier to be bullied. Let's go take a look. Ding Ziyu didn't object, after all, he could see through those blind boxes. If there was really great danger inside, he could just not open it. The bearded man led them into a small room, where 3 blind boxes were piled up. The flashing light from these 3 blind boxes was very strange, at least Ding Ziyu had never seen such blind boxes before. One box actually had a yellow-white gradient color, and as the light flashed, the 2 colors seemed to be flowing, changing back and forth. Inside this box is a very special bone, probably the Wuxian holy bone left by the saint monk when he passed away. If integrated into the body, it can greatly enhance your physique and increase your strength dramatically. The Eye of Truth indeed saw through this blind box. Ding Ziyu was overjoyed when he heard this. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? But once the box was opened, he wasn't sure he would have a chance to get it. Anything of exceptional quality makes a lot of noise when opened. The higher-ups of the Nine Owls Association would probably come over quickly and take the bone away. After looking at this gradient-colored blind box, Ding Ziyu turned to look at another strange box that was hard to describe. It was a black and white striped zebra-patterned box. By concentrating, he quickly saw through the colorful light and saw a strange-looking animal inside. With Ding Ziyu's experience, he couldn't identify what kind of animal it was. Inside is a strange-headed yacha. Don't be fooled by its odd appearance, it actually has a violent temper. Once it loses control, even ordinary martial saints might not be able to stop it. But if you don't provoke it, it usually won't attack you. The Eye of Truth gave Ding Ziyu a very dangerous evaluation. The 3rd blind box was dark, as if someone had splashed ink on it. Inside is a puff of toxic gas that can cause fainting. Releasing it can poison many people instantly, and it's very difficult to get rid of. The Eye of Truth said, making Ding Ziyu involuntarily take a step back. Unexpectedly, 2 of the 3 boxes contained enormous risks. How should he proceed? Ding Ziyu thought for a few seconds, then spoke. Such strange boxes, how can we open them without preparation? Don't you have any opening tools? Opening tools? They're all piled in that corner over there, go get them yourself. The bearded man pointed to a messy corner, where indeed a lot of disorganized things were piled up. Whether they would work, no one knew. "Grandpa, let's go pick out the equipment first." Ding Ziyu hinted and then walked towards the pile of junk. "What's in there? Why are you so cautious?" Ding Shichen followed, asking in a low voice. "A bone, a monster, a puff of toxic gas." "The bone is harmless, the monster, once opened, just don't provoke it, let it leave on its own. The toxic gas can cause fainting, we must be prepared." While speaking, Ding Ziyu began rummaging through the pile of junk. Unexpectedly, he found a few gas masks. Of course, there were still a lot of simple armor, for all parts of the body. Ding Ziyu put on the armor first. If he only took the gas mask, it was too specific, and it would definitely arouse suspicion later. After putting on armor for all body parts, Ding Ziyu then put the gas mask on his head. This combination indeed looked a bit strange, a normal person would wear a helmet instead. "These helmets smell awful, the gas mask is better," Ding Ziyu said loudly. Of course, this was said for the people from the 8 sons of Hu to hear. This guy's probably a fool. What's the point of worrying about the smell of the helmet? It could save his life. The gas mask is useless. If he meets a demon beast, a swipe of its paw would crush his head. Who can say for sure about opening the blind boxes? What if it releases toxic gas? Wouldn't it be useful then? Someone teased randomly. He really guessed it right. "Can you help me put that bone into the space ring first?" Ding Ziyu brought out 3 boxes, and while moving the boxes, he communicated with the True Eye. He was worried that the Wusheng Saint bone would cause a big commotion and draw the attention of powerful people. That space ring had been tied to his neck with a rope, making it less likely to be seen. He didn't want to trouble himself again. "Of course, but you have to control this thing quickly." "Don't bother me every time," the True Eye said unwillingly. Once everything was ready, Ding Ziyu first took out the zebra-patterned box. Ding Shichen had already received his instructions and opened the box immediately. In an instant, the surroundings darkened, and a strange creature over 4 meters long and more than 2 meters tall was released. That guy's huge eyes locked onto Ding Shichen and his grandson, revealing clear disdain. "Wow! The first box releases a monster. I wonder if this monster can be eaten," someone shouted in surprise, but they did not immediately run away. These people were martial artists who had seen many monsters, they had no reason to be afraid before the monster showed its power. The strange creature seemed to understand that someone wanted to eat its meat, and it absolutely could not tolerate this. It turned around and quickly charged at the person who spoke. In the next moment, a body was sent flying, accompanied by a horrific scream. The crowd instantly went into chaos, desperately hiding and shouting loudly, hoping to attract powerful help. "Quick, open the second box." Ding Ziyu didn't care about them, the more chaotic the scene, the better. As Ding Shichen went to open the black blind box, Ding Ziyu also reached for the yellow-white gradient blind box. When the black poisonous gas spread, a holy light appeared, but it flickered and then vanished. The black poisonous gas quickly dispersed around, causing. Lu Yun hurriedly pointed at Ding Ziyu and his grandfather. Elder Zhao's gaze swept over the two of them like a knife, but he didn't find anything resembling the same kind of aura from before. "Tell me exactly what you opened just now? It's better not to lie, or be careful with your life." Lu Yun questioned them in a gloomy tone, clearly wanting to show off in front of Elder Zhao. Although Ding Ziyu felt a little nervous inside, his old face, which had not yet recovered, did a good job of hiding this unnatural expression. 3 blind boxes, one opened a monster, one opened a ball of black mist, and the other opened a beam of white light. The monster is over there, and the black mist and white light have dissipated. Ding Ziyu pointed at the staff member over there spraying water. "Damn it, why didn't you wait a little longer?" Elder Zhao was a bit frustrated. It's not uncommon for blind boxes to open gases and light like that. He didn't suspect that Ding Ziyu was lying. Because she had already sensed it, there was no trace of that strange energy aura on them. As for the ancient space ring on Ding Ziyu, it wasn't easy to detect. Not everyone had Huang Quan's special detection ability. "Forget it, your way of handling it isn't wrong. I'll take the strange beast away, clean up quickly, there's a competition at the dojo tonight." After thinking for a few seconds, Elder Zhao reluctantly took away the monster's poisoned and unconscious head. Such a large demon beast, still alive, surely has considerable value. As for those who were poisoned, she didn't need to worry, Lu Yun would handle it here. "You two also help out, move the people aside first. A car will come later to take them to the hospital for treatment." Lu Yun, seeing that Elder Zhao didn't blame him, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The grandfather and grandson were busy for a while, mopping the floor 3 times, before returning to the previous underground room. That bone must be used quickly, keeping it in hand would lead to problems down the road. Ding Shichen was very worried about this. Elder Zhao's threat was too great for them. When they opened the box, a trace of sacred energy leaked out, and she sensed it. If it was used again, she would certainly sense it again. By then, no matter what lies they told, it would be useless. The same aura couldn't appear twice on the same person. Safe places are hard to find. The Blind Box Management Bureau is probably searching all over Dingning City for us. Ding Ziyu said, looking troubled. Things stored in the space ring couldn't even be detected by the eye of truth. They weren't familiar with this underground dojo either. Everything was in someone else's control. A small mistake could lead to an irreparable situation. No one will recognize you in your current state, so Grandpa can't go out with you. You should go to the martial arts school in the South City and rent a cultivation room. Also, see if you can buy a suitable cultivation technique. Ding Shichen handed his dragon card to his grandson. This dragon card is anonymous, and the password is your birthday. There's over 470,000 dragon coins inside. After you go out, find a bank and withdraw some cash for convenience. Be sure to keep your wealth low-key and avoid causing new trouble. This card contained all of Ding Shichen's savings, including money earned from selling the Blue Jade body refining pills. Ding Ziyu thought for a moment, and it made sense. Given his current appearance, who would recognize him? This wasn't makeup skills, this was his real appearance. Even if Huang Quan stood in front of him, he probably wouldn't recognize him. Who would have thought that an 18-year-old young man could turn into a middle-aged person in less than a day? Moreover, his body had become much more emaciated, no trace of the handsome young man he once was. Grandpa, are you all right over there? Ding Ziyu was still a bit worried. This underground boxing gym is definitely not a good place, and with a small mistake, one's life could be in danger. Don't worry, Grandpa also has the strength of level 6, he's not as weak as you think. Ding Shichen comforted his grandson. After leaving the underground boxing gym, Ding Ziyu quickly found a bank and withdrew 50,000 dragon coins, then headed straight for the South City Martial Arts Gym. Compared to regular martial arts gyms, the South City Martial Arts Gym is much larger, occupying a big area. They offer many services, not only teaching foot techniques but also selling a small amount of secret arts. As long as you match, you can buy them with money. Of course, the secret arts they sell are usually basic and can be replicated many times, sold for a long time without any loss to the South City Martial Arts Gym itself. However, whether the secret arts can be sold depends on fate. If you don't match, it's all in vain. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? As soon as Ding Ziyu walked into the gym, a service lady immediately approached to assist him. I want to rent a cultivation room, could you recommend a suitable one? A cultivation room, we have many different ones, and the prices vary. What kind of room are you looking for? The service lady enthusiastically began to introduce. Moderate price, preferably very quiet, and well-sealed cultivation room. Ding Ziyu mentioned the better sealing condition specifically, as he was worried about the breath of the Wuxian holy bone leaking out. I see. We have one for 10,000 dragon coins for 3 days, and another for 30,000 dragon coins for 7 days. Both rooms have excellent sealing effects, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed. Let's go with the 10,000 dragon coins one first. Ding Ziyu still wanted to save some money, earning money really isn't easy. The service lady took Ding Ziyu to see the cultivation room, and it indeed felt quite good, so he immediately booked it. After completing the necessary procedures, Ding Ziyu finally entered the reserved cultivation room, and he immediately felt himself relax. Chapter 13, The Wuxian Holy Bone. Please help me take out the Wuxian Holy Bone. After resting, Ding Ziyu contacted the True Eye. In the next moment, the spatial ring on Ding Ziyu's chest slightly moved, and a half-foot-long, crystal-clear hand bone appeared before his eyes. This bone emitted an extremely strong sacred aura, no wonder it was sensed by Steward Zhao as soon as it appeared. Its bone structure is semi-transparent, with something peculiar flowing slowly inside. That's the sacred power left behind by the holy monk. If absorbed by a Buddhist or Taoist master, the benefits would be even more incredible. The explanation from the True Eye made Ding Ziyu feel excited. He desperately needed power, as both the Zhou family and the Blind Box Management Bureau were giant forces to him. Even losing a single hair from them could easily crush him. The Nine Eagles Association isn't a good place either, filled with all sorts of chaotic personnel. Living there is equally full of danger. So, he urgently needed to improve his strength to protect himself and his grandfather. How do I absorb it? Ding Ziyu held the Wuxian holy bone and fidgeted with it, still feeling at a loss, as he didn't know what to do. He couldn't even master the simplest cultivation secret technique. I'll guide you. This Wuxian holy bone is very powerful. You'll need at least 3 stages to fully absorb it. The first stage is naturally to refine your bones and muscles. Your bones have suffered serious damage, and without this Wuxian holy bone, even with my help, it would take a long time to recover. Ding Ziyu focused his mind as the True Eye instructed, staring intently at the Wuxian holy bone. Then, he saw a strand of sacred substance slowly flowing out from the holy bone. Gradually, it wrapped around his entire body. The next moment, Ding Ziyu felt as if his entire body was submerged in boiling water, with an intense burning sensation spreading all over his skin. A mysterious substance was infiltrating into his body. Ding Ziyu clenched his teeth tightly, not daring to relax for a moment. He had originally thought that the Eye of Truth would help him as it had in the past, but this time, the Eye of Truth did not suppress the divine substance at all. Instead, it allowed it to continuously seep into his body. Then, that burning sensation began to extend into Ding Ziyu's body, making him feel as if his entire body was about to ignite. Hold on, this divine power is improving your original constitution. Although it hurts a bit, the benefits you will gain will be far greater. The Eye of Truth encouraged him. Ding Ziyu could only scream in agony a few times, desperately gritting his teeth and enduring. About half an hour later, the burning sensation that could make one faint finally began to fade, replaced by a comfortable warmth, similar to the feeling when he absorbed the demon beast's core. Completely relaxed, Ding Ziyu took a good sleep in the training room for about 10 hours. When he woke up, his once emaciated appearance had improved greatly, and he now looked a bit more like an ordinary person. He moved his limbs a bit, and felt his bones crackle as if they were snapping back into place. His strength also recovered to some extent. He no longer felt as exhausted as before when walking. At least my strength has recovered to the level of a third-tier martial artist. I have some ability to protect myself now. Ding Ziyu threw a few punches, regaining the feeling from before. In fact, what he didn't know was that the greatest effect of the divine substance he absorbed was to improve his bones. The recovery of his strength was only a side effect. The real benefit was improving his cultivation aptitude. The training room was fully equipped, and after Ding Ziyu washed up, he went out. He planned to find a secret technique suitable for his cultivation, as the Eye of Truth had told him that with the help of a secret technique, he would gain even more benefits when absorbing the Wuxiang sacred bone. It was already morning, and Ding Ziyu had a quick breakfast before heading to the top-floor trading hall that sold secret techniques. "Sir, what kind of secret technique are you interested in?" "We have 4 categories: strength, wind, fire, and thunder. The price varies depending on the technique." The salesperson took out a beautifully crafted catalog, with 2 or 3 techniques listed under each category. The names of these techniques were followed by descriptions of their characteristics. However, Ding Ziyu only paid attention to the shocking prices listed above. The cheapest strength technique cost 150,000 dragon coins, while the most expensive thunder technique was a staggering 400,000 dragon coins. No wonder people say that cultivating martial arts is an extremely expensive activity. Now he truly experienced it. Even if an ordinary person awakened their power, obtaining a secret technique suitable for them was not an easy task. "Can I try a matching experiment first? I don't know which technique is suitable for me to cultivate." Ding Ziyu felt confused. Without the Eye of Truth's help, he wouldn't even know which direction to work towards. The matching experiment costs 10,000 dragon coins. It is non-refundable if you do not purchase a technique. Only if you buy a technique will the 10,000 be deducted from the total cost. The salesperson kindly reminded him, as 10,000 dragon coins was not a small amount. 10,000 it is, let's do the experiment. Ding Ziyu felt a little heartache, but the money had to be spent. What Ding Ziyu didn't expect was that after testing over a dozen techniques, none of them matched him. This was a real blow. He had thrown 10,000 dragon coins into the water, and not even a single bubble came up. "In fact, these are all basic stuff, there's nothing worth practicing here." The Eye of Truth said faintly, as if all the secret arts here were not worth mentioning. Ding Ziyu, however, felt heartbroken over his money, having wasted 10,000 for nothing. "Sir, if you're really looking to buy secret arts, maybe you could try another place." The saleswoman suddenly lowered her voice and said to Ding Ziyu. "What place?" Ding Ziyu asked instinctively. "You, a saleswoman for secret arts at a martial arts center, directing customers elsewhere, is that appropriate?" "This is a private business run by my cousin, you can try your luck there." The saleswoman blocked the security camera, quickly shoved a business card into Ding Ziyu's hand, and then very politely escorted him out the door. After walking out of the South City Martial Arts Hall, Ding Ziyu finally took out the business card. It only had a simple name on it, and the location was at a nearby second-hand market. With a mentality of trying his luck, Ding Ziyu, as if driven by fate, walked towards the second-hand market. However, he hadn't walked far when he saw the wanted poster of himself and his grandfather on the bulletin board by the roadside. It was the wanted notice issued by the Blind Box Administration. Anyone who provided valid information could earn 30,000 dragon coins, and if they captured them, they would receive 100,000 dragon coins. Ding Ziyu felt a surge of anger. In his impression, the Blind Box Administration had always been the embodiment of fairness and justice. He never expected that they would issue a wanted notice before understanding the facts. At this moment, their shining image in Ding Ziyu's heart collapsed. Chapter 14, Mortal Body Bone Tempering Art. "I must grow stronger quickly, only by being strong enough can I avoid being bullied by others." Ding Ziyu silently made up his mind, his will growing even stronger. No one paid attention to this middle-aged man's behavior. For ordinary people, whose life isn't in a mess. Ding Ziyu quickened his pace and hurried into the second-hand market. The things sold here had basically nothing to do with blind boxes. The owner of the business card was called Zhu Ziming, and his shop really sold second-hand goods. Everything was piled up messily and not properly organized. "What do you want to buy, sir? Feel free to look around," Zhu Ziming casually said when he saw Ding Ziyu enter. "I heard you sell secret arts here, is that true?" Ding Ziyu wasn't interested in the second-hand goods, so he went straight to the point. "Did my cousin send you? Please follow me inside, I really have a few secret arts here, maybe one will suit you." Zhu Ziming immediately put on a smile. A big customer had come. This was much more profitable than selling second-hand goods. Ding Ziyu stood still, observing carefully, confirming that this guy wasn't running a shady shop, before slowly following him inside. The room inside was much cleaner, and the lighting was bright. Zhu Ziming opened the safe and took out a few exquisite boxes, each one labeled with very impressive secret art names. For example, Flame Fist of Fire, Gentle Wind Tyrant Spear, Dragon Soul Poem. Ding Ziyu immediately frowned. What's the difference between this and those deceptive things online? Don't be fooled by the flashy names, the real situation might not even qualify as a secret art. The first few are just transcribed basic stuff, of no value at all. But the last box has something worth looking at. The Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu, and the real situation was indeed just as he guessed. Ding Ziyu looked at the last box, which was labeled, Mortal Body Bone Tempering Art. Compared to the names on the previous boxes, it was obviously of much lower grade. This isn't really a secret art, is it? Ding Ziyu didn't open the box but instead asked Zhu Ziming with a smile. This is something I got out of a white light box. Recorded inside was a method to refine the body, which could barely be considered a secret technique. Zhu Ziming felt a bit awkward. So many incredible treasures were ignored by Ding Ziyu, yet he had his eyes on this last box. Why didn't he give this box a grand and powerful name? The truth was, the name written on it was exactly what it was called. What frustrated Zhu Ziming the most was that this thing was incomplete. He considered copying it down, changing its identity, and selling it, but he was afraid that if someone practiced it and encountered problems, they would come looking for trouble. This thing didn't seem to require any special conditions. As long as one could find the right materials, anyone could practice it. Whether it could achieve the effects described in the book was unknown. After much thought, Zhu Ziming put the original book inside. He felt that his box was worth more than the book itself. "Can I open it and take a look?" Ding Ziyu asked. Zhu Ziming's expression wasn't great, but he still opened the box. Inside was an old, yellowed silk scroll book. The front had burn marks, and the back was even more severely burned, with a large portion missing. Judging from the remaining pages, at least a dozen pages had been destroyed by fire. The book itself could be considered an antique, but no one would dare practice its contents lightly. Ding Ziyu shook his head and said. These days, antiques weren't worth much. Sometimes, blind boxes would reveal antiques that could be traced back thousands of years, in shockingly good condition. At first, these things were valuable, but as they became more common, their worth declined. Actually, this is a very good secret cultivation technique, just slightly incomplete. If you're interested, I'll sell it for 50,000. Zhu Ziming felt guilty. In truth, many people had seen this book before, but no one was interested in an incomplete ancient manual. After all, if they practiced it and reached a point with no guidance, what would they do then? A white glow box revealed this, and it's incomplete. Giving you 10,000 is already generous, Ding Ziyu said firmly. If not for the Eye of Truth giving him a hint, he wouldn't have even taken a second glance. This 10,000 is too low. How about adding 5,000? After all, it's still an ancient text. Zhu Ziming pretended to be reluctant, though he had already decided to sell it. Keeping it here was just an eyesore, serving no purpose at all. 10,000, take it or leave it. Ding Ziyu was straightforward and unwilling to waste words. Sai, you really know how to bargain. Fine, I'll sell it for 10,000, but I'm keeping the box. Just the box alone costs thousands of dragon coins. Zhu Ziming gave in, figuring he could still squeeze some value out of the deal. Fine, take your box. Ding Ziyu didn't want it anyway. Carrying it around was a hassle. Just the book alone was easy to carry. Much more convenient. After completing the transaction, Zhu Ziming tried to get Ding Ziyu to look at other secret techniques, but Ding Ziyu refused. This book may have an ordinary name, but it contains an extraordinary bone tempering technique. You people just don't recognize its worth. The Eye of Truth spoke again as Ding Ziyu walked out of the old goods market. How extraordinary can it be? It's just an incomplete manual. What if I practice it and run into trouble? Ding Ziyu wasn't convinced. Look through it carefully when you get back. If you truly master it, you will become a remarkable figure. So, you actually know this ancient text? Can you complete it? Ding Ziyu suddenly felt hopeful. I know of it, but I've never practiced it. My original form was born incredibly powerful and never needed to cultivate human bone tempering techniques. Then what exactly makes this bone tempering technique so powerful? Ding Ziyu asked again. Let me put it this way, if you can successfully cultivate, it will greatly lower the difficulty of becoming an immortal or a Buddha in the future. At the same time, your fighting power will also be much stronger than other warriors of the same level. The words of the real I really shocked Ding Ziyu. Although the world had fundamentally changed because of the appearance of blind boxes, up until now, there had really been no so-called immortals or Buddhas. Let alone cultivating to the level of immortality or Buddhahood. For an ordinary person, this was completely a fairy tale, something they would never consider. Instead, the latter part sparked some interest in Ding Ziyu. Cultivating this mundane body bone tempering technique could make his fighting power stronger than other warriors of the same level, which was very useful. Won't there be any problems with cultivation? Ding Ziyu was still worried. Many warriors have had problems with body tempering, but it has nothing to do with this body tempering technique. Chapter 15, The Rotten Life Fruit. The mundane body bone tempering technique could only be considered a method for tempering the body. Although it could strengthen a warrior's body, it had little to do with the main cultivation secret techniques. Ding Ziyu felt a bit dissatisfied because he didn't get the cultivation secret technique he wanted, so he decided to go to the nearest blind box market to have a look. On the way there, he was stopped by a girl with big eyes who seemed to be a bit lost. Uncle, do you know where the nearest blind box market is? I think I got lost. It's just a little bit ahead, we'll be there soon. Are you going to buy a blind box? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but admire the girl. The blind box market was only about 100 meters away, yet she couldn't find her way. He was impressed. No, I'm selling blind boxes, the girl said somewhat shyly. Selling? Where are your blind boxes? You're not going to pray for them when we get there, are you? Ding Ziyu hadn't seen any blind boxes in her hands. In such a noisy place like the market, it was not the right place for praying. Who would do something so strange? No, I put the blind box in my pocket. It seems a bit smaller than usual. The girl, feeling a bit embarrassed, reached into her pocket and took out an extremely tiny blind box. This blind box was only a little larger than an adult's finger and was a very plain white light color, making it quite a peculiar blind box. Wow, it's so small? Ding Ziyu was also stunned. It wasn't just a little small, it was incredibly tiny. Normally, blind boxes were held in two hands, but this one could be placed anywhere. Ding Ziyu took a closer look and immediately discovered that the blind box actually contained something the size of a soybean. Inside is a golden zen bean, which is usually used to record some important information. The real I revealed the purpose of the bean. How much are you selling this blind box for? If the price is right, just sell it to me. Ding Ziyu's interest was piqued. What if there was something valuable in that golden zen bean? I don't know, how about you give me 1,000 dragon coins? The girl wasn't greedy at all. The main reason was that this blind box was so small, and it was just an ordinary white light blind box, so it was hard to sell for a high price at the market. Alright, here's the money. Ding Ziyu immediately took out the money. This was the cheapest blind box he had ever seen. Thank you, uncle. The girl happily counted the money. It seemed like she was really a social anxiety-prone girl who didn't want to go to the blind box market. Hurry up and go home, don't get lost again. Ding Ziyu looked at the girl's silly and cute appearance, and he almost laughed. Thank you, uncle, I'm heading back now. The girl flashed a sweet smile and waved as she walked back. Ding Ziyu shook his head and didn't think too much about it, continuing on to the blind box market. This blind box contains a wooden toy. This blind box contains a beautiful dress. This blind box contains a huge stone. Ding Ziyu looked at several blind boxes in a row, but he didn't find anything valuable. That blind box with the big stone. The moment it opened, would the person opening the box be crushed by a rock? Ding Ziyu thought wildly, this kind of scene is really dangerous. While walking and stopping, Ding Ziyu had already wandered through most of the blind box market. The things in these ordinary blind boxes were bizarre, and the truly valuable ones were rare. No wonder most people chose to sell them, this was a rule learned from years of opening boxes. Wanting to pick up a bargain is not an easy thing. Ding Ziyu forced himself to stay alert and continued looking around. An elderly man had a box emitting red light beside him. Ding Ziyu saw that inside was a rotting fruit, one that had already been eaten mostly. However, just as he was about to leave, the true I suddenly announced a message that shocked him. This blind box contains a remaining life fruit, though it is about to rot, it still has great value for you. Life fruit? What life fruit? The kind of life fruit from the market? It's not tasty at all. Ding Ziyu responded in his mind. After some time of adaptation, he could communicate with the true I inside his mind without speaking. In Ding Ziyu's impression, life fruit was not something good, and it didn't taste great. Wrong. This is the life fruit of the Grand Immortal of Yuan. It only blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and takes 3,000 years to mature. The true I's words immediately made Ding Ziyu lose his composure. Grand Immortal of Yuan? Don't lie to me, does this world really have those legendary immortals? Such a good life fruit, and someone ate half and threw it away? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but complain, this was simply too fantastical. For ordinary people, this life fruit is certainly a rare delicacy, hard to find. But for powerful figures, it's just a snack, not that valuable. Is it strange to eat a couple of bites and throw it away? The true I spoke as if Ding Ziyu had never seen the world. As for whether immortals existed, it didn't explain because it was meaningless. What would a small mortal like him need to know about those strange things? Ding Ziyu no longer bothered to chat with the true I and turned to haggle with the elderly man. The red blind box belonged to one of the 4 colors, priced slightly higher. In the end, he bought it for 4,700 dragon coins. He was already very satisfied to have found this blind box. He couldn't be bothered to inspect the remaining ones and directly return to his rented cultivation room. Back in the cultivation room, Ding Ziyu immediately opened the red blind box. Surprisingly, there wasn't much of a commotion. It seemed that this so-called life fruit was just that. After all, it was a nearly rotting fruit with only a small half left, wilted, and a bit moldy. Can this thing really be eaten? Ding Ziyu rinsed it off, still feeling like it was hard to swallow. Don't worry, it won't kill you. Is that even a proper thing to say? What I want is not something that just won't kill me. Ding Ziyu was somewhat frustrated. The true I was becoming more and more unreliable. Could it have been influenced by the surroundings? Ding Ziyu closed his eyes and directly threw the remaining half of the life fruit into his mouth, intending to swallow it in one go. The moment it entered, the life fruit turned into a sweet juice that flowed down his throat, not giving him any chance to savor it. That was rash. This thing is actually delicious. Why did someone eat a few bites and throw it away? Ding Ziyu complained, truly unable to understand who could waste something like this. The Grand Immortal of Yuan surely wouldn't do such a thing. If he couldn't finish it, he could always give it away. After swallowing a small half of the life fruit, Ding Ziyu quickly experienced an indescribable strange sensation. It felt as if his entire soul had become lighter. It said that this thing grants immortality. Can it restore the lifespan taken away by the dragon-handled battle sword? Ding Ziyu's biggest concern was this. The lifespan will definitely be restored, but as for your middle-aged appearance, it will take time to recover, the true I replied leisurely. Chapter 16, Diamond Glass Body. The fact that his lost lifespan was going to be restored made Ding Ziyu very happy. As for the changes in his appearance, he didn't feel as urgent about that for now. He looked at himself in the mirror and felt that his face had indeed become much younger, looking like he was in his early 30s, a perfect handsome uncle look. This life recovery not only repaired the lifespan you lost, but also significantly improved your spiritual power. In the future, you'll be able to easily use that space ring, the true I reminded Ding Ziyu. This was something he hadn't noticed, or perhaps, he simply didn't have any cultivation foundation or experience, so he couldn't notice these changes, which was understandable. Hearing the true I's words, Ding Ziyu quickly took out the space ring. He concentrated slightly, and sure enough, he was able to easily see what was inside the ring. The Wushang Saint Bone, which he had used a little, was quietly placed inside. Ding Ziyu moved his mind, thinking about taking the Wushang Saint Bone out, and in the next moment, the Wushang Saint Bone appeared in his hand. When he thought about putting it back, it instantly disappeared from his hand. He repeated this back and forth many times, and only then did Ding Ziyu's excitement calm down. He no longer needed to ask the true I for help. Being able to control it himself was, of course, much more convenient. By the way, since my spiritual power has increased, will it be easier to look at those blind boxes in the future? Ding Ziyu became concerned about this matter. That's definitely the case. Before, most of the time, I was using my spiritual power. Once your spiritual power improves and you find the corresponding secret arts to cultivate, it will save me quite a bit of effort, the true I responded. Thank you. Ding Ziyu sincerely thanked. No need to thank me. Actually, now you and I are like two sides of the same coin, life and death are bound together, sigh. The true I sighed, clearly with many things it hadn't told Ding Ziyu. What could Ding Ziyu say? If an eyeball could become this strong, what kind of existence would its true form be? The person who had reduced its true form to just an eyeball, how powerful were they? This was beyond what Ding Ziyu could imagine. Sometimes, it was better not to know. Both of them chose to remain silent at this moment, no longer discussing this issue. Next, Ding Ziyu took out the small blind box. When he opened the blind box, a burst of golden light erupted, causing quite a stir. Luckily, the isolation effect of this cultivation room was excellent, otherwise, it might have caused some trouble. The golden Zen bean lay in Ding Ziyu's hand, still emitting bursts of golden light, looking no different from real gold. This golden Zen bean was consecrated by a Buddhist and Taoist master, otherwise, it wouldn't be so miraculous. Focus your spirit on it and see what information is recorded inside. Ding Ziyu followed the instructions, and soon a large amount of textual information flooded into his mind, continuing for nearly 10 minutes before it stopped. This golden Zen bean actually contains a Buddhist sutra of the Mahayana. What use do I have for this? I don't want to become a monk, Ding Ziyu said with some helplessness. Buddhist teachings are based on wisdom. You've already obtained the Wuxian Saint Bone, and now you've obtained the Mahayana Buddhist Sutra. Perhaps you really have some affinity with Buddhism and Taoism? The Mahayana Sutra contains many things, and there are definitely cultivation techniques for self-improvement. You should carefully go through it. The true I was not discouraged at all. Anything recorded by the golden Zen bean would definitely not be just a simple Buddhist scripture. It seems there is a cultivation technique, called diamond glass body. Doesn't this follow the same pattern as that mortal body tempering art? They are both methods for refining the body. Ding Ziyu organized the information in his mind, and indeed found a similar cultivation method. What do you know? The Vajra glazed body is a very powerful secret technique in Buddhism and Taoism. It not only refines the body but also the soul. You should try it and see if you can match this Buddhist secret technique. The true I was even more excited than Ding Ziyu. If Ding Ziyu could resonate with this Buddhist secret technique, his cultivation would be on the right path. This kind of technique is far stronger than the common methods found in martial arts schools. The Vajra glazed body secret technique was quickly organized by Ding Ziyu on his own, but there were many parts that were extremely obscure and difficult to understand, leaving him clueless. Luckily, with the help of the true eye, after a detailed explanation, he finally began to make some progress. After mastering the basics, Ding Ziyu started cultivating according to the method described. To his surprise, the formless Saint Bone energy scattered around the cultivation room was easily absorbed into his body. Great! I told you that you are fated with the Buddhist teachings. Otherwise, why would relevant things always fall into your hands? Perhaps it was destined in the dark. The true I was more excited than Ding Ziyu, continuously muttering. This was because Ding Ziyu not only resonated with the Vajra glazed body but also began cultivating it with ease. Hurry and take out your formless Saint Bone, it will help your cultivation. Ding Ziyu quickly held the formless Saint Bone in his hand, and sure enough, the progress of the Vajra glazed body cultivation method became even faster. Once cultivation started, there was no stopping it. Soon, 5 or 6 hours had passed, and Ding Ziyu hadn't even noticed feeling hungry. The magical substances in the formless Saint Bone had almost all disappeared, becoming much duller. At this moment, Ding Ziyu's muscles once again swelled up, showing signs of turning into a muscular man. His originally thin and yellowish skin became more elastic, gradually turning into a bronze color. It seems that the chance to become a delicate young man is gone forever. Ding Ziyu looked at his hands, the skin that used to be exposed, feeling both happy and a little disappointed. It seems my strength has already recovered and even improved. Ding Ziyu stood up, moving his body, feeling a vast amount of power within him. The Vajra glazed body also had different stages. At present, Ding Ziyu knew of the mortal body stage, followed by the bronze body and yellow bronze body stages. Although Ding Ziyu had gained strength, reaching the mortal body stage, his skin had taken on a slight bronze hue. By combining the Vajra glazed body with the mortal body tempering art, you will definitely see good results. The Vajra glazed body works from the outside in, while the mortal body tempering art works from the inside out. Combining these two will surely accelerate your cultivation speed. The knowledge of the true I was far beyond what Ding Ziyu could compare to. Putting these two cultivation methods together seemed like a match made in heaven. Ding Ziyu quickly took out the mortal body tempering art, and this ancient text was much more straightforward. With the foundation of the Vajra glazed body, studying this was very easy. For the few places he didn't understand, the true I gave a little guidance, and he immediately understood. Chapter 17, Grandfather is missing. Ding Ziyu easily grasped the basics of the mortal body tempering art, but after cultivating for a short while, he felt unbearably hungry, and the muscles that were once swelling began to shrink again. Ding Ziyu understood that he needed food. Cultivating martial arts was indeed an expensive affair, as cultivators ate much more than ordinary people. Ding Ziyu only bought the cheapest food, but after a meal, he had spent nearly 500 dragon coins just to feel full. This is just too expensive. Ding Ziyu remembered the time spent with his grandfather, when the two of them would only spend 100 dragon coins in a day. Now, one meal for himself cost 500 dragon coins, which was truly amazing. I need to work hard to make money. Ding Ziyu felt a strong sense of urgency. He didn't actually have much money in his hands, and if he kept spending like this, it wouldn't be long before he ran out. Moreover, he needed to see what was going on with his grandfather. He had to return quickly. Of course, he couldn't waste the 3 days renting the training room, so he had to focus on training first. After 3 days, Ding Ziyu felt that in terms of pure strength, he had already reached the 6th stage of a warrior. Every training session made him stronger. What amazed Ding Ziyu even more was his explosiveness, which was quite strong, and his endurance was also incredibly remarkable. If he hadn't exhausted the Wusheng sacred bone in these 3 days, he could have even reached the 7th stage of a warrior. It's time to return to the boxing gym. I wonder how my grandfather is doing. Ding Ziyu couldn't shake off the thought of his grandfather. It had already been 3 days. What if the Zhou family or the Blind Box Management Bureau found the Joshio Society? This possibility was quite significant. If the Blind Box Management Bureau pressured them, the Joshio Society might not protect Ding Shichen. After all, he was at most a peripheral member of the Joshio Society, and they really had no need to offend the powerful Blind Box Management Bureau for his sake. Exiting the training room, Ding Ziyu hadn't eaten anything. He took a taxi straight to the underground boxing gym. However, when Ding Ziyu hurried to the underground boxing gym, Steward Lu told him that Ding Shichen had disappeared 2 days ago. In this day and age, it was not a big deal for 1 or 2 people to go missing. Unless you were a close friend or family, who would care where you went? Hearing this news, Ding Ziyu was stunned. The two of them had always relied on each other. Even if he occasionally went out for a few days, he was never worried, knowing his grandfather would be waiting at home. Now that his grandfather was gone, home was gone, and he immediately felt an emptiness in his heart. He didn't even know where to go next. Could it be that someone from the Zhou family suddenly appeared and secretly took my grandfather away? Ding Ziyu thought of many possibilities but felt that this one seemed the most likely. If it was the Blind Box Management Bureau capturing people, they wouldn't need to hide, they could just take people openly. Who would dare stop them? Ding Ziyu decided to find out some news. Anyway, in his current situation, he wasn't worried about being recognized. With a little caution, there shouldn't be a big problem. The Zhou family had considerable power in Daning City, with a large area in the northwest being their territory. Even if people from the Blind Box Management Bureau came here, they had to give the Zhou family some respect. Other forces or families were even less worth mentioning. When Ding Ziyu reached the Zhou family's territory, he was coldly blocked outside. They only allowed 3 types of people to enter. The first type was naturally the Zhou family's own members, the second was people from the Blind Box Management Bureau, and the third was warriors above the 3rd stage. Though Ding Ziyu's actual strength had already surpassed the 3rd stage of a warrior, he had never been tested and naturally hadn't received the corresponding warrior rank identification. Many outsiders wanted to enter the Zhou family, but they didn't allow just anyone. Usually, the 3rd stage warrior was the minimum standard. Warriors below the 3rd stage weren't accepted, they weren't even qualified to be hired as henchmen. It was already past 8 in the evening, and the martial arts testing hall had long closed. Even if Ding Ziyu wanted to get tested, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Moreover, Ding Ziyu didn't want to be a servant in the Zhou family, he just wanted to know if his grandfather had been taken there. After thinking for a while, Ding Ziyu decided to find a deserted place to sneak in. Zhou family's area is so vast that it is impossible to have someone monitoring every place. The Zhou family's territory is completely surrounded by 5-meter-high walls, with sharp glass shards embedded on top. For warriors below the 3rd stage or ordinary people, getting over it is not an easy task. With Ding Ziyu's strength, climbing the wall is not difficult at all, but he also didn't want to get hurt by the glass shards. After walking along the wall for several hundred meters, Ding Ziyu finally found a big tree next to the wall. Seeing that no one was around, Ding Ziyu easily climbed up the tree. Looking up, inside the wall was a garden, quiet at the moment, without a single person. Ding Ziyu kicked the glass shards on top of the wall, easily stepped onto the wall, and then jumped into the garden without causing much noise. Being unfamiliar with the internal situation of the Zhou family, Ding Ziyu could only walk toward where there were people. With such a large territory, it is impossible for everyone to know each other. As long as he doesn't act out of line, he definitely wouldn't be discovered in a short time. However, Ding Ziyu still underestimated the Zhou family's territory. Although he hadn't encountered any danger, he also didn't get any rewards. Just when he was worried about what to do, he saw a few people coming from a distance. 2 of them were holding 2 blind boxes, while the others were accompanying them, probably Zhou family's guards. Don't worry, young masters, the blind boxes you chose will definitely have good things inside. One of them said somewhat flattery to the 2 boys holding the blind boxes. Ding Ziyu noticed that these 2 boys looked to be only around 13 or 14 years old, far from the age to be praying for blind boxes. Clearly, these were brought to them by the Zhou family. The taller boy held a red and white 2-colored box, while the other boy had a 6-sided odd-shaped blind box glowing with purple light. It seems that these offspring from big families are indeed much stronger than ordinary people. Such relatively rare blind boxes are something many people never get a chance to touch in their lifetime. Usually, they are snatched up as soon as they appear. No wonder those big families and powerful forces easily produce talents, there is indeed a reason for that. Ding Ziyu focused on that red and white blind box and immediately saw a dark mass inside that seemed to be moving. This blind box contains a mutated big demon pig, its impact is very strong. You shouldn't provoke it. The Eye of Truth warned Ding Ziyu. If these guys were to open the box immediately, they would definitely suffer a huge loss. Wild pigs are known for their fiery tempers, and if locked up for a long time, their aggressiveness grows very strong. Forget it, they are not my relatives or friends, why worry? Ding Ziyu shook his head in secret and looked at the six-sided odd-shaped blind box. As soon as Ding Ziyu's gaze penetrated the blind box, he saw familiar holy light flashing, even denser than the nameless holy bone he had obtained before. This blind box contains a diamond relic left by a high monk, it seems this item is fated for you. The Eye of Truth's voice held a bit more excitement. Wow, must be something special. Ding Ziyu looked at the blind box, his mind started to ponder how he could get his hands on it. You two go find some guards and head to the square to open the blind box, one of the boys said excitedly. Finally getting this thing, he was a bit impatient. Young masters, don't rush, I will go get someone right away. The guards felt a bit guilty, their strength wasn't strong, and if something dangerous came out, they might not be able to handle it. Ding Ziyu followed a moderate distance behind the group. Soon, they arrived at the square. The Zhou family's territory was indeed not small, and this square was much larger than the playgrounds of the schools I had attended before. It was surrounded by sturdy metal, probably designed specifically for the purpose of opening blind boxes. The two young men excitedly entered the square, and the person who had gone to call others earlier came over with several people. Ding Zi stood at a distance, quickly recognizing one of them. It was Huang Quan, the guy who had gone to his house that day. Unexpectedly, this guy was still alive and well. Zhou Yuqing was dead, yet he hadn't faced any severe punishment. If there's a chance later, I'll capture this guy, perhaps I can get some useful information out of him. It's best to open that red and white box first and release that mutated wild boar, Ding Zi silently thought to himself. Although several guards had come along, if they were asked to open two blind boxes at the same time, they probably wouldn't have the guts to do it. After all, these two boxes were quite special, and the risks of opening them were not small. I don't know if it's because of Ding Zi's thoughts, but the group of guards indeed chose to take the red and white blind box first. The two young masters of the Zhou family stood at a distance, their eyes fixed on the blind box, hoping something good would come out of it. Lu'er, you go open the blind box, Huang Quan said, pointing at a small, skinny guy. This man also had the strength of a fifth-level martial artist, but he hadn't passed the Blind Box Management Bureau's test and had ended up joining the Zhou family as a guard. Lu'er opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. Opening a blind box was indeed dangerous, but if something good came out, the Zhou family young master might reward him generously, and there was even the possibility of connecting with the core members of the Zhou family. The identities of these two children were not simple. Even for such a small family, they were willing to prepare special blind boxes for him, giving him a much higher status in the Zhou family compared to some side branches. The red and white blind box was placed in the middle, and Lu'er walked towards it alone. The others stepped back to about 5 meters away. They also kept the two young masters tightly protected. As Lu'er stretched out his hand, the red and white glow quickly faded, and immediately, a huge black wild boar appeared in the square. This creature was at least 7 to 8 meters long, with a body that was about 2 meters in height. In terms of weight, it easily weighed several thousand jin. Its tusks were half a meter long, and its eyes were blood red, ready to attack at any moment. Before Lu'er could react, the suddenly appearing wild boar knocked him away, sending him flying several meters before crashing to the ground. However, the boar itself showed no sign of moving, as if it didn't feel anything at all. Damn, what a huge wild boar. It must be a mutated beast. Don't provoke it. Huang Quan panicked and quickly shielded the two Zhou family young masters as he retreated. But just as his words fell, the mutated wild boar, which had been standing still, let out a roar and charged directly at him. Scatter, quickly run outside the square. Huang Quan grabbed one of the young masters, not looking back, desperately running outward. The others quickly dispersed, choosing different directions to escape. As long as they could leave the square in time, they could trap the giant boar inside. When the experts from the Zhou family arrived, they would be able to deal with the boar. Huang Quan's plan wasn't wrong, but what he didn't expect was that the mutated wild boar, seeing the crowd scattering, paused for a moment before charging directly towards him. The speed of the charge felt like a heavy-duty truck, with the sound of rushing wind filling the air. Damn, why is this beast targeting me? Huang Quan cursed loudly, holding a young man in his arms, but his speed in escaping was nowhere near as fast as the wild boar's. Give me young Master Zhou. A voice easily carried over, and it actively approached Huang Quan. Huang Quan had no time to think, quickly pushing the young man forward, and turning to run in the opposite direction. With this, his movements became much faster. But the mutated wild boar seemed to have locked onto Huang Quan, relentlessly chasing after him. Young Master Zhou, quickly retreat to the outside, this place is too dangerous. I'll hold onto your blind box for you. Be careful, don't accidentally open it again and summon some dangerous creature. Ding Ziyu pulled the young man outside while reaching for the box. The young man seemed to be frightened, truly afraid of accidentally opening the box again in his panic. If another fierce beast appeared, his life tonight might not be safe. Seeing the Zhou family's young master running outside, Ding Ziyu decisively placed the blind box into his spatial ring. Everyone was focused on the giant wild boar, and no one noticed his actions. Even Ding Ziyu himself did not expect to get the hexagonal blind box so easily. Perhaps as the Eye of Truth said, the Vajra relic inside was fated to be with him. Looking back at the square, Huang Quan was being chased relentlessly by the wild boar, looking quite embarrassed. If not for his nearly 8th level strength and his more agile body compared to the boar, he would have been caught long ago. As the metal fence grew closer, Huang Quan finally let out a sigh of relief. These fences were easy for humans to pass through, but very difficult for large beasts to get past. After passing through the fence, Huang Quan immediately slowed down and quickly turned to observe the wild boar behind him. At that moment, there was a loud crash from behind, and the massive fence was hit by the mutated wild boar, causing it to deform, with the possibility of collapsing at any time. This beast is too powerful, its strength must be at least at the martial saint level. Huang Quan secretly gasped. The steel pipes of the fence around the square were as thick as arms, and yet they were severely deformed with one single hit. The strength was truly overwhelming. Chapter 19, Take Down Huang Quan. Such a ferocious impact did not injure the mutated wild boar, instead, it seemed to fuel its ferocity. The beast turned around, retreating about 20 meters, then accelerated to charge again with even greater force. Damn, this beast is too vicious. Huang Quan was startled and quickly ran to the side. As soon as he moved, the fence behind him was broken by the mutated wild boar's impact. The steel pipe fence couldn't even stop it was truly too fierce. The wild boar's eyes turned red, and after running through the fence, it charged at Huang Quan again. At this point, Ding Ziyu finally understood, this guy's cultivation level was the highest, and the wild boar was likely chasing him because of that. Helpless, Huang Quan could only dive into the square to avoid the wild boar's collision. Not long after, the fences around the square had multiple gaps, unable to withstand the wild boar's assault. Ding Ziyu thought several times about ambushing Huang Quan, but upon considering the wild boar behind him, he gave up the idea. He was worried that if Huang Quan fell, the boar might shift its focus to him. After all, his cultivation level was nearly at the 7th level of a martial artist. Damn beast, you've got guts. A loud voice came from the distance. This shout instantly attracted the wild boar's attention. The newcomer moved swiftly, his speed incredibly fast. Ding Ziyu estimated that this person must have at least the cultivation level of a 9th-tier martial artist. As the person rushed over, his body was so fast that it left a trail behind him. His movements were incredibly agile. He circled around the wild boar and threw a heavy punch at its side. The wild boar stumbled, almost falling to the ground. It quickly adjusted its body, swinging its rear end, and then charged towards the person with its tusks. Man and boar quickly clashed, exchanging positions back and forth, neither side gaining an advantage. By the broken fence, Huang Quan was leaning against it, panting heavily. If the reinforcements didn't arrive soon, his situation would become dangerous. Huang Quan, I didn't expect you to be alive and well. A voice suddenly came from behind him, and a hand naturally rested on his shoulder. Huang Quan quickly turned his head, trying to shake off the hand on his shoulder. But the hand reacted faster, grabbing his neck in an instant. Don't move, do you believe I can snap your neck right here? Ding Ziyu lowered his voice, saying. With his current strength, breaking someone's neck was no problem at all. Who are you? We've never met, right? You're attacking me on the Zhou family's turf, you really have guts. Huang Quan didn't recognize Ding Ziyu. However, he wasn't too scared. The Zhou family's experts were right here. Even if he couldn't defeat this person, shouting would bring help. You can try and see whose movements are faster. Ding Ziyu remained calm, not at all intimidated by Huang Quan. Huang Quan didn't dare gamble. The fact that the person could easily reach his back and control his vital areas meant his strength was surely not weak. Betting his life on this was not a good choice. What do you want? You can take all the money on me. If you want to go after the Zhou family, I advise you to give up on that idea. The Zhou family is not something you can provoke. Huang Quan spoke half in compromise, half in threat. He didn't have much dragon currency on him. If he could trade this small loss for his freedom, it would be a good outcome. Stop talking nonsense. Answer my questions, or I'll kill you. Ding Ziyu continued to question, showing no sign of compromise. Though there were some guards on the square, most of them had stepped back. The massive wild boar was not easy to deal with. Without enough strength, who would want to go near it? Ask away, I don't know much, but I'll try my best to answer your questions. Huang Quan had given in. In the last 2 days, didn't you go to the underground boxing ring of the Nine Hawks Association to catch an old man? Nine Hawks Association? No such thing, though the Zhou family is strong, they wouldn't dare easily provoke the Nine Hawks Association. Huang Quan shook his head repeatedly, indicating he didn't know. Stop playing tricks, the old man was just a peripheral member of the Nine Hawks Association. You and Zhou Yuqing went to their place to rob, and ended up losing one person. This shouldn't be something you've forgotten so quickly. Ding Ziyu's voice turned cold with a sharp edge. Mentioning this incident, Ding Ziyu's anger flared up. If it weren't for this scoundrel causing trouble at their place, perhaps they'd still be living well now. How could they end up like this, as hunted prey? So you're the person they hired to help? We really didn't capture the old man. The Nine Hawks Association's territory isn't a place just anyone can mess with. Huang Quan quickly said, his tone suggesting he wasn't lying. Why is it that Zhou's young master died, but you're fine? Ding Ziyu still didn't fully believe Huang Quan. The things this guy said might not be trustworthy. I didn't kill the young master of the Zhou family, and besides, the enemy was too strong. I tried my best. And I was even fined a year's worth of wages. Huang Quan shamelessly explained. Ding Ziyu didn't really care about the Zhou family's troubles, he just wanted to know if Huang Quan was telling the truth, which was why he asked this question. He's not lying. At that moment, the voice of the Eye of Truth echoed in Ding Ziyu's mind. Ding Ziyu suddenly felt very disappointed. If his grandfather had not been captured by the Zhou family, where could he have gone? In this chaotic world, his grandfather had no money, how far could he run alone? The more Ding Ziyu thought, the angrier he became. It was all this guy's fault in front of him. Since this guy was useless, it was time to send him on his way. Ding Ziyu squeezed hard with his hands, and with a crisp crack, he snapped Huang Quan's neck. He then propped him against the railing, pretending he was resting. At this moment, the mutated wild boar was gradually losing ground. After all, it only had 2 types of attack methods. But the Zhou family martial artists had many techniques, and the key point was their flexibility, which was far stronger than the wild boar's. From time to time, they managed to land heavy hits on the boar. If it weren't for the beast's tough hide and strong resistance to blows, it probably would have already fallen. After taking continuous damage, the mutated wild boar finally developed the urge to escape. It turned its head and ran far away, still incredibly fast. Everyone, hurry up and chase, don't let this beast escape, one of the Zhou family experts shouted. Such a beast was still valuable, it all depended on whether you could kill it. Several guards bravely chased after it, since experts were ahead of them, they were just there to join in. Ding Ziyu had an idea and followed them out. However, after running a few steps, he was stopped by the Zhou family's young master. Where is my mystery box? Give it back to me quickly. Your mystery box? I gave it to Huang Quan. Go ask him for it. Ding Ziyu casually pointed to the distant corpse and shook off the Zhou family young master, quickly running away. Chapter 20, A Fortuitous Encounter. The young master didn't suspect anything. He saw Ding Ziyu walk over and chat with Huang Quan for a while, thinking that Ding Ziyu really had handed over his mystery box to Huang Quan. However, when he walked over, he found that Huang Quan was already dead, which scared him into shouting loudly. Daring to kill on the Zhou family's turf was a major issue. Losing 1 or 2 people wasn't important, but the face of the Zhou family could not be lost. Soon, several experts chased after him, vowing to catch this murderer. As for the mutated wild boar, although it couldn't fight off the pursuing experts, its ability to escape was unmatched. This had likely become its life instinct. The wild boar quickly found the exit, and the iron gate in front of it was like paper, easily crashing into several large pieces and falling to the ground with a loud bang. Ding Ziyu followed behind the guards and easily ran out of the Zhou family's territory. Watching these people get farther and farther away, Ding Ziyu decisively turned and ran in the opposite direction. Once he relaxed, Ding Ziyu felt a sense of confusion. He didn't know where his grandfather had gone. After thinking for a while, he decided to go back to the underground boxing arena of the Nine Falcons Association, just in case his grandfather had returned there. However, after walking not far, he discovered that many martial artists were chasing people, grabbing anyone they could find. They didn't even ask for reasons, just grabbing and taking them back. They were very forceful, not caring about reasoning at all. People ahead, stop. If you keep walking, don't blame the Zhou family for being unreasonable. Ding Ziyu indeed had someone chasing after him, and the person had decent strength, being a 6th-stage martial artist. Ding Ziyu's face darkened. He originally wanted to run immediately, but after thinking about it, he stopped. He understood that if he ran, the person behind him would definitely call for backup, and soon there would be a bunch of martial artists chasing after him recklessly. The person saw Ding Ziyu obediently stop, and the guard's vigilance dropped significantly. Less than half a minute later, the martial artist arrived at Ding Ziyu's side and casually took out a smart wristband and threw it to Ding Ziyu. Lock it yourself. When you get to the Zhou family, if it has nothing to do with you, someone over there will naturally help you unlock the wristband to let you leave. The guy shot a glance at Ding Ziyu, speaking very rudely. Ding Ziyu knew about this thing. The Blind Box Management Bureau often used it to lock up those who committed crimes. This thing is much sturdier than a metal handcuff and comes with a tracking feature. As long as you wear it, no matter where you run, others can easily find you. The Zhou family is that powerful. They don't ask if you are willing or care if you have urgent matters, they just grab people first. I don't know how to use this thing, can you help me? Ding Ziyu fiddled with it in his hand, looking completely puzzled. What a bumpkin, you can't even handle something this simple. Seeing Ding Ziyu's expression, the guy walked over with big strides. Just as he reached out, Ding Ziyu's hand suddenly moved, and the smart wristband quickly spun, locking his hands together. Then, without any hesitation, Ding Ziyu covered the guy's mouth, using all his. Ding Ziyu rushed forward and immediately covered her mouth. Don't scream, someone is chasing me. I'll leave after a while, Ding Ziyu whispered, hoping she would cooperate. The girl struggled a few times but realized she couldn't get rid of Ding Ziyu, so she nodded repeatedly, signaling that she wouldn't scream. However, Ding Ziyu didn't dare to let go of her. Instead, he took her to the window and quickly shut it. When she calmed down, Ding Ziyu slowly released his hand. I know you, you're the uncle who bought my blind box, the girl spoke softly, looking at Ding Ziyu with a mix of curiosity and fear. How is it you? How did you come here? Ding Ziyu recognized her at this point. It was the slightly naive girl who got lost easily. Ding Ziyu had seen her earlier that day at the blind box market in the southern part of the city. This place was supposed to be far from there. How could she, a person who was bad with directions, come all the way here? This is my grandma's house. My mom sent me here, the girl explained. Where is your grandma? Why are you here alone? The world is so chaotic, and you still dare to sleep with the window open at night? You have guts. Ding Ziyu was a bit puzzled. In these times, very few people dared to sleep with the window open at night. My grandma passed away a long time ago. I'm waiting for my blue bird. If I don't open the window, I'm afraid it won't find its way back, the girl said, then looked at the closed window, her face full of worry. Blue bird? Is it your pet? By the way, what's your name? Ding Ziyu was also curious. In today's world, very few people raised pets. Life was already hard enough, who had the time or energy for a pet? The poorer people were, the less free time they had. My name is Long Xiaoye. That blue bird was something my mom got from a blind box. It's very smart and obedient, Long Xiaoye said, her face breaking into a bright smile when talking about her bird. Long Xiaoye seemed so pure, Ding Ziyu almost couldn't believe it. How did she survive in this chaotic world? If she went out there, she would probably be easily tricked. Ding Ziyu was about to ask her more questions when the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the window. From the sound, there were at least 4 or 5 people running this way. Ding Ziyu quickly signaled to Long Xiaoye to turn off the lights and avoid attracting attention. Once those people left, he could leave quietly. Are those people chasing you? Long Xiaoye turned off the light and whispered. Maybe yes, maybe no, Ding Ziyu gave a vague answer. He didn't want to elaborate. Bringing such a pure girl into this was not a good idea. The hurried footsteps grew louder and then fainter, but soon, they came back from a distance. Have they locked onto this area? Ding Ziyu's heart skipped a beat. Normally, he should have avoided his family's search by now. My black gold mouse has already smelled that person's scent. That guy is definitely in this poor district, but I don't know which house he's hiding in, the voices outside clearly transmitted, making Ding Ziyu's heart tighten. He didn't expect that the Zhou family had tracking creatures. He was inexperienced and careless. The problem was, he had dragged Long Xiaoye into this. What should he do now? With his own strength, he could still find a way to leave, but the Zhou family had those black gold mice, and sooner or later, they would find Long Xiaoye's place. This would be very troublesome. Long Xiaoye also started to panic. Oh no, my blue bird still hasn't come back. What should I do? She was still worrying about her bird, not realizing the danger in front of her. Long Xiaoye, you can't stay here. You must come with me. Otherwise, when the Zhou family searches here, you will be in great danger. The Zhou family is not a place for reasoning, Ding Ziyu said, feeling some regret. He never expected that he would harm innocent people. They are outside, how do we leave? Let me think of something. I will lead them away, then you tell your mom to come pick you up quickly. Ding Ziyu thought for a moment and came up with a relatively safe plan. As long as he showed up, the Zhou family should stop chasing Long Xiaoye. But this place was definitely not safe. If the Zhou family didn't catch him, they would definitely come back to search for clues. My mom went somewhere else for something, she said she wouldn't be back for the next few days. Long Xiaoye was really a bit anxious now. She originally thought Ding Ziyu would take her with him, but now he was going to leave her behind. This left her helpless, not knowing how to deal with this situation. At that moment, the sound of birds fluttering came from outside the window, and Long Xiaoye quickly walked up to open a small crack in the window. A bird, about the size of a palm, smartly flew in and landed on Long Xiaoye's palm, its small eyes watching Ding Ziyu in the dark. Hey, didn't expect this to be a green bird, incredible, incredible. The voice of truth suddenly spoke inside Ding Ziyu's head. What do you mean? What's so incredible about a bird? Ding Ziyu clearly didn't know the origins of the green bird, nor did he know what was special about it. The green bird is a divine bird that delivers messages for the Queen Mother of the West. Once it matures, its combat power is incredibly strong. The key is that the green bird is very intelligent and easy to get along with. If you get along well with Long Xiaoye, don't you think the green bird will help you? The voice of truth's explanation left Ding Ziyu a little stunned. First, there was the life fruit from Jin Yuanzi, now even the legendary divine bird had appeared. What on earth was going on in this world? What were they trying to do? This bird is so small, what use can it be? The most important thing now is to get through the immediate crisis. Ding Ziyu forced himself to calm down and focused on finding a safe solution. It's not small, it just hasn't shown its true form. Let Long Xiaoye send the green bird to deal with that black gold rat. Without its tracking ability, the Zhou family will have less chance of catching you. The voice of truth immediately offered a practical solution. Ding Ziyu wasn't sure if it would work, but following the principle of trying anything, he told Long Xiaoye the plan given by the voice of truth. It's so small, how can it beat others? Long Xiaoye looked at the bird in her palm, very worried. As she spoke, the green bird tilted its head at her, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Let it try, if it can't win, it should run quickly. After all, it can fly, and that black gold rat shouldn't be able to catch it. Ding Ziyu continued to persuade. Okay, little green, you go try. If you can't win, run quickly, don't be stubborn. Long Xiaoye was soft-hearted, and seeing Ding Ziyu insist, she agreed. The green bird seriously looked at Long Xiaoye before flying up from her palm, skillfully slipping out through the crack in the window. At this time, the Zhou family was getting closer to Ding Ziyu and the others. A large rat, almost 2 feet long, was running around on the ground. Its fur was jet black, with a faint metallic sheen. No wonder it was called the black gold rat. Compared to the black gold rat, the green bird's body was only slightly larger than a sparrow. No matter how you looked at it, it was the weaker side. Even Ding Ziyu had doubts, how could such a small bird have any transforming abilities? Could it really beat that black gold rat? Ding Ziyu carefully looked through the window crack, glancing at the dim street. He saw a shadow fly out like lightning, its beak targeting the black gold rat's eyes. With a flap, the black gold rat, unable to dodge in time, had one of its eyeballs pecked out by the green bird. Let out a sharp, piercing screech. Damn it, where did this beast come from, daring to harm my black gold rat? The guard of the Zhou family was furious, waving his hand and striking towards the blue bird. But the speed of that blue bird was astonishingly fast, and the Zhou family guard couldn't even hit it. Ding Ziyu never expected that a seemingly ordinary little bird could be so fast. Especially in this dim environment, it came and went without a trace. The black gold rat, even more so, was frightened and fled to a distant place, not daring to stay where it was. But before it could escape too far, a shadow appeared again, and its beak aimed for the other eye. The blue bird was unbelievably fast, accurate, and ruthless. After 2 attacks, the black gold rat had already become blind. It was writhing in pain on the ground. Not to mention it was just a mutated rat, even a person wouldn't be able to withstand such a great shock. The Zhou family was going mad, wildly slapping at everything around them, not caring if the surrounding houses could withstand such strong blows. Anyway, this was a slum, so it didn't matter if the houses were destroyed, and if someone got killed, even less so. It confirmed the saying, poor people have no rights. In just this short time, the black gold rat had already collapsed, only twitching occasionally, and was almost done for. Long Xiaoye's big, cute eyes widened. She never expected that the little bird she raised had such strong aggression. If it went for a person's eyes, wouldn't it be the same result? Ordinary people's agility really couldn't match that of the black gold rat. Who raised this beast? Step forward. If no one comes out today, I'll demolish your entire street. The Zhou family members were screaming like madmen in the street. The not-so-sturdy houses were knocked down with a few punches, and no one knew if anyone was living inside. These people are so despicable. That house belongs to Old Master Zhao. Old Master Zhao is already handicapped, what are we going to do now? Long Xiaoye was very worried. Although she didn't live here long, she still knew many of the neighbors. Call back the blue bird and let it attack those crazy people. Ding Ziyu couldn't stand it any longer. But there were so many Zhou family members on the street, he was worried that one punch wouldn't be enough against 4 hands. The blue bird's speed was fast enough. If it wanted to attack those reckless people, it would certainly leave them with an indelible mark. Isn't it bad? What if they call more people and really demolish this entire street? Long Xiaoye was still a little afraid. At that moment, a man opened the door and rushed out. Stop. I know that bird and I know who its owner is. A bird? What kind of bird is so powerful? Who is its owner? Some of the Zhou family members asked curiously. The black gold rat was killed, but they still hadn't figured out what had attacked it. They only saw a shadow flashing by. It's a small blue bird, and its owner is a girl. She lives in the building over there on the 2nd floor. The man pointed at Long Xiaoye's window, directly selling her out. At that moment, the blue bird happened to land on the windowsill, and the Zhou family saw it very clearly. Catch that girl, maybe she's in cahoots with the one who killed. The Zhou family members quickly rushed over, moving with remarkable speed. Ding Ziyu immediately felt a bit depressed, not expecting to be exposed so quickly. It was probably because Long Xiaoye often let the bird fly around the street, and people had remembered her by now. Swallow the Vajra relic in the blind box, or you may not be a match for those people. Seeing there was no way to escape, the Eye of Truth quickly reminded Ding Ziyu. They had already been surrounded, so what was there to worry about making noise? They needed to get through this immediate crisis first. At this moment, the sound of footsteps outside grew louder, and once they rushed over, demolishing the houses was inevitable. Ding Ziyu suddenly took out 6 blind boxes, ignoring whether Long Xiaoye would be surprised, and directly reached to open the boxes. In an instant, an incredibly pure aura surged into the sky, and the entire slum could feel this sacred presence. The Zhou family members who were searching around immediately reacted, rushing over at lightning speed. In the distance, many experts were also moved and stood up to move towards this direction. Ding Ziyu didn't think twice and swallowed a finger-sized diamond relic in one bite. Activate the diamond glazed body secret technique, absorb the power of the diamond relic with all my strength. Following the reminder from the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu quickly activated the secret technique he had just learned, and those gentle yet abundant powers began to merge into Ding Ziyu's body immediately. The process went incredibly smoothly, with no signs of rejection at all. The power of the diamond relic can protect you for a long time. Rush out and take down those guys. The Eye of Truth excitedly directed Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu also felt this way, but he didn't dare to be certain. Heeding the Eye of Truth's advice, Ding Ziyu jumped out of the window without thinking. Everyone be careful, the killer is indeed here. A Zhou family guard shouted as he caught sight of Ding Ziyu, though he couldn't clearly see his appearance. No sooner had he spoken than he flew into the air, accompanied by a sound of bones cracking in his chest. When this guy hit the ground, he had already lost his breath. Ding Ziyu threw that punch with a strength far beyond his normal level. He didn't know how strong he could become at this moment, he just felt an endless surge of power in his body, so much that it felt comfortable even without finding someone to fight. Damn killer, today I'll see where you can run. Several Zhou family guards quickly surrounded him again. In the distance, even stronger experts were rushing towards the side. What was there to worry about? If you want to be a dog, you must be ready to be beaten. All of you go die. Ding Ziyu pushed off the ground violently and leaped like the wind, bending his legs and raising his knees to charge at a martial artist bearing the 7 segments mark. That guy's reaction was slow, but compared to Ding Ziyu at this moment, it was still quite lacking. He barely managed to raise both arms to block in front of his chest. Following that came a dull thud of collision and the crisp sound of bones breaking. With Ding Ziyu's knee strike, that martial artist was sent flying at least 5 meters away, with both arms severely fractured and his back sustaining multiple injuries. Friend, is it really fair to bully a low-level martial artist like this? A voice called out from a distance, and as the words fell, the speaker came within 20 meters of Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu looked closer and saw the Zhou family expert who had been entangled with the mutated wild boar. This person bore no obvious rank markings, but it was estimated he was at least a 9th segment martial artist. When your Zhou family was killing innocents, was it fair? When you arbitrarily captured others, was it fair? It's merely the survival of the fittest. Ding Ziyu retorted. It seems there's no need to talk further with you, let's do this. The newcomer took the initiative to attack. He raised his leg for a high whip kick, and as he struck, it created a series of sonic booms. His speed was even faster than Ding Ziyu's. Get back! Ding Ziyu didn't back down at all, he was training the diamond-glazed body, so he was least afraid of such head-on confrontations. Boom! The 2 legs collided solidly, and a tremendous force unleashed a shockwave, creating an explosive sound. Ding Ziyu felt a slight numbness in his leg but quickly returned to normal. The face of the guy opposite him, however, showed signs of pain. Obviously, his physical strength really couldn't match Ding Ziyu's. At least under the protection of the Vajra relic, Ding Ziyu's endurance was stronger than his. Come again. Ding Ziyu actually became more excited. This was a good opponent, even a great sparring partner, just right to test his strength and the intensity of his surroundings. Seeing Ding Ziyu rushing toward him, Zhou Fan felt a bit bitter inside. He didn't even know how it happened, but they started fighting. The Zhou family was always strong, but they didn't expect to hit a hard wall today. At this point, as long as he could take care of the opponent, then they could talk about other things. Both of their attacks were wide and fierce, colliding head-on with loud bangs, one after another. Every impact made Zhou Fan feel quite uncomfortable, while the kid opposite seemed unaffected. The attacks were getting faster and faster, the power getting stronger and stronger. Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? His body can take so much? Zhou Fan was confused. He had specifically practiced the copper skin iron bones technique, although not yet perfected, it was still much stronger than an average warrior. He never expected to meet a more resilient tough character today. Ding Ziyu was having a blast. In terms of technique, he wasn't that good, but he had an endless amount of strength. The crazier he got, the better he felt. The power of the Vajra relic merged into his body faster. At the same time, his bone strength and muscle resistance to impact were rapidly increasing. One could say that the Vajra relic brought him immense benefits, and it was tailor-made for him. After dozens of exchanges, Zhou Fan was already struggling to hold on. Facing this monstrous attack, he was also feeling miserable. Brother, is it possible to stop for a moment? I apologize for the recklessness of the Zhou family. Zhou Fan kept retreating, very worried that if they kept fighting, he would be seriously injured. I don't accept your apology. Ding Ziyu had no intention of stopping. The two had already become mortal enemies. Even if he spared him today, the Zhou family wouldn't let him go. Just when Ding Ziyu was getting more and more courageous, ready to finish Zhou Fan off, a red light from a distance shot towards his back at a terrifying speed. Watch your back! Long Xiaoye shouted anxiously. Ding Ziyu also sensed the danger from behind and immediately stopped, quickly dodging to the side. Swish! The red light easily tore through the clothes on Ding Ziyu's shoulder, grazing his shoulder as it flew past, then crashing heavily into Zhou Fan's chest. Zhou Fan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, the red light already embedded in his chest, with half of the blade sticking out of his back. This red light turned out to be a flying knife, about a foot long, extremely formidable. Elder Wang, you killed the wrong person. Zhou Fan struggled to spit out a few words, collapsing heavily to the ground. He never imagined that he wouldn't die by Ding Ziyu's fists, but would instead be killed by a flying knife from a steward of the Zhou family. Kid, you dared to provoke the Zhou family, you're dead today. S face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Originally, he had intended to save Zhou Fan, but one strike had the opposite effect. This person is already at the second level of Martial Saint. You can't beat him. When Ding Ziyu looked at the newcomer, his true eye revealed the person's true realm. Although with the enhancement of the Vajra relic, he had the strength to fight against warriors at the 9th and even 10th level, he was still not fully comparable to a Martial Saint level master. However, just then, two more experts flew into the air, clearly both Martial Saint level masters. Asterisk, stop right there. This person is under my protection today. One bearded middle-aged man, his voice reached them before he did. Guandiran, the tyrant of West City. This is our Zhou family's matter. Are you sure you want to interfere? His tone was somewhat harsh but not convincing. Guandiran was a seasoned Martial Saint expert. It was said he had already reached the 5th stage of Martial Saint, and was known as the tyrant of the western city of Danning. Many forces had to give him some respect. Your Zhou family only controls the northwest corner, yet you've come all the way here. Your reach is getting too long, don't you think? Look at this street, it's all been turned into this by you. Guandiran criticized without holding back. Of course, these were just excuses. He had already sensed that holy aura from Ding Ziyu. If he could obtain it, perhaps he could make further progress in martial arts. In the martial arts realm, a person with a bit of talent can advance quickly, but when it comes to the Martial Saint level, progress becomes very difficult. Every stage brings a huge increase in strength. Although was only about 3 stages behind him, their real strengths were worlds apart. If Guandiran were to make a move, a single strike would easily kill. This is the absolute crushing power that comes from ranks. This person killed my Zhou family's guard and even killed Zhou family members. Have you thought about how to face the wrath of the Zhou family if you take him? Though he wanted to argue fiercely, he saw in the distance that no higher-level martial saints from the Zhou family were arriving. He dared not directly oppose this tyrant of the western city and had to find another excuse to speak. The Zhou family's wrath? Don't try that on me. Even if the head of your Zhou family comes, he still has to speak politely. I, Guandiran, am decisive. If I say I'll protect him, I will. Guandiran's attitude was extremely firm, not giving any face. You're ruthless. Fine, just wait for the Zhou family to come find you. Helpless, he had to give up. The remaining Zhou family guard didn't dare to say a word either. After all, this was the tyrant of the western city. They were mere small fry. Even if they were killed, the Zhou family wouldn't avenge them. Watching all the Zhou family members leave, Guan Diren finally approached Ding Ziyu. Your condition is fading. It seems you've used an external substance to forcefully increase your strength? Guan Diren immediately saw through Ding Ziyu's state. Come with me. Staying here will only bring trouble to others. The Zhou family isn't easy to deal with. I might not have what you're looking for anymore. Ding Ziyu quickly said. He understood that this person wasn't helping him out of any heroic intent. What's there to fear? Some things, even if you consume them, you can't fully digest. Don't worry, unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't harm your life. Guan Diren's words made Ding Ziyu feel a chill in his heart. Chapter 24, Medicine Test. It was clear that this tyrant of the western city was no easy person to deal with. The fact that even the Zhou family's martial saint expert chose to retreat showed that this man was ruthless and vicious. Others saw Guan Diren standing at the front and dared not approach. Some even quickly chose to leave. They didn't want to provoke this ruthless character. Fortunately, this person didn't have the intention to kill him right now. There might still be room to maneuver. For now, getting away from the Zhou family and avoiding death was the priority. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to leave with him, Long Xiaoye, in her usual silly way, ran out. Ding Ziyu quickly signaled her not to come over, but she didn't understand at all. Uncle, you promised to take me with you. Long Xiaoye looked at Ding Ziyu, her expression pitiful. Instead, her green bird in her hand cleverly turned its head, as if urging her to leave quickly. Oh, this little girl isn't bad. If she wants to go with you, then let her come. Staying here, she'll likely be harmed by the Zhou family. Guan Diren looked at them with some curiosity. From their appearance, it was hard to tell their relationship. With everything said, what could Ding Ziyu still say? Dragon Xiaoye staying at her grandmother's house will definitely cause problems, but will following him avoid problems? Ding Ziyu could only curse inwardly, this girl is really innocent, he doesn't know how her mother raised her, it's a miracle she survived. Guan Diren's house was truly luxurious, maybe not as large as the Zhou family's, but it occupied a large area, and there were plenty of servants in the house. Guan Diren handed Dragon Xiaoye over to the servants, and took Ding Ziyu to a quiet hall. From the decorations and furniture inside, it was clearly a place for meditation. Tell me, what did you eat? Guan Diren casually sat down and started asking. I didn't look closely, at that time I was being attacked by the Zhou family, I felt it was harmless, so I just ate it. I didn't expect that thing would temporarily increase my strength. Ding Ziyu didn't tell the truth, but his excuse was quite reasonable. Blind box items are all kinds of strange, it's impossible to explain everything clearly. So Ding Ziyu boldly lied, and if he could get away with it, that would be great. You didn't even figure out what it was, and you dared to eat it? Aren't you afraid it'll cause problems? Guan Diren was stunned when he heard this. What kind of reckless person would do something like that? I have a special ability, I can judge by intuition whether something is safe to eat or not. Ding Ziyu continued to boast. Of course, with the help of his true vision, his lie was flawless. Since the blind boxes started falling from the sky, there have been quite a few people with strange abilities. His ability is actually within a relatively normal range. Is that so? Then tell me, can I eat this? Guan Diren hesitated for a moment, then flipped his hand to take out a black, pill-like object. From far away, Ding Ziyu already smelled a strange stench. This is Stinky Treasure Blood Coagulation Pill, used to treat internal injuries. With his true vision, Ding Ziyu immediately saw the origins of the object and even stated its purpose. Did this come from a blind box too? Ding Ziyu didn't rush to answer whether it was safe to eat, but instead asked a question. I bought a box at the auction, and this pill came out of it. It smells terrible, I almost threw it away, but I couldn't bear to part with it. Guan Diren really answered Ding Ziyu's question. Although this thing smells bad, I feel like it's safe to eat. As for its effect, I don't know. Ding Ziyu naturally wouldn't tell the full effect of the pill, if he did, Guan Diren might ask too many questions. Really? Then I'll scrape some off and you can try it? Guan Diren smiled wickedly. This guy actually wanted to use Ding Ziyu to test a medicine, that was really malicious. Ding Ziyu instantly showed a bitter smile. Even if this thing isn't harmful, its smell is unbearable for most people. But facing the strong-willed Guan Diren, what could he do? Guan Diren used a small knife to scrape some powder off the pill, which fell into a glass of water, turning the whole glass a blood-red color. Ding Ziyu finally understood why it was called the Stinky Treasure Blood Coagulation Pill. Drink it, and I'll believe what you said. Guan Diren stared at Ding Ziyu, his expression turning very serious. If Ding Ziyu didn't comply, this guy might immediately turn hostile. With no other choice, Ding Ziyu could only pick up the glass and drink it in one gulp. What he didn't expect was that after drinking the blood-like liquid, it didn't have the expected rancid odor, but instead transformed into a faint fragrance. This drink will be enough to heal the minor internal injuries you sustained during the fight. The voice of True Vision made Ding Ziyu feel secretly pleased. Unexpectedly, such a small amount of medicine powder has such a strong effect. Guan Diren kept staring at Ding Ziyu, watching him carefully. When he saw that Ding Ziyu showed no signs of discomfort, he slowly nodded, starting to believe his words. He had been in possession of this pill for a while, researching it for some time, and had figured out its uses. Today, he was using Ding Ziyu as a test subject to see if he was lying. How do you feel now? I feel much lighter. Maybe this thing has some healing effects as well. Ding Ziyu revealed a little information to the other person. Really? Guan Diren's eyes instantly lit up. If this stinky thing could really heal, that would be great. I can't say for sure. You could find someone with internal injuries and have them try it. Ding Ziyu didn't give a definite answer. Alright, we'll test this thing later. I'm planning to take some of your blood now. You don't mind, right? Guan Diren changed the subject and brought it back to Ding Ziyu. How could I have an opinion? Ding Ziyu felt helpless. If he refused to cooperate, Guan Diren might flip on him immediately. As long as you know. I'll take a tube of blood for an experiment. But I'm a fair person, so I won't take your blood for nothing. I'll give you a secret technique in exchange, Guan Diren said, pulling out an ancient book. Now Ding Ziyu could finally see clearly. This guy must have a spatial ring too. This is a secret technique I bought, but it doesn't suit me, so I can't cultivate it. Now, let's see if it suits you. Guan Diren pointed at the book. Actually, Guan Diren had already tried this secret technique many times. Many people in the martial saint circle had tried it, but no one could match it. In the end, even the auction couldn't sell it, so it just sat in his hands, an absolute useless thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown it to Ding Ziyu. Chapter 25, Blood Slave. Ding Ziyu took the book and looked at it. The title was very grand, One Stick to Stop the Sky. The literal meaning was that if you mastered this stick technique, you could stop the sky itself. Is this thing real? It sounds a little exaggerated, Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. With his own experience, he couldn't tell if it was real or not. This is the signature move of a stick monk from the Chan sect, a move that could stop the sky. Though he only knew this one move, many masters considered him an invincible stick monk. But this secret technique's level is too high, you can't learn it. The Eye of Truth was truly impressive, seemingly knowing everything. Even martial saints can't learn it? When Ding Ziyu heard it was genuine, he immediately took it seriously. Since he had the Eye of Truth to help him, and this was something related to Buddhism, wasn't this a perfect opportunity for him? According to your rankings, maybe martial saints above the 5th level could learn a bit of it. It depends on whether you can match it. The Eye of Truth gave Ding Ziyu a glimmer of hope. No matter whether there was a chance to learn something, Ding Ziyu still took the secret technique, slipping it into his own robe without hesitation. Next came the bloodletting part. Guan Diren pulled out a large syringe, which made Ding Ziyu's scalp tingle. This old man was probably some kind of monster doctor, otherwise, why would he want Ding Ziyu's blood for an experiment? After drawing a large tube of blood from Ding Ziyu, Guan Diren began to experiment with it. He placed the blood under some equipment for close examination and then brought in some small animals, letting them eat things soaked with Ding Ziyu's blood. After eating the blood-tainted items, the little animals became excited. If they weren't in their cages, they would likely have been running wild. It seems my judgment was correct. Eating that thing has a strong restorative effect. If I drained your blood completely, it would likely. After I take it, I might have a chance to improve my strength for a while. Guan Diren's words sent a chill down Ding Ziyu's spine. This old devil is actually a blood-sucking monster. If he really does this, it's far more terrifying than dying at the hands of the Zhou family. Don't worry, I won't drain all your blood at once. I'll only take 1 vial of blood from you every day. You stay with me for a month, then I'll let you go. Guan Diren's smile grew even more sinister. He planned to keep Ding Ziyu as a blood slave. You son of a bitch, you really have no humanity. Can my body even produce that much blood every day? Ding Ziyu was instantly enraged. If it goes on like this, maybe in less than a month, he'd die from anemia. He's not a blood-making machine, how could he possibly produce that much blood every day? Presumptuous. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I'll kill you right now? Letting you live a few more days is already the greatest mercy. Guan Diren finally revealed his true nature, tearing off his hypocritical mask. In the face of absolute strength, Ding Ziyu had no room to resist. Eye of Truth, is there any way to kill this guy? Ding Ziyu hated him in his heart and regretted giving the dragon handle warblade to someone else. If he had that blade, maybe he could have fought for his life. Perhaps he could have killed this old bastard. With your strength, you have no chance. Unless you can peacefully cultivate the Vajra-glazed body for over a year, you might have a chance to defeat this old man. The words of the Eye of Truth filled Ding Ziyu with despair. Not to mention a year, if he could live another half-month, it would be a miracle. Maybe you can ask that silly girl for help. If she got the approval of the Qingniao, she must be a blessed woman. The Eye of Truth gave Ding Ziyu a final suggestion. Didn't you say that the Qingniao can transform? Can it fight this old devil? Ding Ziyu thought of the Qingniao's power and felt a glimmer of hope. Hard to say. It's just a young bird. Even if it transforms, it's probably not a match for this old devil. The Eye of Truth poured more cold water on his hopes. Ding Ziyu stopped asking. He decided to talk to Long Xiaoye. When Ding Ziyu was about to leave, Guan Diren didn't stop him but directly took out an advanced smart bracelet and put it on Ding Ziyu's left hand. This is a high-level smart bracelet. If you leave my house, it will explode automatically. The chance of you dying in the explosion is over 90%. Guan Diren said coldly, then went back to studying Ding Ziyu's blood. Ding Ziyu looked at the bracelet on his hand, feeling extremely depressed. He had really heard of this device before. The Blind Box Management Bureau often uses it to detain people. Once it's on, it's almost impossible to escape, unless you really want to die. After leaving Guan Diren's training room, Ding Ziyu quickly found Long Xiaoye. How is it? That person didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Long Xiaoye asked with concern. The old man with the surname Guan is worse than the Zhou family. Let's talk somewhere else. Ding Ziyu glanced around at the servants nearby, not daring to speak freely. Luckily, it was already late at night, and many of the servants of the Guan family had gone to rest. Since Guan Diren hadn't given special instructions, they didn't pay much attention to these two who had just been brought back. Where's your Qingniao? Ding Ziyu noticed that Long Xiaoye's hands were empty. It just flew out to find food. It goes out to hunt at night and sleeps during the day. Long Xiaoye answered honestly. Do you know how strong it really is? Ding Ziyu was also curious. This bird had such a special background, and it made people look forward to its abilities. I don't know. Why don't you let it attack that Wujin rat? I didn't know it could even fight. Long Xiaoye looked confused. She really didn't know that the Qingniao had any fighting ability. Forget it, when it comes back, I will personally ask it. What's wrong with you? Do you want Xiaoqing to fight for you again? Long Xiaoye actually became a little concerned. That old ghost Guan Diren wants to drink my blood, drawing a big tube every day. If this continues, I will probably die of anemia in a few days. Ding Ziyu didn't hide it either. Ah. He's too evil. He actually wants to drink human blood. Long Xiaoye immediately showed a terrified expression. She had never experienced such a thing. Listen to his title, King of West City. Can he be a good person? The old man even put a high-tech smart bracelet on me. Now I have no chance to escape. Ding Ziyu was very depressed. This bracelet could only be removed if Guan Diren did it personally. Normal people unlock it with their finger gaps, some even use gene unlocking. In other words, if I can't kill Guan Diren, the smart bracelet on my hand will never open, unless I cut off my hand. This person is too despicable. How about I pray for a blind box and open a monster to kill him? Long Xiaoye, even though she was angry, still looked cute and silly. Didn't you just sell a blind box a few days ago? It's not even time yet, how can you pray for a blind box? Ding Ziyu asked in surprise. My situation is special, I can pray for a blind box once every 3 days. But every blind box I get is very strange, like that finger-sized blind box. Long Xiaoye felt a little embarrassed when she talked about this. Someone can actually break the 1-month rule? Ding Ziyu really didn't believe it. The prayer blind box had a fixed timing, how could it change for Long Xiaoye? Could it be because she's more silly and cute? Or is there some other reason? Ding Ziyu couldn't figure out the real reason. He could only say that the blind boxes sent by the heavens were getting stranger and stranger, even breaking their own rules depending on the person. Heaven, please give me a blind box. We need to kill a villain. Long Xiaoye stared with her big cute eyes, kneeling beside and directly stating her wish. Ding Ziyu stood by, stunned. Is this how you pray for a blind box? Aren't you supposed to pray silently in your heart? Online, they say you must be devout, quiet, and have a calm and natural mindset. But Long Xiaoye completely did it differently. She did it with a strong intention and even said the intention out loud. This was really absurd. While Ding Ziyu was doubting life, the world swayed, and indeed, a blind box descended from the heavens. But when Ding Ziyu looked at it carefully, he was once again shocked by this blind box. The blind box was actually shaped like a black coffin. No, to be exact, it was a coffin, just much smaller in proportion. Ding Ziyu held his breath, staring at the coffin-shaped blind box, and inside he saw a person, wearing a familiar official uniform. Is this a zombie? Ding Ziyu immediately felt his head spin. Long Xiaoya actually prayed for a zombie. Although he didn't know how powerful it was, this guy definitely had the power to harm. In other words, whatever Long Xiaoya prayed for, the heavens gave her. What kind of background does she have? Did she save billions of lives in her past life? Or did she do something earth-shattering? This blind box contains a sealed level 4 black-haired zombie. Its power is very strong. With your strength, you absolutely cannot provoke it. While Ding Ziyu was lost in thought, the Eye of Truth had already revealed the situation inside the blind box. Level 4 black-haired zombie, what does that mean? Zombies have ranks? Ding Ziyu searched his poor knowledge and found he had almost no understanding of this. He had always thought zombies were just things made up in ancient TV shows and movies to scare people. There is simply no such thing. Now, he knows he was wrong. Zombies not only have levels, but there are many levels. The strongest zombies can fight against gods and remain undefeated. You just need to know that this zombie is powerful, and you should not provoke it. The Eye of Truth did not explain in detail, but Ding Ziyu dared not take his warning lightly. Since I cannot provoke it, how do I open this blind box? There is a seal. You can open it with peace of mind. As long as you do not remove the seal, it will not attack you. Ding Ziyu's communication with the Eye of Truth was completed in almost a second. Long Xiaoya was also startled by the blind box in front of her and quickly hid behind Ding Ziyu. Yet, she curiously stretched her head out to examine the palm-sized coffin box. Ding Ziyu focused again and noticed that a black-haired zombie inside the blind box had a yellow talisman paper stuck to its head, with all sorts of chaotic symbols drawn on it. In any case, he couldn't recognize what was drawn on it. As long as that talisman paper does not fall off, it is just a decoration and has no attack power. This time, the Eye of Truth was very clear. Can it fight against that old soul named Guan? Ding Ziyu still had his doubts. The old man was just too vicious. Don't worry, this black-haired zombie is strong enough. With the Eye of Truth saying this, Ding Ziyu felt relieved. He quickly pulled the blind box towards him, cradled it in his hands, and turned to walk towards Guan Diren's training room. Uncle, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Long Xiaoya hurriedly followed. Ding Ziyu glanced at her and finally tacitly allowed her to come along. The training room of Guan Diren was not closed. It looked the same as when Ding Ziyu left. He carefully pushed the door open and found Guan Diren sitting on the carpet, his eyes slightly closed, as if he was meditating or digesting something. Hearing the door open, he casually glanced over, saw Ding Ziyu enter, and then lowered his eyelids, too lazy to pay attention to him. Ding Ziyu stood at the door, placing his finger on his lips, making a gesture for quiet towards Long Xiaoya. After Long Xiaoya stopped moving, Ding Ziyu boldly reached for the coffin box, gently flicked his finger, and opened the black coffin box. In the next moment, the coffin box vanished in a swirl of black mist, and a zombie quietly appeared in the training room. The black mist attached itself to the zombie, turning into dense black fur. Long Xiaoya was so scared that she took several steps back, her innocent eyes showing signs of fear, making her appear somewhat cute yet comical. Ding Ziyu waved at her, urging her to quickly go outside. He then boldly tore off the yellow talisman paper from the zombie's head, quickly exited the training room, and shut the door behind him. Bang bang! A rhythmic thumping sound came from the training room. The black-haired zombie was moving. Guan Diren had just swallowed Ding Ziyu's blood and felt his strength was indeed slowly rising. It was obvious that the sacred item swallowed by Ding Ziyu was certainly not ordinary. If he could drain Ding Ziyu's blood completely, he could definitely break through to the 6th level of Martial Saint. While he was meditating with full concentration, a very strange figure jumped toward him. Yes, he was not walking, but jumping over. However, he jumped with considerable speed and rhythm. Damn, a zombie. The moment Guan Diren opened his eyes, he was also startled. It was obvious that Ding Ziyu had brought it in. Guan Diren sprang up and swung his fist at the rushing zombie. He was not afraid of Martial Saint masters, so what was there to fear from a mere monster zombie? Moreover, he had never seen a zombie and thought it was likely someone Ding Ziyu had hired to scare him. Guan Diren's speed was extremely fast, but the fist he swung did not land on the zombie's body. Instead, it was easily blocked by the zombie's hand. Upon impact, the zombie only took a step back, while Guan Diren was shaken back 3 or 4 steps. Who are you? Why pretend to be a ghost? Guan Diren's heart was filled with caution, and he quickly asked. He still refused to believe that zombies truly existed in this world. Chapter 27, Endless Trouble. Ding Ziyu stood not far from the training room. When he heard Guan Diren's question, he almost laughed out loud. The black-haired zombie couldn't possibly communicate with Guan Diren. The only response it could give was an overwhelmingly fierce attack. The entire training room echoed with loud bangs. If Guan Diren hadn't specially reinforced this place, it would have already been smashed to pieces. Guan Diren suffered continuous losses. He used all his techniques, but he still had no way to deal with the black-haired zombie. His heavy punches landed on the zombie's body as if hitting a thick wall. They barely caused any damage, yet the counterforce made his arms ache. When the black-haired zombie struck him, the pain made him bare his teeth and grimace. He was suffering immensely. At this moment, where was the arrogance of the so-called overlord of West City? Guan Diren tried several times to escape from the training room, but all his attempts failed. The reaction speed of this zombie was beyond ordinary. Even though it was jumping around, it always managed to block his way accurately. Guan Diren thought of many methods, including trying to deceive it with words, bribing it, or using a diversionary tactic. But none of them worked. Helpless, Guan Diren exploded with all his strength, putting everything he had into a full-power battle with the black-haired zombie. The sheer force from their clash completely shattered the training room and turned most of the Guan family's houses into ruins. During the fight, Guan Diren repeatedly leaped into the air, attempting to escape by flying away. But the black-haired zombie's reaction speed was terrifying. Each time, it used its own black hair to wrap around Guan Diren and drag him back down. In the end, the infamous overlord of West City was beaten to death on the spot by the black-haired zombie. Ding Ziyu and his companion hid far away, trembling with fear. They were terrified that Guan Diren might shake off the zombie and come over to crush them. But they were even more afraid that the black-haired zombie might rush over and kill them effortlessly. Fortunately, the black-haired zombie was fixated on Guan Diren. Guan Diren didn't even get a chance to escape, so naturally, he had no time to deal with them. Perhaps it was because Guan Diren had committed too many evils. The moment he died, the Guan family members fled in all directions, looting every valuable they could carry. Seeing everyone else leave, Ding Ziyu didn't dare to move recklessly. He still wore the smart bracelet left behind by Guan Diren, which could only be unlocked with Guan Diren's fingerprint. But the black-haired zombie stood right there, motionless. Ding Ziyu didn't dare to go near it at all. Will Guan Diren turn into a zombie? Ding Ziyu asked. According to movie logic, people killed by zombies almost always turn into zombies themselves. It was standing by Guan Diren's body. Was it waiting for him to rise? The conditions for a zombie to form are extremely strict. Without a special environment, the transformation is nearly impossible. However, a zombie's corpse poison is extremely strong. People killed by them will carry this potent corpse poison. Ordinary people must be especially careful. But for you, the poison is harmless. Your Vajra-glazed body is a natural counter to it. The Eye of Truth's answer made Ding Ziyu breathe a sigh of relief. If things worked like in the movies, then Daning City would soon become a zombie-infested land. Then why won't it leave? It's probably absorbing the corpse energy emanating from Guan Diren's body. Use a talisman to scare it away, and it should leave. Ding Ziyu's hand was still holding the yellow talisman he had ripped off from the zombie's head. He didn't know how powerful this thing was, but as long as it could suppress that black-haired zombie, it would be fine. When Ding Ziyu raised the talisman in his hand, the black-haired zombie indeed reacted, as if it had sniffed a strange scent. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu boldly took a few steps forward. As a result, the black-haired zombie suddenly jumped up and disappeared into the darkness at incredible speed. Damn, that was terrifying. Ding Ziyu sighed deeply and quickly ran to Guan Diren's body. He quickly used his finger to unlock the smart bracelet. Just as he was about to leave, he realized he was still wearing a ring on his hand. Ding Ziyu's heart stirred, knowing this must be Guan Diren's space ring, so he immediately took it off. Hurry up and go, Ding Ziyu pulled Long Xiaoye and quickly ran into the dark night. However, after running just a few steps, they were stopped by a man in black. You, come with me, the man in black said rudely. Who are you? Why should we go with you? Ding Ziyu was immediately on guard. This night had already been unfortunate enough. First, they were chased by the Zhou family, then they were taken back by the leader of Xiqing's gang. After barely escaping that, they met this man in black. You don't need to know who I am, just know that I am stronger than you, the man in black said, and with that, his feet left the ground, displaying the power of a martial saint. No matter which level of martial saint he was, he could easily crush Ding Ziyu, let alone Long Xiaoye. Ding Ziyu's face turned grim. He was afraid he had encountered another person like Guan Diren. He couldn't be so lucky every time. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person, and I won't harm you. On the contrary, if you follow me, you will have much less trouble, the man in black saw Ding Ziyu's concern and explained a bit. Whether or not they believed him, it was definitely better than being forcefully captured and taken back. Reluctantly, the two of them decided to follow the man in black. Ah, my little Ching hasn't come back yet. After walking for a while, Long Xiaoye suddenly realized. In her haste to leave, she had forgotten about the Qing bird. Don't worry, your little Chang has already been taken back by the leader. It will be fine, the man in black quickly said. Ding Ziyu immediately understood. This person had come to find them, probably because of that Qing bird. Did their so-called leader also figure out the bird's origins? What sect are you from? Can you tell us about it? Ding Ziyu asked, trying to gather information. In Danning City, any organization with some power could be found. These organizations, whether good or bad, all had corresponding evaluations. I can't tell you for now. You'll know when you get there, the man in black quickened his pace, seeming not at all worried that they wouldn't keep up. Long Xiaoya had a worried expression. She valued little Chang greatly, and no matter what danger might be ahead, she was determined to follow. Ding Ziyu's mind turned over several times, and in the end, he decided to follow. Long Xiaoya had helped him several times, and if he left now, it would be too heartless. Of course, the most important thing was that the man in black had not shown any malicious intent, which made Ding Ziyu decide to follow and see what would happen. After all, he had nowhere else to go now. The two of them followed the man in black through streets and alleys. After about half an hour of walking, they finally entered an underground building. Ding Ziyu could roughly tell they were still in the West District, but the exact location was unknown. For the directionally challenged Long Xiaoye, she had long been completely disoriented. This underground building looked very advanced, made entirely of alloy, equipped with electronic eye scans, and even had a dynamic password system. After the large door opened, inside was brightly lit, with various pavilions and towers built in a stunningly exquisite way, very delicate. It had a very classical vibe. In this era, there are very few people who are willing to spend the cost to make such things. After all, if anything goes wrong, it could quickly turn into a pile of ruins. After walking through a few corridors, they finally arrived outside the Grand Dragon Hall. On the main door of the hall, there were 3 large characters written in a flamboyant style, Cheng Tian Sect. This name is quite powerful. Without strength, without skill, who would dare to take on the sky alone? Even the Blind Box Management Bureau, such a powerful organization, doesn't have a name as impressive as Cheng Tian Sect. Elder Wang has returned, the sect master has been waiting for her for a long time. A man in his 30s came out and respectfully said to the person in black. Ding Ziyu examined Elder Wang and noticed that there were 2 silver threads on the cuffs of his clothes, looking like some sort of uniform. Then, looking at the man in his 30s, he wore gray clothes, with 4 white lines on his cuffs. From this, it seemed that the Cheng Tian sect was a very hierarchical organization. But he had never heard of this Cheng Tian sect before, and there was no mention of it online either. You take him down to rest. I'll take this young girl to meet the sect master. Elder Wang pointed at Ding Ziyu, and it turned out the person he was looking for was actually Long Xiaoye, and he was just a secondary figure. Brother looks like a low-level martial artist, come with me, the man in gray glanced at Ding Ziyu and said casually. Ding Ziyu didn't move, instead, he turned his gaze towards Long Xiaoye. At that moment, Long Xiaoye was also looking at Ding Ziyu helplessly. She was really scared and hoped Ding Ziyu would accompany her to meet the mysterious sect master. Don't worry, go ahead, the sect master's power is sky-high. Would she need to use methods to harm you? Elder Wang saw Long Xiaoye hesitating and urged again. Can he come with me to meet the sect master? Long Xiaoye was still afraid. Everything here was completely unfamiliar to her. Only Ding Ziyu was a little familiar, so she instinctively relied on him. Elder Wang's face darkened, and he looked like he was about to get angry. It seemed that he was very afraid of the sect master and didn't dare to take Ding Ziyu over without permission. At this moment, an extremely powerful spiritual force swept over. When the spiritual force touched Ding Ziyu, it made him shiver involuntarily. This little guy is interesting. Let him come over too, a soft and pleasant voice came, carrying a bit of authority. Okay, sect master. Although Elder Wang didn't see anyone, he naturally bent down and saluted. Let's go, you can come with us. As the 3 of them walked inside, the true eye immediately became unsettled. This Cheng Tian sect master is incredibly strong. Don't talk to me once we get in, I'm worried she'll see through your situation with just one glance. No way? Even you're scared, how powerful must this Cheng Tian sect master be? Ding Ziyu didn't expect that the true eye could be afraid too. When Elder Wang previously said the sect master was sky-high in power, Ding Ziyu thought he was just exaggerating. Normally, someone with the strength above Martial Saint level 8 would already be strong enough to defy the heavens. Ding Ziyu guessed that the sect master was probably at this level. What kind of level is this Cheng Tian sect master? Ding Ziyu asked nervously. I don't know. Anyway, when I was at my peak, I probably wouldn't dare to provoke such a person. The true I didn't elaborate further, but the implication was clear. This sect master was incredibly powerful. The 3 of them stepped into the hall, and the true eye immediately fell silent, refusing to say another word. Ding Ziyu knew the situation was serious and no longer spoke to it. Inside the hall. There were actually 2 rows of people in white sitting cross-legged, not many in number, maybe just around 10. They were dressed in white robes, and surprisingly, golden threads were embroidered on their cuffs, in varying numbers. It was clear that their status was much higher than that of Elder Wang. At the top of the great hall, there sat a woman in colorful clothing, but around her was a faint white mist slowly moving, making it impossible for Ding Ziyu to clearly see her body or face. The sense of mystery was incredibly strong. However, Long Xiaoya's blue bird was flying around her, happily fluttering about. "Little girl, what's your name?" The voice of the sect leader echoed again. "My name is Long Xiaoya. Lord Sect Leader, can you return my little Qing to me?" Long Xiaoya bravely said. She didn't know what kind of person the sect leader was, but she was deeply fond of her little bird. "Of course I can return it to you. It was always yours." The sect leader asked gently, not angry at Long Xiaoya's words. "Do you know the origins of little Qing?" "I don't know. I only know that it is very obedient, very smart. Oh, by the way, it can fight, and it seems quite strong." Long Xiaoya recalled how little Chang dealt with the black gold rat, blinding its eyes in just a few moves. "Heh, you are quite naive. The fact that little Chang is willing to acknowledge you as its master shows that you are someone with great fortune. Would you be willing to join my sect and become my disciple?" As soon as the sect leader said this, the 2 rows of people in white immediately opened their eyes and all looked at Long Xiaoya, as if this was a matter of great importance. "What could I learn by becoming your disciple?" Long Xiaoya asked, looking confused. Ding Ziyu, on the other hand, became a bit anxious for her. If Long Xiaoya had such a powerful backing, who would dare to bully her in the future? Even if she remained innocent, her life would be protected. "Heh, I know many things. Whatever you want to learn, you can, as long as you are able to learn it." The sect leader laughed, seemingly pleased. Her hand lightly pointed in the air, and a white light shot out, directly entering Long Xiaoya's forehead. "Take your time and experience it. Only when you have entered the gate can you become my official disciple. Before that, you are only my honorary disciple." The sect leader seemed to have passed something extraordinary to Long Xiaoya. "Congratulations, sect leader, for accepting a new honorary disciple." All the people in white stood up and bowed to the sect leader. Their gaze toward Long Xiaoya became much more passionate. From this moment on, Long Xiaoya's status had undergone a fundamental change. In the sect of Heavenly Grace, she now held a rather high position. Long Xiaoya stood there stunned, clearly unable to digest so much information in such a short time. Seeing everyone's expressions, she felt a bit shy. "Young man, who are you, and what is your relationship with Xiaoye?" The sect leader finally turned her gaze to Ding Ziyu. "Rep. Report to master." "Sect leader, his name is Ding Ziyu, and he's my uncle," Long Xiaoye answered hurriedly, a bit incoherently. "You girl, you're so honest." "From now on, call me master," the sect leader scolded Long Xiaoya, though her words carried a hint of affection. Ding Ziyu didn't know how to respond. He knew Long Xiaoya more by coincidence, and since she meant no harm, they had gotten along well. Ding Ziyu wanted to explain a few things, but just as he was about to speak, the sect leader interrupted him. "I can see that you have a strong Buddhist affinity, and your connection with my sect seems deep. Would you be willing to join? What are the benefits of joining your sect?" Ding Ziyu asked directly. He understood that he could never compare to Long Xiaoya, he was, at most, an insignificant figure. "You brat, you want benefits without any contribution." The sect leader's tone was displeased. After glancing at Long Xiaoya, his tone softened a lot. "Our sect has a collection of Buddhist teachings. If you join our sect, you can cultivate it. As for how much you can learn, that depends on your own ability. If you don't wish to, then you can leave." The leader of the Chang Tian sect was very calm. It is likely that if it weren't for Long Xiaoya knowing Ding Ziyu, he would have been driven away the moment he asked for benefits. Hearing this, Ding Ziyu had no particular feeling, but his true eye was a bit excited and couldn't help but stimulate Ding Ziyu with his mental power. Yet such a slight movement attracted the leader of the Chang Tian sect's attention. "You kid have some fortune. If you join our sect, I can directly grant you the status of a black-clothed steward." As soon as the leader finished speaking, those white-clothed masters looked at Ding Ziyu. Clearly, the leader's regard for Ding Ziyu had increased a bit more. The steward Wang's face was filled with astonishment. He knew that, with his martial saint level 4 strength, he barely qualified as a level 2 steward. This kid, apparently only a small martial artist, how could he deserve such attention from the leader? Ding Ziyu had no particularly special feeling about this. Whether black-clothed or white-clothed, they were just disciples of the Chang Tian sect. Perhaps that collection of Buddhist teachings was very significant for him, but was it really that important? With the ability of the true eye, he could possibly obtain unexpected good things at any time in the blind box market. "After joining your sect, can I come and go as I please?" Ding Ziyu asked another question. "No. All members joining our sect must obey the sect's rules. Without the sect's arrangements, you cannot leave at will, Steward Wang hurriedly answered Ding Ziyu's question. Others did not refute what he said, tacitly agreeing. Then sorry, I do not wish to join the Cheng Tian sect. Please take me out, Ding Ziyu rejected on the spot. He still needed to find his grandfather. If he couldn't leave here, how would he look for someone? He also wouldn't have a chance to pick up good items in the blind box market. Ding Ziyu's answer stunned everyone. With such generous conditions offered by the leader, they thought he would certainly agree, but instead, he refused. Well then, Steward Wang, you take him out, the leader of the Cheng Tian sect said coldly. Everyone lowered their eyelids and stopped looking at him. Please follow me, Steward Wang's tone also turned as cold as before. When Ding Ziyu stepped out of that underground building, in front of him appeared a mass of black mist. After he walked forward for a dozen steps, even the building disappeared. Is it really this magical? Ding Ziyu was fascinated and retreated, but still couldn't find the previous entrance. Don't look for it. This should be the legendary Heaven's Concealment technique. With your level, even if it was in front of you, you wouldn't be able to find it. The True Eye immediately dispelled Ding Ziyu's urge to continue testing. Aren't you the True Eye? Can you find it? I wouldn't dare to look. If I anger the leader, she could easily eliminate me. You kid, you really missed a great opportunity. The Buddhist teachings collected by the leader of the Cheng Tian sect, how can they be ordinary treasures? To let go of such a good chance is truly a pity. The True Eye turned its thoughts and sighed a bit excitedly. In fact, not only the Buddhist teachings collected by Cheng Tian sect, but joining the Cheng Tian sect was like having a great backing. What were the Zhou family or the tyrants of West City worth in the eyes of Cheng Tian sect? One of those white-clothed people could easily take them down. Opportunities may be sought again later, but if my grandfather is gone, then he is truly gone. Ding Ziyu's thoughts were very simple. To put it nicely, it could be called persistence. It is stubbornness that cannot be said nicely. Who knows where your grandfather went? Why don't you go back to your old house and take a look, in case he returned there alone? The True Eye proposed a hypothesis. This is not impossible. After Ding Shichen disappeared, there is indeed a possibility that he secretly returned home. Hearing the analysis from the True Eye, Ding Ziyu also felt there might be such a chance, so he rushed home excitedly. After 5 in the morning, Ding Ziyu finally ran back to his home. But it had already become dilapidated, clearly having been intentionally destroyed. Not to mention the things in the house, not a single window was intact. There was no one at home, only a wild cat darting around in his old house. He never expected that just a few days later, it would be in such a state. Ding Ziyu felt both heartbroken and bewildered, not knowing where to look for his grandfather's whereabouts. Rest for a bit, we'll see what to do when it's daylight. Didn't you get that spatial ring from Guan Darren? See if there are any good things inside, the True Eye said, quickly redirecting his attention as it noticed Ding Ziyu's mood was low. Speaking of this, Ding Ziyu indeed felt much better. He took out the spatial ring, focusing his energy, and soon saw what was inside. The first thing he saw was a large pile of dragon coins, and there were quite a lot, initially estimating at least over 1 million. Next to the dragon coins, there were 2 dragon cards, but Ding Ziyu didn't have the passwords and didn't know if the dragon cards were anonymous, so no matter how much money was here, he had no chance of obtaining it. In addition to the dragon coins, there were also 2 peculiar blind boxes. One was surprisingly a red, white, and blue 3-color blind box, which was quite rare. The other was an alien-shaped blind box, shimmering with golden light. Besides these, there were also 2 secret techniques, and some everyday supplies. At first glance, they all seemed to be valuable items. Ding Ziyu was particularly interested in the blind boxes, so he took them out first. He brought the 3-color blind box in front of his eyes. Focusing closely, he was shocked to see that it contained a pool of water. That's right, a pool, and it looked bottomless. Chapter 30, Excellence. This blind box contains a spiritual spring, which has great benefits for your body if consumed regularly. A spiritual spring? How do I use it? Will I directly fall in when I open it, or will the ground turn into a deep pool? Or will I just spill the whole pool of water out? Ding Ziyu was stunned. The consequences of opening this blind box were truly hard to estimate. Even if he knew what was inside, he still felt helpless. I can't be sure either, but it should probably turn into a deep pool on the spot. If you could get a fairy mansion and put it in there, that would be ideal. The True Eye thought for a moment and proposed something Ding Ziyu had never even considered. What is a fairy mansion? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. It's like the territory within the Cheng Tian sect, a fairy mansion. It can move at any time, appearing in any place you can't imagine, the True Eye said, causing Ding Ziyu to be dumbfounded. No wonder everything he saw in the Cheng Tian sect was so strange. It turned out to be for this reason. Does the fairy mansion also have a door made of electronic alloy, and use a dynamic password? Ding Ziyu recalled the scene when Steward Wang opened the door. This was clearly a technological product. Those are all illusions, using methods to conceal the heavenly secrets. The entrance to the fairy mansion can change into any form they want, the True Eye explained, making Ding Ziyu feel there was no need to inquire further. These things were completely outside his knowledge range, asking was pointless. It turned out many things couldn't be found online either. For now, he had to set aside the three-color blind box, as it was impossible to open it at the moment. Ding Ziyu then looked at the other golden alien-shaped blind box. Inside, there was a kitchen knife. But this kitchen knife was a bit too big, a room couldn't even fit it. Holy shit! I've heard of a 40-meter cleaver, but I've never seen a kitchen knife that's over 10 meters long. Ding Ziyu couldn't help but complain, wondering who would use such a knife. Didn't expect it to be revealed. This kitchen knife should have been used by the chef god back in the day. Although it doesn't have any magical powers or strange attributes, it's especially heavy and extremely sharp. Its weight is about 1,500 pounds. The Eye of Truth laughed, clearly thinking of something amusing. Ding Ziyu was a bit speechless. With his current strength, he could barely lift the kitchen knife, but its size was much larger than his own, and holding something like that made it impossible to use. By now, the benefits of taking the Vajra relic were finally showing. Ding Ziyu's strength had already reached the 7th stage of martial arts, and he was quickly approaching the 8th stage. The biggest benefit was that his Vajra glass body had made noticeable progress. The hardness of his bones had greatly increased, and it was transforming into a bronze body. It's time to go to the official martial arts hall to test my martial artist rank. Ding Ziyu packed everything up. He planned to use the Blind Box Management Bureau's coverage ability to search for his grandfather. After all, they were an official organization, and on the surface, the entire city of Danning was under their management. With his middle-aged appearance, it would be difficult for people to recognize his true identity. He only needed to change his name, and perhaps he could join the Blind Box Management Bureau. In the morning, there weren't many people testing their ranks at the official martial arts hall. Ding Ziyu paid the testing fee and soon arrived in front of the strength testing machine. He threw a punch with all his strength, and sure enough, his power reached 785 kilograms, not far from the 8th stage of martial arts. Ding Ziyu gave himself the name Ding Etian, simple and easy to remember. Then he received the official badge for being a 7th stage martial artist and had the name Ding Etian registered in the official system. From now on, Ding Ziyu officially had a legitimate identity. Those who weren't even martial artists didn't have a legal identity, so many people who mysteriously died weren't even noticed. Ding Ziyu, with his new identity, went directly to the Blind Box Management Bureau. The area there was massive, and the people entering were constantly coming and going. Are you still hiring? Ding Ziyu didn't know the process, so after entering, he went to a work table and asked. A 7th stage martial artist? You can go to work table number 3 on the right. Martial artists above the 7th stage don't need to be tested. The staff member looked at Ding Ziyu's ID badge and smiled slightly. The Blind Box Management Bureau required martial artists of the 5th stage to go through testing, where many would compete and be compared before qualifying to enter the bureau. For martial artists above the 7th stage, their strength was much stronger, so they naturally didn't need to go through such trouble. Ding Etian, 32 years old, 7th stage martial artist, awakened 1 month ago, top grade. The staff member input Ding Ziyu's information while reading aloud. As for the awakening time, the martial arts hall would also test that. Especially for martial artists coming for certification for the first time, they had to undergo related tests and have them recorded. Ding Ziyu reported a relatively older age, but he reached the 7th stage of martial arts within just 1 month of awakening, making his progress incredibly fast. That's why he was judged to be top grade. Brother Ding, follow me, I'll take you to report to the management center. The staff member was very enthusiastic. Top grade martial artists were so rare that she met maybe one in a month, so she treated Ding Ziyu with special regard. The key was that this guy also looked quite handsome, with the charm of a mature man. If it were an ordinary person, she wouldn't bother. Before long, Ding Ziyu followed this woman, who had a decent appearance and figure, into another building. Here, the number of people was clearly much smaller. This should be the core area of the Blind Box Management Bureau. The two quickly entered a fairly spacious office, and many people greeted the woman with smiles, casting strange glances at Ding Ziyu. Captain Chen, I brought you a top-tier warrior today, so you better thank me, the woman said to a burly man with a hint of flirtation. Sure, if you want to rob me, you can just say it directly, no need to find an excuse. At his age, he can be considered a top-tier warrior? Captain Chen clearly seemed doubtful. There are many warriors who awaken their powers after middle age, and many of them have hardly improved after years of training. Captain Chen's skepticism was entirely normal. Captain Chen, this is the official result just tested, there must be a record in the system. If you don't believe me, check it yourself, Shirsi said, handing Ding Ziyu's ID badge to Captain Chen with an obviously displeased expression. Captain Chen, half convinced, opened the work system to check, and his eyes widened in surprise. Hey, within a month, he has actually risen to martial artist level 7, not far from level 8. Not bad, this must be a top tier. Shirsi, I wronged you, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Captain Chen said happily, and his expression towards Ding Ziyu became much richer. Brother Ding, come sit over here. I am Chen Rulin, the captain of Team 18, and from now on, you will be part of our Team 18. Captain Chen kindly pulled out a chair for Ding Ziyu to sit down. Thank you, Captain Chen. I hope you'll take care of me in the future, Ding Ziyu said as he sat down. The Blind Box Management Bureau is indeed quite large. Looking at this lineup, there are at least A and B in front, and I don't know how many teams fall under each letter. Our Team 18 has 3 small groups, with a standard member number of 10 for each group. The first group just happens to be short-handed, so join the first group. Your group leader will tell you what specific tasks to do later. Captain Chen acted quickly, directly arranging Ding Ziyu into the work team. Gao Xinyu, come over to receive the new member. Take Ding for a day to familiarize him with the basic procedures, Captain Chen called out, and a beautiful woman stood up from a corner of the office immediately. Ding Ziyu glanced over and found this woman even more beautiful than Shirsi. She was about 175 centimeters tall, with standard long legs. What's up? Haven't you ever seen such a stunning beauty? Gao Xinyu walked over, casually teasing Ding Ziyu. From now on, you'll be my person, so there's plenty of time to look. Team leader Gao really is very beautiful. I hope you'll take good care of me in my future work, Ding Ziyu smiled slightly. He noticed the rank emblem on this team leader. She was actually a level 10 warrior, likely formidable when angered. Hee, at least you're good with your words, Gao Xinyu replied with a smile, then asked, are you planning to stay at the bureau or go home to live? Of course I'll stay at the bureau. Does the bureau provide meals? Ding Ziyu replied, he didn't have a place to stay right now. Staying at the bureau would surely be much better, at least it guaranteed safety. We provide 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. Lunch is your own responsibility. Come on, I'll take you to the bureau's dormitory, Gao Xinyu said, walking as she spoke. Our work consists of patrolling one day and sitting in the office the next. Unless there are special circumstances, we work 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. During work hours, you cannot leave your post for personal matters. Outside of work hours, you're free. Today happens to be our group's turn to sit in the office. You are new here, and today you don't need to work. Just take care of your personal matters first. These things are actually very simple. A casual introduction to Ding Ziyu will make it clear. The dormitory of the Management Bureau is very simple, just a single room with all the necessary facilities. For a bachelor like Ding Ziyu, it's already enough. Bedding, quilts, and the Blind Box Management Bureau's professional uniform, Hai Xinyu helped him collect them. After casually tidying up, it was basically ready to be lived in. This row of dormitories is for our Team 18, I live in the room at the very end. If you have any questions in the future, you can come find me. Hai Xinyu pointed to the farthest room in the row and, after saying a few words, left. Ding Ziyu knew she was still on duty, and he didn't want to delay her, so he started tidying up his room on his own. Just as he finished tidying up and was about to start practicing, a sharp alarm sounded outside. Before Ding Ziyu could figure out what was going on, Captain Chen and a group of people ran over, including group leader Hai Xinyu. Come with us, there's a big problem in the West City, Hai Xinyu called out to Ding Ziyu and hurriedly ran outside. As soon as Ding Ziyu and the others got on the assault vehicle, it screamed and rushed toward West City. Group leader Gao, what exactly happened over there? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. I heard someone opened a large group of ants from the blind box, Hai Xinyu said, her face tense. What, does a group of ants need to be this exaggerated? Ding Ziyu was a bit confused, clearly doubting the news. You'll know when we get there, Hai Xinyu didn't explain in detail because she wasn't very clear on the specifics herself. Several teams from the Blind Box Management Bureau had already gone there, including Marshal Saint-level experts. The assault vehicle crashed through the streets, nearly flying off the ground. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at West City. When Ding Ziyu and the others got out of the car, they immediately felt their scalp tingle. There was fighting everywhere. Not only the Blind Box Management Bureau personnel, but also many martial artists from various martial arts halls were involved. The streets were filled with ants, each one as big as a small pig, weighing at least dozens of pounds, about 1 meter in size, and there were many of them. Martial artists with low strength rushed forward, and once they were bitten by these ants, they either lost a limb or at least a chunk of flesh. Among the ant swarm, there were also a few especially large ones, as strong as small cows. Their bodies were black and red, with a faint metallic sheen. These giant ants were extremely ferocious, and even the Blind Box Management Bureau's personnel were too scared to face them head-on. They could easily tear down a building and throw stones weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds at people. Wherever these ants went, the city instantly became a wasteland. No matter the buildings, streets, or even the land, nothing was left intact. What was even more terrifying was that these ants were not only highly aggressive but also had a huge appetite. Whether it was fruits, vegetables, walking animals, or humans, everything was their food. These are super fire ants. Not only are they unbelievably strong, but their aggression is also extremely fierce, and they have a powerful reproductive ability. You guys are in big trouble. If you can't deal with them, the whole city of Daming could become their nest. The Eye of Truth quickly sent back the relevant information. Damn, even ants have become this strong? Do they have any weaknesses? Ding Ziyu felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing the news. He had just joined the Blind Box Management Bureau, and many things hadn't even started, and suddenly such a big problem had appeared. Yes, fire ants are afraid of the cold. Attacking them with cold-type secret arts works very well. Cold-type secret arts? Ding Ziyu didn't know if there were any experts in this field in the Blind Box Management Bureau. But with so many super fire ants, even if a few people knew, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it, right? He saw many people using flamethrowers to attack the ants, trying to burn them to death, but the results weren't very good. Only the weakest ants could be easily burned to death. The slightly stronger ants could easily withstand the flames from the flamethrower and rush up to easily take down the person using it. In just the short time since getting out of the car, many ants had already rushed toward them. The people ahead had already started fighting. Chapter 32, Picking Up a Big Bargain. What weapon are you using? These ants have strong defenses, especially those big ones. Ordinary weapons might not hurt them. Gao Xinyu turned her head and asked Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu was stunned. He really didn't have any decent weapon on hand. That kitchen knife might work, but it was too big. He'd probably wear himself out before even using it a few times. Thinking about what the Eye of Reality had said, Ding Ziyu began to look around. Soon, he noticed a store that had several liquid nitrogen tanks. Isn't the nitrogen released from these tanks a cold-type attack? Ding Ziyu quickly ran over, dragging one, and ran back quickly. What are you going to do with this? Be careful it doesn't explode and hurt yourself. Gao Xinyu asked, confused. She clearly saw how powerful these ants were. Even though the nitrogen tank looked thick and sturdy, with their attack power, it could easily be torn apart. They were incredibly fierce. I just want to use this to explode them and see if they can withstand it. Ding Ziyu of course wouldn't mention that the fire ants were afraid of the cold. His explanation made sense. After all, when the nitrogen tank exploded, it was quite powerful. Oh, then be careful, don't blow yourself up. Gao Xinyu agreed with Ding Ziyu's explanation. Regardless of whether it worked, it was worth a try. Ding Ziyu dragged the hundreds of pounds of nitrogen tank and ran fast. When he was about to reach the ant swarm, he raised both hands and threw the nitrogen tank into the swarm. There was a loud clang as the nitrogen tank hit the fire ants, making a loud metallic sound. But the damage to the ants was almost negligible. The ant that was hit immediately became furious, its large legs quickly slammed into it. The hard metal tank, which seemed solid, was as fragile as tofu and was sliced open in an instant. Boom! The nitrogen tank exploded, releasing a cloud of white mist that enveloped the iron fire ants within a radius of more than 10 meters. The ants attacking the tank were blown into several pieces. The large ants affected by the white mist quickly froze in place, unable to move. The Eye of Reality was indeed right. The nitrogen tank that Ding Ziyu threw instantly killed over a dozen fire ants, and it was much faster than using a weapon. Hey, these ants are afraid of nitrogen. Quickly bring over the nitrogen tanks around here before Ding Ziyu could speak. Captain Chen had already discovered the secret. As soon as he said this, many team members started moving. Ding Ziyu threw another nitrogen tank, killing more than a dozen fire ants. The pressure on their side was suddenly relieved. Hey, I didn't expect you to be a lucky guy. You casually throw a nitrogen tank and find a way to deal with these ants. Gao Xinyu gave Ding Ziyu a thumbs up. Nitrogen tanks aren't rare. If you search around the city, you can still find a lot of them. Before long, Team 18 had several members bring over dozens of nitrogen tanks. They kept throwing things at the iron fire ants, immediately clearing a large area. The originally surging iron fire ants also began to flee, moving in other directions. Quickly report this message, using nitrogen can deal with these very troublesome big ants. Captain Chen immediately spread this important news. At this moment, fighters in several directions were fiercely battling the iron fire ants, being pushed back step by step by the massive ant swarm. The destruction caused by the super iron fire ants was also very serious. If allowed to develop, the entire West District would probably be ruined. After receiving the news, the Blind Box Management Bureau immediately relayed this important information to all teams. Thus, a citywide search for nitrogen bottles quickly began. In less than half an hour, a large number of nitrogen bottles were gathered in the West District. Ding Ziyu and others simply threw the nitrogen bottles into the ant swarm, and many iron fire ants died under the icy attack of the nitrogen. Those big iron fire ants have inner Dan inside them, take action quickly while no one is paying attention. The Eye of Truth quickly reminded Ding Ziyu. Throwing bottles was such a simple task, others could do it, and his absence wouldn't reduce much combat power. Ding Ziyu looked behind him and saw a large area filled with the bodies of iron fire ants, with no less than 10 sizable ones. Their bodies had been frozen into several segments. Ding Ziyu walked up to the nearest big ant, struck down with a punch, and the iron fire ant's belly immediately shattered into countless pieces. With just a glance, he discovered a fire-red inner Dan the size of an egg, requiring hardly any effort. This inner Dan is good, it should help me increase my power a bit. Ding Ziyu felt that the inner Dan from the iron fire ant matched well with his cultivation of the diamond-glazed body. With the Eye of Truth suppressing the violent power of the inner Dan, his strength would definitely soar. Ding Ziyu's actions were very quick. Within a few minutes, he had collected 15 inner dawn. Then he joined in again, continuing to throw nitrogen bottles at those iron fire ants. Fortunately, these iron fire ants were not very intelligent. After being attacked, they would destroy everything that attacked them. If not for this, it wouldn't be easy to get rid of them. After a half day of busy work, the appearing swarm of iron fire ants was finally exterminated. As for whether a few iron fire ants were hiding in some corner or underground to escape, that remained unknown. In any case, Ding Ziyu gained huge rewards, acquiring 57 inner dawn. With these aids, he felt he could even directly elevate his rank to level 10. Of course, it would be even better if he could cultivate the diamond-glazed body to the bronze level. After gathering the team, Squad 18 received commendation from the Blind Box Management Bureau for being the first to find a solution to the iron fire ants. Not only did each person receive a reward of 10,000 dragon coins, but they also got an opportunity to learn a secret technique. Everyone in Squad 18 was excitedly shouting. Although they set out relatively late, they found a solution to the iron fire ants, and no team members died. Only a few people were injured, and it was not serious. In other teams, the casualties from this battle were considerable. It was said that the first two teams had suffered over half of their members, with several level 10 fighters dead. This shows how ferocious these iron fire ants really are. If it weren't for Ding Ziyu, Squad 18 would probably have paid a heavy price as well. Tonight, the entire team will have a dinner together, funded by the team. Captain Chen happily announced the news. Eating doesn't cost much, but he was most excited about getting another chance to learn a secret technique. There are many types of secret arts in the Blind Box Bureau, and many of them are very valuable. They are not comparable to the ordinary ones outside. Without making a major contribution, it's not easy to have the opportunity to learn these secret arts. Ultimately, in these times, having strength is the real deal. Everything else is less important. Chapter 33, Long-Term Investment. The dinner gathering was still very lively. All the members of Team 18 were present, occupying 2 large tables. Today, we successfully overcame the crisis and received praise from the Bureau. First, we need to sincerely thank our new brother, Ding Etienne. If it weren't for him unexpectedly discovering that nitrogen cylinders could kill those big ants, not only would we have missed this dinner, but many of our brothers might have perished. Captain Chen said seriously, looking at the casualties of other teams, many of which had over half of their members dead. Team 18 was undoubtedly lucky, and Captain Chen made a special thanks to Ding Ziyu, and there was nothing wrong with it. Once he finished speaking, the team members erupted in warm applause, which made Ding Ziyu blush deeply. He was not used to such a scene. Captain Chen, this award was just luck. Also, the brothers worked very hard. Ding Ziyu didn't dare to take all the credit, after all, he was just a newcomer. He would likely need his teammates' help many times in the future. Brother Ding, don't be humble. In these times, luck is also very important. People without luck don't live long. Think about that person who led those big ants today, and the people around him, how unjustly they died. Captain Chen's words really hit the mark. By the way, we also got the opportunity to learn a secret art. Such opportunities are rare, and everyone must make sure to seize this chance. Learning a secret art will significantly improve our combat power. Everyone should think carefully about which type of secret art suits them the most, because the Bureau can't let us try every single one. I estimate that no one will be able to try more than 3 secret arts, so before speaking, make sure to consider your own situation carefully. Don't choose blindly. If none of the 3 fit, then the opportunity will be wasted. Captain Chen knew the Bureau's reward system well, so he gave everyone a heads up in advance. After warriors awaken their powers and slowly rise in rank, they will gradually become clear about their cultivation path. They will have some sense of which secret arts suit them best. The opportunity to choose 3 is already quite good. Whether or not one can seize it truly depends on luck and the accuracy of the choice. Captain, I actually have a secret art here, one that I opened from the blind box. But I'm not compatible with it. If any of the brothers are interested, they can try it. Ding Ziyu actually had two secret arts, both obtained from Guan Diren's spatial ring. After being appraised by the Eye of Truth, one was quite valuable but incompatible with Ding Ziyu. The other was a very ordinary secret art, which the Eye of Truth deemed to have no cultivation value. The one Ding Ziyu was about to take out was the ordinary one, called Mountain Breaking Fist. What the Eye of Truth didn't value might still be good for ordinary martial artists. Ding Ziyu felt that most martial artists who focused on strength should be able to be compatible with Mountain Breaking Fist, including himself. It was just that the Eye of Truth didn't think Ding Ziyu should waste time on such a poor secret art. Brother Ding, you're willing to share such a good thing? If you auction it, it could easily sell for several tens of thousands of dragon coins. Gao Xinyu, seeing Ding Ziyu take it out, quickly reminded him kindly. It's okay, I am also new here. In the future, I will rely on you brothers even more. This is just a little gift to everyone as a greeting. Ding Ziyu was really not short on money now. Once he got familiar with the management bureau people, would he still be worried about not making money later? Seeing Ding Ziyu act so generously, everyone's affection for him immediately increased. A person who is lucky and generous with their actions is definitely very popular. Now, everyone gathered around, and after testing one by one, they found that nearly half of the people could resonate with the Mountain Opening Fist. It truly was a big benefit for Team 18. Brothers, listen to me. Captain Shin pressed down several excited team members, then spoke seriously. Brother Ding is really loyal, but we can't treat Brother Ding too unfairly either. This Mountain Opening Fist will be placed on Team 18's public account. As long as you can resonate with it, any member of Team 18 can learn it. However, anyone who learns this secret skill needs to pay Brother Ding 5,000 dragon coins. 5,000 dragon coins to learn a secret skill, this kind of good thing, no one will have any problem with it, right? Once Captain Shen said this, the whole team cheered. 5,000 dragon coins wasn't a big expense for the Blind Box Bureau team members. If they could get a secret skill in return, it was a huge bargain. This way, the teams who couldn't resonate with the skill felt better inside. After all, they didn't learn it and didn't have to pay for it. For Ding Ziyu, it was even more profitable. Now there were more than 10 people who could resonate with this secret skill, and with 5,000 from each of them, he had already covered his costs. But Team 18 wouldn't always be these same people. There might be some casualties during missions, and new members would join in the future. For Ding Ziyu, this skill, which seemed unremarkable, could bring long-term profits, so why not take advantage of it? Brother Ding, we won't have any objections to this arrangement, right? Captain Chan looked at Ding Ziyu and asked. Everything depends on the captain's arrangements. But this money is a bit too much. Half of the profits from this skill should go to our team's public account. In the future, if any brother has a skill they don't use, they can bring it out as a benefit for Team 18, Ding Ziyu said. He was really good at dealing with people, a piece of advice his grandfather often gave him. A person can't take all the benefits for themselves, otherwise, they will easily provoke jealousy from others. Heh, Brother Ding is straightforward. Let's do as you say. Who knows, maybe in the future our Team 18 can get more secret skills and become the strongest team in the Ningqing Blind Box Bureau, Captain Chen said, fantasizing about the future. If his team had more and more secret skills, the captain's strength would definitely grow stronger gradually. As the saying goes, only the strong survive. Warriors who learn these secret skills would become stronger, and their chances of surviving missions would increase. Ding Ziyu's action was a great start for Team 18. The whole gathering ended in a joyful atmosphere, and the members became much more harmonious. Especially toward Ding Ziyu, the newcomer, they all had a good impression. On the way back, team leader Gao Xinyu kept chatting with Ding Ziyu non-stop. Even Captain Shin joked, saying that team leader Gao was interested in Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu was so scared that he fled in a hurry. Even though he had a face that looked like someone in their 30s, deep down, he was still a pure and innocent young man. He couldn't handle a mature, generous woman like Gao Xinyu, who was bold enough to joke around with him. Chapter 34, Focus on Body Forging. After returning to the dormitory, Ding Ziyu quickly calmed down. Next, it was time to focus on improving his strength. Don't rush to improve your rank. Actually, the so-called rank system you set up is garbage. It only focuses on increasing a warrior's strength, but doesn't bring out the corresponding combat power. The Eye of Reality looked down on this. If I don't level up, how can I cultivate? Shouldn't so many inner pills be used? Ding Ziyu actually had no clear idea about how to cultivate. Even now, as a level 7 warrior, he still felt quite lost in the true warrior system. If it weren't for the Eye of Reality's assistance, he might not even find the direction for his training. Who said they can't be used? Focus your main energy on the diamond glaze body, and combine it with the ordinary body bone refinement technique. Strengthen your body first, and as your diamond glaze body improves, your rank will naturally progress. The Eye of Reality had already planned a training route with Ding Ziyu. Of course, it would be even better if he could get a powerful secret technique that suited him. You mean to use these inner pills as nourishment for cultivating the diamond glaze body? Don't we need those sacred bones from the Buddhist sect for that to work? Ding Ziyu asked in detail. In fact, his strength had mostly come from using Buddhist and Taoist items. For example, the formless sacred bone, diamond relic, and so on. Compared to these things, the inner pills from fire ants seemed much lower in grade. The super fire ant inner pills are also very good materials for refining the body. Just look at those super fire ants with inner pills, level 10 warriors charge at them and get nothing in return. Ding Ziyu thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. Ordinary fire ants could already make warriors below level 6 suffer greatly. Those fire ants as big as calves were quite fierce, and even the level 10 warrior Gaoxing Yu found it hard to handle them. Activate the diamond glaze body with all your might, I will help you digest those super fire ant inner pills. The Eye of Reality was very proactive and hoped that he could grow stronger quickly. Ding Ziyu took out all his inner pills, swallowing them one by one. If he followed his previous method, his strength would surely rise again. However, as the secret technique of the diamond glaze body operated, the special energy extracted from those inner pills was gathering into Ding Ziyu's bones. If Ding Ziyu could see it, he would find that the density of his bones was constantly increasing, becoming very compact. At the same time, his bones were also undergoing a transformation towards a bronze body, and the speed was quite fast. By the time he practiced until the early morning, This is the benefit of a strong body. Fundamentally, it's much stronger than others. It's a pity that the sky-blocking staff can't be cultivated yet. I still need to find a cultivation technique that suits me. Ding Ziyu said with some dissatisfaction. In his opinion, he should directly cultivate the mountain opening fist technique, but unfortunately, the Eye of Truth wouldn't let him learn it, thinking it would be a waste of time. With my current strength, I should be able to use the chef god's kitchen knife, right? Ding Ziyu was still quite tempted. Such a big kitchen knife would definitely be impressive when taken out. After all, who doesn't have a desire to show off when they're young? Maybe tomorrow you'll be able to choose a technique that suits you, the Eye of Truth comforted Ding Ziyu. Who knows? I just hope that the Blind Box Management Bureau is a bit better than the Southern City Martial Arts School, Ding Ziyu said with a mix of hope and worry. Early the next morning, all the members of Team 18 of the B team gathered. They were supposed to go on patrol today, but since they had been on duty yesterday, today they made appropriate adjustments. Brother Ding, thank you. After cultivating the mountain opening fist technique, I feel my combat strength has clearly improved. I can now better exert my strength. A team member walked over and sincerely thanked Ding Ziyu. You're too kind, brother. It's your talent that made such good progress overnight, Ding Ziyu replied humbly. After all, he had not only received money but had also done a favor for the whole team. After one night of cultivation, 5 or 6 people had mastered the basics. Ding Ziyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This so-called fist technique was truly a common one. Is everyone here? Let's go to the secret technique hall and collect our rewards. Captain Chen glanced at everyone and immediately led the way forward. Soon, they arrived in front of a heavily guarded building. Not only was it built solidly, but there were also Marshal Saint-level experts stationed there. Director Liu, we're here to collect our secret techniques, Captain Chen said with a smiling face as he stepped forward. I knew you little brats couldn't wait. The catalog is ready for you. The old rule is that each person can only choose 3 techniques. Whether they suit you depends on your luck. Director Liu stepped aside to allow them in. The members of Team 18 took out their identification cards and verified their entry. Ding Ziyu followed a group of people inside. At first glance, he saw a large screen displaying the names of many secret techniques, and there were more than 100 in total. As expected, the Blind Box Management Bureau was extraordinary. The collection of secret techniques was far beyond what those local martial arts schools could compare to. Vajra Strength Godfist, Flowing Flower Flying Rainsword Technique, Finger Dip Divine Power, Cross Water Cutting Knife Technique. Ding Ziyu glanced over, feeling dizzy. There were too many names to take in all at once. First, ignore those flashy names. Don't be fooled by how impressive they sound, most of them are just tricks to deceive you, the Eye of Truth warned Ding Ziyu, telling him not to be deceived by the names. Chapter 35, 2 Secret Techniques. How can I tell which ones are good just by the names? I'll just read them out one by one and see if any secret techniques sound familiar to you, Ding Ziyu said. He himself was quite impressed by the names of the techniques, they all sounded very grand and prestigious. Sai, look at you, you've never seen the world. If you had learned that Buddhist technique from Cheng Tian, you'd be doing great things, the Eye of Truth continued to regret Ding Ziyu's choices. Such opportunities were rare, and if missed, he might never encounter them again. Ding Ziyu didn't want to waste time arguing about useless things. He continued reading the names of the secret techniques one by one to the Eye of Truth. Stop, stop, stop. Record that Golden Zen Buddha finger, it seems promising. After Ding Ziyu read over 50 secret techniques, the Eye of Truth finally spoke up. However, this name wasn't as impressive as the others, it sounded much more straightforward and peaceful. Ding Ziyu wrote down the secret technique on paper, then continued to read on. About 2 or 3 minutes later, prompted by the true eye, he recorded another secret technique called Xuanwu technique. From this name alone, you can't see anything at all, you don't even know which area the secret technique belongs to. In any case, since the true eye prompted him to record it, he did so. After that, Ding Ziyu finished reading all the secret techniques, and the true eye didn't say anything more. More than 100 secret techniques, and you only picked out 2? Aren't you being too picky? Look at those fancy names of secret techniques, isn't there one that catches your eye? Ding Ziyu felt a bit speechless. In his view, randomly picking would yield many secret techniques that looked impressive. The true eye seemed completely disinterested in those flashy named techniques. You don't understand, those great figures from the past often named their techniques very modestly, just to catch the enemy off guard during an attack. If you make a name so impressive that it's obvious what it is, won't others be on guard against you? The true eye had its own ideas. In its view, real powerful individuals were quite low-key. Only those with little skill tended to show off, afraid that others wouldn't know what powerful secret techniques they possessed. But the techniques of such people often weren't impressive. What if a powerful person just likes to choose impressive names? Ding Ziyu was a bit unconvinced. Everyone's thoughts are different, there are indeed experts who like to show off. No kidding, if there really are those flashy names with strong attack power secret techniques, would I not know? The true eye's words completely shut Ding Ziyu up. Given its insights, perhaps what it said made some sense. At that moment, Gao Xinyu leaned over, looked at the 2 secret techniques Ding Ziyu chose, and curiously asked, "You only chose 2 after such a long time? It doesn't seem very impressive, are these techniques really useful? Hurry up, there's only a few minutes left." "I don't know how to choose, just guessing, if it doesn't fit, then there's no other way." Ding Ziyu naturally wouldn't tell the truth. To make up 3 secret techniques, he chose another technique called Vajra Subduing Demon Fist, which carried Buddhist themes, and then submitted the chosen techniques along with everyone else. Looking at the other team members, almost all of them picked techniques that looked very impressive, names that sounded incredibly powerful. Some good people even chose the same techniques, and the compatibility test would be done one by one. The technique Ding Ziyu submitted wasn't chosen by anyone, so the compatibility test quickly called his name. Ding Ziyu tested the first technique, Golden Zen Buddha Finger, and the results came out in less than a minute. The compatibility was quite high, almost ready for immediate cultivation. Then he tested Xuanwu technique, this time taking 3 minutes, which also had good compatibility. What surprised Ding Ziyu was that the technique Vajra Subduing Demon Fist, which had obvious Buddhist elements, was actually not compatible with him, which made him feel quite strange. By rights, with his situation, secret techniques related to Buddhism should rarely be incompatible. He didn't know whether this Vajra Subduing Demon Fist was a fake. This incident somewhat confirmed the true eye's comments. Those with impressive names basically had nothing substantial. Which one should I choose? Ding Ziyu asked the true eye, eagerly wishing to learn both techniques. But he could only take one as a reward, that was unavoidable. Given your situation, what you lack most right now are technique-based secret techniques. The help you get from Golden Zen Buddha Finger is the most obvious. This secret technique is very intuitive, it's easy to see that it's a Buddhist Taoist finger technique. As for Xianwu technique, I don't actually know what kind of secret technique it is, but based on my feeling, it should be something good. The words of the true eye were like speaking to no one. Ding Ziyu thought it over and decided to learn Golden Zen Buddha Finger. After all, the risk with Xianwu technique was a bit high. If it didn't have what he wanted, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Kid, I can see you're hesitating. Actually, you can choose both secret techniques together. But according to the management rules, you need to buy one of the techniques for 200,000 dragon coins. Seeing Ding Ziyu's conflicted face, Director Lu couldn't help but add another comment. 200,000 dragon coins, that's so expensive? Ding Ziyu was a bit taken aback when he heard the price. Secret techniques at auctions outside usually went for under 100,000. The Blind Box Management Bureau actually wanted 200,000, and that was the price for internal staff. It felt quite unreasonable. Don't compare the secret techniques outside with ours. The techniques here are all from blind boxes. Each one is authentic. As long as it fits, you can practice it. Director Lu could tell Ding Ziyu was hesitant. 200,000 dragon coins was indeed a large sum. Many team leaders wouldn't even be able to afford it. After all, their expenses were also high, and at the end of the month, they didn't have much left. The thing is, in this kind of environment, how many people would actually save money? What if they suddenly die one day? Who would get the money then? So most people live like a white moonlight. Director Lu guessed that Ding Ziyu, being in his 30s, might have saved some money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to remind him. 200,000 dragon coins, fine, I'll buy it. Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth and decided to take out 200,000 dragon coins. After all, that money came from Guan Diren's hands. Since the true I said Xianwu technique was worth a gamble, he decided to take a chance. What if it turned out to be something amazing? Good, go and pay. The imprint copies of both secret techniques are only valid for 1 month. You must memorize everything within a month. After 1 month, the imprint copies will self-destruct. Whether you can learn it depends on your own ability. Chapter 36 Simplified Version. Since he didn't need to go on street patrol that day, Ding Ziyu returned to his workstation after getting the 2 secret technique imprints. Worried that he wouldn't be able to memorize both techniques within the month, Ding Ziyu immediately started studying. He also involved the true eye to help him enhance his memory. This golden Zen Buddha finger is perfect for you right now. It will allow you to fully unleash the power of the diamond glass body. After understanding part of the content, the true eye made an accurate judgment. This secret technique was divided into 2 major parts. The first part teaches how to strengthen your finger strength. This part was easy for Ding Ziyu to grasp because it was very similar to the diamond glass body. With enough practice, he should be able to master it quickly. As for how long it would take to meet the requirements of the secret technique, that depended on personal talent and how hard one practiced. Anyway, after understanding the first half, Ding Ziyu felt very confident in himself. The second part teaches how to use your finger strength. Starting with simple grips, and gradually concentrating all the power into a few fingers. This includes the widely used 2-finger Zen and 1-finger Zen from the Buddhist tradition, all of which come from this technique. According to this secret technique, if you cultivate it to a high level, you can concentrate all your strength into 1 finger. With 1 finger, piercing through gold and iron would be an easy feat. But to reach this level, if one is not strong enough, it is forever impossible to achieve. The Vajra-glazed body is the foundation of cultivating this secret technique, and it is obvious that Ding Ziyu made the right choice. No wonder he almost didn't spend much time before being able to align with this secret technique. There's a reason for it. After understanding the golden Zen Buddha finger, Ding Ziyu opened the mysterious Xianwu art. At this point, Ding Ziyu was truly confused. He recognized all the characters, but when combined, he still couldn't understand what was being said. What exactly is this Xianwu art about? Ding Ziyu could only ask the Eye of Truth for help. However, this time, the Eye of Truth did not respond to his question right away. After several minutes, the Eye of Truth finally came back to its senses. I didn't expect it. This Xianwu art is actually a simplified version of the Supreme Buddhist secret technique Void Technique. Kid, you're lucky, you found another treasure. What is the Void Technique? And it's also a supreme secret technique, it sounds impressive. Ding Ziyu had a confused look, never having heard anything related to it. Perhaps no one in the Blind Box Management Bureau even recognizes the value of this Xianwu art, otherwise it wouldn't be placed among these ordinary secret techniques. The Void Technique is known as the supreme secret technique of the Buddhist sect, and it teaches how to cultivate the Buddhist state of mind. Let me explain it like this: some of the most common Buddhist verses, the Bodhi tree is not a tree, and the bright mirror is not a platform, originally there is nothing, where can dust settle? These are the descriptions of the state of mind in Void Technique. It is the essential practice for Buddhist monks, and only by having clarity in the state of mind can one reach the highest realm. You've gained this Xianwu art, which is a great opportunity. Now that you've built a solid foundation, if you get the Void Technique in the future, cultivating it will become much easier, and you'll be able to enter the path with ease. The explanation from the Eye of Truth left Ding Ziyu a bit dazed. It sounded very profound and scholarly. But he still couldn't quite understand the specifics. If this continues, won't I only be able to become a monk in the future? Ding Ziyu still felt somewhat reluctant. He hadn't married a wife yet, how could he easily become a monk? What do you know, without the tempering of worldly desires, how could you easily become a true Buddhist? Buddhism emphasizes following the fate, just do what your heart desires. As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. As long as the Buddha is in your heart, even if you are amidst the vast world of desires, no dust will cling to you. The Eye of Truth was now spitting out what it had just read from the Xianwu art. Anyway, it was more than enough to bluff Ding Ziyu. When Ding Ziyu heard that he didn't need to become a monk, he immediately felt relieved. As for the rest, it wasn't important for now. Besides, if the Void Technique is really the supreme Buddhist secret technique, how could it be so easy to obtain? What he needed to do now was to make himself stronger as soon as possible. Whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, as long as it was useful to him, it didn't matter. After quickly browsing through the 2 secret techniques, Ding Ziyu put them away. With the help of the Eye of Truth, it shouldn't take too long to memorize these 2 techniques. As for cultivation, that could wait for a free time. Now was the time to deceive, and it was easy to be disturbed, so it wasn't suitable for cultivation. Ding Ziyu glanced at everyone's situation. Actually, they were all the same. After obtaining the secret techniques they wanted, most just glanced at them briefly before putting them away. Leader Gao, can I ask you a question? Ding Ziyu casually asked as he approached Gao Xinyu. What do you want to know? Gao Xinyu responded with a kind attitude. In fact, every new member usually had a lot of questions. She was used to it by now. Does our bureau go out to capture criminals? Like those who are wanted? Ding Ziyu asked. Criminals? Actually, in these times, unless it is a serious crime, who would take those messy things seriously? Such matters are usually handled by the A-team, but they rarely get involved, and most of the time, the wanted notices are just for show. If the victim is willing to pay, we put up some notices, but whether they catch the wanted person or not, nobody can say for sure. The most important factor in this is actually profit. Gao Xinyu spoke very bluntly. The current society was rebuilt after the collapse of the original order, and many things had not been truly implemented. Take the so-called crime, for example. As long as the person committing the offense doesn't do something so evil that it enrages everyone, who would care about it? As long as you want to open a blind box, anyone can accidentally commit a crime. Opening a dangerous item is easy and can harm others. Ding Ziyu and his grandfather being wanted was simply a matter of the Zhou family paying money to the administration bureau. In fact, the people at the Blind Box Administration Bureau hardly cared about such matters. Unless the head of the team was from the Zhou family. Ding Ziyu understood that he and his grandfather were just insignificant people who had only killed a spoiled son of the Zhou family. It wasn't a big deal at all. Unless they had huge interests related to the Blind Box Administration Bureau, they wouldn't go around catching people for such a small matter. Can the Administration Bureau help find people? Ding Ziyu asked again. He really wanted to find his grandfather, to see the person alive and the corpse if dead. Chapter 37, Searching for a Person. Do you want to find your family? Gao Xinyu looked at Ding Ziyu with some surprise. Considering his situation, as long as he didn't encounter a strong enemy, he should be able to protect his family. But these days, accidents happen frequently, and even they themselves could encounter danger at any time. Once someone goes missing, it's very hard to find them again. The Administration Bureau can of course help find people, but the price is very high, and they don't guarantee that they will find the person you are looking for. If you really want to find your family, I suggest you go to those new media outlets and have them spread the news. It's much more effective than having the Blind Box Administration look for people. Additionally, you can have professional search organizations help you, and it will cost much less. Gao Xinyu was really thinking for Ding Ziyu, pointing out a clear path for him. Thank you, beautiful Gao. I know what to do now. Ding Ziyu's social experience was indeed not very rich. He had never encountered such a thing and naturally didn't know where to start. Looking for new media to help find people was unlikely, not because Ding Ziyu was unwilling to spend the money. It was just that if new media spread the message, it could easily lead the Zhou family, this huge force, to surface. The reliable method was to find those professional search organizations, perhaps their efficiency would be higher. If you're really in a hurry, you should handle it yourself. Today, there shouldn't be too much to do, and if anything really comes up, I can handle it for you. Gao Xinyu saw Ding Ziyu frown and knew he must be worried about something. In his 30s, it was common to have both elderly parents and young children. Losing a family member was nothing unusual. Thank you, Captain Gao. I'll leave now. Ding Ziyu didn't stand on ceremony. He quickly left the administration bureau. There were actually quite a few professional search organizations in Danning City. These days, people disappear all the time, and helping to find people was a very popular industry. Ding Ziyu casually searched online and immediately found a huge list of search organizations, which made him dizzy. Ding Ziyu spent 150,000 dragon coins to commission 3 search organizations to help find his grandfather. He hoped they could expand the search range a little, maybe they would have some results. However, when Ding Ziyu was leaving the 3rd search organization, he was targeted by someone with ill intentions. It turned out that there was a person from the Zhou family in the organization, and this person was very close to the deceased Zhou Yuqing. This person knew that the Zhou family had offered a reward to capture Ding Shichen, and he thought that this matter had already passed. However, he never expected that someone would come out looking for Ding Shichen. This man didn't recognize Ding Ziyu, but since Ding Ziyu was willing to pay to find someone, it was at least possible to conclude that this person must be related to Ding Shichen. After Ding Ziyu left, this man immediately sent the information back to the Zhou family. On the street, Ding Ziyu was soon blocked by several martial artists. Seeing the special attire of the Zhou family, Ding Ziyu immediately understood the identity of the visitors. "Brother, please show your identity badge," said a 9th-tier martial artist, approaching with no politeness. When Ding Ziyu left, he had changed out of his Blind Box Management Bureau uniform and only wore the insignia that represented him as a 7th-tier martial artist to reduce trouble. What identity do you have? Why should you check my identity badge? Seeing that the people were unfriendly, Ding Ziyu was no longer polite. He was now an official staff member of the Blind Box Management Bureau, and according to rules, he should be the one checking others, but now he was being questioned instead. Me? I'm the captain of the third guard team of the Zhou family, Zhu Tao. Kid, you better behave, or don't blame us for being rude, said the man with arrogance. A dog of the Zhou family, and you've become so arrogant. Take out your identity badges. You are acting aggressively in public. As a representative of the Blind Box Management Bureau, I officially arrest you. Ding Ziyu took out his Blind Box Management Bureau badge and waved it. Immediately, these people were intimidated. Many people around them looked over. The authority of the Blind Box Management Bureau was still very high. If Ding Ziyu shouted out loud, there was a chance that a powerful person might step forward to help. Zhu Tao was also stunned. He truly didn't expect this guy to be a staff member of the Blind Box Management Bureau. If he had known earlier, they wouldn't have dared to block him so easily. Your identity badge is fake, right? Who knows where you got this badge from? Zhu Tao quickly denied Ding Ziyu's identity. If Ding Ziyu gained the upper hand, things would be troublesome. No matter how powerful the Zhou family was, they couldn't compare to the Blind Box Management Bureau. So, he directly turned the tables and pushed Ding Ziyu into an unfavorable situation. Impersonating a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau was a serious crime. Anyway, they had more people, and their own cultivation was higher than this guy's. As long as they restrained him, it would still be their word. Ding Ziyu didn't bother arguing with him. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Although there were several people from the Zhou family surrounding him, the only real threat to him was Zhu Tao. His actual tier was only one level higher than Ding Ziyu's, and he wasn't much stronger. A mere 7th tier martial artist dares to make a move? Seeking death. Zhu Tao sneered. From the tier perspective, he was 2 levels higher than his opponent. There was nothing to worry about. What he feared was that Ding Ziyu wouldn't fight and would instead argue about his identity. Although he claimed that Ding Ziyu's identity was fake, he was still a bit uneasy inside. If he could capture Ding Ziyu and destroy his identity badge later, many things would become easier. Zhu Tao was confident and directly grabbed Ding Ziyu's fist. However, he didn't expect that Ding Ziyu's punch was much stronger than he anticipated. Crack! A light sound rang out. Zhu Tao felt a sharp pain in his hand, almost having his arm broken by Ding Ziyu's punch. Brothers, let's go together. Zhu Tao retreated 3 steps, needing to buy some time. He had no choice but to have the others block in front of him. Several Zhou family guards immediately lunged at Ding Ziyu. Some attacked his back, while others launched attacks from the sides. The sound of punches whooshed through the air, and the strength was at least above 5 segments, quite impressive. Ding Ziyu reacted quickly, turning around in a spin punch, not only packed with power but also astonishing speed. At this moment, the advantage of the diamond-glazed body was evident. When these people clashed their fists with him, it felt like hitting pure refined gold steel. One person's arm was broken, while the other 2 gritted their teeth in pain. Clearly, they had launched a sneak attack first, but unexpectedly, it was them who suffered the loss. Ding Ziyu hit back a few henchmen and turned to charge at Zhu Tao again. This time, he put in all his strength, and the sound of his punch breaking through the air was incredibly strong, the air roaring with force. Seeing how fierce Ding Ziyu was, Zhu Tao instinctively wanted to dodge. He was very clear that he couldn't take this punch. However, his speed was unable to avoid Ding Ziyu's attack, and in a rush, he had to turn around and take it head-on. Zhu Tao's strength was not much of an advantage to begin with, and in a panic, he found it hard to exert force. Ding Ziyu smashed another punch onto his arm, and a piercing pain immediately coursed through him. His entire arm felt somewhat uncontrollable. This was the disadvantage of having bones that weren't strong enough. In contrast, Ding Ziyu felt no pain in his hands. Seizing the opportunity, he landed several punches that knocked Zhu Tao to the ground. Ding Ziyu took out the standard smart wristband from the Blind Box Management Bureau and directly locked Zhu Tao up. Now, the onlookers finally reacted. It turned out this guy was indeed a staff member of the Blind Box Management Bureau. The Zhou family had quite the nerve, daring to attack them openly on the street. Ding Ziyu had initially wanted to check out the blind box market, but that was clearly not possible now. He took several people back to the Management Bureau directly. What's going on? You went out and brought back a few troublemakers? Captain Shen hurried over when he saw Ding Ziyu returning while escorting some people. In fact, he recognized at a glance that these were from the Zhou family. They openly attacked a staff member of the Blind Box Management Bureau on the street. Even after I revealed my identity, they still attacked me. Such people should not be tolerated, Ding Ziyu explained, his reasoning sound and ample. No. We thought he was impersonating a staff member of the Blind Box Management Bureau. After all, he wasn't wearing a uniform. This is really a misunderstanding. Xu Tao quickly explained. To be honest, this wasn't a big deal, and though Ding Ziyu didn't mention any deeper issues, he certainly wouldn't say anything either. Just saying it's a misunderstanding does not make it so? When several people ambushed me, they didn't hold back, yet now they know it's a misunderstanding? All of you squat down, I didn't let you speak. Ding Ziyu kicked each person, though not too hard, it was enough to make them uncomfortable. This was the Internal Management Bureau, even if the Zhou family was arrogant, they wouldn't dare to create trouble here. Captain Chen did not stop Ding Ziyu and waited until he finished kicking before pulling him aside. Ding brother, this matter isn't all that serious. They did attack you, but you dealt with them, so this should be considered done. If you still feel unsatisfied, you could fine them, but that's about all that can be done, Captain Chen said softly. Ding Ziyu also understood that it wasn't easy to handle them openly. Captain Chen's proactive communication was probably out of concern for the Zhou family, who had people in the Blind Box Management Bureau. Just then, before they could finish speaking, a man in his 40s or 50s walked over. Xiao Chen, I heard that your team has caught a few people from the Zhou family's guard team. What happened? Captain Zhou, we've basically got the facts straight, it's just a misunderstanding. Captain Chen, upon seeing the newcomer, clearly felt a bit less confident. Oh, it was a misunderstanding. But why did you still hurt someone? Zhou Ju glanced at Zhu Tao and the others, a displeased expression on his face. When Zhu Tao and the others were caught, the Zhou family had already sent word to him. Zhou Ju was the captain of the Blind Box Management Bureau's operation team, a mid-level official. It was only natural for him to handle this matter. Upon hearing Zhou Ju's words, Captain Chen finally noticed that the members of the Zhou family's guard team were injured. Especially Zhu Tao, whose arm clearly showed signs of a fracture. This guy was a 9th Dan martial artist, yet he was injured by a 7th Dan martial artist. Quite pathetic. At the same time, Captain Chen couldn't help but view Ding Ziyu with a bit more respect. He hadn't expected the guy to not only have excellent talent but also possess strong combat power. The most important thing was, Ding Ziyu knew how to win people over. In just one day, he had already gained the recognition of most of the team. They couldn't even take one move, can you blame me for that? If you don't have the strength, don't start a fight. Otherwise, if you get beaten, you'll have to pay for it. Ding Ziyu said coldly. He didn't recognize this show captain, nor did he want to care about him. After all, he wasn't directly under his command, so he had no right to interfere. How shameful. Zhou Ju, hearing that Ding Ziyu and his team had been injured after just one move, felt his face burn with embarrassment. Since it was a misunderstanding, I'll take them with me. From now on, keep your eyes open, don't provoke everyone, or you'll regret it. Zhou Ju scolded Zhu Tao and the others as he walked away. But anyone with half a brain could tell he was actually speaking to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu furrowed his brows, realizing that his feud with the Zhou family was only getting deeper. It was certain that the Zhou family would come after him again. It seemed that he needed to take the initiative from now on. Second master, who is that kid exactly? He's spending money looking for Ding Shichen's whereabouts, the old man who killed Zhou Yuqing, our young master. We got the news and rushed over, but we didn't expect this guy to be so troublesome. Useless. You can't even deal with a 7th Dan martial artist, and you let him get caught and brought to the management bureau. I've checked, this kid's name is Ding Yitian, he's probably related to that Ding Shichen. Forget about this for now, just wait for the right opportunity and take him out. Zhou Ju said darkly. Zhou Yuqing was a Zhou family member under his direct line. He had originally wanted to nurture him, but unexpectedly, he was killed. The wanted order from the management bureau was also something he helped with, but they hadn't caught him yet. To his surprise, a relative of the Ding family ended up working at the Blind Box Management Bureau. Ding Ziyu didn't know that Zhou Ju had already decided to kill him. He wasn't feeling great either, so after saying goodbye to Gao Xingyu, he left work early. The Zhou family must be dealt with. Ding Ziyu decided to visit the largest blind box market in Danning City to see if he could find something useful. The blind box market covered a huge area, and even at noon, it was still bustling with activity. As Ding Ziyu walked through, he felt a bit dizzy from the overwhelming sights. This blind box has a little chicken. Ugh, this blind box actually has a woman's corpse. The Eye of Truth kept updating Ding Ziyu with information. A corpse? From when? Won't it rot in the blind box? Ding Ziyu asked, curious. Although it wasn't surprising to see all kinds of strange items in blind boxes, he was still a bit taken aback. It's a mummy, probably from a very long time ago. The Eye of Truth didn't pay much attention but added when Ding Ziyu inquired. No, this body was likely poisoned with a special poison. The toxicity is extremely strong and shouldn't be touched easily. What poison is that strong? Are you all afraid? Ding Ziyu became interested upon hearing this. It should be a kind of peculiar poison pill, with extremely strong spread ability. If exposed to the air, it could easily poison and kill those around. Chapter 39, The Crimson-Scaled Giant Snake. A poison that can spread in the air, how fierce must it be? Ding Ziyu thought for a moment. After all, he had never heard of such a poison. If it were in powder form, it would make sense. But the true I said it was a pill poison, isn't that in pill form? So the poison on the corpse can still spread? Ding Ziyu asked carefully. The corpse has been well preserved, and the poison hasn't diminished much. If it's taken out, it should be able to poison a whole group of people. The true I answered seriously. Ding Ziyu immediately made a decision to buy this blind box. As long as he was prepared, he could open the corpse, throw it at the Zhou family, and it would surely have an unexpected effect. He thought, anyway, he had already made an enemy of the Zhou family. If he didn't strike first, they would find a way to kill him. In this day and age, there is no such thing as innocent or guilty, just different stands. A white light blind box wasn't worth much, so Ding Ziyu casually bought it and continued to look further. This time, after walking for a long time, he found nothing of interest until he saw a deep blue box. Finally, he found something a bit intriguing. This blind box contains a crimson-scaled giant snake. It's a bit strong, no one below the martial saint level can stop it. The true I revealed the contents of the blind box. How should I release it without being attacked? Ding Ziyu had already made up his mind to release this crimson-scaled giant snake at the Zhou family, letting it have some fun for a while. This is a bit tricky. It's best to have someone else open it. The true I didn't provide a workable solution. Normally, the person who opens a blind box is its first beneficiary. If they're unlucky, they are the first victim. If someone opens this box, the crimson-scaled giant snake will attack them first. Ding Ziyu felt a bit of a headache. Not many people who weren't desperate would casually open a blind box. Because often, opening a blind box could mean life or death. Without preparation, opening a blind box was a suicidal act. If it weren't for this, there wouldn't be such a huge blind box market. But human nature loves gambling, and there are always people who think their luck is better than others. It's not much different from gambling. If you want to change your fate, you have to be brave, willing to fight, and only with the courage to die can you potentially be reborn and change your destiny. Forget it, just buy it first. Ding Ziyu bargained and finally bought the blind box for 8,000 dragon coins. With something on his mind, he wasn't in the mood to wander around the blind box market, so he quickly left. Ding Ziyu searched the streets, looking for those with a heavy gambling nature. Even if he had to pay some price, it would be acceptable. However, after searching for several people, he was unsuccessful. Either they asked for too high a price, wanting money without opening the box, or upon hearing the location to open the box, they immediately refused. Ding Ziyu, of course, wouldn't say that he wanted to open the box at the Zhou family. If he did, those guys would probably run away faster. Could it really be that I have to open the box myself? If it doesn't work, just leave it for now and wait for the right opportunity to act. The true I didn't want Ding Ziyu to take any risks. Although it didn't mind Ding Ziyu dealing with the Zhou family, if the cost was too high, it wouldn't be worth it. The Zhou family should have a special blind box storage warehouse. How about finding an opportunity to put this blind box in there? Ding Ziyu recalled the situation with the Zhou family. They indeed have a blind box warehouse. Inside the warehouse are mostly special blind boxes that were bought through a sort of unique investment. If something good happens to be opened, the family will benefit from it too. How are you going to get into the Zhou family's blind box warehouse? The guards are really strict. Well, there's a corpse. If we open that corpse and leave it near the warehouse, maybe the guards will fall for it. Ding Ziyu's mind worked quickly. Toxicity only works when people are caught off guard. These days, there are many antitoxins, so even a simple gas mask can be very effective. Since you want to do it, go ahead. This dark blue blind box has some value, maybe someone from the Zhou family will actually want to open it. Ding Ziyu bought the necessary items and headed towards the northwest city. With the experience from last time, getting into the Zhou family was actually simple, as long as he wasn't recognized. Ding Ziyu found a makeup expert and had her alter his face shape. After some work, his appearance changed dramatically. Anyone who wasn't very familiar with him would find it extremely difficult to recognize him. By evening, Ding Ziyu jumped into the same garden as last time. With his growing strength, the wall was no longer any obstacle, he easily jumped over. Reaching the back of the blind box warehouse, Ding Ziyu took out the gas mask, put it on, then brought out the corpse and tossed it behind the warehouse. The place was dim, and it was hard to spot anything. Ding Ziyu still had to figure out a way to trick the guards into coming over. So, Ding Ziyu broke a tree nearby with a punch, then quickly left. There were 4 guards watching the warehouse today, all members of the Zhou family's guard team. The noise from the back of the warehouse immediately caught their attention. Could someone be doing something back there? Send 2 people to check it out. The squad leader became alert. Others had tried to target the blind box warehouse before, so they couldn't be careless. The warehouse stored special blind boxes, and selling them could bring in a lot of money. However, the two people the squad leader sent out did not return for a long time, almost as if they had disappeared. What's going on? There's no noise. What are these two guys doing? The squad leader became anxious and walked toward the back of the warehouse himself. This man had the same result, he went and never came back. Ding Ziyu was watching from afar. When he saw this, he immediately walked over boldly. Stop. This is the blind box warehouse. No trespassing. The guard stopped Ding Ziyu when he was still more than 10 meters away. Bro, something happened to them behind the warehouse. Are you sure you're not going to take a look? Ding Ziyu lowered his voice. The guard was startled. Then I definitely can't go, I'll wait for someone else to come. This guard wasn't easily fooled, he wasn't moved at all. While the guard was speaking, Ding Ziyu suddenly rushed forward in a quick step, easily twisting the man's neck. With his current strength, doing such a thing was very easy. Ding Ziyu dragged the guard to the back of the warehouse, took off his clothes, and put them on himself, leaving the corpse near the others. Ding Ziyu searched the squad leader's body and found a card, which was likely the key to the warehouse's smart lock. Just as he was about to leave, he discovered that the squad leader wasn't dead, he still had a breath left. Opening a blind box required a living person, tools alone couldn't open it. Hey! The person who opens the box is about to arrive. Ding Ziyu's heart lifted with joy, immediately taking the small team leader further away to prevent the continuous harm from the poison. He then took out the deep blue mystery box, placing his hand above the lid, just waiting for his hand to naturally fall down. At the moment he let go, Ding Ziyu used all his strength and quickly ran forward to avoid being eaten by the approaching red-scaled giant snake. He had just taken 3 steps when a huge noise came from behind, as if some giant object had fallen from the sky. Ding Ziyu was running very fast, not even daring to look back. When he reached the warehouse door, he immediately used his access card to open the door, then rushed in without thinking. In just that short time, a loud noise came from outside, as if a heavy truck had passed by. Damn, that was dangerous. With such little strength, I should do fewer things like this in the future. Ding Ziyu breathed a long sigh of relief, his gaze turning to the inside of the warehouse. There weren't many mystery boxes inside, maybe just a few dozen. However, most of them were special mystery boxes, some with strange shapes, others with odd colors. Ding Ziyu quickly scanned the area and soon selected a few high-value mystery boxes, placing them into his space ring. When he ran out of the mystery box warehouse, he saw that the distant area had already turned into chaos. A giant snake, more than 20 meters long and about a meter in diameter, was attacking the crowd approaching it. This creature had striking red scales, and occasionally, flames would rise from its body, easily setting nearby things on fire. Let them fight it out themselves. I won't get involved, Ding Ziyu decided, intending to sneak out amidst the chaos. He wasn't going to get involved with this mess anymore. Seeing the red-scaled giant snake's ferocity, Ding Ziyu realized the Zhou family wouldn't make it through without losing some people. In such a short time, he had already seen it kill several bodyguards. It seemed this creature had been hungry for too long and attacked anyone it saw, swallowing them in one bite, crunching them so easily that it didn't even chew much. The Zhou family was already in a panic, urgently calling for experts to come to their aid. After Ding Ziyu left, an expert in red clothing rushed over from a distance. A very vivid dragon was embroidered on the red clothes, standing out quite a bit. As soon as this person arrived, he threw a fierce punch at the red-scaled giant snake, actually causing the snake's head to tilt, almost crashing to the ground. Damn, the Zhou family has such a fierce person? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but take a second look. This person seemed even fiercer than the tyrant of the West City. This person has the strength of a martial saint at the 7th stage. He probably won't be able to kill the red-scaled giant snake, but it's likely he can drive it away, said the True Eye, offering the final assessment. Ding Ziyu felt a little depressed, not expecting that he hadn't been able to trap the Zhou family. This family was indeed a bit unfathomable, with quite a few experts inside. Since they have such experts, why didn't they dare to go head-to-head with Guan Diren that night? Ding Ziyu thought back to the events of that evening. This question troubled Ding Ziyu, so he stopped trying to think about it. He had been scheming to cause some trouble for the Zhou family, but it seemed he had failed. Fortunately, this trip wasn't entirely without gain. He had obtained a few good mystery boxes. After returning, he could slowly open them and should gain a large sum of wealth. Upon returning to the Mystery Box Management Bureau, Ding Ziyu happened to run into Gao Xinyu. Tomorrow there will be a big operation. Make sure to rest well tonight, Gao Xinyu said quickly upon seeing Ding Ziyu. What operation? Ding Ziyu asked immediately. This is temporarily confidential to avoid leaks. You'll know once we arrive at the location. Gao Xinyu didn't reveal the details of the operation. Ding Ziyu saw this and didn't dare to ask further, so he had to return to his single dormitory. Since it's a major operation, there will definitely be risks. I need to quickly open a few blind boxes to see if there's anything useful. Ding Ziyu took out all the blind boxes he had, a total of 7 boxes. This blind box contains a piece of crimson gold, which is great for making weapons. Ding Ziyu opened a long, rectangular blind box, revealing a square metal about the thickness of an arm and roughly 1 meter long inside. How do I use this crimson gold? Should I forge it directly, or do I need to mix it with other metals? Ding Ziyu was not familiar with such things. However, he really needed a suitable weapon. When going out on missions, no one knows what dangers they might encounter. It's impossible to rely on fists to solve every problem. Crimson gold is very hard, but it is brittle. Using it alone to make weapons doesn't work well. If you combine it with high neon iron, the weapon forged will be quite good. What is high neon iron? Is it better than the manganese steel and silicon steel we use? Ding Ziyu heard a new term again. However, the true I didn't understand much about many things in the current world, so Ding Ziyu thought he might be able to replace it with something else. High neon iron has excellent toughness and a good self-recovery ability. However, its hardness isn't enough, so mixing it with crimson gold is a perfect match. Do the two materials you mentioned have self-repair capabilities? The true I asked in confusion. What is self-repair? Is it the legendary memory metal? Ding Ziyu had seen some descriptions online but didn't know if they were real, or where to find them. Crimson gold is very precious, let's put it away for now. When we find the right metal later, we can forge a weapon. The true I was a bit defensive due to Ding Ziyu's words. The world it existed in had many differences from the current world. Yet, the two worlds overlapped, and the things coming out of the blind boxes were almost all from that world. At least so far, no one had ever said that modern technology had been found in a blind box. After putting away the crimson gold, Ding Ziyu opened the next blind box, revealing a shining white elixir. This is the Mingyu pill. It has a value that is neither high nor low, just suitable for your use right now. It can enhance your mental strength, and will be very beneficial whether you are opening blind boxes or practicing mental secret arts in the future. There are mental secret arts? Why haven't I heard of them before? Ding Ziyu had only heard of secret arts that increased physical combat power. Of course, there are mental secret arts. In fact, my ability can also be considered a kind of mental secret art. However, it's a racial talent, and ordinary people cannot learn it. The true I casually boasted a bit, as its ability was indeed quite impressive. Especially in this era where blind boxes were prevalent, its power was enormous. What exactly is your race, that just one eyeball is this big? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. He had long wanted to know about this, but he hadn't found the right opportunity to ask. You don't need to worry about that. The true I paused and didn't reveal the information Ding Ziyu wanted to hear. Just eat that Mingyu pill. Once your mental strength increases, you'll be able to check blind boxes much faster in the future, and I'll save some effort too. The true I quickly changed the subject and no longer mentioned its race. I'll finish opening these blind boxes first, then eat it. It's just right for practicing all night. Ding Ziyu still had a high regard for the true I. Without its help, he might have died several times already. Of course, free blind boxes were truly irresistible. Not opening it, Ding Ziyu felt a bit sleepless. Among the remaining 5 blind boxes, Ding Ziyu opened a very beautiful beast skin. He believed that if it were taken to the auction house, it should fetch a good price. In addition, there was a set of strange inner armor. Ding Ziyu put it on and discovered that it could automatically adjust its size to fit his body. This inner armor is actually a low-level spiritual treasure. Wearing it, it would be hard for a martial artist below the 3rd stage of martial saint to hurt you. In fact, when they were at the Zhou family's warehouse, Jinshi had already discovered the items inside the blind boxes. But at that time, there was no time to explain anything, so he just told Ding Ziyu to take the good items and run. The remaining 3 blind boxes, although the items inside were not very practical, were still valuable. Ding Ziyu decided to take some time to sell these items at the auction house. Next, Ding Ziyu decisively swallowed a Mingyu Dan and began cultivating under the guidance of Jinshi's eye. A night passed. Ding Ziyu did not sleep, but his mental state was surprisingly good. He felt like he was glowing with energy. He noticed that he had indeed become much more sensitive to his surroundings. Many things, with just a glance from the corner of his eye, he could understand what they were. Your mental power has at least doubled compared to before. This Mingyu Dan is truly a great treasure for you. Jinshi's I gave the actual test result. If he could get a mental secret technique book, wouldn't that be incredibly amazing? By the way, there's something called hypnosis online, it seems very magical. I wonder if that counts as a mental technique. Ding Ziyu suddenly thought of this. There were many posts about hypnosis online, including detailed records on how to perform hypnosis. Although they sounded very impressive, no one knew if anyone had truly learned it. That's not a secret technique. It can only be considered a trick to fool people. Anyone with a bit of strong willpower can't be hypnotized by it. Jin Shi's eye looked down on it. However, Ding Ziyu was still full of interest. Until he got a real mental secret technique, learning hypnosis might not be a bad choice. What if he actually learned it? Ugh. Ding Tian, you seem to have gotten even more handsome today. During breakfast, Gao Xinyu brought a bowl of porridge and sat across from Ding Ziyu. Really? Don't get obsessed with me, I already have a wife. Ding Ziyu made a little joke and gave Gao Xinyu an arrogant look. You really can't stop bragging, can you? Your identity plate clearly shows you're a bachelor, yet you talk like you're in high demand. Gao Xinyu couldn't help but laugh and scold. Oh really? How do you know that wasn't my bait? Just to target women like you who've never seen the world. Ding Ziyu suddenly became much quicker with his words, not sure if it had anything to do with his increased mental power. In the past, he would never have dared to joke so boldly with a beauty. Gao Xinyu was amused and laughed loudly. She had never seen a man who openly admitted to setting a bait. After a simple breakfast, the members of Team 18 quickly gathered. Captain Chen personally led the team and boarded an assault vehicle, quickly leaving the Blind Box Management Bureau. Today, we have 3 teams working together in a joint operation. The main goal is to strike against a very evil organization called the Red Dragon Society. They often support minors to conduct certain evil experiments. We have gathered concrete evidence about the Red Dragon Society, and today's task is to wipe them out once and for all. Captain Chen explained to the team on the road. During the process, he took out many photos that had been collected. And the evidence of those people targeting minors. Ding Ziyu's brows immediately furrowed when he saw these things. Because this outfit was too familiar, he had seen it at the Zhou family last evening. The person who came out to deal with the red-scaled giant snake was wearing the same red clothes, and there was even a dragon embroidered on the outfit, wasn't it? It was so eye-catching that it was hard not to remember. Why is a member of the Red Dragon Society at the Zhou family, and helping them deal with the red-scaled giant snake? What is their relationship? Could it be that the Zhou family is the Red Dragon Society's backer, or even a direct participant? Ding Tian, have you seen them recently? Captain Chen immediately asked when he saw Ding Ziyu's expression. I saw them yesterday. That person's strength is very strong, at the martial saint level. If he is there, don't even think about catching people, it would be good to just get out alive. Ding Ziyu wasn't speaking recklessly. His eye of truth judged that the person's strength was no less than the 7th stage of Heavenly Martial Saint. Even the red-scaled giant snake couldn't do anything to him, so who in Team 18 of the C section could possibly be his match? A Martial Saint level expert? How many stages? We have 2 Martial Saints leading our team, it's not necessarily that we'll be afraid of him. Captain Chen's face grew more serious. Fortunately, the captains of the other 2 teams had reached the Martial Saint level, they were from Team 13 of Section A and Team 7 of Section B. He should be at the 7th stage. How many stages are our Martial Saints at? Ding Ziyu honestly replied. The moment he spoke, the whole armored vehicle fell silent. 7th stage Martial Saint, what level is that? Even the vice directors of the bureau haven't reached the 7th stage of Martial Saint, let alone the captains of these work teams. Are you sure it's true? Damn, this might be a trap specifically set for us. Captain Chen cursed loudly. His expression immediately changed. Stop the car. Quickly send this message back, immediately notify the other 2 teams. Captain Chen yelled, and the armored vehicle screeched to a stop at the side of the road. The sudden stop caused many people to nearly crash into the vehicle. Chapter 42, Such a Huge Knife. Who arranged this mission? Ding Ziyu looked at Gao Xinyu. This. Captain Chen should know more about it. Are you suspecting someone is deliberately setting us up? Gao Xinyu immediately understood what Ding Ziyu meant. After Captain Chen reported the information, he came back with a dark face. The Bureau has ordered us to continue towards the Red Dragon Society because the other 2 teams are already in battle with them. What kind of command is this? Knowing the opponent has a 7th stage Martial Saint and still sending us to die? Who gave this order? The leader of Team 2, Zhao Zhang, immediately started cursing. The strongest martial artist in their team was only at the 10th stage of martial artist. What's the point of going to rescue? If even 1 or 2 Martial Saint level experts come out, their entire team will be wiped out. This is an order from team leader Zhou. He said we must go to the Red Dragon Society to support the other 2 teams. Captain Chen's face was also not good. Hearing that it was Zhou Ju who issued the order, Ding Ziyu immediately understood. This mission might be specifically targeting him. Zhou really went all out, knowing there were experts on the other side, yet still sending Team 18 to the Red Dragon Society. Let's drive over. We'll just observe from the surrounding area. If someone wants to die, let them do it. After thinking for a while, Captain Chen came up with a compromise. As long as they got near the Red Dragon Society, they would consider the mission completed. The Red Dragon Society was located on the edge of the western part of Daning City, with towering city walls behind them. Once out of the walls, the area outside was a dangerous wilderness. It's said that without the strength of a martial saint, it's best not to go outside the city, as the chances of coming back alive are less than 50%. Although the human living environment had become so harsh, they were still constantly fighting among themselves. This is the inherent flaw of humans: before death is gone, there must always be a distinction of high and low, noble and humble. For the smallest matters, they can plot against each other, and if they don't destroy the other, they feel uncomfortable inside. The Red Dragon Society occupies quite a large area, about the same size as a former medium-sized residential community. The two teams that arrived earlier have indeed already fought, and it's quite intense. Several houses have been severely damaged, and the destructive power of a martial saint-level expert is truly formidable. The sturdy walls can easily be punched through with just a few blows, and anything in their hands becomes a very fierce weapon. The Red Dragon Society side has clearly gained the upper hand, while the two martial saints from the Management Bureau are being suppressed. Forget about capturing them, it would be lucky if they can leave alive. Fortunately, the expert we saw yesterday hasn't appeared. Perhaps this level of battle simply doesn't interest him enough to intervene. Here come more people from the Blind Box Management Bureau, everyone charge over and deal with them. The Red Dragon Society members were sharp-eyed, and they noticed the charging vehicle of Team 18 parked in the distance. In an instant, dozens of red-clad martial artists rushed over, and the leader was obviously a martial saint-level expert. To deal with these martial artists with the power of a martial saint is indeed somewhat dishonorable. Charge the assault vehicle, speed up and ram that guy. Captain Chen knew there was no avoiding it and could only charge forward. The assault vehicle of the Blind Box Management Bureau was no ordinary vehicle. The front and sides of the vehicle had ramming spikes. The armored vehicles from earlier years weren't as sturdy or useful as this assault vehicle. There was already a certain distance between the two sides, but the assault vehicle quickly sped up to 100 km per hour, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum toward the Red Dragon Society members. 10 seconds later, a series of loud thuds sounded, and several Red Dragon Society members who couldn't avoid it were rammed to death at the front of the assault vehicle. However, at that moment, there was a sudden loud noise from the roof of the assault vehicle, followed by the sharp sound of metal tearing. A large knife easily pierced through the roof of the assault vehicle, cutting through it like slicing meat, splitting the entire roof in half. Damn! That martial saint has an ancient martial god weapon. This is a big problem. Several team members exclaimed. The assault vehicle was so sturdy that ordinary weapons could not break it, only an ancient martial god weapon had such strong cutting power. After cutting open the roof of the assault vehicle, the martial saint leapt into the air and slashed down fiercely. The sturdy assault vehicle was actually directly cleaved in two, and the entire vehicle frame collapsed. Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu quickly rushed out from the vehicle, and two team members had already been killed by the Red Dragon Society's attack, with another one having a leg severed. The knife in that guy's hand is too sharp, ordinary metal can't stop it. Our Team 18 is probably doomed today. Gao Xinyu's face was grave. We should have listened to Zhao Zhang, we shouldn't have come. We didn't expect Captain Chen's strategy still couldn't avoid the Red Dragon Society's attack. In an instant, two team members were sacrificed, and Captain Chen was red-eyed. He drew out a long sword and charged forward. A mere martial artist dares to come here and seek death. The martial saint disdainfully glanced at Captain Chen, and with a swift motion, his large knife swung horizontally at Captain Chen. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and Captain Chen's long sword was easily sliced in two. A chunk of flesh was also severed from his arm, with blood splattering. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have almost been split in half by that large knife. However, the martial saint did not press the advantage and pursue Captain Chen, but instead cast his gaze towards Ding Ziyu. After a brief hesitation, he immediately rushed towards Ding Ziyu. Damn it, that old bastard Zhou Ju is deliberately targeting me. Ding Ziyu cursed loudly. His body quickly flashed, avoiding the opponent's attack. Your speed and strength are no match for his, running won't help. The Eye of Truth reminded him. If this continued, Ding Ziyu might really be killed by this person. Looks like I have no choice but to bring out that kitchen knife. It can be used as a shield too. Ding Ziyu didn't hesitate, immediately taking out the golden, strange blind box. Kid, you think you can stop me with a blind box? That's a dream. The martial saint paused slightly when he saw Ding Ziyu's actions. It was obviously a special blind box. If it opened something weird, it would be enough to get him into trouble. Ding Ziyu didn't think much, he simply opened the blind box. After the golden light faded, a huge kitchen knife appeared in Ding Ziyu's hand. Rather than saying Ding Ziyu was holding the kitchen knife, it would be more accurate to say Ding Ziyu was hanging from the handle of this giant kitchen knife. Holy shit, such a big kitchen knife. Can this thing block the martial saint's ancient weapon? Many people gasped in surprise, never having seen such a large kitchen knife. A broken kitchen knife, watch how I deal with you. The Red Dragon martial saint saw that Ding Ziyu didn't open anything dangerous, and he immediately felt secure. After shouting, he raised his large sword and swung it towards Ding Ziyu. The sharp blade created a series of sonic booms, and the flashing light from the sword made people feel a chill. Ding Ziyu pressed hard on the knife's handle, and the kitchen knife immediately lifted up, acting like a giant shield, firmly blocking in front of him. Ding! A sharp metallic collision sound rang out. Ding Ziyu felt an immense force coming through the knife, pushing him and the kitchen knife several meters back. The hard cement ground was scraped with a deep mark. Such immense strength. However, Ding Ziyu was unharmed. The sharp ancient weapon didn't damage the kitchen knife at all, instead only creating a small crack on its blade. Damn it, didn't expect this kitchen knife to also be an ancient weapon. You've ruined my big sword, so let's use this kitchen knife to settle things with our lives. The warrior was furious, feeling deeply pained. In past battles, his big sword had been invincible. When had he ever suffered such a loss? This guy simply put away his ancient weapon, and threw his fist at Ding Ziyu's kitchen knife. He was going to defeat Ding Ziyu with pure strength. Ding Ziyu was naturally not someone easy to deal with. With this large shield in his hand, he wasn't afraid of the opponent using brute force. Seeing the opponent's fist coming at him, Ding Ziyu spun on the ground, exerting force to push the handle down, using the sharp edge of the kitchen knife to face the opponent's fist. As long as the opponent didn't mind having their fist cut in half, they could strike all they wanted. The Red Dragon martial saint really didn't dare to strike the sharp edge of this giant kitchen knife with his fist. In his panic, he could only change direction and sweep horizontally, smashing against the blade. But it was completely useless. The knife was incredibly sturdy. The tons of force crashed into it, but there was no deformation. The only result was that it slightly deflected Ding Ziyu's angle. Ding Ziyu pushed against the ground with his foot, and the kitchen knife rotated back, always keeping its edge facing the opponent, not giving him a chance to get too close. The martial saint was furious, having adjusted his angle several times but still couldn't land an attack on Ding Ziyu. Instead, the giant kitchen knife had left a few cuts on him. Ding Ziyu became more and more skilled. He had never thought that this huge kitchen knife could also serve as a shield. No matter which angle the opponent attacked from, he could use the kitchen knife to block it. When he was enjoying himself, Ding Ziyu even began to lift the giant kitchen knife for simple, brutal chopping. Forget about houses, even the hard ground could be easily chopped up, leaving huge gouges behind. The warrior was very depressed, not expecting Ding Ziyu to be so difficult to deal with. After multiple attacks failed, this person jumped into the air again, wanting to use his aerial advantage against Ding Ziyu. However, Ding Ziyu showed no fear, flipping the blade upwards, waiting for his opponent to drop down. The big knife in his hand was becoming more and more skillfully used, striking back and forth with great power. No matter what he encountered, a single slash would usually cut it in half. The sharpness was much greater than the big knife that the martial saint took out. The key was that Ding Ziyu had a lot of strength left. This heavy kitchen knife in his hand seemed to be no burden at all, swinging left and right with ease, making him appear quite imposing. Several members of the Red Dragon Society failed to dodge and were cut in half by the kitchen knife, losing legs when hit and hands when touched, with no exceptions. With this kitchen knife, Ding Ziyu actually blocked the attacks of the martial saint, which indeed surprised many people. Several members of Team 18 were saved by Ding Ziyu, gaining a new understanding of his combat power. A 7-stage warrior actually fought the martial saint to a standstill, can you believe it? At this moment, a new expert from the Blind Box Management Bureau finally arrived. This person glanced at Ding Ziyu in surprise and then attacked the martial saint. Ding Ziyu felt relieved, he had finally survived. The chef's kitchen knife is indeed excellent, it can save your life at a critical moment. You should practice this knife technique when you have time, it might have unexpected benefits. The Eye of Truth was clearly very satisfied with this kitchen knife. This thing, how can it be practiced? At most, it's just hacking randomly. Ding Ziyu said helplessly. If there was a suitable weapon, who would still use this heavy thing? Don't you have a popular saying? No matter how high your skills are, fear the kitchen knife. As long as you have enough strength, even a wild swing can instill fear in others. Ding Ziyu pondered for a moment and felt it was indeed a truth, having something was better than having nothing. The key was that this kitchen knife was tough and durable, as well as very sharp, which was its greatest advantage. The expert from the Blind Box Management Bureau had a clearly higher realm. As soon as he made his move, the opponent was forced to retreat repeatedly. The two were clearly not on the same level of warriors. Follow me to kill and eliminate these trash members of the Red Dragon Society. The martial saint charged forward, his killing intent inspiring other action team members. Captain Chen and others called out and chased after him. Hurry up and catch up, this person is the commander of our Daming City Management Bureau's action team, with incredibly strong combat power. Now that he's here, the Red Dragon Society will definitely face annihilation today. Gao Xinyu called to her team members. These people had great confidence in the high officials of the Management Bureau. As long as Ding Ziyu remained vigilant, the 7-stage martial saint expert had not appeared yet, charging ahead. Who knew if they would run into even bigger trouble? However, since everyone had already charged ahead, he couldn't lag behind. Ding Ziyu couldn't put away the kitchen knife either, dragging it forward, leaving a deep knife mark on the ground. Haha, Zhu Chengfeng, I have been silent for so long, finally, I've waited for you. Prepare to die, everyone here will die today. Not even a half chance. Ling Xiaoke, I didn't expect this old scoundrel of yours to still be alive, and you actually created the Red Dragon Society. Xu Chengfeng and the 7-stage martial saint turned out to be old acquaintances. It seems that the two of them already had past grudges. The Red Dragon Society wasn't created by me, I'm just one of its elders. If the society leader arrives, you all could be wiped out with a single hand. Ling Xiaoke said with a great deal of disdain. Damn, is the Red Dragon Society really that strong? Even the elders are 7-stage martial saints, so what level must the society leader be? Ding Ziyu thought about it and felt terrified. It seemed like they were really doomed this time. This time is indeed troublesome. I don't know how many of us will make it out alive. The Eye of Truth also started to worry. In the face of absolute power, even the chance to escape was non-existent. Chapter 44, A Narrow Escape from Death. In the time it took to speak, the crimson-scaled giant snake had already swallowed several people whole. Its tail swung casually, collapsing houses around it. Even a 10-stage martial artist would be no match in front of it. Either they were killed by its tail or directly eaten. Just this one crimson-scaled giant snake had already caused massive losses to the Blind Box Management Bureau's action team. Ling Xiaoke had also firmly suppressed Zhu Chengfeng, and if no other experts from the bureau came to assist, these people would truly die here, with none able to escape. Ding Ziyu, relying on the kitchen knife in his hand, blocked the giant snake's sweep twice, feeling as if he had been hit by a speeding car. It was extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for his Vajra-glazed body already breaking through, these two collisions alone would have cost him his life. Ding Etienne, with our strength, we can't stop that snake. Gao Xinyu's face was also extremely tense, and blood had already spilled from the corners of her mouth. She seemed to have been seriously injured. Then what are we waiting for? Let's run. Ding Ziyu had no intention of sacrificing himself for the Blind Box Management Bureau. If they couldn't win, the only option was to escape as soon as possible. I'm afraid there's no way to run now. Look over there. Gao Xinyu pointed to the distance, where several unusually large iron fire ants had appeared. So the super iron fire dragon from yesterday was also created by the Red Dragon Society. Ding Ziyu instantly understood. The Red Dragon Society was truly terrifying, their power beyond imagination. Before, they could use nitrogen tanks to deal with the iron fire ants, but where could they get nitrogen tanks now? The Red Dragon Society had learned from their lesson and had already confiscated all the nearby nitrogen tanks. We're done for. This time, we're really done for. Ding Ziyu muttered, but he still kept running. The kitchen knife in his hand carved deep marks into the ground. He was ready to take a gamble with the sharpness of his kitchen knife. If it could kill those super iron fire ants, he might have a chance to escape. As for the battle in the center, he had no right to participate, nor could he afford to. The 36 stratagems, running is the best plan. Before Ding Ziyu could take the initiative to attack, a giant ant more than 3 meters long had already swung its pincers and pounced towards him. This thing was a true powerhouse, capable of easily lifting things 5 times its own weight. In terms of strength, this super iron fire ant could at least rival a 3-stage martial saint. Ding Ziyu swung his kitchen knife at it, but the large ant skillfully dodged the blow. Its raised pincers collided with the blade. A powerful force traveled up the knife, causing Ding Ziyu to spit out blood. This super iron fire ant was not only powerful but also quite intelligent. It actually knew how to dodge human attacks, something that completely surprised Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu could only retreat continuously, dragging his kitchen knife behind him. The big ant instrument relentlessly chased and kept smashing again and again. Not far behind Ding Ziyu, the crimson-scaled giant snake was rampaging mercilessly, and several blind box management workers were swallowed up. The noise was incredibly startling, it shook half of Danning City. However, what was very strange was that the Blind Box Management Bureau did not send anyone for rescue, which made Ding Ziyu and the others feel like their hearts had sunk to the bottom. Ding boy, the savior has arrived. On the northern tall building, there is a master who has some connection with you. If this person takes action, they will surely save your life. The Eye of Truth shouted, as if it had grasped a lifeline. Ding Ziyu looked towards the northern building, but it was empty, there was no master anywhere. However, Ding Ziyu still chose to believe in the Eye of Truth. After all, its ability was much stronger than his own. Senior, please come to my aid, I will be forever grateful. Ding Ziyu threw away the kitchen knife and deeply bowed to the northern building. No matter if anyone was there or not, bowing wouldn't kill him. What if it works? Indeed, there were two people standing on the northern building, to be precise, two women, both very beautiful women. Master, why don't you make a move and save him? He once saved my life. Long Xiaoye looked at her master with a pitiful expression. The commotion over here was indeed a bit too much. The sect leader of Chengtian was taking her disciple out to broaden their experience, but unexpectedly, the Eye of Truth had discovered their whereabouts. Forget it. You have some complicated connections with this kid, I will help him once more. That crimson-scale giant snake is not bad, it can serve as your mount. The sect leader of Chengtian said indifferently. After deciding to help Ding Ziyu, she no longer hid her figure, and with a slight movement, she floated down from the rooftop like a fallen immortal. She flicked her finger lightly, and immediately, a big hole appeared on the stomach of the fierce super iron fire ant. It twitched on the ground twice and then stopped moving. Who goes there? Dare to disrupt the Red Dragon Society's business? Ling Xiaoke shouted angrily. Considering it's your first offense, I will only give you a slight punishment. The sect leader of Chengtian flicked her finger again, and the once mighty Ling Xiaoke suddenly had a bloody hole appear on his shoulder, his face turning pale instantly. The newcomer was too terrifying, and Ling Xiaoke didn't even know the method they used, but he was easily injured, and severely at that. Such a person, if they wanted to kill him, it would be no effort at all. Little Crimson Scales, stop messing around here, come with me. The sect leader of Chengtian flew to the head of the crimson-scale giant snake, and with a simple wave of her sleeve, the once fierce crimson-scale giant snake instantly became incredibly obedient. The sect leader of Chengtian lightly stood on the head of the crimson-scale giant snake, and it was as tame as a pet. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Ding Ziyu quickly stepped forward and bowed. Today, if this great person hadn't appeared, he would have probably been dead. No need to thank me, thank Xiaoye if you want to thank someone, it was her who wanted to save you. The sect leader of Chengtian said in a very indifferent tone. In a moment, Long Xiaoye ran down from the building. Uncle, have you joined the Blind Box Management Bureau? Long Xiaoye looked at Ding Ziyu's uniform and asked a very naive and sweet question. Xiaoye, thank you for saving me. Ding Ziyu thanked her again. Although he hadn't joined the Chengtian sect, it was still necessary to get along well with them. Such a big thigh, ordinary people can't even hug it. Xiaoye, come up, it's time for us to go. The sect leader of Chengtian was not in the mood to listen to their small talk, and with a flick of her hand, a colorful ribbon flew out, easily pulling Long Xiaoye to the top of the crimson-scale giant snake's head. Long Xiaoye waved goodbye to Ding Ziyu, and the two of them, along with the snake, quickly left. Old bastard, I'll let you go today. This Red Dragon Society will be destroyed sooner or later. The foundation of the Blind Box Management Bureau is not something that a small Red Dragon Club like yours can compare to. Zhu Chengfeng threw down a harsh statement and then began to retreat with the remaining action team members. Chapter 45, The Problem is Not Simple. This time, the people from the Red Dragon Club did not dare to stop the people from the Blind Box Management Bureau from leaving because they could not figure out the background of the Holy Lord of Heaven. This woman displayed abilities that were far too extraordinary. In front of her, even a martial saint seemed no different from a child. A powerful figure like Ling Xiaoke didn't even dare to utter a harsh word after being injured. If he were to be oblivious, it was very likely that he would be killed in an instant. What's the background of that female senior? What is your relationship with them? On the way back, Zhu Chengfeng approached Ding Ziyu. Although the Blind Box Management Bureau had a solid foundation, they were especially cautious when encountering such powerful figures. A major character had emerged in Danning City, and they couldn't afford to slack off in the slightest. I'm not very clear about her origins either. Perhaps she is another important figure summoned from a blind box. I only know her disciple, and I don't know anything else. Ding Ziyu certainly wouldn't speak the truth. If he angered her, he wouldn't have a good ending himself. However, his speculation was not without reason. The Holy Lord of Heaven could very well be a big shot summoned from a blind box. Including those white-clad experts under her command, they might not be natives of this world either. Zhu Chengfeng stared at Ding Ziyu for quite a while, seemingly trying to see if he was lying in front of him. However, Ding Ziyu appeared calm and was not intimidated by the other's aura. By the way, that kitchen knife of yours looks quite good. Did it also come from a blind box? Zhu Chengfeng changed the topic. He had seen Ding Ziyu's performance during the battle and could not ignore that kitchen knife. At the same time, Zhu Chengfeng recalled another issue. Ding Ziyu had a space ring, and it was not a small one. You don't need to worry, the Blind Box Management Bureau is not as unruly as you think. They respect personal belongings very much. Zhu Chengfeng saw through Ding Ziyu's thoughts and quickly reassured him. Ding Ziyu also knew that unless he insisted on carrying that huge kitchen knife, the fact that he had a space ring could not be hidden. Fortunately, although this thing was expensive, it was not particularly appealing to Marshal Saint level experts. As long as one had money, it was still very easy to obtain. Ding Ziyu simply took out the kitchen knife, letting Zhu Chengfeng and the staff of the bureau admire it together. This kitchen knife surprisingly can restrain ancient martial weapons. Its quality is not just ordinary good. It's just a bit too big and not suitable to be used as a conventional weapon. After studying it for a while, Zhu Chengfeng came to this conclusion. As a martial saint master, the image of carrying a kitchen knife to chop people was just too amusing to think about. Other team members were also curious, touching and examining it here and there. Once the novelty wore off, everyone's attention returned from the kitchen knife. Ding Ziyu also took it back, no longer showcasing it excessively. Senior Zhu, our operation this time may have been a trap, someone from the bureau likely betrayed us. Ding Ziyu quickly shifted the topic. He didn't care about much, this matter had to be brought up. This operation was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for the Holy Lord of Heaven bringing Long Xiaoye to watch the fun, they all would likely have died here. Since someone wanted to harm them, why not drag out the person doing the harm? Is there someone in the bureau closely related to the Red Dragon Club? Xu Chengfeng's eyebrows immediately raised. This time he had almost suffered a great loss. If even he could be betrayed, this issue was serious. Undefined novel_translation. Yesterday evening, the Zhou family was extremely lively. It was all caused by that snake. In the end, that snake was subdued by Ling Xiaoke. I saw Ling Xiaoke coming out of the Zhou family with my own eyes. It was just that I didn't know about the Red Dragon Society at the time, so I didn't pay much attention. Ding Ziyu decided to push the Zhou family to the opposite side of the Blind Box Management Bureau. After all, they were already enemies, so why not use the people from the bureau to deal with them? What? This is still going on? Zhu Chengfeng was obviously shocked. The Zhou family was a very powerful family in Danning City. Even the Blind Box Management Bureau had to show them some respect. In fact, there were quite a few members of the Zhou family within the bureau, so this matter was hard to define, with wide implications and serious consequences. Are you sure? Zhu Chengfeng asked again and again. Absolutely sure. The Zhou family has a close relationship with Ling Xiaoke. Maybe the Red Dragon Society was created by the Zhou family. Ding Ziyu boldly speculated. If his premise was true, this judgment was not without reason. Ling Xiaoke himself said he was not the leader of the Red Dragon Society, which clearly indicated that someone else was behind this brutal organization. Don't spread this news yet. Everyone who knows about it must keep their mouths shut. I will discuss with the director on how to handle this. Zhu Chengfeng immediately issued a gag order to all the staff around him. After returning to the bureau, all the teams started getting busy. The casualties caused by this operation were significant, so they needed to replenish personnel in time. Ding Ziyu was then called to the director's office by Zhu Chengfeng. There were 3 people inside, one of whom was Deputy Director Yang, whom Ding Ziyu had met before. Zhu Chengfeng repeated Ding Ziyu's suspicions, and the 3 directors immediately fell into deep thought. Obviously, they were digesting this important information. Danning City is getting more and more chaotic. We may soon be unable to manage it. Deputy Director Yang sighed. Xiaoding, do you really not know the origin of that woman? Director Chen seemed more concerned about the matter of the Chengtian sect master. Because such a figure was too powerful and beyond the normal management scope. Even if they all acted together, they might still be no match for her. I don't know. Her origin is very mysterious, and her strength is hard to estimate. Fortunately, she doesn't seem to like interacting with others or causing trouble. Otherwise, Danning City would probably already be under her control. Ding Ziyu wasn't exaggerating. With the strength of the Chengtian sect, let alone the sect master, even any of her white-clad followers could easily sweep through the entire Danning City. I hope you're telling the truth. If there's a chance, try to approach them and see if they would be interested in cooperating with our Blind Box Management Bureau. With our strength, she might be interested. Director Chen thought for a moment and said. Ding Ziyu had nothing to say, he could only mechanically nod, indicating that he had noted Director Chen's order. Next came the discussion about the Zhou family. If it was just a few traitors, the matter would be relatively easy to resolve. But if the Zhou family was deeply connected to the Red Dragon Society, or if the Red Dragon Society was an external organization created by the Zhou family, then the problem would be much more serious. Ding Ziyu was eager to involve the Zhou family. This way, he could use the power of the Bureau to deal with them. Chapter 46, Eliminating Hidden Dangers. Director Chen asked very detailed questions. Ding Ziyu told everything he saw and thought. Whether it was useful or not, he just pinned the blame on the Zhou family. What if the Blind Box Management Bureau decided to take action against them? Director Chen didn't seem to doubt Ding Ziyu's words too much. Apparently, he was unaware of the personal grudge between Ding Ziyu and the Zhou family. The translation has been completed as per your request, maintaining a direct and emotionally engaging style with simple, easily understandable words. Let me know if you need any adjustments or further translations. After staying in the director's office for a while, Ding Ziyu returned to Team 18 of Group B. This time, several teams suffered heavy losses. Team 18 of Group B also lost 7 people, 3 of whom were eaten by the red-scaled giant python, while the other 4 died at the hands of a martial saint. Ding Ziyu, I see your combat power is impressive. How about becoming the vice-captain of the first group? Gao Xinyu asked Ding Ziyu for his opinion. Today, her observations of him showed that with just a vegetable knife, he could block attacks from a martial saint master, indicating that his combat ability was already quite formidable. Just right, the vice-captain of the first group had already died, so Gao Xinyu immediately thought of Ding Ziyu. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? I'm still just a beginner. Ding Ziyu actually didn't want to be any kind of leader. His goal in coming to the Blind Box Management Bureau was simple: he wanted to use the bureau's connections to find his grandfather. What beginner or expert? If you become a martial saint, you could be made captain on the first day, Gao Xinyu said quite straightforwardly. Can I take some time to think about it? Ding Ziyu did not agree immediately. It wasn't that he was worried about anything, but rather he had other thoughts in his heart. Gao Xinyu and Captain Chen had been nice to him, and he didn't want to refuse too bluntly. Okay, then think about it, Gao Xinyu said, somewhat disappointed. She not only valued Ding Ziyu's combat power but also because he had a spatial ring. This thing was extremely convenient and could bring great benefits during missions. So far, in Team 18 of Group B, he was the only one with a spatial ring. Brother Ding, could you sell your spatial ring to our Team 18? Captain Chen asked directly. I know this thing is very valuable. The team can offer 5 million dragon coins to buy your spatial ring. However, the team doesn't have that much money. We can use an installment payment method. Until the full amount is paid, the spatial ring remains for your priority use. The team will only use it when we really need to store supplies. Captain Chen offered conditions that weren't very good, but Ding Ziyu was somewhat tempted. He had 2 spatial rings, one was taken from the belly of a flame demon wolf, and the other was gotten from Guandiren. Relatively speaking, the spatial ring from Guandiren was smaller. It was just right to sell, while also eliminating others' covetous thoughts. As for the money, 5 million dragon coins was quite a sum. But with the installment plan, he had no idea how long it would take to pay off. Anyway, Ding Ziyu had no idea how much money was in Team 18's account. I can sell it to the team, but I must keep my large kitchen knife inside. If anyone wants to use it, they can. Ding Ziyu thought about his priority usage right and agreed to Captain Chen after a bit of consideration. That kitchen knife was very eye-catching. If he didn't leave it in the team, wouldn't it tell others that he also had a spatial ring? Ding Ziyu wasn't a fool and naturally wouldn't do such a silly thing. No problem. That knife can block ancient martial weapons. It's an incredible weapon. You really have good luck, being able to get all these things. Captain Chen smiled upon hearing Ding Ziyu's words. Ding Ziyu immediately took out the spatial ring and handed it to Captain Chen. Although he had priority usage, it was still better to hand it over. The money in the team's account isn't much. I'll first transfer you 2 million dragon coins. Then, every month, I'll give you 300,000 dragon coins. After 10 months, it will be paid off. Captain Chen took the spatial ring, his face showing excitement. He immediately operated the account and transferred 2 million dragon coins to Ding Ziyu's anonymous card. Ding Ziyu was secretly astonished, not expecting that the Blind Box Management Bureau had so much money. A small team's account could easily transfer out 2 million dragon coins. Before, he had underestimated them. Now, Ding Ziyu not only eliminated the hidden danger on himself but also received a large sum of money. At least, he no longer had to worry about his food and living expenses. Just after the transaction was completed, someone unexpectedly came to inquire about the space ring. It seemed there were quite a few people eyeing this thing, but they hadn't found the chance to speak to Ding Ziyu before. Ding Ziyu pointed to Captain Chen, passing this hot potato onto him. Anyway, so many people saw him hand over the space ring, so the matter wouldn't fall on him anymore. As for the space ring on himself, he would definitely have to keep a low profile from now on, never showing it off easily in front of others to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once the space ring was transferred to Team 18's account, the number of people trying to make a move on it dropped significantly. Ding Ziyu finally relaxed. The following time was spent entirely on cultivation. Today's events had served as a wake-up call for him. His strength was still insufficient, and he had to keep working hard to improve. Otherwise, when encountering a powerful enemy, he would truly have no way out. In the afternoon, Ding Ziyu received a message. The search agency he had hired had apparently found some clues regarding Ding Shichen. Ding Ziyu immediately became excited and quickly asked Gao Xinyu for leave, hurrying to the location of the search agency. Sir, based on the information you provided, we have carefully investigated the underground boxing ring and the surrounding area. We can now preliminarily confirm that Ding Shichen's disappearance was not accidental. The staff at the search agency said seriously to Ding Ziyu. Not accidental? So, it was intentional? Ding Ziyu became nervous. If it involved some organization, his grandfather might be in great danger. Based on our judgment, it's most likely related to the Nine Hawks Society. According to reliable sources, the Nine Hawks Society has had cases of missing persons for a long time. But nowadays, no one cares about missing people. As long as it's not someone close to them, who would care about the life or death of others. The staff's words made Ding Ziyu feel despair. If this was really the Nine Hawks Society's doing, what could he do? With his current strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight against them. Even if a martial saint came out, they could easily take his life. Do you know where those missing people went? Or if the Nine Hawks Society has any unusual activities? Ding Ziyu refused to give up. Since his grandfather's life was at stake, he had to get to the bottom of this. The Nine Hawks Society is something you should know well. If you want to investigate further, you'll have to pay more, no less than 500,000 dragon coins. The other party didn't answer Ding Ziyu's questions but instead directly asked for more money, which made Ding Ziyu somewhat uncomfortable. The Nine Hawks Society was indeed not to be trifled with, but you couldn't just ask for 500,000 dragon coins without saying anything. After all, it was not a small sum. If I give you 500,000 dragon coins, what can you achieve? Ding Ziyu was very concerned about his grandfather's whereabouts, but he didn't want to be taken advantage of. At least we can find out the exact location of this person. As for whether the person is alive or dead, we can't guarantee it. The search agency finally gave some promise, though whether it could be fulfilled was uncertain. How about this? I can give you 500,000 dragon coins, but you must start the investigation immediately, and I want to participate directly. Ding Ziyu didn't want to wait any longer, not even for a day. Alright, as long as you pay, we can arrange for the relevant personnel to act immediately. Seeing that Ding Ziyu was so determined, the staff could understand his feelings. Ding Ziyu immediately transferred 500,000 dragon coins to them. The search agency immediately sent 2 men dressed in plain clothes. He disguised himself and, after giving Ding Ziyu the proper disguise, immediately began his actions. Don't make a sound later, just follow us from behind, one of them warned Ding Ziyu. The 3 of them headed straight to the underground boxing arena of the Nine Hawks Society. However, this time, they didn't go in through the main entrance, but came to a back door. A person dressed in ordinary clothes opened the door for them. Ding Ziyu clearly saw the 2 whispering to each other, and the person from the organization handed the other a sum of money. After sizing up the 3 of them, the person finally let them in. We need to deliver a batch of supplies later. You must follow my instructions. Don't blame me for being ruthless if something goes wrong, the person said sternly, not showing any respect to Ding Ziyu and the others. Don't worry, brother. We won't joke with our lives. The 3 of them hid in a room. After about 10 minutes, 2 large boxes were pushed inside. From a distance, a terrible smell could already be smelled. You stay in these boxes. They're filled with all sorts of trash, and usually, no one bothers to open them. As long as you don't make a sound, you should be able to sneak through easily. Ding Ziyu had no choice. The 3 of them all had their own thoughts but still crawled into the boxes. After a short while, the boxes began to move. It was clear they were heading to where they were supposed to go. Ding Ziyu endured the strong stench, swaying inside the box as they moved. After about half an hour, the movement stopped. Trashman, how come it's your turn again today? Yeah, there's been a lot of trash recently, so they sent me again. Distant voices could be heard coming from outside the box. You didn't bring anything inside, right? Don't worry. How could I mess around? Besides, this place is always easy to enter and strict on the way out. It doesn't matter what I bring in. That's good. I'm sure you understand, so I won't question you further. The conversation outside didn't seem to touch on anything important, but Ding Ziyu knew he had narrowly escaped disaster. Where they were heading was far from ordinary, or they wouldn't have been so careful. A few minutes later, the box started moving again. Ding Ziyu felt like the box had passed through something mysterious, and the terrible smell inside the box became much lighter, replaced by a more pleasant scent. After moving a few more miles, the box finally stopped. Alright, I've brought you in. What you do inside is none of my business, the person pushing the box said seriously, warning Ding Ziyu and the others. Clearly, he was only paid to bring people here, and whether they lived or died inside was of no concern to him. Ding Ziyu got out of the box and felt the air outside was fresh, making him feel much more energetic. He looked up and saw lush greenery everywhere, and the environment seemed to be quite beautiful. This must be a small sanctuary. Strange, how does it connect to the real world? The true eye immediately recognized the origin of the place. What's a small sanctuary? Ding Ziyu asked, looking confused. He really didn't know much about this kind of thing. It's a small space created by humans. Usually, only very powerful people live here and have absolute control over it. The true eye explained, and Ding Ziyu roughly understood. It was like a dungeon in some games, but this dungeon had become reality. No wonder the Nine Hawks Society was so powerful. With control over something like this, it was no surprise they had strong people. Such a magical place. How could they let people in easily? Do you feel like there's something strange here? Ding Ziyu wasn't a fool. The so-called small sanctuary must be something the Nine Hawks Society valued greatly. They entered so easily, this doesn't make sense. At this moment, a loud roar came from the distance, full of clear pain. No way, there's actually a wild dragon trapped here. Ding, your trouble might be bigger than you think. The Eye of Truth immediately reacted. What's a wild dragon? Is it a real dragon? Ding Ziyu didn't understand this creature. Anyway, there were already enough strange creatures appearing in this world. Nothing surprising. A wild dragon is not a real dragon, it just has a bit of dragon blood. This beast is extremely brutal, and loves to devour all kinds of creatures. I bet it's easy for you to get in here because the Nine Owl Society most likely wanted you to enter and become food for the wild dragon. The Eye of Truth's words were a bit scary. If his judgment was correct, this possibility was very likely. Including those who disappeared before, and Ding Ziyu's grandfather Ding Shichen, they might have become the wild dragon's food. Hurry up and leave, it's not safe here. The search team seemed unaware of the danger they were about to face. They only worried about being discovered by the Nine Owls Society's experts. This area is quite large, how about we split up and search more ground? Ding Ziyu found an excuse. He didn't want to follow others. In this day and age, only yourself is the most reliable. Following others might end up with trouble. Seeing that Ding Ziyu was firm in his decision, the others didn't say much. They just gave a few quick instructions before leaving quickly. Ding Ziyu also quickened his pace, running towards the place where the sound came from. He wanted to see what the legendary wild dragon looked like. About a few minutes later, the roar of the wild dragon came again. It served as a great guide. Following that sound, Ding Ziyu chased after it. There were hardly any other people on the way. Chapter 48, Green Sword Bamboo. Farther ahead, a middle-aged martial artist whose strength was unknown was watching the direction Ding Ziyu and the others were coming from. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. More people are coming to their death. Sigh, I don't know when we'll be able to tame this fierce creature. An old man suddenly appeared behind the middle-aged man, sighing softly. What's the hurry? It can't escape anyway. By the way, how's your potion going? Any progress? The middle-aged man didn't even turn around, asking casually. There's some progress, but the stability is still poor. I can't guarantee its effectiveness. A few test subjects had issues recently, meaning we still don't have the formula fully figured out. The old man spoke respectfully. All right, keep working on the experiment. We'll probably let more people in during this time, and the exit must be controlled. We can't let anyone inside escape easily. After giving a few instructions, the middle-aged man disappeared in a flash. His speed was so fast, even a 10th-level martial saint might not be able to do it. Ding Ziyu didn't know that his every move was under the control of others. He was still moving toward the place where the loud roar had come from. About 10 minutes later, a dense forest appeared ahead. The plants looked strange, each leaf resembling a sword. The edges of the leaves had very sharp small serrations. If someone got cut, they would easily get multiple cuts. This is green sword bamboo, usually used to make fences or walls. It can't grow just anywhere. The Eye of Truth immediately recognized the plants. Martial artists with insufficient strength should stay away. Just these green sword bamboo can easily take someone's life. So, you mean I have to find the entrance and exit? Ding Ziyu originally planned to crawl through these plants. If I follow the entrance and exit of others, won't it be easy to expose myself? Your bronze body has already made some progress, it should be able to withstand this green sword bamboo, but your clothes might suffer, the Eye of Truth said slowly. Although Ding Ziyu's strength is not very strong, the body refining technique he practices is quite extraordinary. The diamond glaze body refines bones, and the ordinary body bone quenching technique greatly enhances the toughness of the skin. Only by combining the two can he achieve his current level. Ding Ziyu decided to give it a try. His clothes weren't worth much, and if they got ruined, he could just get a new set. Pushing aside the leaves of the green sword bamboo, Ding Ziyu cautiously squeezed in. The serrated edges of the sword leaves indeed easily tore his clothes. However, when these serrated edges touched his skin, it only caused slight itching and did not actually cut through. The Eye of Truth's judgment was obviously reliable.
with the toughness of his skin, the green sword bamboo couldn't hurt him.
The fence made of the green sword bamboo was about 4 to 5 meters thick. Ding Ziyu carefully pushed forward, and after a while, he finally saw what was inside. To his surprise, Ding Ziyu did not see the imagined wild dragon but instead several rows of houses. All these houses were built with something white, which looked a bit like stone, but seemed not quite like it. Those houses are built with white star stone. This stone is very solid and suitable for carving formations. It seems the small sacred place is indeed amazing, the Eye of Truth said again, revealing some things Ding Ziyu did not understand at all. He suspected that this place was likely the old nest of the Nine Crows Association, not knowing how many powerful masters lived in those houses. Just as Ding Ziyu was pondering, he saw a martial artist appear in his line of sight, carrying 2 people. It was exactly the 2 guys who had come with him. Ding Ziyu was secretly shocked. The strength of those 2 was not bad, one at the 9th stage and the other at the 7th stage. From the looks on their faces, they seemed to have been captured without any fight. Report to the chief steward, we have only captured 2 people, the other guy has disappeared somewhere, the martial artist said respectfully as he approached the outside of the houses. The place is this small, as long as that kid hasn't left, we can always find him. Continue searching, an old voice came from inside the house. Ding Ziyu understood clearly this time. As soon as he entered, he had fallen under the watchful eye of others. If he had fought those 2, he would likely have been captured too. Fortunately, Ding Ziyu had some skills. He had squeezed into the green sword bamboo forest, or he might not have been able to escape others' searches. By the way, the pharmacy is just short of people, let's send these 2 over there, the chief steward's voice came again. The martial artist replied and then carried the people toward another house. Ding Ziyu hid in the bamboo forest, keeping an eye on that person's direction. After he finally entered a house, Ding Ziyu withdrew his gaze. Ding Ziyu estimated the distance from where he was to that pharmacy was about 200 meters. He decided to circle around the green sword bamboo forest to see what the pharmacy was like. Ding Ziyu suspected that his grandfather might also be inside that pharmacy. After about half an hour, Ding Ziyu cautiously approached the outside of the pharmacy. This area was relatively quiet, and Ding Ziyu hid behind the house, concentrating his mental energy, trying to see through this white house. However, after trying several times, he failed. The white star stone can block others probing. If I were at my peak, I could easily see through it. But now, I cannot. You want to know what's inside, you have to go in yourself. There's definitely someone inside. If I go in, won't I be exposed immediately? Ding Ziyu's concern was not unreasonable. With his strength, even a random steward from the Nine Owl Society could easily capture him. Then there's no other way. You can only wait until the people inside leave before you get a chance. The Eye of Truth also admitted it couldn't help Ding Ziyu. Just then, a series of miserable screams came from inside the house. Ding Ziyu immediately recognized it as one of the search machine members. He didn't expect that they had just been sent in not long ago and were already suffering inhuman torture. He had no idea what the people of the Nine Owl Society were doing to them to make them scream so painfully. The screams only lasted for a while before gradually weakening, and soon, there was no sound at all. Not long after, a man dressed in white walked out of the house, looking extremely excited. Hee, I've finally succeeded. This potion has reached the expected goal. The man in white muttered excitedly as he walked away, not even bothering to close the door. Ding Ziyu's heart leaped with joy. This was a great opportunity. Chapter 49, finally found it. Seeing that there was no one around, Ding Ziyu immediately crawled out from the green sword bamboo forest and rushed into the house. As soon as he entered, he saw all kinds of bottles and jars, their contents unknown. The 2 people who had come in with him were lying on the table, completely motionless. Ding Ziyu reached out and felt their noses, realizing that they were still breathing and had not died. He tried pushing them a few times, but they didn't respond at all. They were probably anesthetized by some kind of drug or were unable to wake up for some other reason. Ding Ziyu couldn't think of a way to save them. Not knowing what to do, he had no choice but to give up. After all, he couldn't even guarantee his own safety, let alone worry about others. There was no one else in the house. He had hoped his grandfather might be here, but the reality left him disappointed. Looking around, Ding Ziyu noticed a set of clothes hanging on the wall. From the style, they looked similar to what the people inside were wearing. They should be the uniforms of the Nine Owl Society members. An idea flashed through Ding Ziyu's mind. He immediately took off his tattered clothes, stuffed them into his space ring, and put on the clothes from the wall. Surprisingly, they fit quite well. After changing, Ding Ziyu boldly walked out. He planned to look around and see if he could find any useful clues. Perhaps the clothes really worked, because someone in the distance clearly saw him walk out of the house, but only gave him a casual glance before looking away. Ding Ziyu was secretly delighted. He didn't expect the disguise to work so well. He had passed unnoticed so easily. Rows of white houses stretched ahead, most of their doors tightly shut.
Ding Ziyu didn't dare to barge in randomly.
He only dared to sneak a peek inside whenever he came across an open door. But as expected, he found nothing. Just as Ding Ziyu approached a green sword bamboo fence, he heard a commotion from inside.
That barbarian dragon should be locked inside. We can go in and take a look.
This time, Ding Ziyu didn't hide in the green sword bamboo forest. Instead, he walked along the path ahead. After walking about 100 or 200 meters, he finally saw an opening. At the opening, there was a sturdy gate, probably meant to prevent the barbarian dragon from escaping. But there were clearly guards stationed at the gate.
As soon as Ding Ziyu approached, someone noticed him. "Sir Steward, are you here to inspect the hygiene?" The guard actually greeted Ding Ziyu first and mistook him for someone else. Without a doubt, Ding Ziyu immediately knew. It was the clothes on his body that played a role.
Are you all done?"
Ding Ziyu lowered his voice and casually responded. "It's done. Would you like to go see, Master Steward?" The gatekeeper eagerly opened the door for Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu nodded slightly, then walked naturally through the gate.
The situation inside was very different, with a faint smell of stench lingering in the air. However, the floor was very clean, clearly just swept.
"You stay here and watch the gate. I'll just check things casually." Ding Ziyu didn't want anyone following him.
He instinctively felt that something wasn't simple here, and it would be best for him to act based on the situation.
"All right.
Master Steward, please inspect carefully. If anything hasn't been done right, we'll have the others clean up later," the gatekeeper responded, then indeed went back to guarding the gate.
"That manticore is so powerful, it won't be stopped by a mere greensword bamboo, will it?" Ding Ziyu was a bit suspicious. So far, he hadn't seen what the manticore looked like or where it was trapped. The greensword bamboo is definitely used to block people.
The manticore has a violent temper, so it's surely locked up in a very secure place.
Otherwise, it probably would have escaped by now.
The area inside was also quite large. After walking for a while, Ding Ziyu finally discovered new houses, still made of white starstone, but there were fewer of them, only 3 in total. The doors of all 3 houses were open, and from the farthest room, voices of scolding and cursing could be heard.
"You pigs, if you don't listen, I'll feed you to the manticore."
Someone yelled loudly, and the voice was loud enough to hear clearly from far away. Then came the sound of whipping from inside the house.
Ding Ziyu didn't dare to walk into that room casually.
After thinking for a second, he entered another room. This room was empty, with various cleaning tools piled up inside.
It was clearly just a utility room. Ding Ziyu acted quickly and walked into another room. Inside was a large dormitory.
All the bedding was placed on the floor. They probably slept directly on the ground, and a foul odor filled the air.
The environment was extremely harsh.
Just as Ding Ziyu was about to leave, he discovered that there was someone lying in the corner. The person was wrapped entirely in a blanket, not even showing their head. If the blanket hadn't been slightly shaking, he wouldn't have dared to confirm that it was a living person.
"What are you doing here? Get up, I need to ask you something." Ding Ziyu walked over quickly and pulled at the blanket on the person.
The person in the blanket shuddered, and upon hearing Ding Ziyu's voice, immediately threw off the blanket and sat up.
It was actually Ding Shichen.
His body had a clear wound, hastily bandaged. A bit of blood was seeping through the cloth bandage.
"Ding Ziyu, how did you find this place? Hurry up and leave. This is the Nine Hawks Society's lair, there are many powerful experts inside." Ding Shichen said urgently. "I know. Were you captured by them?"
Ding Ziyu felt heartbroken when he saw his grandfather's condition.
His dislike for the Nine Hawks Society instantly grew many levels. "I was tricked into coming here.
This place only allows entry, not exit. If you don't do your work well, you get beaten, and many people have been thrown to feed that vicious beast." Ding Shichen didn't elaborate, but just a little thinking made it clear what his situation was.
"You're talking about the manticore, right? Where is it locked up?" Ding Ziyu suddenly had a new idea.
Based on his own strength, he certainly couldn't deal with the Nine Hawks Society. He also realized that taking his grandfather away would not be an easy task.
But if he could release that manticore, it would definitely cause great chaos, and then wouldn't he have a chance? "It's locked in a deep pit. That beast is very fierce. You better not go near it." Ding Shichen seemed to guess Ding Ziyu's thoughts and immediately stopped him from doing something reckless. "Do you have a way to leave this place?" Ding Ziyu asked. If Ding Shichen had a way, maybe they could try it.
"No, although I've been here for several days, I'm not familiar with the situation inside. We are not allowed to move around freely. In that case, the only thing left to do is figure out a way to release that wild dragon."
Ding Ziyu made up his mind.
His grandfather had to be saved. Staying here for too long, even if you're not fed to the wild dragon, you could still be beaten to death by someone else.
Chapter 50, Release the Wild Dragon. Why aren't these people fighting back? Even if they can't win, they could at least try to change their situation by opening blind boxes? Ding Ziyu was a little confused. How could they still let themselves be controlled after being bullied this much?
It said that you can't pray for blind boxes here, they must have been cut off. Even heaven can't help us.
Ding Shichen's words made Ding Ziyu speechless.
So this small sanctuary couldn't communicate with heaven, which meant there was really no good solution.
Ding Ziyu chatted with his grandfather for a few words before sneaking out of the room.
The voice of reprimanding continued in the room, probably from a little manager seizing the opportunity to show off his authority and venting his frustrations. There were still no people moving around in the surroundings, and Ding Ziyu followed the foul smell deeper. He guessed that the stench must be coming from the place where the wild dragon was being held. After walking a short distance, Ding Ziyu discovered a large enclosure ahead, with many pigs, cows, sheep, and the like inside. He didn't know whether they were prepared for the people or for the wild dragon. The stench here was also quite severe, and Ding Ziyu felt misled. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the terrain ahead seemed to have changed, as if a patch of ground had suddenly sunken. He couldn't see clearly from afar, so he needed to get closer. That's probably the deep pit where the wild dragon is being kept. Ding Ziyu was about to walk over when he was stopped by the Eye of Truth. There is a martial saint guarding over there.
You must not go. No way, they don't trust even the deep pit, so they use a strong expert to guard it? Ding Ziyu felt a bit frustrated.
In the end, it was still because of his weakness, otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. He could just take people and leave directly.
Maybe we can lure that person away.
Ding Ziyu looked at the pigs, cows, and sheep in the enclosure and suddenly came up with an idea. It's worth trying. Whether it works or not depends on luck. The Eye of Truth didn't hold much hope for this.
The servants who did the cleaning could easily handle such a small issue.
Regardless of whether it worked or not, Ding Ziyu ran over and quickly opened all the enclosures. The pigs, cows, and sheep that had been inside immediately ran out like crazy. It seemed that these animals were also afraid of the wild dragon's roar, but hadn't had a chance to leave. In an instant, the animals that were running around caused chaos, and everything around was thrown into disarray, with various loud noises echoing from far away. Ding Ziyu hid in a concealed spot and waited quietly to see what would happen. Soon, the servants ran out, starting to chase the animals, and the little manager who had been reprimanding them cursed and joined the crowd chasing the animals.
Ding Ziyu didn't move.
His attention remained focused on a certain spot, hoping that the expert guarding that area would run out.
After about a stick of incense's worth of time, the scattered animals hadn't been caught yet.
In fact, they were getting more and more chaotic. These idiots can't even handle such a small thing. A martial saint finally cursed and ran out of the deep pit. What surprised Ding Ziyu was that it was the same person who had run out from the alchemy room earlier.
He was actually following that person.
Deacon Wang, don't rush off, the experiment results aren't out yet, the man in white shouted after him.
What's the hurry? Didn't you say the medicine was ready?
I bet that barbarian dragon won't wake up anytime soon.
Let's first round up these beasts, or what if the barbarian dragon wakes up and needs food? Deacon Wang didn't stop his pace, quickly heading in the direction of the beasts.
The man in white glanced at the deep pit, but still followed after him. It was clear that he wasn't fully at ease and didn't dare to stay in such a dangerous place. Seeing the two leave, Ding Ziyu immediately ran out from his hiding spot and quickly headed toward the deep pit. When he arrived, he discovered that it was a large circular pit, over 30 meters in diameter. The walls of the pit had a spiral path leading down, and the bottom was dark and murky, impossible to see clearly. As he got closer, a foul stench came from below, and Ding Ziyu quickly covered his nose.
Actually, any dragon-like creature loves cleanliness.
Even though the barbarian dragon isn't a true dragon, it can't stand this environment. Keeping it in such harsh conditions will cause problems sooner or later. The Eye of Truth was very familiar with the creature's habits.
Why are they keeping this creature? Are they doing some kind of research? Ding Ziyu didn't understand why the Nine Hawks Association would do this.
The barbarian dragon's bloodline can stimulate a human body, especially benefiting body-refining warriors. It's likely that the high-ups of the Nine Hawks Association discovered the secret, which is why they are keeping it here. The barbarian dragon may be aggressive and easily angered, but its intelligence isn't low. It would never willingly let people imprison it in such a small pit. Plus, they want to draw its blood. If it gets the chance, it will definitely try to escape. As Ding Ziyu communicated with the Eye of Truth, he continued to descend quickly. After about 4 or 5 meters, he finally reached the end of the path. There, to his surprise, was a massive metal lid sealing the entire pit. However, there were many ventilation holes in the lid, with gaps at least 20 centimeters wide. The lid was locked in the middle with a huge metal bar. Unless it was opened, even the barbarian dragon's strength wouldn't be enough to escape.
Through the ventilation holes, Ding Ziyu could clearly see a giant dinosaur-like creature hiding below. Its size was even bigger than the strongest T-Rex, with extremely muscular limbs. Its mouth was similar to the T-Rex's, but it had a pair of horns on its head, which clearly distinguished it from a typical dinosaur. At that moment, the massive creature was lying still on the ground, and the distance from the lid was at least 20 or 30 meters. I need to find a way to wake it up, or opening the metal bar will be useless. When those experts return, they'll just lock it back up. Ding Ziyu knew that the barbarian dragon was likely sedated by the drug the man in white had created. For such a massive creature, sedating it wasn't an easy task. No need to wake it up, this guy is just playing dead. It's only pretending to fool anyone who gets close. The Eye of Truth instantly saw through the barbarian dragon's deception. Damn, I didn't expect it to be this clever. Ding Ziyu was truly surprised. Barbarian dragon, I'll open the lid for you, whether you can escape depends on whether you have the ability. Ding Ziyu shouted at the barbarian dragon, not caring whether it could understand him. Just as his words echoed, the seemingly dead barbarian dragon suddenly flipped over and stood up, startling Ding Ziyu. When it lifted its head, it was only a few meters from the heavy metal lid, and its massive size was truly beyond Ding Ziyu's expectations. Its eyes, as large as plates, stared fixedly at Ding Ziyu, as if trying to confirm whether he was telling the truth or not. Ding Ziyu quickly moved the metal bar, which weighed at least 1,000 or 2,000 pounds, and was stuck tightly. With all his strength, Ding Ziyu finally managed to pull it out of the slot. Man Long, I've opened the lid for you, whether you can get out now depends on your own ability. Ding Ziyu could only do so much. The pit was too deep, and with his strength, it was impossible to get Man Long out. Everything now depended on it alone. Ding Ziyu ran up the path along the pit wall again, this time he was running with all his strength, and his speed increased significantly. Halfway up, a loud clank sound suddenly came from the bottom of the pit, followed by a very heavy impact. The entire pit was shaking violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Ding Ziyu instinctively looked down, only to find that the thick metal lid had been smashed open by Man Long halfway, and the other half was hanging on the pit wall, swaying dangerously. That big guy's strength was truly beyond estimation. Ding Ziyu guessed that even a 10-segment martial saint might not be able to suppress it. Ding Ziyu accelerated again, charging towards the pit's opening. He feared that once Man Long got out, it would first turn him into a snack. The loud crashing continued from below. By the time Ding Ziyu reached the pit's edge, Man Long had already reached the lid. It was venting its anger on the lid that had been used to imprison it, with half of it smashed into the pit's bottom, making a rumbling sound that echoed far away. There's still several dozen meters of height, can it really get out? Ding Ziyu was a little worried. The depth of this pit was indeed unfriendly, and it was even more difficult for a creature as large as Man Long. Forget it, hurry and leave, that expert is back. The Eye of Truth had already sensed the danger. If that person couldn't sense the huge commotion made by Man Long, they must be an expert at the martial saint level. Ding Ziyu had a thought and bypassed the deep pit, chasing after those beasts. Even though he had joined the pursuit abruptly, it felt completely natural. Damn it, how is it that after leaving for a while, that beast broke free? Didn't your tranquilizer succeed? The martial saint expert rushed through the air at an incredible speed. The white-robed man followed closely behind, helplessly saying, I don't know either. Maybe Man Long's tolerance to the drug is stronger than other beasts, and it needs a larger dose to work. Stop talking nonsense, hurry and call the expert over. With my strength, I might not be able to stop it. The martial saint expert was very anxious. When he reached the top of the pit, a massive stone weighing thousands of pounds suddenly appeared beside him and was hurled into the pit. Roar! A strong roar suddenly echoed from the deep pit. To Ding Ziyu's surprise, the huge stone flew out of the pit at an even faster speed. Beast, you have some guts. The martial saint expert was not hit by the massive stone, or rather, when the stone shot out of the pit, most of its upward force had already been exhausted. The martial saint expert stomped hard on the stone, sending it crashing down at an even faster speed. The deep pit was filled with the sound of heavy rumbling, and a few seconds later, everything fell silent. Just when Ding Ziyu thought that Man Long had either been crushed to death or fell to the bottom of the pit, a huge head suddenly popped out from the pit. Before the martial saint could attack, Man Long opened its mouth and spit out a flame several meters long, its extreme heat causing everything around to smell of burnt flesh. The martial saint expert quickly flipped away, narrowly avoiding the flame spewed by Man Long. Damn it, this beast has run out, and trying to lock it back up, you don't know how difficult it is. The face of the martial saint warrior looked extremely bad, clearly, he understood this barbarian dragon very well. As soon as he finished speaking, the barbarian dragon crawled out of the deep pit. When it was at the bottom of the pit earlier, Ding Ziyu had been looking down from above and couldn't see clearly. Now that it was on the ground, he finally realized how fierce this creature was, definitely a super monster level of ferocity. Roar! Growl! The barbarian raised its neck and let out a long, screeching roar, as if venting its anger. It had been locked up for so long, and it had finally escaped from that damn pit. In the next moment, the barbarian dragon spat out an even fiercer flame, instantly setting the surrounding plants on fire. The animals that had just managed to return to the fence scattered in fear again, crashing through the fence. It was clear how terrified these animals were of the barbarian dragon in front of them. Ding Ziyu no longer had the mood to watch the spectacle, the place was in chaos, and it was the perfect time to rescue his grandfather. He jumped over several running cows and sheep, quickly rushing into the previous house. "Grandpa, I've let the barbarian dragon out. That expert is fighting the barbarian dragon, we need to leave quickly." Ding Ziyu didn't want to stay here any longer. The experts from the Nine Hawks Society would definitely come over right away. Whether they could suppress the barbarian dragon again or not, staying here was not a good option. Ding Shichen's face turned red, and he tried to stand up but was unable to. His injuries were far worse than Ding Ziyu had expected. "This is a healing pill, you need to take it now." Ding Ziyu directly took out the stinky blood condensation pill. He had tested its effects, although it smelled terrible, its healing effect was indeed very good. Ding Shichen saw the dark object that emitted a foul odor and instinctively resisted. But he trusted his grandson and knew he wouldn't joke about such things. He endured the nausea and swallowed the stinky blood condensation pill in one go. In the next moment, a gentle power flowed throughout his body, and the effect of the blood condensation pill was activated. Although it didn't immediately restore Ding Shichen to full health, his condition greatly improved. Ding Ziyu showed a delighted expression. He estimated that in another 10 to 20 minutes, Ding Shichen would be able to move freely. "Grandpa, I'll carry you." Ding Ziyu crouched down, preparing to carry his grandfather out of this dangerous situation. The noise outside was getting louder, and it might soon affect the house here. Even though these houses were made from white star stone, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of the barbarian dragon. In fact, the warrior outside was being beaten badly by the barbarian dragon. If not for his advantage in the air, survival was a big question. The strength of the barbarian dragon was indeed too powerful, and its fire attack ability was exceptional. That martial saint was already a 7th stage expert but still didn't dare to take the barbarian dragon's attack head-on. At this moment, the barbarian dragon had fully spread its body, its length exceeding 50 meters, and its height around 20 meters. Its muscles were extremely tough, filled with explosive power. Ding Ziyu, carrying his grandfather, was deeply shocked by this scene. The ferocity of the barbarian dragon far exceeded his expectations. But everything before him wasn't what he needed to focus on. The key was how to escape from this small holy land. At that moment, several more martial saint experts flew in. Their target, of course, was the barbarian dragon, without regard to the people on the ground. Ding Ziyu looked toward the distant gate and noticed that there were still people guarding there. There was no way he could successfully sneak through while carrying his grandfather. "Grandpa, is your condition any better? Wait here for me, I'll go open the door." Ding Ziyu set his grandfather down at the corner. His clothes were almost the same as those of the servants. Normally, no one should trouble Ding Shichen. After putting down his grandfather, Ding Ziyu quickly walked towards the gate. The guards were still the same few from before, but they were very nervous, knowing that the barbarian dragon had already escaped. Staying here was extremely dangerous. If the fighting came this way, their lives would be at risk. "Master, how is it inside?" The guard saw Ding Ziyu coming and quickly asked. "It's quite troublesome, several experts have gone in, but they still can't hold off that barbarian dragon. You should evacuate, I can guard here." Ding Ziyu told a huge lie. If these guards left on their own, then that would be fine. But if they didn't go, he would have to take action himself. "Really? Thank you so much, Master." The few guys were already anxious, they wanted to run but were afraid of being punished. Now, with the Master saying this, what were they waiting for? The guards opened the gate and quickly fled. A smile appeared on Ding Ziyu's face, he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. As long as they could leave, their chances of escaping this small sacred place would increase greatly. In just that little time, Ding Shichen's injuries had already healed a lot, and he could move normally. Without waiting for Ding Ziyu to carry him, he walked over by himself. After the two of them exited the gate, Ding Ziyu closed it behind them. Then he led his grandfather to run towards the outskirts again. Fortunately, they were both wearing the clothes of the Nine Owl Society, which did not draw others' attention. On the way, Ding Ziyu noticed that many people were heading towards the barbarian dragon. Obviously, the batch of martial saints that had gone in before had not captured it. Ding Ziyu and his grandfather successfully escaped to the outskirts but found they could not locate the path they had taken. "What's going on? Where is the original path?" Ding Ziyu asked the True Eye. "The sacred place has a protective array that is now activated. With your strength, it's better not to barge in randomly, find a place to hide first." The True Eye's words surprised Ding Ziyu.
The legendary array actually existed, and he had encountered it himself. However, Ding Ziyu understood that this protective array was certainly not meant for him. With his current strength, he was not worthy of such attention from the Nine Owls Society. Ding Ziyu looked around and found a thicket to hide in. Since it was not possible to leave for now, they could only wait patiently. The commotion inside grew louder, and the roar of the barbarian dragon could be heard clearly from a distance. Besides the roars, there were also booming sounds of fighting that shook the surroundings. The Nine Owls Society is probably in trouble this time. Even if all their experts come out, they may not be able to take down that barbarian dragon, the True Eye concluded remarkably. What kind of monstrous beast is the barbarian dragon? Ding Ziyu curiously asked. Before he had seen the Celestial Church, he thought that the 10th rank of martial saints was the peak of humanity. But the experts within the Celestial Church were obviously many levels above the 10th rank. Just look at that red-scaled giant python. The Celestial Church master didn't even need to take action to easily subdue it. This barbarian dragon was clearly at a higher level. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but it could also unleash flame attacks. Even several martial saints attacking together could not capture it, indicating how formidable it was. The barbarian dragon has the potential to become a spirit beast. Its limit is very high. If it undergoes bloodline transformation, it could even unleash 1% of true Dragon Clan's power. This barbarian dragon is actually still a young creature, far from adulthood. Otherwise, even all the experts of the Nine Owls Society combined would not stand a chance against it. Do dragons really exist in this world? Ding Ziyu was very curious. The True Eye had a very high opinion of the barbarian dragon. Even a trace of dragon blood was that powerful. The true dragon did not know how powerful it would be. You probably don't have any here for now, but who can say if you will in the future? The arrival of blind boxes has completely changed your way of life and the direction of your future. There must be very important reasons behind it. What reasons? Do you know? Upon hearing this, Ding Zi became excited. There are actually many explanations about this direction online. There are all sorts of strange guesses, but basically none are reliable. I don't know. If I knew these things, I wouldn't have been eliminated by others. The words of the True Eye disappointed Ding Zi. He had originally thought he could uncover some truth. It turned out he was overthinking. Perhaps the leader of the Ascending Heaven sect knows some details, she just may not be willing to tell others. The True Eye pointed out a clear path for Ding Zi. However, Ding Zi understood that in the eyes of the Ascending Heaven leader, he was nothing at all. At most, he was just a slightly larger ant. Why would such important news be shared with him? In just a moment, Ding Zi suddenly noticed powerful martial saints flying around in a panic in the distance. No way, are so many experts fleeing from that fierce dragon? Ding Zi's understanding of the fierce dragon was refreshed. A juvenile dragon was already this formidable. If it grew up, wouldn't it easily crush a large group of experts? If such a dangerous creature were to enter the outside world, would humanity still have any space to survive? Most humans would likely become its food. Fortunately, the fierce dragon couldn't fly. If it could, it would be even more uncontrollable. While Ding Zi was lost in these thoughts, the fierce dragon had already charged out. From a distance, its body was clearly visible. This creature charged recklessly. Ordinary trees were nothing to it, not even the green sword bamboo. Large areas were ignited by the flames spewed from the fierce dragon. Whenever someone appeared, it would go on a chase. Ordinary martial artists were worthless in front of it, becoming mere snacks in its mouth. A few powerful martial saints hovered above it, now also at a loss, unable to think of any useful way to deal with it. How about we get some heavy weapons and blow this thing up? One martial saint made a bold suggestion. There are still some powerful firearms in this day and age, but they are mostly controlled by the Blind Box Management Bureau. Ordinary forces find it hard to get them. Chapter 53 Bold Idea. It's not that simple. If it can't be controlled within a small range, heavy weapons are hard to be effective. An old man gazed at the fierce dragon on the ground, worried. If it could really be controlled within a small range, why would they need to kill it? The current protective formation cannot be casually damaged. Without the leader's order, no one dares to act recklessly. Then what should we do? We can't fight or kill it. Will there still be a place for the small Holy Land to stand in the future? Many martial saints were anxious about this. Such a good place could not be easily given up. This small Holy Land was the foundation of the Nine Crows Society. Without it, the strength of the Nine Crows Society would definitely be cut in half. Let's wait a little longer. The leader will return soon. Let's see if the leader has a way to deal with this beast. The old man was the chief steward of the Nine Crows Society, a rank 8 martial saint. This level of strength is already regarded as a formidable person in the outside world. Even the Blind Box Management Bureau would have to give him some face. It was unexpected that he was merely a chief steward in the Nine Crows Society. The fierce dragon couldn't do anything to the flying warriors, so it vented its anger on the things on the ground. This creature was rampaging about, trampling everything it encountered. It might also spew out hot flames.
It was burned to a complete mess. Ding Ziyu and the other person had no choice but to move positions multiple times to avoid being affected by the wild dragon. Fortunately, the experts in the sky did not pay attention to them. In fact, the lower-level members of the Nine Hulls Association were also hiding, just like them, avoiding the wild dragon. No one would notice the two insignificant people.
About half an hour later, a figure flew over from the distance, moving faster than ordinary warriors.
It's the association leader.
The association leader is back. Maybe he has a way to deal with this beast, one of the stewards said with great joy.
What happened? Wasn't it locked up properly? How did it escape?
The leader of the Nine Hulls Association had a very bad expression. He had been gone for less than a day, and didn't expect such a big mistake to happen.
Sorry.
The cattle and sheep were locked up, but they ran out. I only left for a short while, and didn't expect the beast to escape. The expert in charge of guarding the wild dragon lowered his head, quickly explaining.
Up to now, they still didn't know someone had tampered with it.
They thought the wild dragon had knocked off the metal cover.
Foolish.
When those beasts run out, they should be chased after.
How could you let such a small mistake lead to such a big consequence? Don't you know how fierce the wild dragon is? You all underestimated it. Now that it's out, there's really no way to deal with it.
The leader of the Nine Hulls Association scolded his subordinates for a few moments. After all, the wild dragon had already escaped, and even if he killed the person, it wouldn't change the fact.
Leader, with your strength, can't you tame this beast?
The chief steward asked, somewhat unwilling. Everyone had pinned their hopes on him, but unexpectedly, after waiting for the leader to return, this was the result.
I can't defeat it either.
This guy is not stupid, and his combat power is terrifying. But it is of great benefit to us, so for now, we'll trap it inside this small sacred land.
We'll withdraw the people and come up with a plan later to deal with it.
The leader of the Nine Hulls Association made the final decision. As long as the small sacred land was still under their control, no matter how the wild dragon rampaged inside, it couldn't escape their grasp. The leader's power had grown thanks to the wild dragon's blood, so he would not easily give up on it. He still wanted to use the wild dragon's blood to reach a higher level and, by the way, cultivate a batch of powerful experts.
What about the servants? Are they also leaving?
The chief steward asked. They, the martial saints, could leave, but the servants absolutely could not be allowed to leave. Too many people and too many mouths. If these servants went out, they would likely leak the secrets of the small sacred land. This was the core secret of the Nine Hulls Association, so the servants inside could never be allowed to leave.
Let them stay inside.
Whether they live or die depends on their luck. The leader of the Nine Hulls Association didn't care about the lives of these people. They were just ordinary martial artists, and as long as he wanted to, he could recruit a new batch at any time.
That's fine.
They can stay inside and serve as food for the wild dragon. It should be fine for a while, and won't starve to death. The group of martial saints came to a unanimous decision.
Let's go. In the next 3 days, we'll send in some animals. We can't let the wild dragon starve to death.
The leader of the Nine Hulls Association made the final decision. And so, the martial saints in the sky quickly disappeared. Ding Ziyu didn't hear the conversation among the martial saints, but seeing them leave, he let out a sigh of relief.
What should I do now? Where should I look for an exit? Ding Ziyu could only place his hope on the Eye of Truth. Don't rush. The protective array is dissipating. It seems it has been closed.
Those martial saints are leaving this small sacred land.
This is a good opportunity for you. The Eye of Truth said, a bit excited. What good opportunity? I just want to escape from here as quickly as possible. Ding Ziyu obviously didn't understand what the Eye of Truth meant. Don't you want to take this small holy land for yourself? What? Take this small holy land for myself? With my strength, how could I possibly control such a large territory? Ding Ziyu instinctively felt that this was impossible.
Even without those martial saints involved, the small holy land still has so many martial artists, as well as that wild dragon that even the martial saints can't deal with.
With my strength, how could I have a chance to control this small holy land? This small holy land must have a core.
I guess the Nine Hawks Association wouldn't even be able to control the core of this small holy land.
Otherwise, how could they deal with that wild dragon?
As long as you find the core of this small holy land and refine it, everything in the holy land will be under your control.
Dealing with that wild dragon will be no problem.
The Eye of Truth encouraged Ding Ziyu, and it really seemed like a great opportunity according to his words.
You still have a spirit pond in your possession.
If you can control this small holy land, you could place the spirit pond here. In the future, the speed of your cultivation would increase by who knows how many times.
How do I find the core of this small holy land? Ding Ziyu was intrigued.
This is the Nine Hawks Association's core treasure. If I take it, I can't see how I wouldn't get rich in the future. Of course, this has to be done very secretly, or the martial saints from the Nine Hawks Association will notice.
Don't worry, with me here, what's there to fear in finding the core of this small holy land?
The Eye of Truth was confident. His greatest skill was seeing through illusions, and it wasn't easy to block his perception. Soon, the previous protective array had completely dissipated, and everything around them became real again.
At least Ding Ziyu could discern the general direction. Now, follow my instructions. Don't make a mistake at any step.
Go left for 500 steps, no matter what you encounter, do not change direction. The Eye of Truth said seriously.
Chapter 54 Core. Will there be danger along the way? Can I take my grandfather with me? Ding Ziyu had to consider this problem. He wasn't at ease leaving his grandfather behind. What if someone captured him again, or the wild dragon showed up? Wouldn't that be very unsafe?
Most of it consists of concealed array gates, there shouldn't be too much danger. After hearing the Eye of Truth's answer, Ding Ziyu immediately took his grandfather and headed in the direction he was instructed, counting the steps as they went. However, after walking only 100 or 200 steps, Ding Ziyu found there was no road ahead. A large stone blocked his path, and when he touched it, it felt very real, not an illusion.
What do we do now? Should we go around it?
Ding Ziyu had never experienced such a strange situation and didn't know what to do.
You can't go around it.
If you do, you'll deviate from the path. Just try, and if it doesn't work, slightly adjust your angle.
There must be a way through.
The Eye of Truth disagreed with Ding Ziyu trying to go around. It seemed that reaching the core of this small holy land was not simple. If the entire stone was an illusion, it would be impossible for the Nine Hawks Association members who had stayed here for so long to not notice anything. Ding Ziyu, half convinced and half doubtful, walked steadily toward the stone in the direction they had come from. He bumped into it, but luckily, he wasn't walking fast, or he might have broken his nose.
After one failure, Ding Ziyu didn't give up.
He followed the Eye of Truth's advice, making slight adjustments to his angle. The third time he walked toward the stone wall, his foot suddenly stepped into it. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if his foot had sunk into the stone.
This is really a bit magical. Ding Ziyu took another step forward, and his entire body easily blended into the stone. However, he didn't feel like he had entered the stone at all. What appeared before him was. It was still the same natural landscape, as if nothing had changed at all.
Ding Ziyu turned around, brought his grandfather inside, then continued walking forward. After walking 500 steps, the scene ahead changed again. The areas that had been severely damaged by the barbarian dragon were gone. What appeared before him was an environment that was completely intact. Ding Ziyu understood that the things seen by the true eye were indeed much more powerful than his own. Without its guidance, it would be hard for an ordinary person to find the core of this small holy land, including the members of the Nine Hawks Association.
Could this small holy land also have been opened from a blind box? Ding Ziyu asked curiously.
Who knows, it's probably the case.
The true eye couldn't be sure.
In this world, it's not surprising for anything to appear, like the immortal mansion of the Chang Tian sect, and how did those experts of the Chang Tian sect come about? Ding Ziyu continued walking according to the guidance of the true eye. Sometimes, he would walk a certain distance, then step back dozens of steps, or walk in circles.
In any case, Ding Ziyu couldn't figure out what was going on.
After struggling for nearly half an hour, Ding Ziyu finally discovered a new building. These houses were still made of white starstone, but compared to the previous ones, they were much taller and had a very imposing look. This should be the core of the small holy land. I wonder if there is some enlightened expert living inside, Ding Ziyu asked, his thoughts a bit whimsical. It would be quite normal for a skilled expert to be present in such a good place.
Not likely.
If there were, the Nine Hawks Association wouldn't be able to mess around in here.
They would have been wiped out long ago.
The true eye wasn't sure either, as the white starstone blocked its probing, and only by entering could they know the truth.
Ding Ziyu boldly stepped inside.
The large building looked like a palace.
The white stone made it look even more sacred, towering, and magnificent.
Once inside the main hall, everything was empty, as if there was nothing at all. This made Ding Ziyu a bit disappointed but also somewhat relieved. If there really were some precious treasures left inside, the possibility of an enlightened expert living here would increase a lot. The hall was vast, and once inside, it was even more shocking than it appeared from the outside.
Many areas inside didn't even have a single column, which didn't adhere to normal mechanical standards.
He couldn't figure out how this hall had been built. In the center of the hall, there was a clear path, about 3 meters wide, leading to the depths of the hall. It looked a bit like an ancient royal palace, dignified and solemn, creating a sense of oppression. Ding Ziyu continued walking for several hundred meters, and finally, there was a new change ahead. A high platform appeared, looking a bit like an altar. Above the platform, there was a transparent orb slowly spinning, about 10 centimeters in diameter. That is the world orb, which is the core of this small holy land, the true I reminded Ding Ziyu.
How do I deal with this world orb? Can I just take it? Ding Ziyu asked, completely confused.
He had never seen such a mystical thing before.
It's not that easy to take. You need to figure out how to refine it first, and then imprint your personal mark on it, the true I dispelled Ding Ziyu's naive thought. Refine it? How do I refine it?
Ding Ziyu asked helplessly, as he had no knowledge to support such an action.
Concentrate your spiritual power and see if you can merge it into the world orb. In other words, just stare at it and keep your mind highly focused.
Once you complete this first step, the rest will follow with the appropriate instructions.
Ding Ziyu could only follow the true I's advice.
He calmed his mind as he did during his usual cultivation. His eyes were fixed tightly on the slowly rotating realm pearl, all his attention concentrated on it. After about a quarter of an hour, a sudden change appeared before Ding Ziyu's eyes. It was as if he had entered a mysterious space, and everything around him transformed.
Move forward.
A strange voice echoed in his mind, just like the real I speaking directly to him. Under the guidance of this voice, Ding Ziyu walked forward, neither hurried nor slow. At this moment, a sunken handprint appeared ahead.
Place your hand on it, and the recognition process will complete automatically. The voice spoke again. Ding Ziyu hesitated for a moment but finally placed his hand on it.
The instant his hand touched it, a sharp pain pricked his palm, as if something had pierced through it. In the next moment, the handprint emitted a red glow. It was unclear whether it had absorbed Ding Ziyu's blood or if the handprint was naturally meant to glow red. The red light spread like thin threads, expanding in all directions, resembling a spider's web, continuously stretching into the distance.
After a few minutes, the light finally stopped.
Suddenly, the red glow flared intensely, and Ding Ziyu only heard a deafening buzz in his mind before everything went dark as he passed out.
Chapter 55, Controlling the Realm Pearl.
It was unknown how long had passed when Ding Ziyu slowly woke up. As he looked up, the realm pearl was still spinning slowly above the altar, while he remained seated on the ground. The previous visions had completely vanished. He couldn't tell whether they had been real or mere illusions.
Did I succeed in refining it? Ding Ziyu had no idea, so he could only ask the real I. Look carefully at the realm pearl again. See if anything has changed. The real I did not directly answer his question. Ding Ziyu stood up and focused on the realm pearl once more.
But this time, before he could fully concentrate, images suddenly appeared on its once transparent surface, giving him a very familiar feeling.
No way I can see inside the little sanctuary through the realm pearl? Ding Ziyu finally realized that the scenes within the pearl were actually from the little sanctuary. That's right. If you can easily see the little sanctuary scenes through the realm pearl, it means you have refined it. This sanctuary is now under your control. The real I's response filled Ding Ziyu with joy. So, this means the little sanctuary is mine now? Ding Ziyu was quite excited. It should be. Now, you should be able to command the little sanctuary to operate according to your will, or view any corner of it at will. Really? What can I make the little sanctuary do? Ding Ziyu found it unbelievable. Everything was happening too suddenly and too easily. Realm Pearl, take me to that wild dragon. Ding Ziyu spoke to the Realm Pearl, not knowing whether it could understand him or not. In less than a second, the scene inside the Realm Pearl changed, and a miniature wild dragon appeared. The creature was chasing after members of the Nine Owl Society, looking as if it was determined to devour them. The remaining members of the Nine Owl Society ran for their lives, scattering in different directions, hoping to escape the dragon's pursuit. But their speed was no match for the wild dragon. One of them was just a fraction of a second too slow, and the dragon bit into him, swallowing him in 2 gulps. Ding Ziyu watched for a while but quickly lost interest. He felt no sympathy for these people. They were merely lackeys of the Nine Owl Society. Even the society itself didn't value them, so why should he play the role of a saint? Realm Pearl, where is the entrance and exit of the little sanctuary? Ding Ziyu continued to ask. He had no intention of staying inside for too long. There are still many things waiting for him outside. For example, staying in this small sacred place will not get him blind boxes, praying is of no use. His special ability, the greatest benefit, is to open blind boxes. If he stays here all the time, wouldn't that be a waste? However, this time the World Pearl did not change the scene, which confused Ding Ziyu, who didn't know whether it didn't understand his command or there was no exit to speak of. You have mastered the small sacred place. Theoretically, any place inside can be an exit, which could open a way for you. That's why the World Pearl hasn't changed. The explanation of the Eye of Truth surprised Ding Ziyu, it was really amazing. World Pearl, please open an exit for me immediately. To verify his thoughts, Ding Ziyu gave the order without hesitation.
In the next moment, a white light slowly appeared right in front of Ding Ziyu inside the hall, and after a few seconds, it condensed into a portal. Ding Ziyu focused and immediately saw the scene outside. Even faraway buildings were visible. This is great. Doesn't that mean I can easily come and go from the small sacred place, and I won't be restricted by the Nine Xiong Association? Ding Ziyu was still worried about the experts of the Nine Xiong Association. Those previous entrances were surely guarded by the experts of the Nine Xiong Association. It would be hard for him to get out, even without bringing his grandfather. By the way, if I leave the small sacred place, how do I control it? Ding Ziyu asked a very practical question. Since the small sacred place had already been refined by him, there was absolutely no reason to return it to the Nine Xiong Association. With full control over everything inside, wasn't that equivalent to having a solid base? It's a million times better than any spatial ring. You can directly communicate with the World Pearl and take it into your body. You can easily take this small sacred place with you. Its usage should be the same as that of a celestial abode. The Eye of Truth taught Ding Ziyu very seriously. These concepts were completely new to him. Ding Ziyu tried it out, silently reciting in his heart, and soon the World Pearl on the altar flew down, gently landing in his palm. In the next moment, the World Pearl quickly shrank down, finally becoming as small as a grain of sand, and disappeared into his palm. Ding Ziyu's body showed no abnormalities. He was still standing in the grand hall built of white starstones. The door that appeared before did not disappear. You just need to walk out of that door, and this small sacred place will disappear from its original spot, making it impossible for the Nine Xiong Association to find where it exists. Is it really that magical? So, the small sacred place has become a space I carry with me? Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. If he could operate this way, then he truly had gained an immense fortune. That's pretty much it. In fact, whether it's a celestial abode or a small sacred place, they are all crafted by the powerful beings. Mainly, they are used as temporary cultivation caves, safe and reliable. You having this small sacred place is truly a great fortune. The Eye of Truth explained very earnestly. In fact, he was also a bit excited. This was a small sacred place, not something anyone could easily obtain. Even in the past, he didn't have a small sacred place, so Ding Ziyu indeed had incredible luck. By the way, I need to drive out that troublesome big guy first. If it messes around in my small sacred place, won't it be ruined? Remembering the barbarian dragon, Ding Ziyu hurriedly released the World Pearl. The entire process was very convenient and quick, no problems arose. This barbarian dragon is very useful to you. Just control it to stay in one area. Now everything in the small sacred place is under your control, and doing this is actually very easy. If you let it escape, capturing it again will be difficult. The Eye of Truth disagreed with Ding Ziyu's actions. Thinking about the high-level members of the Nine Falcons, they would never want to fully deal with the barbarian dragon. Letting it go would be a huge waste. If I keep it, wouldn't I have to feed it every day? Ding Ziyu thought, feeling troubled by the barbarian dragon's enormous appetite. It wouldn't be easy to fill it up. Don't you have a spiritual pond? Placing it in the small sacred land would be better than any food. Just scatter some animals in there, and it should be enough to maintain the ecological balance of the small sacred land. The Eye of Truth was truly worried about it. But there was nothing that could be done. After all, Ding Ziyu was a complete beginner in cultivation, and many things were unfamiliar to him. This would indeed require a long time to learn. Chapter 56, Changing Heaven and Earth. Ding Ziyu certainly knew about the bottomless spiritual pond, but without solving the internal issues of the small sacred land, he didn't dare to take it out carelessly. Better lock up this barbarian dragon first. Its destructive power is just too strong. Ding Ziyu muttered. As soon as he spoke, a new change appeared in the boundary pearl. The barbarian dragon, which had been rampaging, found that the scenery around it had changed. For high walls immediately rose, trapping it within a small range. No matter how much the barbarian dragon roared, charged left and right, it couldn't break through the walls that had risen in an instant. At this point, Ding Ziyu understood that the small sacred land was truly powerful. Such a strong barbarian dragon was instantly controlled, unable to escape, no matter how strong it was. If the experts of the Nine Falcons come in, couldn't I use the same method to control them? Ding Ziyu had a bold idea. At least now that he had control over the small sacred land, he no longer had to be afraid of those powerful experts. Just 4 walls probably aren't enough. A cover is needed. Humans are much more cunning than the barbarian dragon, and they're not so easy to control. The Eye of Truth disagreed with Ding Ziyu's idea. Although Ding Ziyu's strength had greatly increased after obtaining the small sacred land, this was still not his own power. There could be a flaw somewhere. By the way, keeping the barbarian dragon locked in such a small place for a long time probably won't work. It might die after a while. Ding Ziyu thought, putting himself in the barbarian dragon's shoes. If he were locked in a small space with walls on all sides, he'd either go crazy or die after some time. It should be possible to expand the area and restrict it to a certain region.
Ding Ziyu tried to communicate with the boundary pearl, following the method given by the Eye of Truth. Sure enough, after a short while, the four walls disappeared.
The barbarian dragon regained its freedom.
It seemed to be scared, running far away.
However, no matter how it ran, it was still within a limited range, and even the barbarian dragon didn't realize it. Only Ding Ziyu, through the boundary pearl, understood the truth of the situation. He had to admit that the small sacred land was indeed a great treasure. These methods were so magical, and Ding Ziyu had no idea how it worked.
Boundary pearl, can you move the main hall to a nice natural environment? Ding Ziyu didn't want such a depressing place.
The hall in front of him seemed too solemn and oppressive.
It was too heavy.
If it were placed in a beautiful spring setting, it would surely be much better.
After Ding Ziyu made his request, the boundary pearl quickly seemed to understand his intentions.
A few minutes later, the hall began to undergo earth-shaking changes, and it turned into a cozy thatched cottage. The original tall palace was gone, the grandeur was gone, and even the towering altar had shrunk into a small niche, looking exquisite and delicate. Push open the thatched cottage, and outside is a beautiful view, with flowers in full bloom, indeed the perfect season of spring with blossoming flowers and good scenery.
It's really amazing.
Ding Ziyu truly liked this little sacred place from the bottom of his heart.
From now on, this will be his territory, and all secrets can be placed here. Everything in this little sacred place is under his control.
For example, the people left by the Nine Hawks Association, Ding Ziyu can check where they are and what they are doing through the realm pearl. The houses inside the green sword bamboo also appeared, and there were still a few people inside. The two people from the search organization also woke up, looking confused and examining their surroundings with expressions full of fear and anxiety.
Forget it, let these two go. Ding Ziyu still had a moment of kindness, after all, these two had brought him in.
Without their help, he wouldn't have found this little sacred place, and he couldn't have saved his grandfather.
Realm Pearl, can you send these two out quietly and silently? Ding Ziyu asked.
The next moment, the door of the house transformed into a portal to leave the little sacred place, without any trace left.
As long as the two walked through that door, they would return to the normal world.
Although Ding Ziyu was somewhat impressed by the magical operation of the realm pearl, he had already gotten used to it.
The two observed the house for a while, and finally decided to walk out and see.
As soon as they stepped out the door, they found the scenery had completely changed, no longer in the original environment. They turned back in surprise, but saw nothing. The door had also disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. Setting aside their surprise, Ding Ziyu was already thinking about placing the spirit pool. This thing is very beneficial for the entire sacred place, so he needed to be careful.
Ding Ziyu decided to place the spirit pool at the edge of a meadow. The environment here was beautiful, and it was just lacking a water source. When Ding Ziyu opened the blind box, he also fell into the spirit pool with a splash.
Fortunately, he could swim and had mentally prepared himself, otherwise, he might have drowned in the water. The clear pool water was refreshing and made people feel delighted. Ding Ziyu felt his pores naturally open, receiving the cleansing of spiritual power. Streams of very rich spiritual energy flowed into Ding Ziyu's body, and the refreshing feeling made him feel like he was flying.
So this is the spirit pool, it's simply amazing. Ding Ziyu directly drank a mouthful of spring water, which had a faint sweet taste, very delicious.
Quickly activate the diamond-glazed body. The body receiving spiritual energy for the first time will bring great benefits. Not only will it solidify the foundation, but it will also increase your strength. The Eye of Truth quickly reminded Ding Ziyu not to just enjoy the comfort and miss the opportunity.
Ding Ziyu was overjoyed.
Recently, he had met so many experts and always felt his strength was too weak.
Wasn't this a great opportunity?
The diamond-glazed body was activated, and the absorption of spiritual energy suddenly accelerated a lot.
A large amount of spiritual energy entered his body, washing away impurities and improving his physique.
At the same time, his realm strength was also rapidly increasing. After several breakthroughs, there were almost no obstacles, and he soon reached the 9th stage of a martial artist, still quickly improving.
Such rapid improvement was undoubtedly very satisfying, and Ding Ziyu couldn't wait to reach the martial saint level.
Seeing others flying in the sky, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. The key was that after becoming a martial saint, his survival ability in the face of danger would improve greatly.
For example, the martial saint elders of the Nine Hawks Association, if they couldn't fly, they would most likely die under the attack of the savage dragon. Ding Ziyu focused wholeheartedly on his cultivation, not knowing how much time had passed. His realm finally stopped after reaching the 10th stage of a martial artist.
It seems that entering the martial sage rank still requires a long process, and it's not as easy as he imagined.
It's time to take some blood from the barbarian dragon to enhance your body.
The Eye of Truth was not satisfied with Ding Ziyu's current state.
Chapter 57, Subduing the Barbarian Dragon. That guy is so fierce, how can I take blood? Ding Ziyu was a little speechless. Even though he had reached the 10th level of martial artist, he was still insignificant compared to the barbarian dragon. You can try communicating with it. With your current physical state, a drop of blood will be enough. The Eye of Truth suggested. Although the barbarian dragon is hot-tempered, it's actually very smart. As long as you offer it some benefits, you don't need to worry about it refusing. For example, the spirit pool water you just placed, it's full of spiritual power. The Eye of Truth continued, and Ding Ziyu already understood how to proceed. The spirit pool water was indeed amazing. Just the faint aura it emitted had a noticeable impact on the surrounding plants, let alone drinking it directly. This barbarian dragon is still a juvenile, with room to grow. If you can find a way to subdue it, it will definitely help you a lot. It can easily ensure your personal safety at this stage. The Eye of Truth, understanding Ding Ziyu's thoughts, offered more advice. Indeed, with the strength of the barbarian dragon, even a martial sage of the 10th level couldn't handle it. If Ding Ziyu could subdue it, it would undoubtedly become a great asset. But how to subdue it wasn't an easy task. Just having the spirit pool water might not be enough. The most important issue was that Ding Ziyu's own strength was not enough to confront it directly. He could only use the realm pearl to control it. With its violent temper, could it really be subdued by Ding Ziyu? No matter how you looked at it, it seemed highly unlikely. I'll try my best. Ding Ziyu thought for a while and decided to give it a shot. He imagined that with a powerful barbarian dragon, he wouldn't need to fear the Zhou family anymore. Releasing this creature could likely crush the Zhou family's territory. It would give Ding Ziyu a powerful trump card in Daming City. Ding Ziyu directly fetched a large barrel, filled it up, and placed it into his spatial ring. Then he had the realm pearl shrink again, trapping the barbarian dragon in a small area. The barbarian dragon, which had just gained its freedom, was furious when it found itself once again trapped within the four walls. It immediately went all out, crashing around and spewing flames that turned the walls into charred ruins. But even with all this, it couldn't escape the current predicament. Ding Ziyu arrived above the barbarian dragon, observing its state. It had calmed down slightly and wasn't as agitated. Barbarian dragon, can you hear me? Ding Ziyu called from above. Roar! The barbarian dragon suddenly lifted its head, responding with a roar. Clearly, it was very dissatisfied with its current situation. This attitude won't do. I was planning to save you, but now I can't be bothered. Ding Ziyu decided to play hard to get. As long as the barbarian dragon wasn't stupid, it would fall for this trick. Sure enough, upon hearing Ding Ziyu's words, the barbarian dragon's restlessness quieted down. It raised its head, wanting to express its intentions, but for a while, it didn't know how to do so. It could only look at Ding Ziyu with a pitiful gaze. If you are willing to submit to me and follow my orders, I will let you out. Ding Ziyu boldly tested, unsure if the barbarian dragon could understand his meaning. However, as soon as he spoke, the barbarian dragon below started to rampage again. Clearly, its emotions were stirred, unwilling to submit to a mere human. Ding Ziyu didn't rush it. He knew that this would surely take some time. If it were so easy to subdue, why would the nine-headed demon have kept it trapped for so long? Long ago, it was already subdued. After the barbaric dragon tossed about for a while, it seemed to feel a bit tired, gradually coming to a stop. So, how is it? Have you thought it over? If you do not wish to submit to me, you will live in such an environment in the future and will not get any food. Ding Ziyu threatened this creature from different angles. Looking at its large size, it surely has a big appetite. Previously, the Ninxia Association had prepared plenty of pigs, cattle, and sheep for it. I wonder if it can endure a few days without food. This time, the barbaric dragon only roared a few times before calming down. It seems this creature also has some brain power, at least hearing there would be no food and being confined in this small space every day made it feel scared. This is like locking someone in a small, dark room, unable to stretch their body, and not giving them food. No matter how tough the bones are, how long can they hold out? Moreover, this barbaric dragon might not have such a strong will. Seeing the barbaric dragon's reaction, Ding Ziyu felt it was time to stoke the fire a bit more. He took out the spirit pool water and poured some down. The spirit pool water fell right onto the barbaric dragon's back, instantly releasing a surge of spiritual power that filled the small space. The barbaric dragon perked up and emitted a cheerful roar. Clearly, it was quite sensitive to spiritual power, and it may not have had contact with it for a long time. If you submit to me, you'll have all the spirit pool water you want in the future. Ding Ziyu threw out the bait again. As long as the benefits are plentiful, is there a reason to worry that this fellow won't submit? This time, the barbaric dragon didn't react violently again. It began to walk slowly around the bottom of the pit. Though this creature is smart, in terms of wisdom, there is still a big gap compared to humans. Ding Ziyu's back-and-forth coercion and temptation were methods it had never encountered before. The key is that the spirit pool water is extremely useful to it. This is not something that ordinary meat can compare to. To obtain that rare spiritual energy, it decided to submit to Ding Ziyu.
Ding Ziyu observed for a while, noticing the barbaric dragon's emotions stabilizing. He continued to communicate and commanded it to perform some simple actions, confirming that this creature really listened to him, and then he let out a sigh of relief.
Ding Ziyu boldly poured an entire bucket of spirit pool water.
This time, the barbaric dragon let out joyful whinnies, a stark contrast to its previous state.
Jeju, lower the walls a bit.
I want to talk to the barbaric dragon. Ding Ziyu planned to face the creature directly, though there were some risks. He decided to give it a try.
At Ding Ziyu's request, the walls around the barbaric dragon quickly lowered until he could easily see its full appearance, then it stopped. Lower it a bit more.
Ding Ziyu felt this wasn't enough. He was still in a higher position. Perhaps it would be better to be on equal ground to get along.
Jeju paused for a moment, then lowered the height again until the barbaric dragon's head could be easily seen, and then it stopped.
Seeing this change, the barbaric dragon's eyes widened. It understood that everything around was clearly under Ding Ziyu's control.
If it resisted, it could be controlled again at any time.
Ding Ziyu boldly stretched out his hand to touch the barbaric dragon's head. Generally speaking, this kind of behavior helps to soothe an animal's emotions. This time, the barbaric dragon did not roar. Instead, it gently exhaled a breath and slowly closed its eyes, looking quite content.
Ding Ziyu was very happy. He hadn't expected that his carrot and stick approach would easily tame this hot-tempered giant.
He also wondered how the Nine Xia Association had struggled without subduing it. Ding Ziyu figured it probably had a lot to do with the spirit pool water. Later, Ding Ziyu asked for a drop of its blood, and the barbarian dragon simply forced out a large drop from its body, which actually filled an entire cup. It had to be said, this creature had no accurate concept of what one drop meant. Ding Ziyu decisively released his restriction on the barbarian dragon, letting it stay in this area peacefully. He would come back for it after finishing his business. Returning to the small thatched hut, Ding Ziyu looked at the cup of barbarian dragon's blood and felt a bit troubled.
How should I use this thing?
The simplest way is to swallow it directly, but the effect won't be too great. If you want to maximize the power of the barbarian dragon's blood, the best way is injection, directly into the body. This method works well, but there's an issue of compatibility.
The process might not be very comfortable.
You should think about it carefully. The Eye of Truth had already explained in great detail. Swallowing it directly relied mainly on the stomach and intestines to absorb it, which was relatively simple. But swallowing the barbarian dragon's blood raw, the taste probably wouldn't be pleasant. Whether he could even get it down was another question. Injecting it into the body would avoid this problem, but Ding Ziyu had no infusion equipment or syringes. He had to preserve the barbarian dragon's blood and wait until he left the small sanctuary, then things would be easier. World Pearl, can you help me store this blood properly?
Ding Ziyu was worried that if too much time passed, it would solidify. Wasn't there a ready-made syringe in that house before? Just go get it. The Eye of Truth's memory kicked in instantly. Back then, Ding Ziyu had been too focused on searching for his grandfather to pay attention to these little details. The spiritual essence of barbarian dragon blood fades quickly. If it's left for too long, it'll be no different from ordinary blood. The Eye of Truth urged Ding Ziyu to act quickly. With the help of the World Pearl, Ding Ziyu retrieved the syringe in no time. They were all brand new, completely unused. How much barbarian dragon blood should be injected? Ding Ziyu looked at the full cup, feeling a bit nervous. He understood some modern knowledge and knew that blood required type matching. The barbarian dragon and humans were completely different species. Forcing its blood into his own body was actually extremely dangerous. No wonder the Eye of Truth mentioned compatibility and the process won't be comfortable. If he went through with this recklessly, he was bound to suffer. With your body, one syringe is enough. Any more, and I doubt you could handle it. The Eye of Truth judged based on Ding Ziyu's physical condition. Right now, he was a 10-stage martial artist, and much stronger than an average one at that. This is a medium-sized syringe. Is this really what you call one drop of blood? Ding Ziyu was speechless. Clearly, one drop wasn't a precise measurement at all.
Ding Ziyu inserted the syringe into the cup and drew the blood.
In an instant, the full cup of barbarian dragon's blood was reduced to just a little at the bottom. That should be enough. The rest can be used for your grandfather. Good things shouldn't be wasted.
The Eye of Truth seemed quite frugal. During this time, Ding Shichen never interfered with his grandson's actions. He understood that his grandson had grown up and was carrying more and more secrets. Especially after seeing how easily he altered the landscape of the small sanctuary, Ding Shichen realized that this child no longer needed his protection. The environment within the small sanctuary was still better than the outside world, and with the help of the spiritual spring water, Ding Shichen had fully recovered from his injuries.
Grandfather, this barbarian dragon blood can enhance your strength. The Eye of Truth says you can use it too. Ding Ziyu handed the remaining blood to his grandfather and explained how to use it. After that, with his grandfather's help, Ding Ziyu inserted the needle into his own vein and slowly pushed the barbarian dragon's blood into his body. When the blood of the barbarian dragon entered his body, Ding Ziyu immediately felt a burning pain rush through his veins. At first, he could grit his teeth and bear it, but the burning sensation grew stronger and stronger, quickly heading towards his heart, and then spreading to his limbs and every part of his body. After a few minutes, Ding Ziyu's body burst into flames, burning his clothes. Ding Zi, are you alright? Ding Shichen looked at his grandson with great concern. He didn't expect that such a small cup of blood could have such a powerful effect. I'm fine, I can hold on, Ding Ziyu said, using all his strength to operate the Vajraglaze body and the mortal body bone refining technique to ease his pain. He had long known that the words of the True Eye were inflated, but he didn't expect the inflation to be this large. Is this not very comfortable? This is clearly the pace of someone losing their life. The barbarian dragon's blood is undoubtedly very domineering, just like its fiery temperament, its blood possesses the same nature. Ding Ziyu could only rely on his own strength and the secret techniques he practiced to suppress it. Fortunately, his foundation was solid, with the Wu Xiang sacred bone as the base and the Vajra relic body forging his frame. After enduring the initial wave of the most unbearable burning sensation, the pain finally began to subside. After about half an hour, all the discomfort had disappeared. Ding Ziyu's skin had changed greatly and began to recover rapidly, returning to its original state. The appearance of the middle-aged man finally disappeared, and once again, he became a young, handsome guy. His muscles, though not overly developed, were full of explosive strength. Ding Ziyu casually threw a punch, and surprisingly, he could easily create a loud sonic boom. With this strength, I should have reached the level of a martial saint, right? Ding Ziyu roughly estimated that his strength had at least doubled, definitely reaching a level of 2,000 kilograms. According to the martial saint standard, 2,000 kilograms of force would be considered a martial saint's level. However, there is another measure to becoming a martial saint, which is the ability to walk in the air. However, Ding Ziyu clearly could not do this. He tried several times but could not find the feeling of flying. Your strength has indeed increased a lot, but you have not reached the level where you can walk in the air. The foundation has been laid, just keep working hard. The True Eye did not explain Ding Ziyu's situation in detail. Clearly, it was still not the right time for him to know too much. During the time Ding Ziyu was struggling, Ding Shichen decided to drink the remaining bit of barbarian dragon blood. His reaction was much easier, he only felt a slight stomachache, and within less than a quarter of an hour, the discomfort disappeared. Although it was only a small amount of barbarian dragon blood, it still pushed Ding Shichen's cultivation to the 7th level of a warrior. His strength had increased a lot. Chapter 59, Random Teleportation Gate. Finally, I can leave. Ding Ziyu stretched lazily, and his mood was especially light. On this trip, not only had he found his grandfather, but he had also gained more than ever before. With the round pearl in hand, he could easily enter and exit the little sacred land from anywhere, and he could keep it with him without worrying about others finding out. When Ding Ziyu left the little sacred land, the leader of the 9 Owl Society guarding the little sacred land suddenly panicked. The little sacred land had mysteriously disappeared right in front of him. He could no longer find the stable entrance. When Ding Ziyu returned to the Blind Box Management Bureau, it was already late at night, and no one noticed the changes in his appearance. However, Ding Ziyu understood that he really needed to learn some basic makeup skills. Otherwise, the changes in his appearance were just too obvious. The most important thing was that his current appearance. The appearance is now very close to that on the wanted poster. Regardless of whether others notice or not, the Zhou family will most likely pay attention. Moreover, Zhou Ju is still the captain of the Blind Box Management Bureau. If he notices how drastically Ding Ziyu's looks have changed, he will certainly make a fuss about it, and it's even possible he would bring up the wanted notice directly. Fortunately, modern makeup skills are indeed impressive. It's not difficult to make someone look a bit older. Ding Ziyu fussed over his face in the mirror for a while, eventually finding some feeling for it. However, the makeup came out a bit off, and he didn't look as handsome as before. The next day at work, many people stared intently at Ding Ziyu. Especially Gao Xinyu, who immediately spotted Ding Ziyu's poor makeup skills. Did you run into trouble? Gao Xinyu was still very concerned about Ding Ziyu. Typically, when someone tries hard to change their appearance, they usually don't want to attract any trouble. It's not really a big trouble. Ding Ziyu chuckled, do we need to go out for patrol today? Not for a while. The task hasn't come down yet. We'll all head out together later. Gao Xinyu looked closely at Ding Ziyu and then said, how about I help you adjust it a bit? Your makeup is too obvious. Is it that obvious? Can you help me make it more low-key? Sigh, being too handsome is also a burden. Who knows how many people I'll attract? Ding Ziyu made a cold joke, which indeed made Gao Xinyu laugh. However, after she helped remove the messy makeup from Ding Ziyu's face, she was indeed stunned for a few seconds. This face was indeed very handsome, very unique, and it looked especially young. Did you take a youth-restoring pill? Gao Xinyu asked with a smile. Although there's no such thing in the world, what can't be found in a blind box in this world? Women love beauty by nature, they all wish to stay youthful and keep their looks forever. More or less. I opened a blind box and fell into a puddle, choking on a few sips of water, and that's how I ended up like this. Ding Ziyu responded half-truthfully. He definitely wouldn't mention the spirit spring, nor would he bring up the sacred grounds with Gao Xinyu. Hey, you're so lucky. If I had known yesterday, I would have gone out with you. Gao Xinyu didn't think of anything else, which made Ding Ziyu feel somewhat relieved. With Gao Xinyu's help, Ding Ziyu's appearance finally became somewhat similar to what it was before, just a bit more handsome and more composed. Before long, the patrol task came down. Since the new armored vehicle hadn't been arranged yet, they could only walk for patrol today. A few people walking on the street still caught a lot of attention, this uniform was simply too eye-catching. Just under an hour into their patrol, a young man rushed over in a panic. Report to all administrators, there's a big hole appearing in that alley, it has a very strong swallowing ability. The young man hurried over, speaking quickly. What big hole? Did you open it from a blind box? Gao Xinyu stepped forward to inquire. No. That big hole just suddenly appeared on a wall, if we don't do something, it's likely to cause big trouble. How could a wall suddenly have a hole? Honestly answer, did something go wrong when you opened the blind box? Gao Xinyu said sternly, questioning him. In this world, 99% of the strange occurrences seem to come out of blind boxes. Normally, as long as the person who opens the blind box doesn't die, they will obtain some useful relevant information. Actually, it was my girlfriend who opened. The place was just a normal wall, but at that moment, a black hole, about 1 meter in diameter, appeared on it. Inside, nothing could be seen, but if anything got close, it would be sucked in immediately and disappear in the blink of an eye. Ding Ziyu picked up a stone and gently threw it towards the bottom of the hole. The moment the stone hit the ground, it jumped up and with a swoosh, it was sucked into the big hole and disappeared. The feeling was like there was a super vacuum cleaner inside, but strangely, there was no flowing air outside the hole, making it very odd. This is a magical trap. Once you get close, you get sucked in. Where exactly it sends you, no one knows. It's random, the true eye quickly saw through the truth. A magical trap? How do we break it? Will people who get sucked in be in danger? Ding Ziyu quickly asked. Your mental power is not strong enough, so you can't break it. As for whether people who get sucked in will be in danger, it depends on luck. If they end up in a dangerous place, their lives could be at risk, the true eye explained. This thing is like a random teleportation gate. Ding Ziyu suddenly thought of certain settings in games, this big hole was no different from those things. You could understand it that way, but it's best if you don't get close to it. Otherwise, life or death is unpredictable, the true eye warned, making it clear that this black hole was highly dangerous. In just a moment, one of the team members had already moved closer to the black hole. When he reached about 2 meters from the hole, his body suddenly staggered, and he fell directly into the big hole. Catch him. The nearest team member lunged and grabbed his legs, but the immense suction continued to pull him into the black hole. Soon, it looked like a scene from a monkey trying to catch the moon, with several people desperately pulling him out. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pull him back, and instead, they were slowly being dragged towards the black hole. Ding Ziyu didn't want to intervene at first, but seeing everyone rushing in, he felt he couldn't just stand by. Besides, his strength had greatly increased, and he thought he could use his power to pull the others back. But soon, he realized he had underestimated the situation. In front of the strange suction of the big hole, his strength, comparable to a martial saint's, was nothing. In the end, the entire team was sucked in. Ding Ziyu felt his vision darken, as if his mind had lost consciousness. However, the process only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. Ding Ziyu felt a flash of light in front of him, and he was thrown out, landing heavily on the ground. Luckily, he was tough, and wasn't seriously hurt. He quickly patted the grass off his clothes and stood up. Next to him was only Gao Xinyu, the others had vanished without a trace. No one knew where they had been sent. Captain, wake up! Ding Ziyu saw that Gao Xinyu was still unconscious, clearly her mental strength and physical defense weren't as strong as his. Ding Ziyu shook her a few times but got no response. He then got a cup of water and splashed it on her face, which made her wake up. Where are we? Where are the others? Gao Xinyu moved her hands and feet, feeling fine, not injured. Only her head felt a little dizzy, clearly from the shock during the teleportation. I don't know where they are.
I think you must have let go of them during the teleportation, and they got sent somewhere else. Ding Ziyu thought for a moment and came up with a plausible answer. He and Gao Xinyu had been sent to a place because he had been holding her feet the whole time. He did not easily let go. The process of teleportation was very brief, otherwise, everyone might be sent to different places.
Do you think it's possible that we have been transported to the wilderness? Ding Ziyu glanced around.
The grass and trees were very lush, and everywhere seemed to be in its original, natural state. This was definitely not a place that could be found in the city.
The city had changed, and there were no large ecological parks around anymore. The key is to figure out our location. Otherwise, even if we know we're in the wilderness, we wouldn't know how to get back to Danning City.
Gao Xinyu stretched her body, feeling a bit better mentally.
Do you have any tools to locate us?
Ding Ziyu pulled out his phone, the one he normally used for browsing the internet, and discovered there was no signal at all. His basic means of communication were now useless. With the arrival of the blind box era, many modern technologies have malfunctioned, especially satellites, which seem to have suddenly disappeared. The development of technology has been greatly restricted, and very few people focus on researching it.
The oldest generation of researchers had already passed away.
So now, although many technological products are still in use, they are not as advanced as imagined. If satellite positioning were available, one should be able to locate their position quickly. I only have an old compass, which doesn't seem to offer much help.
Now, we can only assume we're still near Danning City and make judgments accordingly. Gao Xinyu took out a watch that looked somewhat old. Sure enough, it had a compass.
However, the compass kept spinning, clearly disturbed by some magnetic field.
Let's walk a little further and use it again. This place is probably affected by that black hole. Ding Ziyu thought the compass was spinning due to this reason.
The two looked around at the terrain, trying to move towards a relatively open area. In the wilderness, the clearer the sight, the more complete the view.
Running into dense forests would be a death wish.
After walking about 100 meters, the compass indeed returned to normal. Let's head east, and try to find a relatively high point to see if we can determine our location.
Gao Xinyu finally made a decision.
However, before they had walked very far, they suddenly heard a loud roar coming from not far away.
As soon as the sound was heard, the surrounding leaves shook violently. Damn it!
There are ancient beasts here, this is trouble. Gao Xinyu's face turned dark. In recent years, the native species on Blue Star had undergone great changes and became much stronger.
But those could only be considered the new generation.
Though powerful, they were still within an acceptable range. The fierce creatures that came from the blind boxes were far more terrifying.
Many of these species humans had never seen before, so they were collectively called ancient ferocious beasts. These creatures mostly came from the city. Even the most powerful martial saints couldn't defeat them. They could only escape the city and dominate a region.
While speaking, a giant beast charged out of the forest. Trees thicker than a bowl were easily snapped by it. Its height was around 20 meters, and it looked like an oversized camel.
Its mouth resembled that of a wild boar, with long tusks protruding.
It looked very dangerous.
This is a giant rock boar, an omnivorous animal, with combat power equivalent to at least a 7-segment martial saint.
The Eye of Truth quickly identified the creature.
7-segment martial saint? What good is that? Ding Ziyu thought bitterly.
Both he and Gao Xinyu were at the 10th segment of martial arts. Although his power was equivalent to a 1st-segment martial saint. Compared to this giant rock pig, it is simply not on the same level. If only I were alone, Ding Ziyu would directly run into the small Holy Land, avoiding everyone first.
But Gao Xinyu is right beside me. Could I just leave her behind?
As for bringing Gao Xinyu into my small Holy Land, Ding Ziyu also refused, because the trust between us hadn't reached that level yet. You hurry and run, I'll draw it away. Ding Ziyu came up with a plan, which was to release the barbarian dragon. Of course, releasing the barbarian dragon couldn't be done in front of Gao Xinyu, so he asked her to run away first.
No, your cultivation is even lower than mine.
If anyone should draw it, it's me. Gao Xinyu decisively rejected Ding Ziyu's plan, which surprised him a little. I'm a man, it's more reliable for me to do this. Ding Ziyu gave a rather nonsense reason.
I'm the team leader. You must follow my orders. Hurry up and go.
Gao Xinyu pushed Ding Ziyu and decisively stood in front of him. Sigh, this silly woman, Ding Ziyu sighed, then immediately started running. He understood that if he didn't release the barbarian dragon in time, it would really be dangerous.
Neither he nor Gao Xinyu could withstand the giant rock pig's attack.
However, Ding Ziyu didn't run towards the open field, instead, he rushed towards the nearest mountain forest. As long as he entered the forest, he could release the barbarian dragon. At that point, he could come up with some excuse to fool Gao Xinyu.
Chapter 61, The Mysterious Woman.
The situation was urgent, and Ding Ziyu ran fast.
In less than a minute, he had already entered the mountain forest. Just as he was about to communicate with the barbarian dragon, he was stopped by the Eye of Truth. "Look outside quickly, that girl is not simple." "Even I missed her," the Eye of Truth said, very surprised. Normally, it's hard for anything to block his observation, but unexpectedly, Gao Xinyu also had a big secret. Ding Ziyu turned around and saw that Gao Xinyu had already engaged in battle with the giant rock pig. If she were truly a 10th level martial artist, she probably couldn't even withstand one of the giant rock pig's charges. But Ding Ziyu clearly saw Gao Xinyu strike out with her palm, actually forcing the giant rock pig, with its enormous body, to step back a few paces. Her palm was surrounded by a faint blue energy, which automatically spread out when she punched, directly pushing the giant rock pig back. I didn't expect this woman to hide so deeply, actually reaching the strength of a high-level martial saint. Ding Ziyu was very surprised. If he hadn't encountered this situation, he would never have known about Gao Xinyu's true strength. The fact that even the Eye of Truth couldn't see through her meant she had a big secret. Her cultivation hasn't reached the level of martial saint. Instead, there's something special about her that is helping her. The Eye of Truth corrected Ding Ziyu's judgment. "No wonder she told you to go first, she must have some confidence in her own strength. She's protecting you while not wanting to expose her secret. This woman's intentions are not bad, she could be a friend." The Eye of Truth sincerely evaluated Gao Xinyu. Ding Ziyu nodded, agreeing with the Eye of Truth's statement. Everyone might have their own secrets, just like Ding Ziyu, who didn't want to show his secrets either. Gao Xinyu was able to face the danger alone and told Ding Ziyu to leave first. Ding Ziyu still felt this sincerity. The battle in the distance didn't seem very intense because the faint blue energy in Gao Xinyu's hand had tightly restrained the giant rock pig. Every time it charged, it was forced back, unable to gain any advantage. After several collisions, the ancient beast finally began to have thoughts of retreat. Finally, for an opponent it couldn't defeat, it started to retreat. When Gao Xinyu pushed it back for the 7th time, the giant rock pig finally turned and ran. No more arrogance like before. Gao Xinyu stood there, watching the giant rock boar leave, without chasing after it. When the giant rock boar walked far away, the woman slowly collapsed onto the grass and fainted. "Sigh, this stubborn woman," Ding Ziyu sighed, quickly rushing over. He thought Gao Xinyu was incredibly strong, but unexpectedly, she had been fighting with all her might, probably exhausting all her strength in the battle with the giant rock boar. If that beast had lasted a little longer, Gao Xinyu would have surely lost. Ding Ziyu got close, checked on Gao Xinyu, and found that she wasn't injured, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She must have just exhausted too much energy. "Get her a cup of spirit pool water, she'll recover soon," the Eye of Truth suggested. After all, in this special environment, having another expert was another layer of survival protection. Gao Xinyu had earned Ding Ziyu's trust through her actions, so giving her a cup of spirit pool water was no problem. By the way, you can release the barbarian dragon to hunt that giant rock boar. A powerful creature like the barbarian dragon should keep its wild nature. Regular pigs, cows, and sheep are too weak for it. What if it runs off and doesn't come back? Ding Ziyu worried a bit. It won't. With the spirit pool water, your little sacred land is much stronger than the outside world. The barbarian dragon isn't stupid, it'll definitely come back, the Eye of Truth said confidently. Ding Ziyu focused on listening to advice, as his knowledge was limited, and he preferred to heed the guidance of his elders. He quickly entered the little sacred land, fetched the spirit pool water, and then went to the barbarian dragon's side. The giant creature merely waved its tail lazily when it saw Ding Ziyu, not showing much affection. Of course, it didn't get angry either, acting as if it didn't see Ding Ziyu at all. "Barbarian dragon, are you interested in going outside the little sacred land to hunt?" Ding Ziyu got closer and patted the creature's leg, which was as thick as a pillar. The key point was that its strength was incredibly great, and it was also very fast. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe it. Whoosh! The barbarian dragon exhaled a gust of air, nearly knocking Ding Ziyu off balance. Then its large head stretched out toward Ding Ziyu, its eyes blinking as if waiting for his next words. "You really stink, didn't you know?" Ding Ziyu could hardly bear the smell of the air that the barbarian dragon had exhaled, a disgusting stench. The barbarian dragon wasn't angry. Instead, it gently rubbed its head against Ding Ziyu. "Stop moving, I'll let you out now." Ding Ziyu immediately communicated with the realm pearl and opened a large door for the barbarian dragon. The creature stretched its head out, carefully observing the outside situation before quickly leaping out. Its size and speed startled Ding Ziyu. "There's a giant rock boar in the distant mountains, it's about 1/3 your size, go kill it quickly." Ding Ziyu pointed to the direction where the giant rock boar had gone. The rest of the matter was up to the barbarian dragon to handle. The barbarian dragon raised its head, sniffed the air, and immediately started joyfully heading towards the mountains and forests. In an instant, stones and dirt flew, with dead grass, shrubs, and small trees all being trampled. The noise was so loud that Ding Ziyu started to doubt whether letting it out was the right choice.
After the barbarian dragon had run far away, Ding Ziyu took out the spirit pool water and fed it to Gao Xinyu. The woman cooperated well and drank the whole cup of water smoothly. About 10 minutes later, Gao Xinyu woke up. I think I drank something very tasty in my dream. Was it you who gave it to me? Gao Xinyu asked immediately. She trusted her instincts and understood her body well. Without something special, she wouldn't have woken up so quickly. It's nothing, just a bottle of water. Ding Ziyu casually explained. What kind of water is this delicious? Is there more? Gao Xinyu hurriedly asked. If she could have more of this on hand, it would be very helpful to her. It came from a blind box. They say it's a bath water of some immortal. Ding Ziyu said, half joking, half seriously. The spirit pool water did come from the blind box, no lie, but the immortal who bathed in it was himself. Bath water? Gao Xinyu immediately felt uncomfortable, wanting to throw up but couldn't. I'm just kidding. There's no bath water that tastes this good. They say it's a type of spirit spring water, but I don't have much left. Ding Ziyu couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Why are you like this? I didn't expect you to like to joke around too. Gao Xinyu glared at Ding Ziyu, which covered up the little awkwardness that had just appeared. Team leader, you were really impressive for being able to chase off that barbaric ancient beast. Ding Ziyu picked up on the topic, not realizing it was a sensitive one. Well, that was just an accident. If it weren't for you, I might have been in big trouble. Gao Xinyu hesitated for a moment before answering Ding Ziyu's question. Ding Ziyu looked at her seriously, then stopped asking. He was worried that if he asked any further, Gao Xinyu might not know how to respond. At that moment, a loud roar of a beast came from the forest in the distance, followed by a tremendous noise as if the earth was shaking. A large number of wild beasts rushed out from the forest, desperately fleeing to the distance. What's going on? Could another barbaric ancient beast be coming? Gao Xinyu became tense again. One giant rock pig had already worn her out, and if another came, even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, she wouldn't be able to handle it. I don't know. From the sounds and noise, it seems like 2 giant beasts are fighting. Ding Ziyu was clear-headed, knowing the barbaric dragon was attacking the giant rock pig. It probably wouldn't take long for the barbaric dragon to finish off the rock pig. That would be enough for it to eat for many days. Then we should hurry and run. After they're done fighting, they might take their anger out on us. Gao Xinyu looked anxious. Looking at the wild animals running around, they weren't concerned about attacking the 2 of them, they only cared about escaping, showing just how terrifying the beasts in the forest were. Let's run to that mountain over there. Ding Ziyu pointed to the nearest mountain, and the 2 of them immediately started running. But Ding Ziyu didn't run far before stopping again, looking pained. What's wrong with you? Did you sprain your ankle? Gao Xinyu quickly turned back and asked. No, it's my stomach. I think I ate something bad. Why don't you go ahead first, I'll catch up with you soon. Ding Ziyu covered his stomach, showing a troubled expression. Seeing him like that, Gao Xinyu didn't want to press him further and had to go on by herself. But she still reminded him, move quickly and be sure to stay safe. Don't worry, I'll catch up with you once I solve the problem. Ding Ziyu waved at her, then pretended to move into the forest. When Gao Xinyu's figure disappeared, he changed direction and rushed toward the place where the barbaric dragon was fighting. By now, the battle in the distance had almost ended, as the barbaric dragon was far stronger than the giant rock pig. By the time Ding Ziyu arrived, the giant rock pig was already lying in a pool of blood. The barbaric dragon had crushed its head and was quickly tearing into its body. Drag its corpse in here, let's deal with it slowly in the small Holy Land. Ding Ziyu didn't have time to wait for it. The barbaric dragon looked at Ding Ziyu and obediently dragged the giant rock pig's corpse into the small Holy Land. Just as the Eye of Truth had predicted, the environment in the small Holy Land was much better. The barbaric dragon wasn't stupid, and naturally, wouldn't stay in the wilderness. Seeing the barbaric dragon return to the small Holy Land, Ding Ziyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to leave, the Manlong proactively took out the inner core of the giant rock pig and tossed it next to Ding Ziyu. The look in its eyes was very obvious. This thing was of little use to it, but it would be very beneficial to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu didn't hold back, patted the Manlong's body, and took its gift. He also cut off a large chunk of lean meat from the giant rock pig to serve as food for the time being. By the time Ding Ziyu found the small hill, it had already been more than half an hour. Gao Xinyu was walking back and forth on the hilltop, looking very restless and uneasy. Why did it take you so long to go to the bathroom? I thought something happened to you, Gao Xinyu complained as she saw Ding Ziyu approaching. A bit constipated, but I'm here now, Ding Ziyu lied again. Where are we going now? Have you found the direction? Ding Ziyu looked around. To him, everything seemed the same. He couldn't make out the terrain.
Do you see that lake over there? I heard there's a lake to the north outside Danning City. If we weren't teleported too far from Danning City, we could bypass that lake and head south, and we'll probably be able to return to Danning City, Gao Xinyu said, pointing to the distant water surface. Actually, she wasn't very sure herself, just preparing to take a chance. What if this lake had nothing to do with Danning City? Who knows where they would end up? But neither of them had any better ideas, so they were gambling on a dead horse as if it were a living one. Team leader, do you think there might be more people teleported out by that big black hole? Maybe we'll be lucky and find other team members? Ding Ziyu suddenly asked. His idea wasn't without reason. Their team's disappearance would definitely be reported to the Blind Box Management Bureau, and new members of the bureau would likely be sent to investigate. Who knows? If it's random teleportation, even more people might not be gathered together, Gao Xinyu said, pouting, clearly not in the mood to talk about this. The trouble they were facing was really no small matter. What if they were sent to a faraway place? Who knew if they would ever return to Danning City? The two of them weren't walking slowly, but there were no paths in the wilderness, so they could only follow the route the beasts had made. From the hilltop, the lake didn't seem too far, but once they started walking, it wasn't something they could reach quickly. The two of them walked for almost 2 hours before finally seeing the lake. It was indeed quite large, stretching far out of sight. Team leader, are you hungry? I'm feeling a bit hungry, Ding Ziyu said, genuinely hungry. After all the commotion, it was already noon. The key was, they weren't going to make it back to the city anytime soon. How could they not eat? They weren't at a level where they could skip food. Even martial saint experts had to eat, just maybe in smaller amounts. I'm a bit hungry too. Walking all this way really uses up energy, Gao Xinyu said, her lips cracking a little. It seemed she wasn't just hungry, but also thirsty. You go get some water, and I'll prepare something to eat, Ding Ziyu said, planning to make some grilled meat. Over the years, he and his grandfather had relied on each other, and there was nothing in life that could defeat him. On the other hand, Gao Xinyu looked a little spoiled. It seemed she rarely went into the kitchen. Ding Ziyu was quick. By the time Gao Xinyu returned with water, he had already started the fire, skewered 2 pieces of giant rock pig meat that were bigger than a palm, and was roasting them over the flames. Where did you get the meat from? Gao Xinyu asked curiously. Earlier, I saw some wild beasts dead in the forest. The bodies were still fresh, so I took some meat. Who knows how many days we'll be stuck in this wilderness? We can't go without food, Ding Ziyu lied. But it wasn't entirely a lie. Chapter 63, Special Individuals. Gao Xinyu did not speak, but quietly sat aside, staring at him grilling the meat, looking like she was really hungry. For a while, both sides fell into an eerie silence. Until the meat was almost cooked, Gao Xinyu finally broke the silence. This is the meat of the ancient giant beast. How did you kill it? Gao Xinyu asked slowly. Ding Ziyu's hand trembled involuntarily. He didn't expect that she could tell where the meat came from. He had really underestimated this woman. I have some special abilities. Anything I've seen, I can usually recognize. That ancient giant beast is very special, I can smell its scent. Gao Xinyu explained involuntarily as Ding Ziyu looked at her. Thinking back to the time when Ding Ziyu disappeared, Gao Xinyu, even if she was not very smart, could guess what he had been doing. Everyone has their own secrets. Surviving in this chaotic world is not an easy task. Ding Ziyu did not want to explain anything. Although Gao Xinyu had been behaving very well, so far, their relationship was still just that of colleagues. Alright. Your grilling skills look good, and I'm really hungry. Gao Xinyu quickly changed the topic, cleverly hiding her disappointment. She also knew very well that even within the Blind Box Management Bureau, the people there were a mixed bag, with both good and bad. Without life and death friendship, who would easily share their secrets with others? Are we spending the night in the wilderness tonight? I've heard the nights in the wilderness are terrifying. Ding Ziyu cut a big piece of grilled meat and handed it to Gao Xinyu. If we can leave, that would be best. This afternoon, we need to speed up and hopefully find the way back. Gao Xinyu glanced at Ding Ziyu and noticed that he was not probing her. Given that he could kill the ancient giant beast, he should have strong survival skills. However, the expression on Ding Ziyu's face did not seem to be lying. After eating some grilled meat and drinking some boiled water, the two of them continued on their way. However, what they didn't expect was that this lake, which didn't seem large from a distance, turned out to be really huge when they tried to go around it. Along the way, they also encountered various wild animal attacks, but fortunately, both of them were good at defending themselves, and nothing major happened. The strength that Ding Ziyu displayed also made Gao Xinyu look at him with new eyes. He was no longer in the same state as when he first joined the Blind Box Management Bureau. His combat power was much stronger than hers, the team leader.
When the sun was about to set, the two of them finally bypassed the lake, but the big Ning city they had expected still had no sign of appearing. Gao Xinyu checked the direction several times, but in the end, she was no longer sure. What if they weren't teleported near Ning City? Who knew where they would end up? Looks like we won't be able to return to Ning City today, Gao Xinyu said with some frustration. Do you have something important to do? Ding Ziyu could tell that Gao Xinyu wasn't afraid of staying in the wilderness, but had something else on her mind. After today, I'll be able to pray for a new blind box. I want to find a safe place to do it, Gao Xinyu said with some worry. Praying for a blind box won't be dangerous, right? As long as you don't open it, it should be fine. Ding Ziyu judged from his own experience. He had seen many people's prayer processes online, and nothing dangerous had happened. My situation is a bit special. Every time I pray, strange things always happen. Gao Xinyu did not hide her situation this time. Strange things happen? Can you tell me more? Ding Ziyu also became interested. The first time I prayed for a blind box, a building nearby mysteriously tilted. If people hadn't escaped quickly, who knows what would have happened? I don't know how many people will die. During the second prayer, it brought down thunder and lightning from the sky, almost striking me dead. Gao Xinyu immediately mentioned several special incidents. If something happens once, you could say it's accidental, but if it happens every time, there must be a problem. Why are you like this? Are those special abilities you have obtained this way? Ding Ziyu was very curious. Clearly he had encountered another very special person. Some of them came from blind boxes, and some directly descended upon me during the prayer process. Gao Xinyu's strange abilities were not just one. It seems she also possesses the fate of a protagonist, more special than many others. Since it's dangerous, why not pray after we return to the city? A few more days won't matter. Ding Ziyu didn't want anything unusual to happen. If it caused any major trouble, he had no way out except fleeing to the small sacred land. Fortunately, the prayer blind box doesn't need to be activated exactly at certain times. As long as it's more than a month apart, it doesn't matter if a few extra days pass. The only downside is that the next prayer time will be delayed. No. My situation is very special. If I miss the time, not only will I not get good things, but I'll also bring trouble. Unless I stop praying for blind boxes forever. Gao Xinyu said very seriously. She had indeed tried delaying prayers before, and each time it led to bigger troubles. Only after that did she start figuring out some patterns. How can there be such a strange phenomenon? Does this woman have a special background? Ding Ziyu asked the real I in his mind. Clearly, Gao Xinyu's situation seemed even more special than his. People like this have existed before. Fortune comes with misfortune, and every time they pass through misfortune, they become stronger. This woman's potential is extremely high, probably even more impressive than Long Xiaoye. The real I's evaluation of Gao Xinyu surprised Ding Ziyu. If you can subdue her, she will definitely become a huge help for you in the future. The real I quickly added, worried that Ding Ziyu didn't understand its meaning. Subdue? What do you mean? Do I have to marry her? Ding Ziyu's first thought was this. But he didn't really have that thought in his heart. Although Gao Xinyu was very beautiful and had a great figure, Ding Ziyu had no feelings for her. Perhaps it was because the strength Gao Xinyu showed was too fierce, not the type Ding Ziyu liked. It's not impossible. This method usually works. Of course, if you have another way to make her follow you wholeheartedly, that would also work. But, what if I'm affected by her misfortune too? Ding Ziyu didn't dare to think too optimistically. Gao Xinyu's misfortune might be more than most people could bear. Then congratulations. You would also have the same great fortune. But the chance of this happening is very small, so don't dream too much. Ding Ziyu chuckled a couple of times, ending the conversation with the real I. However, his mind started to think about how to make Gao Xinyu his own. Chapter 64, Heavenly Blessing. Unfortunately, with his pitifully little experience in dealing with women, he really couldn't think of any good ways. Do you have any good ideas? Ding Ziyu tried to ask the real I for advice. Don't ask me. I'm not a human, and I'm not interested in your human complexities. If it were our kind, we'd just fight it out. If you win, she's yours. If you lose, either walk away or lose your life. The real I's method was straightforward and violent, which was not something Ding Ziyu could adopt. Ding Ziyu fell silent. The best way to make someone follow you wholeheartedly was to make them submit to you. But how to make someone submit? This is a big problem. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time, Ding Ziyu said out of nowhere. Gao Xinyu glanced at him, nodded helplessly, and said, there's nothing else we can do. Ding Ziyu instantly realized that by answering the real I, he was also answering Gao Xinyu. Fortunately, his communication with the real I was fast enough, so it didn't raise any suspicion from Gao Xinyu.
Spending the night in the wilderness was indeed very dangerous.
Ding Ziyu and the others found a cliffside and worked hard to build a shelter. The stones they used to build the walls were all huge stones weighing hundreds of pounds. In normal times, this would be a very sturdy shelter.
But for the current wilderness, it didn't offer much sense of security.
A large wild animal or a fierce creature could easily break through the wall they had built. To ensure safety, they would have to rely on their own strength.
This shelter could only provide psychological comfort.
The two of them lit a strong fire in the middle of the shelter, hastily ate some food, then sat down quietly to rest. No one knew how much time had passed, but Gao Xinyu nudged Ding Ziyu and pointed to the moon in the sky. "It's already midnight, and soon it will be dawn," Gao Xinyu said, both excited and worried.
"You can pray all you want.
I'll protect your safety." Ding Ziyu decided to help her. At least their friendship was still good, and keeping this foundation might be useful later.
"Thank you then," Gao Xinyu replied.
Then she began to seriously arrange her attire, from her clothes to her appearance, with great care. It was clear that everyone took the prayer blind box very seriously. After getting everything ready, Gao Xinyu knelt on the ground, devoutly raising her hands, folding them, and then slowly bowing to the ground.
The whole process was very serious and sincere. Ding Ziyu couldn't help but wonder if her specialness had anything to do with this ritual.
In fact, there were many discussions online about such things. Although everyone knew that a prayer blind box required enough devotion, it wasn't just about being devout to receive a reward.
If that were the case, why would there be so many dangerous blind boxes in the first place?
However, Gao Xinyu's prayer did not bring down a blind box from the sky immediately, but instead, the atmosphere around them began to feel a little strange. Ding Ziyu wasn't sure how to describe his feeling, but the sounds of strange noises were coming from all around the forest.
Snap!
A huge snake, about 4 or 5 meters long and as thick as a bull, fell from the cliff, startling Ding Ziyu.
However, after the big snake landed, it didn't attack them.
Instead, it quickly coiled up, only extending its long head to stare at Gao Xinyu.
Ding Ziyu was completely ignored.
Soon, more eyes flashing with green light appeared from the distance. Ding Ziyu saw huge ferocious wolves, incredibly strong wild boars, and majestic tigers. A glance at them made it look like a wild beast conference had been held at a zoo. What was most strange was that these wild creatures, which would normally never gather together, were now peacefully staying around, as if they were waiting for something. Their eyes were all focused on Gao Xinyu, glowing with a soft green light.
Ding Ziyu felt a chill down his spine.
If it were just 1 or 2 wild animals, he wouldn't be too worried. But with so many beasts staring at them, even one charging over could easily destroy the stone wall they had built. Given Gao Xinyu's current state, it was clear she couldn't participate in the fight, so everything depended on him. Faced with such a serious threat,
"Can I really handle this?" Ding Ziyu asked himself in his heart, feeling really exhausted. The group of fierce creatures outside is definitely not easy to deal with.
If they all attack Gao Xinyu at the same time, the only safe way for him is to take her into the small Holy Land. But if they enter the small Holy Land, her prayer process will definitely be interrupted, and she will no longer be able to communicate with the heavens. So he still had to wait for the blind box to arrive before making a plan. Fortunately, these beasts were just staring at her and had no intention of attacking. Perhaps they were also waiting for the moment the blind box would fall.
This woman is really too strange. Ding Ziyu sighed.
He used to think Long Xiaoye was a weirdo, but he never expected there would be an even stranger woman than Long Xiaoye. When Gao Xinyu knelt down for the 7th time, the sky suddenly changed. A long flash of light descended. It looked like lightning, but was different from lightning. It was not blinding, but blue and very attractive.
Isn't this the special ability she used today? What kind of power is it?
Ding Ziyu immediately recognized it, but still couldn't understand what kind of energy it was. This should be a very special blessing, something that ordinary people cannot receive. The voice of the Eye of Truth also contained a hint of envy.
Then doesn't that mean she doesn't need to practice? She can just wait for the heavens to bless her, and her strength will continuously rise? Ding Ziyu felt a little jealous. People really cannot be compared.
Others work hard to practice, and their strength is still hard to increase. But she, on the other hand, directly receives the blessings of the heavens. It can only be said that Gao Xinyu is more like the protagonist of the world, while he is just a bit luckier. The blue light from the sky soon landed on Gao Xinyu's head and quickly entered her body. The next moment, her body erupted with an immense force, and countless energies spilled out from her body. The surrounding beasts all let out low growls and quickly moved towards the shelter. Clearly, these energies spilling out from her body were beneficial to them. Perhaps these beasts were specifically attracted by this. But how could they know that energy was descending? Could this be the natural instinct of beasts? A natural intuition engraved in their bones? Can I absorb these energies?
Ding Ziyu asked curiously. Although he was so close to Gao Xinyu, he did not feel any special sensation from these energies. It should not be suitable for you. Otherwise, when the blessing descended, your body would have reacted. The Eye of Truth's words struck Ding Ziyu hard. So it turns out he wasn't even as good as those beasts. Sigh, looks like I can only honestly practice. Ding Ziyu sighed. Some things cannot be envied. Roar! A white giant tiger let out a low growl, clearly warning the surrounding beasts not to approach. It then stepped forward slowly with steady steps. The strength of this giant tiger was definitely not any weaker than the giant rock boar he had encountered before. With just one low growl, many beasts were frozen in place, too scared to move forward. Gao Xinyu was also affected by the roar. Though she kept her eyes closed, her eyelashes clearly trembled, and her kneeling action paused slightly. Luckily, the pause was not long. It just delayed her slightly, and then she began to kneel again. How long is this prayer process going to take? Ding Ziyu started to feel worried. The strange phenomenon had already appeared, and the blessing was completed. Why hasn't the blind box arrived yet? This is clearly different from his prayer. I don't know, maybe everyone's situation is different. Before the blind box drops, you need to protect her as best as you can. What about that white tiger's strength? Ding Ziyu felt more anxious as the white giant tiger approached slowly. It's also around the 7th stage of the martial saint, but its combat power is definitely much stronger than that giant rock pig. Even if you release the barbarian dragon, you won't easily kill it. The judgment of the Eye of Truth left Ding Ziyu in a difficult situation. He was already communicating with the realm bead, planning to bring Gao Xinyu into the small sacred land the moment the white giant tiger launched an attack. He no longer cared about exposing his secret, saving a life was more important. This woman, Gao Xinyu, he had to protect. Who knows, he might need her to protect himself in the future. In these times, dangers could arise at any moment, it's always good to have more friends. Fortunately, the intimidating presence of the white giant tiger was strong enough, causing other animals to reluctantly move forward behind it, only in tiny increments, afraid that the white tiger would attack them. At that moment, the white tiger had arrived outside the shelter, its enormous head stretching forward, the size akin to the front of a blind box management bureau's assault vehicle, incredibly frightening. Ding Ziyu wanted to strike, but he didn't move easily. Instead, he focused all his attention on Gao Xinyu. The white giant tiger slightly opened its mouth, gently inhaling the scattered essence into its mouth. Then it squinted its eyes, looking very satisfied. Ding Ziyu was extremely worried, fearing that this creature would just gulp them both down in one big bite. Looking at its enormous mouth, it could easily swallow 2 people without any difficulty. At that moment, Gao Xinyu finally completed her 3 kneelings and 9 knockings, and a very bright red light quickly descended from the sky. It seemed this blind box was not simple, at least it was not an ordinary blind box, and he did not know what good items it contained. While Ding Ziyu was pondering, the white giant tiger suddenly raised its head and lunged at the red light. This creature actually dared to snatch Gao Xinyu's blind box, he didn't know what it was thinking. Before the blind box reached its owner, no one could snatch it. The white tiger obviously did not know this principle. The red light easily passed through its mouth and landed steadily beside Gao Xinyu. The white giant tiger snapped at nothing but air, instantly enraged, lowering its head to bite at Gao Xinyu. It looked like it was going to bite both the person and the blind box together. Beast! Stop it! Ding Ziyu shouted angrily, raising his fist and aiming for the white tiger's nose. Generally speaking, a wild animal's nose is a relatively weak spot. The white tiger's nose was huge, hitting it wasn't difficult. Ding Ziyu was very worried that if he was even a moment too slow, Gao Xinyu would be lost. Bang! Ding Ziyu's fist was heavy and struck directly on the white tiger's nose, but it only had a minimal obstructive effect. This beast was too strong, its immense power was not something Ding Ziyu could withstand. Just managing to gain this brief moment of time was already his limit. In an instant, Ding Ziyu dragged Gao Xinyu and swiftly entered the small sacred land. The blind box followed closely, narrowly escaping from the white tiger's mouth. The sudden disappearance of the two infuriated the white tiger. With a swipe of its giant paw, it smashed the shelter that Ding Ziyu had built into ruins, even carving a tiger claw print deep into the hard rock. However, this attack did not achieve any effect. The two had vanished, which made the white tiger very furious. It immediately began slaughtering the surrounding wild beasts. At this moment, the entire forest shook as various wild beasts scattered and fled, much faster than when they came. Nevertheless, many beasts still suffered, either slapped to death by the white tiger or bitten to death. For a moment, the entire mountain forest was filled with the scent of blood. Ding Ziyu had no idea what was happening outside. Just being able to escape the white tiger's attack was already a great stroke of luck. Where is this? How did it suddenly turn into daytime? Gao Xinyu finally woke up, looking utterly shocked at the scene before her. This is my special space. It has another name, called the Little Sanctuary. Ding Ziyu no longer intended to hide it from Gao Xin. After all, she was already inside. What else could he do? Special space? Little sanctuary?
Gao Xinyu clearly had no idea what this was, her face full of confusion. It's similar to a spatial ring, but this space is huge and can sustain living people or animals.
Ah! This is too incredible. You actually have something this magical in your hands, and you even let me in. You're not planning to kill me to keep it a secret, are you?
Gao Xinyu was truly shocked. Something like this was worth far more than a spatial ring. Some people would kill just to steal a spatial ring, let alone such an astonishing treasure.
A secret like this wouldn't even be shared with the closest of people.
She and Ding Ziyu were merely colleagues, and Gao Xinyu knew that Ding Ziyu was guarding against her just as she was against him.
Now, Ding Ziyu had brought her into the little sanctuary to save her. If he wanted to keep this secret safe, the best way was to make sure she stayed silent forever. I don't quite have the heart to kill you. How about you submit to me instead? Ding Ziyu said slowly.
It wasn't that he lacked the determination, it was just that Gao Xinyu was actually useful to him. Gao Xinyu heard this and was momentarily at a loss for words. She didn't know if Ding Ziyu was joking or serious, but thinking about how he had managed to kill the ancient beast, she couldn't deny she was nervous.
Chapter 66, Moved. Why should I submit to you? Do you have a powerful organization behind you? Or do you have some grand ambition? Gao Xinyu asked seriously.
In this chaotic world, just surviving well was already the greatest goal.
Ding Ziyu actually had no extravagant desires.
He didn't want to build some superpower, nor did he care for unrealistic dreams.
If he had to name a goal, it would be to deal with the Zhou family. And the reason for that was simply to survive. I have no organization, nor any grand ambition. But if you do, maybe I can help you achieve it. Ding Ziyu answered casually, without any imagined dominance in his tone. You're speaking too soon. Do you even know what kind of background I have? Do you know what I want to do?
Gao Xinyu countered, her emotions slightly stirred.
None of that matters. If you submit to me, you'll be my person. No matter what difficulties you face, I will do my best to help you. Ding Ziyu felt he had said enough.
His stance was clear, it was up to Gao Xinyu to decide whether to accept it or not. Gao Xinyu stared at Ding Ziyu for a long time, confirming that he wasn't joking in the slightest. She understood that she had seen Ding Ziyu's core secret. If she kept a careless attitude, she might truly provoke his intent to kill. If their roles were reversed, would she let him live?
Even she didn't have an answer.
At the very least, she couldn't be sure what she would do.
You're really willing to help me unconditionally? Gao Xinyu finally asked. As long as it's within my abilities, I will definitely help you unconditionally. Ding Ziyu answered solemnly.
Remembering the words of the Eye of Truth, he decided to take the gamble.
All right. From now on, I'm yours. You better not go back on your word. Gao Xinyu finally revealed a sweet smile.
Like the spring sunshine melting the ice, ripples spread across a pool of spring water. Ding Ziyu stared blankly. At this moment, Gao Xinyu was undoubtedly very beautiful, completely different from the way he usually saw her. Or rather, usually, many of Gao Xinyu's expressions were faked, not truly from the heart. But at this moment, her smile seemed very genuine.
Why do I feel like I've fallen into your trap? Ding Ziyu said with a strange expression, teasing her. Although he wanted to conquer Gao Xinyu, could it be that, in exchange, he himself would be conquered by her? How could that be? You will be my support in the future, I have to listen to you. Gao Xinyu smiled even more happily. She realized that Ding Ziyu was not the kind of person who was calculating, but rather, more like a straightforward young man. How old are you exactly? Gao Xinyu casually asked after recalling the changes in Ding Ziyu's appearance. I just turned 18, less than a month ago. Ding Ziyu finally told the truth. The previous look was just a side effect of using a certain item, and I only recently recovered. So you are the wanted Ding Ziyu? Gao Xinyu was not stupid, and quickly figured it out. She had seen the wanted notice, but had not paid much attention to it. That's me, and this is the conflict between me and the Zhou family. Ding Ziyu straightforwardly explained the conflict with the Zhou family. If it weren't for this conflict, perhaps his life would have been much more peaceful. After awakening his power, his biggest goal was to become a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Although this goal was now achieved, his perception of the Blind Box Management Bureau had changed greatly. Especially his understanding of this world became much deeper. The Blind Box Management Bureau was definitely not as righteous and beautiful as he had imagined. Many of their actions were intentional, and they didn't really care about the lives and deaths of the common people. This social system is not as simple as it seems, you will encounter more bizarre things in the future. Protect yourself, living well is indeed not an easy thing, Gao Xinyu said after hearing about his conflict with the Zhou family,
feeling that such conflicts were very common. Because the same kind of conflict happened all the time, even if the Blind Box Management Bureau wanted to intervene, they would be powerless. In the end, it all comes down to one's own strength being strong enough to protect oneself. From your current situation, your talent and potential are at least top tier. Awaking power at 18 and reaching the martial state level in a very short time, such talent is rare. Gao Xinyu was truly starting to look favorably upon Ding Ziyu. Strong personal strength and rapid improvement. Plus, with such good protection and a heaven-defying treasure in hand, if he couldn't develop from this, it would truly be a wasted life. I haven't reached the martial saint level, I'm just a martial artist of the 10th rank, like you. It wasn't me who killed the giant rock pig, but a wild ancient beast in this little sacred land. Its name is Man Long. Ding Ziyu decided to tell Gao Xinyu all of this, since she had already come in. Under Ding Ziyu's guidance, Gao Xinyu quickly saw the massive Man Long. The creature was eating, and when it saw Ding Ziyu, it only casually glanced at him, not intending to stop. It's too strong. How did you tame it? Gao Xinyu was both afraid and a little delighted as she saw the Man Long's size, which was much stronger than the giant rock pig. This little sacred land is under my control, taming a wild ancient beast is not that difficult. Ding Ziyu quickly communicated with the realm pearl, and the plants around them grew rapidly. Within seconds, they trapped Gao Xinyu inside. Some plants have even grown sharp thorns, and as long as Ding Ziyu was willing, he could easily kill Gao Xinyu. Gao Xinyu's face changed drastically. If she had looked down on Ding Ziyu before, now she completely understood. As long as she enters the small sacred place, he becomes the king here, able to easily control everything, including her life and death. Ding Ziyu saw that his goal had been achieved. He simply waved his hand, and the plants shrank back, returning to their cute original state. Looks like you really can help me in the future. After a while, I will leave Danning City. Would you be willing to come with me to another place? Gao Xinyu was genuinely moved this time. The words she said before did have some dismissive tones toward Ding Ziyu. Words like surrender or submission were meaningless and couldn't guarantee anything. It was Ding Ziyu's displayed strength and his deep foundation that truly made Gao Xinyu's heart flutter. Aren't you from Danning City? Ding Ziyu didn't know other cities. He had lived in Danning City all his life. He knew nothing about more distant places. Chapter 67, This might be a conspiracy. No, I come from Tianyuan City. I came to Danning City to investigate something. Now, I have some clues, but unexpectedly, I was sent to the wilderness and almost lost my life. Gao Xinyu briefly explained her background. It was the first time she had mentioned her story to someone. She truly considered Ding Ziyu as someone close, which is why she told him these things. Ding Ziyu had seen the name Tianyuan City online. He knew it was a city to the north, far from Danning City. Forget it, let's think about how to get back to Danning City. I wonder if the white tiger outside is gone. Gao Xinyu, seeing that Ding Ziyu didn't respond, didn't bother saying much more. Resolving the immediate problem was the most important thing. She didn't know that Ding Ziyu's lack of reaction was because he was captivated by the blind box she had just prayed for. This blind box contains a teleportation scroll. As long as there are specific coordinates, it can teleport people there. The Eye of Truth directly reported the contents inside the blind box. This was truly a custom-made item for them. Gao Xinyu could undoubtedly be called a darling of the heavens, or else how could such a useful item be sent down to her? How many people can this thing teleport? Ding Ziyu was very curious, feeling like things from a game had been brought into the real world. It didn't feel real at all. I don't know. Usually, with these things, once unfolded, the energy from the scroll should cover the range for teleportation. It can include people and corresponding items. The Eye of Truth said this, and Ding Ziyu felt relieved. If it could only teleport one person, he would have to leave Gao Xinyu in the small sacred place. He didn't know if she would agree. After a brief exchange, Ding Ziyu finally came back to his senses. Open your blind box. There might be something we need inside. Ding Ziyu said directly. How do you know it's useful to us? Can you see through the blind box? Gao Xinyu immediately focused on the key point of Ding Ziyu's words. Not exactly seeing through it, just a strange feeling in my gut. Ding Ziyu lied casually. Many people had such feelings, and it wouldn't seem too special. If he really said he could see through the blind box, Gao Xinyu might pay more attention to him, but it could also bring great trouble. Actually, I also have that feeling. I hope it's useful to us. Gao Xinyu nodded, acknowledging Ding Ziyu's statement. Gao Xinyu didn't hesitate and directly opened the red box. When she held the teleportation scroll, she was so surprised that her mouth couldn't close. How could there be such a magical item? Gao Xinyu received the teleportation scroll and got the related information. This is a natural right of every box opener. What is it? Ding Ziyu pretended to be clueless. The teleportation scroll.
With this, we can go directly back to Danning City.
Gao Xinyu did not hide her thoughts from Ding Ziyu at all.
So amazing. Do you know how to use it?
It's very simple, just input the corresponding coordinates, and the scroll will unfold. We can go back.
Gao Xinyu naturally knew the coordinates for Danning City, it was not a secret. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry back. Ding Ziyu didn't want to stay in the wilderness, where unexpected things could happen at any time.
Gao Xinyu nodded, just about to operate the scroll, when she paused again. You must return to the same space to use it, otherwise, it will just waste its ability.
Don't worry, I'll check the situation outside. Ding Ziyu controlled the realm pearl and quickly saw the situation outside.
Outside was already in a mess, all the beasts had fled, and the white tiger had also lost its trace. Who knows if it chased those beasts away or ran somewhere else. The two returned to the cliff's edge, and Gao Xinyu immediately began to operate, inputting the coordinates for Danning City, then slowly unfolding the scroll. A white light rose from within the scroll, engulfing both of them, and after a few breaths, they vanished into thin air.
When their figures reappeared, they were already back in Danning City. The whole process lasted about 2 minutes.
At that early hour, very few people were outside, and their appearance did not attract anyone's attention. When they returned to the Blind Box Management Bureau, the two immediately went to find Captain Chen to report today's events and see if any other team members had returned. However, when they entered the office, they found that no one from Team B18 was there. Even the duty officer was absent. Maybe they all went back to rest, Ding Ziyu comforted himself. At this time, it made sense to go back and rest.
Not necessarily.
They might still be over there, or they could have also been teleported to another place by that black hole. Gao Xinyu shook her head, giving a different answer.
Then I'll contact Captain Chen to see if I can find him. Ding Ziyu took out his phone and started dialing.
But there was a busy signal, and it finally indicated that Captain Chen was also out of service area. It was clear that after Gao Xinyu and the others had an incident, the members of Team B18 had gone as well.
They probably faced the same problem.
Let's go and take a look, maybe someone is guarding over there, Gao Xinyu said. The two rushed there overnight, and when they arrived, they found that the surrounding area had already been sealed off. Currently, over 100 people have been swallowed by that black hole. Entry is strictly prohibited, a staff member advised, clearly unaware that the two had also been transported by the black hole. This big black hole itself is not dangerous, it just randomly teleports people to other places.
If lucky, they can return soon. Gao Xinyu quickly explained.
How do you know this? The staff member hurriedly asked.
We were also teleported out and just came back. Really? That's great. Wait a moment, I'll contact the director.
The staff member was very happy. If all the people who were swallowed were still alive, the loss would be much smaller. However, just as the staff member made the call, the director did not answer.
How could this happen? Wasn't it said that this phone could be reached 24 hours a day? Why isn't anyone answering?
The staff member was very puzzled. At that moment, a heavy rumbling sound came from afar, as if a thunderous roar resounded from the sky.
The sound, though not loud, traveled far and wide.
Soon, the entire ground began to tremble. This noise came from the Blind Box Management Bureau.
Could something have happened? Ding Ziyu instantly realized. Is someone attacking the Blind Box Management Bureau at this time? Who has such boldness?
The staff also sensed something was off.
Chapter 68, Being Forced to Join the Game.
Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu exchanged glances, both showing doubt in their eyes. The possibility was indeed very high, such noise could only be made by a powerful master. The Blind Box Management Bureau had clear regulations prohibiting anyone from opening blind boxes inside the bureau without permission. Blind boxes could only be opened in designated areas. This meant it was unlikely that the noise was caused by someone opening blind boxes. After all, who would choose this moment to open one, especially when the relevant areas were already closed? From the sound, at least a martial sage level master is involved, possibly even a high-ranking martial sage with great power. We little guys should stay out of it. The staff member was quite self-aware. His words were actually meant to dissuade Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu. In such situations, self-preservation should be the first priority. No. I must go back. Gao Xinyu said decisively. Why must you go back? Ding Ziyu countered. By her strength, returning wouldn't really make a difference. I'm not going to fight, I have important things back in the dorm. Gao Xinyu quickly explained to prevent Ding Ziyu from misunderstanding her motives. Alright then, let's hurry back and get it. Ding Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief, he didn't want to get involved in such high-level battles. This wasn't about loyalty to the Blind Box Management Bureau, it was a matter of capability. The Bureau didn't force anyone, those with strength handled bigger matters. When the two rushed back to the Blind Box Management Bureau, they saw several figures soaring in the air from afar, moving at incredible speeds.
Each collision created a massive uproar, accompanied by strong shockwaves.
Many buildings within the Blind Box Management Bureau had been reduced to rubble, and everything was a chaotic mess. To their surprise, in addition to the aerial battles, there were also many people fighting on the ground.
What's going on? Is someone trying to overthrow the rule of the Blind Box Management Bureau? Gao Xinyu was astonished.
Perhaps the Bureau wasn't the strongest force in Daning City, but it at least ranked among the strongest.
What organization would meticulously target the Blind Box Management Bureau? Moreover, wouldn't they worry about a counterattack if they managed to take over the Bureau in Daning City?
The strength of the Blind Box Management Bureau was not solely evident on the surface, they held countless resources and many unknown masters under their command.
Forget about them, hurry up and get your things.
Grab them and leave. Ding Ziyu didn't want to get involved in this matter, as he didn't feel a strong sense of belonging to the Blind Box Management Bureau. This is troublesome, there are also battles happening near the dorm area. Gao Xinyu started to worry. The two maneuvered around some fighting zones, quickly approaching the dorm area. However, just as they got close, they were spotted. There are two more guys here, don't let them escape.
A man in gray clothing shouted, pointing at Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu as he charged forward with a large knife. Get lost.
I don't want to meddle in your affairs, don't mess with us. Ding Ziyu decisively stepped in front, turning to Gao Xinyu, he added, hurry and get your stuff, take it and go. This kid is quite bold. Anyone in this outfit should be prepared to die. The gray-clothed man didn't back down, but instead, quickened his pace to charge forward. The person had not yet arrived, but the large knife in his hand was already raised high, slashing down. This guy has the strength of a martial artist at the 9th rank, you need to be careful.
The true I quickly reminded Ding Ziyu.
The 9th rank martial artist was not frightening, the key was that the other person held a weapon, while Ding Ziyu was unarmed, which put him at a disadvantage. Luckily, Ding Ziyu was also fast, and facing the gray-clad man's attack, he knew there was no use in reasoning. Since these people were targeting the Blind Box Management Bureau, they would definitely not let him go easily.
Ding Ziyu did not retreat, but instead charged forward.
Just as the large knife was about to strike him, he quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. The large knife, with a powerful whooshing sound, struck the ground.
Ding Ziyu seized the opportunity and directly rammed into him.
His physical strength was much stronger than an ordinary person's, and he simply turned himself into a human weapon.
It was convenient and quick, leaving no chance for the opponent to use their weapon.
Such a fierce method of attack was something the gray-clad man had never seen before. He tried to withdraw his knife and turn around, but it was already too late. He had no choice but to lift his leg and kick towards Ding Ziyu. The man's strength was indeed considerable, but when his kick hit Ding Ziyu, it felt like kicking a particularly thick wall, unable to move the opponent at all. On the contrary, Ding Ziyu's momentum did not decrease at all, directly knocking the man back several steps. His large knife slipped from his hand and fell to the ground.
Ding Ziyu was overjoyed, it was time to strike when the enemy was weak.
He accelerated forward and delivered a powerful blow to the man's head.
With Ding Ziyu's current strength, if the punch landed, the man would probably not be able to withstand it.
Fortunately, the man reacted quickly and immediately raised both hands to protect his face.
Smack!
Ding Ziyu's fist smashed into the man's arm, and the powerful force sent him flying through the air, at least 3 meters before crashing heavily into the ground.
Trash!
You dare act so arrogant with this level of strength?
Ding Ziyu cursed, casually picking up the large knife.
The knife looked good, and he could use it temporarily. The gray-clad man trembled in pain, and seeing Ding Ziyu not coming to kill him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Ziyu did not show any mercy, but was looking at Gao Xinyu in the distance. Another person had appeared there, blocking her path. It seemed that this attack on the Blind Box Management Bureau involved quite a few people, and they were determined to eliminate the Blind Box Management Bureau in Daning City. Just as Ding Ziyu turned his head, the gray-clad man who had fallen to the ground suddenly reached out and pulled a gun from his clothes. Though fewer people used firearms these days, some still did. After all, these weapons were quite useful against low-level martial artists or ordinary people. Ding Ziyu was no fool, and the moment the man made a move, he quickly threw the large knife in his hand. The knife cut through the air like lightning and instantly pierced the gray-clad man's chest, slicing the gun in his hand into 2 pieces.
Ah, this knife is quite good. Ding Ziyu was a bit surprised by the result.
He didn't expect it to be such a good knife, able to easily cut through the opponent's gun. Next time, be more careful, don't trip over something hidden.
The true I warned. Ding Ziyu's body was strong, but it was not yet at the level where bullets wouldn't penetrate.
It would probably take 1 or 2 more levels of improvement to resist gunfire. Chapter 69, Take Advantage of the Fire to Rob. Ding Ziyu had no time to care about the True Eye's warning, and holding the knife, he charged towards Gao Xinyu. He noticed that the person blocking her had strong abilities, and was actually steadily gaining the upper hand.
If this dragged on, more enemies would likely appear. Get out of the way.
I will meet him. Ding Ziyu rushed forward, swiftly blocking in front of Gao Xinyu. His large knife swung without care for technique, recklessly chopping the air like splitting firewood. Kid, you have some strength, but your knife skills are completely unworthy of notice. The old man on the opposite side easily dodged Ding Ziyu's attack, clearly proficient in some secret techniques. Don't worry about my knife skills, being able to chop you down means it's a good knife. Ding Ziyu, full of desperation, swung his knife fiercely, relying on nothing but his brute strength. His knife skills might be poor, but the power behind his strikes was undeniably strong. The old man tried to attack several times, but Ding Ziyu forced him back each time. Looks like if I don't use my true abilities, you really think I can't handle you. The old man suddenly leaped into the air, surprising Ding Ziyu by using a flying technique. He hadn't expected this man to be a martial saint level expert. On the ground, Ding Ziyu could use his raw power to attack, but with the old man in the air, he was helpless. However, the old man drew out a whip, cold light flashing from its barbed surface. With a shake, the whip extended to over 2 yards long. Kid, let me show you my snake iron whip, the old man said, and in a flash, the whip lashed out straight towards Ding Ziyu's head. The sharpness of the whip was so extreme that if it hit his head, it could likely tear a huge hole. Thankfully, Ding Ziyu was quick enough to retreat just in time, narrowly avoiding the old man's strike. The old man's face showed some frustration. He hadn't expected Ding Ziyu to be not only powerful but also extremely agile, his speed surpassing his expectations. If it were any other martial artist, they would have been easily defeated with just a simple move. Kid, how about you become my disciple? I'll teach you some practical moves. Following the Blind Box Management Bureau will only waste your talent, the old man suddenly offered, his proposal rather bizarre. Aren't you the same as them? Do you think following you will give me a future? Ding Ziyu wouldn't easily fall for anyone's persuasion. The Nine Hawks Society was a perfect example. Who could guarantee that tonight's attackers on the Blind Box Management Bureau were good people? You little brat, refusing the good, choosing the bad. Let's see if I don't whip you to death today. The old man's fury boiled, and the snake iron whip in his hand seemed to come alive, more like a snake than ever. Whether it was a lash, a sweep, a pull, or a coil, the movements were strange and unpredictable, leaving Ding Ziyu defenseless. Ding Ziyu was already at a disadvantage. On the ground, not only could he not hit his opponent, but his agility was also of no use. He quickly found himself in a desperate situation. If it weren't for his decent speed, he would have already been injured by the old man's snake iron whip. Damn it, what should I do? I really can't beat him. Ding Ziyu was already considering his options. The best solution was to hide in the small Holy Land, but Gao Xinyu hadn't returned yet. If he ran away, what would happen to her? Just then, Gao Xinyu finally rushed back, carrying a long rectangular box on her back, which was extremely eye-catching. Seeing Ding Ziyu dodging left and right, Gao Xinyu immediately rushed forward, slamming her palm down and sending a powerful strike that sent the old man's snake iron whip flying. Oh. This girl is a bit special. I didn't expect there would be such talent in the Blind Box Management Bureau. Not bad, not bad. The old man grew excited again. It seemed Gao Xinyu's talent had further stirred his interest. At this moment, a new group of people suddenly charged in, each of them martial saint-level experts. Ding Ziyu took one look and immediately recognized several of them. They were from the Nine Hawks Society. Step aside, the leader swept a glance at the old man, speaking rudely. What? You Nine Hawks Society want to sweep the board as well? The old man looked unfazed, his attitude completely unafraid. And then he suddenly revealed the other's origins. Seeking death. The chief steward of the Nine Phoenix Society shouted furiously, swinging his palm to strike. Even though he was far away, a faint red wind shot out from his hand, extremely domineering in appearance. The old man's complexion changed, and he hurriedly fled with the fastest speed. It was obvious that his strength was far inferior to that of the chief steward of the Nine Phoenix Society. He didn't dare to take even one strike. Trash. The chief steward of the Nine Phoenix Society couldn't be bothered to chase down that person but instead focused his gaze on Ding Ziyu and the other two. You two come here, lead the way for us. The chief steward pointed at Ding Ziyu and the other two. Senior, the management bureau is right in front of us, you can go in by yourselves, Ding Ziyu said, unwilling to lead these people, as that would be sending sheep into a tiger's den. Shut up, speak again and I'll slap you. One of the stewards glared at Ding Ziyu, already in a position to strike upon any disagreement. Ding Ziyu glanced at Gao Xinyu, actually signaling her to come closer to him, to take her into the small Holy Land when necessary. At this moment, escape could only be accomplished in this way. Following the Nine Phoenix Society people into the management bureau would surely lead to no good outcomes. Fortunately, Gao Xinyu understood the hint and immediately grasped Ding Ziyu's intention. Just as she was about to move her feet, another shout came from the distance. Stand still, don't move, is the Nine Phoenix Society that great? A martial sage dressed in red swiftly flew over. As he spoke, he was still quite a distance away, and by the time he finished speaking, he was already in front of them.
Ha, people from the Red Dragon Society? Unexpectedly, all the monsters have crawled out tonight. So, you all want to share a piece of the pie?
The chief steward frowned upon seeing the intruder. Clearly, he knew this person was formidable. Some matters are not just under your watch, many people are keeping an eye on things. No one can easily monopolize the thing in the Blind Box Management Bureau, the red-clothed martial sage said with a cold face. At this moment, another group of people in red clothing walked over, and their numbers were indeed not less than those of the Nine Phoenix Society.
Ha, it seems tonight will truly be lively.
I, Lu Jifeng, meticulously set up this trap, and it's actually opened a convenient door for you all.
Since everyone wants to share a piece, let's strike together and eliminate those. I don't even know if it's true or not.
The high-ranking martial saint from the Red Dragon Society immediately agreed to Lu Jifeng's suggestion. The secret technique pavilion really has powerful magical arrays engraved, but normally they won't be activated. Otherwise, with my strength, I would have already broken in.
Why would I need to team up with you all? Lu Jifeng said bluntly. If the magical array is so powerful, how can it be opened?
Someone from the Nine Falcons Society also asked. They once owned a small sacred land and were not unfamiliar with magical arrays. However, their small sacred land had mysteriously been lost, and they didn't even know how it was lost. It is said that the members of the Blind Box administration are all recorded into it, perhaps using them could open the magical array. The elderly man under Lu Jifeng returned. He pointed at Ding Ziyu and the others who were standing a bit further away. This was where their plan was aimed at.
Damn! There are so many people in the Blind Box administration, why can't you find someone else?
Ding Ziyu muttered silently in his heart, feeling extremely nervous. Facing this group of powerful martial saints, he really couldn't withstand it.
Just them? Do they qualify?
Lu Jifeng glanced at Ding Ziyu and the others, his expression cold. He didn't even seem to believe what his subordinate said. After all, they were just martial artists with little influence in the Blind Box administration.
I've already checked, they only recently entered the secret technique pavilion. It's said that members who enter the pavilion have their records cleared once a week. Afterward, if they want to enter again, they must reapply. Their records probably haven't been cleared yet, so the possibility of opening the secret technique pavilion is very high. We've already tried several others. Recently, those who haven't entered the pavilion, when they touch the magical array, are directly killed. Only these two have some hope. The elderly man spoke confidently, not caring about Ding Ziyu and the others' feelings at all. Now Ding Ziyu finally understood why this old guy hadn't killed them yet, and even said he wanted to take him as a disciple. It was all to use them to try to open the magical array of the secret technique pavilion. This old man's mind was indeed wicked, and his scheming deep. Anyone with a slightly less sharp mind might have been tricked by him. Oh, I see. Are you two willing to help us enter the secret technique pavilion? Lu Jifeng's gaze swept over, and even though he was smiling, Ding Ziyu and the others still felt a chill of fear. The power gap between them was too huge, and the pressure was overwhelming. Ding Ziyu even felt that he had no confidence to instantly enter the small sacred land before this person. Even if he did, this man could likely follow him in, and he would still not be safe. It could even result in bringing a wolf into the house. We don't know how to enter the secret technique pavilion, and we don't know anything about the magical array. Ding Ziyu could only pretend that he understood nothing. It doesn't matter if you don't know. We will teach you how to operate when the time comes. Lu Jifeng finally showed a hint of a smile on his face, and for now, it seemed they were not in danger. Alright, we will cooperate as much as we can. Ding Ziyu dared not easily oppose them. He decided to buy some time, and when the opportunity arose, he could escape. What's the situation outside? Have those peripheral members been cleared? The leader of the Nine Falcons Society stared at Lu Jifeng and asked. Those people are just small fry, not worth mentioning. With me, Lu Jifeng, personally taking action, I have already sent them straight to hell, Lu Jifeng said casually. Ding Ziyu could never have imagined that while there was still fierce fighting outside, in such a short time, these martial saints had already been wiped out by Lu Jifeng. No wonder they had been talking for so long here, and no one from the Blind Box administration had come. It turned out that they were all killed. Now it seems that only a few powerful members are hiding inside the secret technique pavilion, refusing to come out. Lu Jifeng and the others want to get what they need, they can only break into the secret technique pavilion. Alright, let's head to the secret technique pavilion now. Those old things hiding inside are quite powerful, and we must cooperate fully to ensure we aren't defeated one by one. The president of the Nine Desolation Society is also very clear that the Blind Box Management Bureau has strong experts stationed there. Don't think that this is just the branch of Daming City, it hides quite a few experts, and they just don't show themselves until the critical moment. By the way, where is your leader? Why hasn't he shown himself yet? You don't think you can stand on the same level as us with your strength, do you?
Lu Jifeng glanced at the martial saint leading the Red Dragon Society, who was Ling Xiaoke, a 7th-section martial saint. In fact, this person was already very strong, but compared to Lu Jifeng and the president of the 9 Desolation Society, his strength was obviously insufficient. He really did not have the qualification to be mentioned in the same breath as them. This, our leader will be here shortly. Ling Xiaoke awkwardly twitched his mouth. It had always been him looking down on others, but today he was actually looked down upon by someone else. The key was that he really had no way to argue back. These two were clearly experts beyond the 10th-section martial saint level, and it would be incredibly easy for them to take care of him. Why are you two in such a hurry?
I'm here now.
A voice came from a distance, and by the time he finished speaking, he had already appeared before everyone. This person was also dressed in red, but he wore 9 golden dragons embroidered on him, resembling an emperor's dragon robe from ancient times. However, this person was wearing a mask and did not show his true face to others.
Ding Ziyu glanced at this person and could easily see the appearance behind the mask.
He would never have dreamed that this person was actually Zhou Zhengang, the head of the Zhou family. Ding Ziyu had never seen Zhou Zhengang in person, but there were plenty of his photos online, as he was not a low-profile individual. There had long been suspicions that the Red Dragon Society had close ties with the Zhou family, and now it was very clear. This Red Dragon Society is a black organization established by the Zhou family, specializing in unspeakable activities.
Chapter 71, The Terrible Poison Mist.
I dislike you guys who hide and seek with no responsibility the most.
You have no guts at all.
If your strength is not enough in the end, the Red Dragon Society will automatically withdraw.
Lu Jifeng glanced at the president of the Red Dragon Society and said unceremoniously.
Although this person acted with arrogance and great boldness, he was, in character, somewhat more upright than the cunning and treacherous people of the Zhou family. At least in Ding Ziyu's eyes, he found it easier to accept Lu Jifeng, even though this guy was probably also a ruthless character who killed without blinking. Everyone has their own style of doing things and their own choices.
Why must you force me, Brother Lu?
As for strength, just watch. Since I can become the leader of the Red Dragon Society, I naturally am not an ordinary martial artist. The masked man spoke confidently. After the 3 big shots exchanged a few words, they began to arrange things. A large number of people from the Blind Box Management Bureau have already been teleported away, and the remaining low-level ones have basically been cleared. Only a few formidable old fellows are hiding in the secret technique pavilion and won't come out. You two should have seen that the Blind Box Management Bureau doesn't care about the lives of you small roles, so there's no need to work for them. Cooperate well with us. Once we open the secret technique pavilion, I might even share some benefits with you.
Lu Jifeng said to Ding Ziyu and the others.
Although Ding Ziyu knew he was trying to sow discord, he had to admit that what this guy said had some truth to it. Before, Lu Jifeng's people were killing those team members outside the Blind Box Management Bureau.
The identities are probably similar to Ding Ziyu and the others.
However, the core members of the Blind Box Management Bureau did not come forward to stop them. They allowed those outer members to be taken down. If it weren't for the fact that the old man remaining with Lu Jifeng believed that Ding Ziyu's two had some value and could help them open the secret art museum, the two would likely face the same fate.
Whatever the senior arranges, we will do it.
Faced with such powerful individuals, even if Ding Ziyu wanted to object, he had no authority to do so. What could he say? He could only silently nod, expressing his willingness to cooperate with them. As for whether they could open the secret art museum, Ding Ziyu did not hold out much hope. He only hoped to survive this incident. If he had known returning would be like this, Ding Ziyu wouldn't have bothered urging Gao Xinyu to use the teleport scroll. Wasn't he just coming back to seek torment? Alright, everyone move forward and surround the secret art museum. I don't believe a few old geezers can stay in this turtle shell forever. The leader of the 9 Hawks Society shouted as well. A large group of people split into 3 factions and marched grandly towards the secret art museum. Although the location of the secret art museum had not changed, it looked somewhat different from before. The entire building appeared hazy, as if a layer of fog was surrounding it. This secret art museum indeed has an array. I wonder how powerful this array is.
Lu Jifeng stared at the secret art museum and said.
In fact, he had come to check it out earlier. He had tried a little and found no way to open the array. That's why he turned to attack the outer members of the Blind Box Management Bureau, wanting to provoke those old geezers into coming out on their own. It was obvious that Lu Jifeng had miscalculated. His method did not work.
Those core members would rather let the outer members die than come out.
Either they truly did not care about the lives of those outer members, or the thing inside was too important to allow anyone to die.
Why don't you send someone down to try? Lu Jifeng looked towards the 9 Hawks Society and the Red Dragon Society, appearing very considerate.
Try it, what's so great about that?
Ling Xiaoke really didn't believe that the hazy mist could block everyone.
You, go up and test it. Ling Xiaoke said rudely, pointing at two disciples dressed in red. Their strength appeared to be at the 7th stage of martial arts, so they weren't considered weak. Even if there was real danger, it was highly likely they could hold on for a few seconds. The two martial artists were not very afraid, they boldly stepped forward and quickly entered the mist. However, strange things happened soon after. When the two entered the mist, their bodies quickly became hazy as well. It was not that the mist obscured their bodies, but rather their bodies seemed to lose something, becoming less real. Although everyone could still see them, their bodies became increasingly transparent. Minutes later, they suddenly collapsed to the ground and turned into a pile of dry bones. What is that mist? It's too vicious. Now, many martial artists began to worry. Clearly, the attacking force of the array outside the secret art museum was very strong. Ordinary martial artists rushing in were simply courting death, without even the chance to resist. I don't know what that is, I've never seen it before. The Nine Hawks Society naturally took 2 steps back, obviously unwilling to get involved with the mist. What now? It seems we can only let them head in. Perhaps their identities can gain the array's recognition? Several martial saints turned their gaze towards Ding Ziyu and his companion. Anyway, the two of them are from the Blind Box Management Bureau, even if they die, it has nothing to do with them. Ding Ziyu felt a secret bitterness in his heart. These big shots didn't dare to try easily, so what difference did it make to send him and Gao Xinyu up? True Eye, can you recognize what that thing is? What kind of formation has such power? Ding Ziyu could only seek help from him. It should probably be something like bone eroding sand, a powerful toxic mist, sealed within the formation. Just touching it will quickly lead to death. True Eye gave an answer that was not particularly certain, but it made Ding Ziyu feel a little numb in his scalp. Ding Ziyu had never heard of this thing before, and hurriedly asked, is there a way to suppress this toxic mist? It's hard to say. However, the blue energy that Gao Xinyu cultivates has strong isolation capabilities, so it might be worth a try. If it can block it, you can immediately escape into the small sacred ground, perhaps there will be a glimmer of hope. This was the best solution provided by True Eye. If his judgment was wrong and Gao Xinyu's blue energy didn't work, the two of them would basically be finished here. Just after Ding Ziyu consulted True Eye, several martial saint experts walked towards them. Hurry up and go inside by yourselves, don't make us throw you in. Ling Xiaoke looked at Ding Ziyu, revealing a hideous smile. He seemed to have recognized Ding Ziyu's background. But in this situation, who would really care who they are? It didn't matter at all. Chapter 72. Each has their own thoughts. Wait, what is their relationship? Are they a couple? Zhou Zhengang suddenly asked. It shouldn't be, they should be from the same action team. Ling Xiaoke replied uncertainly. His eyes scanned the two of them, as if trying to find something out. Not necessarily. This pair looks very well matched. Their being together definitely means their relationship is not ordinary. The elder under Lu Jifeng offered a differing opinion. Ding Ziyu secretly cursed in his heart. Even at this moment, why does it matter what kind of relationship I have with her? Is it significant? Keep this woman back for now, let him go first to prevent him from pulling any tricks. Zhou Zhengang proposed a harmful idea, actually planning to separate the two. Ding Ziyu's face instantly turned very ugly. He hadn't even found the opportunity to speak with Gao Xinyu yet. If the two were separated, then he could only escape by himself. But could Gao Xinyu rely on her unique abilities to survive this calamity? That was very hard to say. As for what good things were in the secret technique pavilion, Ding Ziyu didn't care at all and had no interest whatsoever. You, go over alone, if you pull any tricks, I will kill this woman. Ling Xiaoke glared at Ding Ziyu fiercely. You go, I'm fine. Gao Xinyu saw Ding Ziyu's difficulties, and understood he wanted to save her too. But now, others were giving them no chance to escape, there was nothing she could do. Fortunately, Gao Xinyu actually knew a little about the secrets of the secret technique pavilion and believed she still had a good chance of surviving. That mist is very powerful, you must be careful and make good use of your abilities. Ding Ziyu could only say this much. He believed Gao Xinyu would understand what he meant. Gao Xinyu nodded. Normally, this was something she should say to Ding Ziyu. Look at these two, their feelings for each other are indeed unusual. Zhou Zhengang truly began to notice the signs. After all, in this world, it was perfectly normal for there to be some kind of relationship between men and women. Ding Ziyu did not want to say anything more to avoid saying too much. He slowly began to walk towards the secret technique pavilion, while in his heart, he was communicating with the boundary pearl. Before he entered the poisonous mist, he opened an exit for himself to safely get inside. However, at that moment, the leader of the 9 phoenixes suddenly spoke up, this kid is a bit strange. Let that girl go in first. You two, stop talking nonsense. One idea after another, is this fun?
Lu Jifeng glanced at the leader of the Nine Phoenixes, then at Zhou Zhengang, unsure of what they were up to. In his eyes, they were both the same. Whether they could open the magical formation outside the secret technique hall was still uncertain. What was the point of all this? That kid has some small connection with our Nine Phoenixes, I want to ask him a few questions. The leader of the Nine Phoenixes remained unmoved. In fact, he didn't know Ding Ziyu personally, but one of his martial saint subordinates recognized him. The entrance to the small Holy Land mysteriously disappeared, which made the big shots of the Nine Phoenixes extremely angry. They had conducted a lot of investigations and had actually traced it back to the head of a search agency. It wasn't much of a secret that Ding Ziyu had appeared in the small Holy Land. When the high-level members of the Nine Phoenixes left the small Holy Land, they left all their lower-level members behind. Their subordinates hadn't managed to escape. How did Ding Ziyu get out? At least the high-level members of the Nine Phoenixes hadn't figured it out. Maybe there was another exit to the small Holy Land, which Ding Ziyu accidentally found and used to escape, causing the original entrance to disappear. This was the hypothesis the high-level members of the Nine Phoenixes had made earlier, and it was also the reason why they suddenly wanted to keep Ding Ziyu. Compared to treasures that weren't yet in their hands, the small Holy Land was far more important to the Nine Phoenixes, as it was their foundation. Therefore, they had to secure Ding Ziyu first. Little did they know, the small Holy Land had already been completely controlled by Ding Ziyu and had become his personal possession. The Nine Phoenixes had no chance of taking it back. Spit it out, if you have something to say. Hurry up. Lu Jifeng was clearly becoming impatient. No rush, let that girl try first. The leader of the Nine Phoenixes didn't intend to question Ding Ziyu in front of everyone. He was afraid that the matter of the small Holy Land would be discovered by these people. Such a thing couldn't be guaranteed to stay undiscovered. They couldn't be sure they wouldn't act to seize it. Alright, you there, go ahead. Lu Jifeng couldn't be bothered with what the leader of the Nine Phoenixes was planning and quickly directed Gao Xinyu to go. Ding Ziyu looked at her, nodded slightly, and raised his hand in a circle. He simply wanted to let her understand the blue energy wrapped around her hand. Gao Xinyu naturally understood what he meant, so she raised her leg and stepped forward. Everyone's gaze shifted to Gao Xinyu. In such a short distance, she had become the focus of all eyes. When Gao Xinyu approached the misty fog, a burst of blue energy suddenly surrounded her body, enveloping her, and then she slowly walked into the mist. Her figure didn't fade quickly like the other two who had entered before. She remained very real, seemingly unaffected by the mist. Under everyone's gaze, Gao Xinyu stopped and actually took down the box on her back, as if preparing to open it. This girl is not simple. She seems to know how to deal with this mist. Lu Jifeng immediately saw the clue. Even Ding Ziyu began to suspect. Gao Xinyu had said she came from another city. She had important matters in Danning City. Could her purpose be the same as theirs? The Blind Box Management Bureau had been attacked. With her strength, there was no reason for her to return. Yet she insisted on coming back to take something. Was this something used to deal with the secret technique hall's formation? Ding Ziyu's mind was working quickly, but no one could answer his questions. Kid, what is that blue energy on the girl? The leader of the Nine Shio Society asked. I don't know, it should be a special secret technique she cultivated. Ding Ziyu answered honestly, as there was no lie to make up. In front of these big shots, even if he wanted to lie to deceive them, it wouldn't be an easy task. The leader of Nine Shio glanced at Ding Ziyu, seeming to check if he was lying. Ding Ziyu's expression was calm, showing no signs of hiding the truth. At that moment, Gao Xinyu, surrounded by the poisonous mist, surprisingly took out a set of armor-like clothing from the box and quickly put it on. Once she wore the clothes, the blue energy wrapping around her also withdrew. The highly corrosive poisonous mist automatically retreated when it encountered the armor. Gao Xinyu moved her arms and legs a bit, looked back at Ding Ziyu, then quickly walked deeper into the mist. Chapter 73, Still Caught in the Trap. Gao Xinyu's figure soon disappeared into the hazy mist, and importantly, the mist did not dissipate, it remained unchanged. What's going on? Can anyone explain? The group of martial saints was dumbfounded. Earlier, they were thinking about how to use Gao Xinyu to open the magical array for them, yet the situation was nothing like they imagined. It seems she is very familiar with everything in this magical technique hall and was well prepared in advance. Zhou Zhengang finally reacted. Kid, which faction does this girl belong to? How does she know how to deal with this magical array? Zhou Zhengang stared at Ding Ziyu, speaking viciously. I don't know, you guys don't really think I'm close with her, do you? Ding Ziyu looked helpless, he genuinely didn't know Gao Xinyu had such a trick up her sleeve and had underestimated her. What do we do now? Should we send someone in again? Ling Shaoke fixed his gaze on Ding Ziyu, now only thinking to pin the idea on him. No way.
Sending more people in is pointless. I think we should use thermal weapons, perhaps it can solve the current problem. The leader of Nine Xiu immediately rejected Zhou Zhenggong's suggestion. It wasn't that he wanted to protect Ding Ziyu, but he wanted to track down the whereabouts of the little Holy Land through Ding Ziyu. Even if there was a 1 in 1,000 chance, he wouldn't let it go. Thus, given the current situation, he absolutely would not support sending Ding Ziyu to his death.
Thermal weapons?
If they were useful, would I still be waiting here? Lu Jifeng said coldly. So far, the most powerful thing in this magical array is the highly corrosive mist in front of us. Theoretically, anything corrosive is usually toxic. We may be able to use incendiary grenades to ignite the mist and force a few old guys out of there. The leader of Nine Xiu had been observing the changes in the mist. It was locked within the magical array, becoming the greatest threat to those who entered. The leader of Nine Xiu has a point, perhaps we should try it.
But, who has incendiary grenades?
Zhou Zhengang agreed with the leader of Nine Xiu's idea.
For these martial saints, ordinary thermal weapons were beneath their notice. Now, when they wanted to use them, they couldn't produce any.
I do have some, old Kai, have someone go get them quickly.
Lu Jifeng said cheerfully.
Although this guy had a very high cultivation level and strong power, he was also very interested in some thermal weapons and had indeed collected quite a few. About 10 minutes later, old Kai returned. He took out several shoulder-mounted rocket launchers from his spatial ring and calmly loaded the ammunition.
These are incendiary grenades, let's attack together, maybe it will have unexpected effects. Lu Jifeng distributed the extra weapons to everyone.
These items were small gadgets, not very precious. They could be used casually. So, several martial saint experts aimed rocket launchers and fired at the Mystic Arts Pavilion. When the rocket hit the magic array, it immediately exploded, creating a burst of red flames that spread rapidly in all directions.
It really works. Once the fog is burned away, what power could this magic array still have? Many martial saints were overjoyed, finally finding a way to deal with the Mystic Arts Pavilion. This magic array was broken so easily? Was it really that simple? Ding Ziyu asked in his mind, questioning the true eye. He was still worried about Gao Xinyu. What if the fire reached her? Could her armor-like clothes protect her from the flames? If it were a magic array set up by a master from our time, relying on a big fire to destroy it would be a dream. But in your era, strange things are too numerous, so I don't know if there's anything special about it. The true I didn't dare to be sure, clearly not very optimistic about things from the current time. The fire burned very quickly, and it soon surrounded the entire Mystic Arts Pavilion. The intense flames lit up half the sky, and the entire Danning city was shocked by the fire. The fire lasted nearly half an hour before slowly dying down. At this point, the Mystic Arts Pavilion had turned pitch black, but it was still clearly visible. The most amazing thing was, the Mystic Arts Pavilion hadn't been destroyed by the fire. It was still standing, though now it looked much more damaged. Ding Ziyu searched around but couldn't find Gao Xinyu. He felt a bit anxious. Thankfully, there were no bodies on the ground, and no sign of her armor. He had no idea where she had gone. The only thing he could confirm was that she was still alive and hadn't been burned to death. Everyone, it's about time we entered the array, right? Zhou Zhenggong asked anxiously. Although the ground was still emitting green smoke, showing it was very hot, most of them were martial saints and could simply fly over, not concerned with the temperature of the ground. All right. Let's all go in together, and if anything happens, we can help each other. Lu Jifeng immediately gave the order. Under his lead, a group of martial saints flew up, ready to enter the magic array. Old Kai, assign someone to keep an eye on this kid. I'll have questions for him later. After the Nine Falcons Guild leader left, he handed Ding Ziyu over to an elder. The warriors from the Nine Falcons Guild were all martial saints or stronger. In theory, leaving anyone behind would be enough to easily keep an eye on Ding Ziyu. However, for some unknown reason, the elder stayed behind himself. With his strength, Ding Ziyu wouldn't dare to play any tricks in front of him. Don't worry, I won't run. Ding Ziyu awkwardly smiled. He definitely wouldn't try to escape unless he was absolutely sure. If you want to run, you have to be able to escape first. Elder Kai sneered. He didn't even glance at Ding Ziyu, instead focusing his attention on the Nine Falcons Guild leader. In the blink of an eye, a group of martial saints had already flown into the magic array. This time, without the interference of the fog, everyone's condition was good, and no abnormalities occurred. The people who had been worried finally breathed a sigh of relief. They all sped up and rushed toward the Mystic Arts Pavilion. However, during this process, the ground suddenly started to emit red fog again. Several martial saints, who were close together, were soon enveloped by the red mist. Damn, it's poison mist again. This stuff makes you itch like crazy when it touches you. One martial saint who had been affected yelled. Large red patches started to appear on his body. This person felt his skin was unbearably itchy.
As he reached out to scratch, a large amount of blood immediately flowed out, and the level of poisoning deepened.
Damn, this is too vicious. Hurry up and withdraw, then burn it again.
The big bosses were stunned, not expecting that even after everything had burned, they were still caught in the trap. The leader of the Nine Fiends Society and several other powerful martial artists were much faster and finally managed to retreat in time. At this moment, the secret technique hall's large doors suddenly opened, and two martial saint-level experts, wearing silver clothes, rushed out. Their entire bodies were wrapped in silver garments, with even their eyes hidden from view. The red mist automatically retreated upon encountering these garments, without a single scratch on them. Although the two experts did not reveal even their eyes, they accurately located the martial saints who were contaminated by the red mist. A silver light flashed, and one martial saint from the Red Dragon Society was immediately slain on the spot, with remarkable speed and no hesitation.
Damn it, they're taking advantage of this to harvest us. Zhou Zhengong was furious.
Having just retreated, he saw his disciples being killed, and his heart was filled with rage. He wanted to rush back in but feared he would also be contaminated by the red mist. Looking at the experts from the Blind Box Management Bureau, all of whom had their eyes completely hidden, he could imagine how dangerous that red mist was. The two experts acted quickly, killing several martial saints one after another, each with a single strike eliminating their opponents. When the Nine Fiends Society members took out rocket launchers again, hoping to start a fire to burn the red poisonous mist, an unexpected event occurred.
The red mist surprisingly wouldn't catch fire.
Everyone just stood there, watching helplessly as the Blind Box Management Bureau's people killed more than 10 martial saints, then swaggered back into the secret technique hall, slamming the door shut with a loud bang.
Lu Jifeng and the other big bosses were furious, not knowing how to handle the situation. They couldn't charge back in, and giving up was out of the question.
They had worked so hard to guard this place, and so many of their subordinates had died.
How could they possibly give up now? What material is the silver clothing those two are wearing made of? How can it easily block the red mist? Zhou Zhengong asked.
Recently, the Red Dragon Society had lost fewer martial saints, but 3 had still died. If they could find a way to deal with that red mist, then these deaths would not have been in vain.
Who knows? It might have come from a blind box. There are too many strange things these days. The leader of the Nine Fiends Society's answer was clearly unsatisfactory. It must be some special material. Didn't you see? Only 2 of them came out. If there were more, our people would probably be wiped out. Lu Jifeng said, his face dark.
Now, the number of remaining experts from all parties had drastically decreased, all being martial saints who acted quickly and had not been contaminated by the red mist.
Everyone, look, the red mist is dissipating on its own. Someone noticed a new change outside the secret technique hall.
The red mist, which had previously seemed so powerful, was rapidly dispersing and soon disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what was happening.
Could it be another trap set by the old bastards? They're deliberately trying to lure us into their formation? Zhou Zhengong, still fearing for his life, proposed this hypothesis. Who knows?
Those old bastards are capable of anything. It wouldn't be surprising if they set something up. The leader of the Nine Fiends Society was also staring intently at the secret technique hall, but he remained calm, showing no desire to test it. At that moment, several night owls flew from a distance, directly entering the formation.
They darted around the formation, still alive and well, fluttering about. Does this mean it's no longer dangerous? Lu Jifeng's eyes widened.
A few night owls gave them a great example.
Don't rush, let's wait and see.
The leader of the 9 owls was still calm. Since things had gotten this far, he wasn't afraid of wasting a little more time. The magical formation of the secret arts hall seemed to have a trapping effect. After several night owls flew in, they flew around wildly but could not escape. It was as if something was holding them in place.
This should be the new trick of the magic formation.
If we go in, we might get trapped and unable to get out. These birds are just paving the way for us.
What use is it to just trap us? If they can't even kill a few birds, it's nothing to worry about for us. Lu Jifeng's patience had been gradually worn thin. Waiting forever was not a solution.
They had paid such a high price. If they didn't enter the formation, how could they get what they wanted?
Let that kid go in and try.
Zhou Zhengong pointed at Ding Ziyu. The leader of the 9 owls was about to refuse, but then he changed his mind. He also thought there was no real danger now, so it was fine to let Ding Ziyu test the formation. After all, he was under their watch, so there was no need to worry about him running away.
Just go in, there shouldn't be any problem.
The leader of the 9 owls calmly told Ding Ziyu.
At this critical moment, Ding Ziyu didn't have many options left.
Of course, he had long wanted to escape the control of the 9 owls leader, and now was a good opportunity. If trouble arose, he could immediately hide inside the small sacred land, and not worry about any other powerful experts breaking in.
Why can't those birds fly out? Is it dangerous for me to go in? Ding Ziyu asked as he walked forward, inquiring with the eye of truth.
Considering his abilities, he should be able to detect quite a lot. Many magical formations have the effect of trapping enemies, this is not uncommon.
As long as you don't come into contact with that deadly poisonous mist, there shouldn't be any major problems.
The Eye of Truth's suggestion was much bolder this time.
When Ding Ziyu entered the formation, the scenery before him suddenly changed.
It was as if he was suddenly in a vast wilderness. The secret arts hall, which was so clear from the outside, had vanished. No wonder those night owls were flapping around. They too must have been confused and couldn't find their way out.
Ding Ziyu tried to look outside the formation, but he couldn't see anything.
Instead, the people outside could see his situation very clearly.
Stop dawdling, hurry up and go in. Zhou Zhengang shouted loudly from outside, but Ding Ziyu inside the formation couldn't hear a thing.
He also began to move around the formation aimlessly, as if he was truly walking in the wilderness, feeling somewhat relaxed.
Can't you see through this illusion? Ding Ziyu realized he was being misled by the formation.
With his abilities, he should be able to deal with this situation with the Eye of Truth.
Of course, I can, but it's not necessary.
You're not in any danger, just treat it as a walk.
The Eye of Truth's response left Ding Ziyu feeling a bit depressed. So, was he just supposed to lie down and do nothing? There shouldn't be any major danger, let's send more people in. Outside the formation, Lu Jifeng was a little anxious.
There were still some subordinates with relatively weaker strength from their side, who could also be sent into the formation to test it. Soon, more than 10 martial saints or lower entered the formation.
Their situation was similar to Ding Ziyu's.
After entering, they quickly noticed that the scene in front of them had changed. No matter how the people outside shouted or gave instructions, they couldn't hear a thing. Chapter 75, the original intention was not to rescue anyone. What was even more surprising was that each of them saw a different scene. In the wilderness where Ding Ziyu stood, a group of fierce beasts suddenly appeared, baring their teeth and pouncing toward him. Their sharp claws could easily tear a person into pieces. This is an illusion you created, these fierce beasts are just warriors who entered moments ago, transformed by their own minds. Of course, you two are a fierce creature in their world. In simple terms, the illusion displayed by the array is designed to easily confuse people. The Eye of Truth quickly warned Ding Ziyu not to fall for it.
If we don't attack them, will they attack me? Ding Ziyu retreated, not wanting to fight with these fierce beasts.
They likely will, after all, you appear as a fierce wild beast in their eyes, capable of striking at any moment. Upon hearing this, Ding Ziyu continued to back away, not willing to engage in a pointless struggle with the lost-minded warriors. After running far away, Ding Ziyu stopped. He then saw those fierce beasts had begun to attack each other, fighting endlessly. Outside the array, the three big shots were almost stunned. These people were fine outside, so why did they just enter the formation and start causing chaos? It must be the problem with the array itself, they are experiencing serious illusions. The leader of the 9 Raptors Association discerned the essence of the situation.
What should we do now?
If we don't go in to save them, they might kill each other.
Zhou Zhengang also grew anxious.
Given our strength, we should not be easily deceived by the illusions.
Why don't we enter the array and bring them out? Lu Jifeng was quite confident in his own abilities.
No way, what if the 3 of us also lose our way? Just in case, I think we should send one person in first to assess the situation. Zhou Zhengang disagreed with the idea of entering together. Whether it was the leader of the 9 Raptors or Lu Jifeng, both were extremely powerful warriors. If they lost their minds inside the array and started fighting, it would likely lead to mutual destruction. In that case, the old geezers of the Blind Box Management Bureau could easily come out and deal with them.
My plan is to choose a skilled fighter to enter the array, tied with a rope.
If something goes wrong, we can pull on the rope and bring the person out with the help of those outside. The leader of the 9 Raptors proposed a feasible method.
Alright, let's go with your plan. Who is willing to go in?
If no one steps up, I will go.
Lu Jifeng was quite proactive, wanting to save his people quickly. If they delayed any longer, those who had just entered the array would most likely not survive.
This time, no one opposed Lu Jifeng. Both Zhou Zhengang and the leader of the 9 Raptors were unwilling to take that risk.
Having someone else go in for them was certainly the best option.
So they quickly found a long electrical wire and tied it to Lu Jifeng.
Lu Jifeng wasted no time and directly stepped into the array.
As he had predicted, the array's illusion effect had no impact on a master like Lu Jifeng. He remained clear-headed, clearly able to see the fierce struggle among the warriors. Already several had been injured, yet they still fought desperately, showing no signs of letting up. This array is truly impressive, even in such a ruined state, it can still threaten the warriors within. Lu Jifeng gave 2 tugs on the wire attached to him as they had agreed, then directly untied it.
After that, Lu Jifeng swiftly knocked down one warrior after another and tossed them out of the formation. Once they exited the array, many people immediately regained consciousness. What just happened to me? Why do I have wounds? Who did this? A member of the Red Dragon Society exclaimed angrily. Shut up, you're useless. If it weren't for Elder Lu going in to save you, you'd all be beating each other to death without even knowing what's going on. Zhou Zhengyong sternly reprimanded his subordinate. Before long, all the warriors who had just entered were tossed back out. Only Lu Jifeng and Ding Ziyu are still inside, with no signs of coming out. Why aren't you affected by the illusion? Lu Jifeng quickly found Ding Ziyu and noticed that he hadn't participated in the fight, which was quite unexpected. Everyone's situation is different. Didn't you not get affected either? Ding Ziyu gave a very ordinary reason, but it was reasonable. You really are a little strange. Why did the Nine Hawks Association's leader suddenly protect you? Could it be because of some special talent of yours? Lu Jifeng asked seriously. If he wasn't curious about this situation, he might have thrown Ding Ziyu out with the others. It was just luck, not some great trick. Ding Ziyu, of course, refused to say more. Even though he had already guessed the main reason the Nine Hawks leader was interested in him. You kid, stop trying to fool me. Don't think I can't tell. The Nine Hawks leader didn't care about your life or death before, but after someone passed him some information, he changed his attitude. With Lu Jifeng's strength, he was definitely observant of everything. The small tricks of the Nine Hawks Association, how could they escape his attention? But in front of so many people, he couldn't ask Ding Ziyu directly. Now, he finally seized the opportunity. He wants me to help him at a critical moment and find the way to open the secret art hall. Ding Ziyu could only make up an excuse. The Nine Hawks Association was eyeing the little sacred land because they had stayed there. Ding Ziyu understood that he was just a suspect. If he refused to cooperate, the Nine Hawks leader probably wouldn't be able to do much. After all, they had their weaknesses, and Ding Ziyu could fully use this to gain space for survival. But who is Lu Jifeng? If he found out the truth, he might very well kill him. The temptation of the little sacred land might be even more valuable than the treasures of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Really? Lu Jifeng asked, half believing. The key is that, from the current situation, Ding Ziyu probably wouldn't play much of a role. For example, Gao Xinyu, who left earlier, was nowhere to be found now. In any case, she was neither seen alive nor dead. Really, didn't you see that after he thought I was useless, he just put me in the formation? Ding Ziyu came up with another excuse, which seemed plausible. At least the behavior of the Nine Hawks leader really left Lu Jifeng confused. So can you open the secret art hall, or can you solve the current magic array? Lu Jifeng asked, still half believing. I don't know, I haven't found a solution yet. Maybe it will take more time. Ding Ziyu didn't want to go out, at least not back to the Nine Hawks leader's side. Chapter 76, Breaking the Formation. More time? Don't think you can play tricks in front of us, hurry up and think of a solution, or don't blame me for being rude. Lu Jifeng's attitude suddenly became hostile. Clearly, Ding Ziyu's answer didn't satisfy him. Even though he couldn't find any flaws, he instinctively felt that Ding Ziyu wasn't being honest, and some things were being hidden. Ding Ziyu felt helpless. He had no idea about magic arrays, and didn't know the solution. At this moment, he could only rely on the Eye of Truth. If he had known this, he would have hidden in the little sacred land as soon as he entered the array. Who knew that due to hesitation, Lu Jifeng, this powerful guy, rushed in? Actually, breaking this magic array isn't that difficult, because many of the materials used to set up this array are defective or even substitutes. The key point is that no one is presiding over this array, so breaking it isn't hard. The Eye of Truth understood Ding Ziyu's situation. In his world, all kinds of powerful magic arrays appeared endlessly. With a skilled expert leading, the power is truly deadly. However, the situation in the real world is completely different. There are very few people who understand magic arrays, like rare phoenix feathers. Collecting various materials to set up a magic array is also a big problem. Such an array works well against those who know nothing about it. But for the Eye of Truth, such a magic array is no challenge at all. Don't talk about things I don't understand. Just tell me how to solve it? Ding Ziyu quickly asked. The pillars on both sides of the Secret Arts Hall's main door are one of the focal points of this array. As long as those two pillars are destroyed, even if the array still has some power, it will be very limited. The Eye of Truth immediately provided a solution. However, with Ding Ziyu's strength, he really couldn't see where the Secret Arts Hall's door was. He, like the others, was still in an illusion. If it weren't for Lu Jifeng's strong power, able to suppress the illusions around his body, he might not even recognize the person. But those two pillars are likely to have some attack power. With your strength, it's best not to touch them. Let them handle it instead. The Eye of Truth added. Ding Ziyu couldn't be bothered to think more and directly relayed the Eye of Truth's words to Lu Jifeng. After all, this was a battle of magic between those big figures. Why should he worry about it himself? Really? Don't lie to me. Lu Jifeng's face immediately lit up with joy upon hearing the news. If they could really solve the array in front of them, even if the secret arts hall was sturdy, it was just a building. How could it stop their attack? Don't worry, my life is still in your hands, I wouldn't dare to lie. Ding Ziyu put on a cowardly and scared expression. Lu Jifeng looked at him for a moment and decisively walked towards the secret arts hall's door. Despite the array's power still continuously affecting the surroundings, Lu Jifeng remained completely unaffected, his gaze firmly locked on the two pillars on the sides of the door, ignoring all the strange and bizarre illusions that appeared. When he was 2 meters away from the door of the secret arts hall, Lu Jifeng stopped. He took out a long sword and swung it, cutting towards the pillars. Bang! The pillars on both sides of the door exploded with 2 brilliant bursts of sparks, causing Lu Jifeng to stagger back several steps. His expression was also quite grim. Clearly, the explosion had quite a bit of power, and he was affected. But at the moment of the explosion, the surrounding illusions clearly paused for a moment. It was obvious that Ding Ziyu's words were correct. As long as these 2 pillars were destroyed, the magic array outside the secret arts hall would definitely collapse. Lu Jifeng had only made a tentative move earlier and didn't use much strength. One reason was to see if Ding Ziyu had lied to him, and the other was to test the counterattack power of the pillars. The sparks from the explosion had splashed onto him, and it still stung a bit. However, to Lu Jifeng, it was just a small thing. This time, he took another step back, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the long sword, like throwing a spear, towards one of the pillars. Boom! The pillar on the left side of the secret arts hall exploded, shattering the long sword into several pieces. But that pillar was destroyed, and the illusions in the magic array immediately weakened a lot. Lu Jifeng was overjoyed. This time, he was fully prepared. The explosion from the pillar didn't affect him, and he clearly felt the change in the array. It was obvious that Ding Ziyu's method was correct. Lu Jifeng repeated the action, destroying the pillar on the right side as well. Thus, the illusions within the magic array basically disappeared, and the real surroundings were restored. Even Ding Ziyu could see clearly now, the previous illusions had vanished. This magic array has been broken, everyone come over. Lu Jifeng shouted. Zhou Zhengang and the leader of the 9 Phoenix Society rushed in immediately. They could see clearly from the outside that the formation in front of them was really no longer effective. Just as everyone was preparing to attack the secret arts hall, the large door of the hall suddenly opened, and 5 old men walked out from inside. None of these people were known to Ding Ziyu, and it was likely that their status was even higher than the director of the Blind Box Management Bureau. I thought you would all hide in your turtle shells and not come out. Why are you coming out now? Lu Jifeng looked at the few people in front of him with a mocking expression. If you hadn't been lucky enough to break the formation, do you think you could threaten us? Xu Ming said coldly. With you bunch of misfits, do you really think you can threaten our Blind Box Management Bureau? You are really overestimating yourselves. Stop talking nonsense, bring out the things, and we'll leave right away. Lu Jifeng said rudely. Their goal was not to make enemies with the Blind Box Management Bureau. Although this enmity had already been formed, and they had killed quite a few people, these peripheral members were nothing to the Blind Box Management Bureau. They wouldn't be concerned at all. If they killed these core high-level members, however, the situation would be very different. Therefore, Lu Jifeng did not plan to strike immediately. If he could get what he wanted without bloodshed, why fight? It's nice to dream. If you want something, you'll have to show your true skills. Xu Ming stood at the front, and the few old men arranged themselves in a formation. They were ready for battle. Then let's fight until they bring it out. Lu Jifeng immediately rushed forward, throwing a punch at Xu Ming. The powerful force even exploded the air, creating a loud explosive sound. This person's strength has indeed surpassed that of a martial saint. In your world, he is extremely powerful. The Eye of Truth gave its honest evaluation. This was already another powerful figure, aside from the leader of the 9 Phoenix Society. Of course, the Lord of Heaven didn't count, as she and her subordinates were not from this world. Chapter 77, The Moon Soul Pearl. A martial saint at the 10th stage, with pure strength exceeding 1,000 tons, how terrifying is that? A normal house could easily be demolished with one punch. Lu Jifeng had clearly surpassed the martial saint level. His punch exploded the air. The shockwave generated made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The old man from the Blind Box Management Bureau looked strong, but he dared not take Lu Jifeng's attack head-on. When he dodged, the door of the secret arts hall behind him was smashed open by the powerful punch's wind. This is way too terrifying. We'd better get out of the way. Ding Ziyu had a clear sense of his own abilities.
Even the residual shockwaves from such a big shot could easily cost him his life. Lu is indeed very strong.
I'm no match for him. Third brother, you should go up instead. Xu Ming quickly retreated from the battle, showing no shame.
As soon as his words fell, an old man stepped forward. It was clear that this was the third brother that Xu Ming had mentioned.
You've already surpassed the martial saint level, yet you're still obsessed with external things? Don't you know that to reach a higher level, external items cannot help you?
Third brother said slowly as he looked at Lu Jifeng.
Stop fooling me. If that thing was truly useless, why would you go to such lengths to protect it, even sacrificing so many people just to keep it intact?
Lu Jifeng said with a serious face, not easily swayed. Before launching the attack, he had already done extensive research. He had thoroughly investigated the origins of this treasure and its potential future uses. Otherwise, he would have been a fool to take on such a thankless task.
How about this, before we fight? I will show you something.
If you truly think it's necessary to fight hard, we can do that later. Third brother made a decision that surprised everyone.
If they truly wanted to take it out, why go through so many tricks before? They could have just shown it directly. Ding Ziyu didn't know what they were talking about, but he felt something fishy was going on.
What third brother said surely had a lot of nonsense.
Third brother, this is the Blind Box Management Bureau's property, how can they see it? What if they take it away?
Xu Ming nervously opposed. But Ding Ziyu's first impression was that this person was just acting, not really serious.
It doesn't matter, I trust these experts. They should know how to handle things appropriately.
Third brother said calmly.
What appropriate handling?
If they had proper judgment, they wouldn't come to the Blind Box Management Bureau to kill and cause chaos. The true eye bluntly exposed third brother's lie.
Unfortunately, only Ding Ziyu could hear this. Why not do this earlier, just hurry up and take it out, let us see. Lu Jifeng thought the old ghosts had been intimidated by his forceful methods.
In the next moment, third brother held up a moon-white round bead about 5 inches in diameter. The bead emitted a faint holy light, carrying an obvious martial saint aura.
This is the moon saint bead you were thinking of.
It does help a little with cultivation, but not as much as you might imagine. Anyone interested can hold it and feel for themselves, you'll know if it's useful.
Third brother said generously. You wouldn't be trying to deceive us with a fake, would you?
Lu Jifeng obviously didn't believe third brother, even though he had shown the real thing, he remained suspicious.
How could it be?
The moon saint bead is very special, with our strength, we can't make a fake. Third brother exaggerated with a dramatic expression. Then he lightly tossed the moon saint bead to Lu Jifeng. Lu Jifeng was doubtful, holding the moon saint bead and carefully inspecting it, though whether he truly understood it or was just pretending was unclear.
Is this moon saint bead real?
Ding Ziyu also felt curious, as this was the first time he had seen such an object.
Fake.
It only carries a trace of the moon saint bead's aura. To be precise, this is the moon soul bead, and compared to the moon saint bead, its value is worlds apart.
The true eye immediately revealed the truth about the item. What's the difference between the moon saint bead and the moon soul bead? What are their specific uses?
Let me put it this way, the moon saint bead helps warriors improve their understanding of secret techniques. If Gao Xinyu's secret technique were assisted by the moon saint bead, her strength would increase drastically, and it would be incredibly beneficial. The moon soul bead is only used for storing spiritual power, and once it's used, it's gone.
The value difference between the two is like the sky and the earth.
After the true eye explained, Ding Ziyu finally understood why Gao Xinyu had been scheming so hard for the moon saint bead.
Can they tell the difference between the moon saint bead and the moon soul bead? Ding Ziyu looked at Lu Jifeng, clearly he hadn't immediately noticed that the item was a fake.
Or perhaps they had never seen the real moon saint bead, and third brother's bluff had fooled them.
Gentlemen, please identify this, and see what's going on. Lu Jifeng handed the moon soul bead to Zhou Zhengang, while he himself took out his equipment to search online.
However, it was hard to find real information online about these things. Even if some explanations were found, they were vague, and the people explaining them didn't truly understand the objects. Zhou Zhengang clearly didn't recognize the item, and in the end, he handed the bead over to the leader of the Nine Hawks Society. The Nine Hawks Society leader held it and observed it for several minutes. Suddenly spoke, "It is said that the moon holy pearl has a rich, sacred light.
Why doesn't yours? Who did you hear that from? I never knew. When we got it, it was always like this.
No one dares to use it without the higher-ups' approval." Brother 3 looked confused, appearing completely unaware of the situation.
Is it true? Could it be that you were also deceived? Why don't you open the Secret Techniques Pavilion and let us have a look?
The president of the Nine Chaos Society proposed a seemingly outrageous request.
Impossible. You are not members of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Why should you enter our secret techniques pavilion? Xu Ming quickly jumped out to protest. Why must it be only members of the Blind Box Management Bureau who can look? If we break the secret techniques pavilion, can't we go in then? The president of the Nine Chaos Society said menacingly. I've already shown you everything. Why are you still so stubborn? Do you really believe you have the upper hand over our Blind Box Management Bureau? Brother 3 also got angry, and there was a tension in the air, hinting at another possible battle. How about this, I'll go in by myself to take a look. There shouldn't be any problem, right? I used to be a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau, and I'm sure you know this. Lu Zhifeng spoke up. He really had joined the Blind Box Management Bureau before and had served for quite a while. He only left later to pursue martial arts. No way. Since you chose to leave, you are no longer a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau. There are many items in the Secret Techniques Pavilion, and the stakes are high, outsiders cannot enter. Brother 3 was very firm, showing no sign of compromise. His attitude directly influenced the others. They were already dissatisfied with Lu Zhifeng and the others. If these people weren't so strong, they wouldn't even be able to talk nicely to them. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to fight. Speaking with fists is the only way. Lu Zhifeng's expression also turned cold. Don't rush. How about we send one of your people in to take a look? Let him livestream the whole process, and that should solve the problem. The president of the Nine Chaos Society proposed a new plan. He turned his gaze to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu was originally from the Blind Box Management Bureau, so letting him in was, in principle, acceptable. As for the live streaming equipment, there was no problem at all. Although developing technology was not the main focus now, these products had matured hundreds of years ago and were very easy to use. The president of the Nine Chaos Society's suggestion was very practical, and even Brother 3 and the others found it hard to object. If you let your own person go in to see, what else could you say? If they refused this, there would definitely be a problem. I'll live stream it directly for you, there's no need to use someone else's hand. Brother 3 did not want Ding Ziyu to get involved. That won't work, you're too cunning. I don't trust you. Lu Zhifeng directly opposed. A few old folks were all clever characters, any tricks could easily fool them. Although Ding Ziyu was a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau, he didn't seem very experienced and was much more trustworthy in comparison. Kid, as a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau, you are actually eating from both sides, helping them attack the Bureau? Xu Ming looked at Ding Ziyu and questioned him rudely. I didn't help them, I was just coerced and had no choice. Ding Ziyu quickly replied. He wasn't afraid of Xu Ming, he just didn't want to take the blame for something he didn't do. Then how will they believe you? Xu Ming continued to question. It's not because they believe me, it's because I'm the only one left here. The others aren't members of the Bureau and have no choice. Ding Ziyu expressed his own helplessness. You don't have to be afraid of his threats. At worst, just leave the Blind Box Bureau. I see you have talent, kid. Follow me, and maybe you'll achieve even greater things. Lu Zhifeng stepped forward, painting a grand picture for Ding Ziyu. If he could make those old guys wary, then his strength was definitely beyond question. But whether his words were true or not, no one could be sure. Alright, don't make things difficult for the young one. Just let him in. As long as he live streams the whole process, that will prove you're not lying. The leader of the Nine Owl Society stepped up, interrupting their conversation. The powerful figures on both sides went back and forth, and in the end, they agreed on this plan. Ding Ziyu would livestream the entire process as he entered the secret arts hall to verify the truth for them. During the livestream, you cannot walk ahead of him, you cannot get too close, and you absolutely cannot block the camera on purpose. If we find any issues, we'll storm in immediately. Lu Zhifeng demanded forcefully. His requests were reasonable. As long as Ding Ziyu held the phone, walked in front, and moved the camera around, those old guys would have a hard time playing tricks. And so, Ding Ziyu quickly turned on the livestream and invited the powerful figures to watch. Then he raised the camera and started walking inside. He was accompanied by Brother 3 and Xu Ming, while the others remained outside, preventing Lu Zhifeng and his people from entering. Brother 3's authority was indeed high. Even though he walked behind, Ding Ziyu passed through without obstruction. The phone camera captured the entire path and the objects along the way. Lu Zhifeng and the others kept instructing him to turn the camera, checking the surroundings and the positions of Brother 3 and Xu Ming. Xu Ming took the opportunity to keep winking and signaling to Ding Ziyu, clearly hoping he wouldn't fully obey Lu Zhifeng's instructions. Ding Ziyu forced an awkward smile, neither agreeing nor refusing. The reason he was willing to enter was because he had his own objectives. First, he wanted to see where Gao Xinyu had gone and whether she had been captured by those old men. Second, he wanted to find out if the Moon Saint Pearl truly existed in the secret arts hall.
If Brother 3 has put the Moon Saint Pearl in his space ring, no matter how we search, we'll never find it, Ding Ziyu thought to himself. Logically speaking, Lu Jifeng and the others couldn't have overlooked such a simple loophole.
That wouldn't happen.
The Moon Saint Pearl is incredibly valuable and is public property of the Blind Box Bureau. It's impossible for Brother 3 to keep it for himself.
More importantly, the aura of the Moon Saint Pearl is unique. A regular space ring can't conceal it. Do you really think Lu Jifeng and his people are that easy to fool?
The Eye of Truth explained, making Ding Ziyu understand instantly.
Then what if I put it in my little Holy Land? Can it still be detected? Ding Ziyu proposed a new idea. No, it can't. The little Holy Land isn't like an ordinary space ring, it's on an entirely different level. Regular space rings can't even store living beings.
After this brief exchange, Ding Ziyu had already followed Brother 3's lead and stepped into the inner vault of the secret arts hall. The treasures inside were truly abundant.
Various items were neatly arranged on shelves, classified by category.
These items might not mean much to top-tier martial saints, but to ordinary martial artists, each one was a rare treasure. The Eye of Truth was excited too, eagerly explaining the rare items it saw to Ding Ziyu.
Unfortunately, these treasures could only be admired, not taken. He could only feast his eyes on them.
As he walked further inside, Ding Ziyu spotted a row of special blind boxes. Some were three-toned, while others had unique designs. In short, each one was an extremely rare variety that was hard to find on the market. The entire vault was about 200 square meters in size.
There were quite a lot of items.
However, after walking around several times, there was still no sign of the so-called Moon Saint Pearl.
No, this isn't right.
I remember there's a secret room in this treasure vault.
Open it up and take a look. Lu Jifeng commanded through his phone again. What secret room?
That place was abandoned a long time ago. Zhu Ming pointed at a wall. There were indeed some faint traces on it, visible at a glance.
Impossible. Old man, don't try to fool me. Kid, turn to the left.
On the third shelf, there's a bottle that acts as the mechanism to open the secret room. Lu Jifeng was very familiar with the layout inside, which made Zhu Ming feel a bit awkward. No wonder he accepted this plan so easily, he had already been prepared. Ding Ziyu saw Zhu Ming's face turn even uglier. He shook his head at him repeatedly, clearly not wanting Ding Ziyu to find that bottle mechanism.
Chapter 79, Grabbing a Handful on the Way.
The big shots were scheming against each other, putting Ding Ziyu in a tough spot. No matter which side he helped, he would offend the other. The key issue was that if he didn't follow orders, Lu Jifeng and his men might just barge in by force. In other words, even if he helped Zhu Ming, the Blind Box Administration Bureau's secret arts hall would still be attacked by these powerful figures.
Ding Ziyu finally understood Lu Jifeng and his group were the dominant force here.
Otherwise, the few old men of the Blind Box Administration Bureau wouldn't have stood by while their members were killed, let alone hidden in the secret arts hall like cowards. Earlier, they tried using the power of the formation to keep Lu Jifeng and his people outside. Now that the formation was destroyed, they attempted to deceive them instead. But they didn't consider that if Lu Jifeng and his group were so easily fooled, they wouldn't have resorted to such measures. If not for the fact that the Blind Box Administration Bureau had strong backing, Lu Jifeng and the others would have already started killing people. After thinking for a few seconds, Ding Ziyu still walked toward the third shelf. In truth, he was a little curious about what kind of treasures were hidden inside the secret arts hall's secret room.
Each shelf held a lot of valuable items, including many bottles.
Ding Ziyu swept his eyes across and immediately spotted a gleaming, spotless bottle. It was clear that someone frequently touched or wiped it, otherwise, it wouldn't be so clean. Seeing Ding Ziyu's gaze, Zhu Ming shook his head at him repeatedly, but Ding Ziyu was unmoved. Just then, Zhu Ming suddenly dashed forward, blocking the live broadcast camera. He stared at Ding Ziyu with fierce eyes, looking like he was ready to kill. This was clearly a sign that things were about to escalate. If Ding Ziyu insisted on opening the secret room, there was no guarantee that Zhu Ming wouldn't attack him. But Ding Ziyu was not the type to be easily intimidated. If Zhu Ming had asked him nicely instead of acting so aggressively, he might have hesitated. But with Zhu Ming's current attitude, Ding Ziyu was thoroughly annoyed. The way these people treated the Administration Bureau's members before had already made Ding Ziyu feel disgusted. Just for the Moon Saint Pearl, they disregarded the lives of lower-level staff, and Ding Ziyu himself was one of those low-level workers.
Zhu Ming's actions immediately angered Lu Jifeng and his group.
The big shots in the live broadcast room threatened Zhu Ming, saying that if he stopped Ding Ziyu again, they would storm in right away. Outside the secret arts hall, only 3 experts remained.
With their strength, they probably couldn't stop Lu Jifeng and his men. Zhu Ming's face looked extremely grim, and his gaze toward Ding Ziyu grew even more vicious.
But the more he acted this way, the less Ding Ziyu cared. He directly found the bottle and, after a few tries, figured out how to activate the mechanism.
Ding Ziyu turned the bottle, and immediately, a door opened on a wall. It wasn't even the location Lu Jifeng had mentioned before. On the opposite side, Ding Ziyu held his phone and walked straight toward the darkroom. TSK, the things in this darkroom were quite valuable. The voice of the real I came through before Ding Ziyu even stepped inside. If you manage to get your hands on these items, your strength will surely grow significantly, the real I tempted Ding Ziyu. However, with Zhu Ming and Brother San following closely behind, even if he had any ideas, he didn't dare to act recklessly. The darkroom was not large. Ding Ziyu held his phone and spun around, but he did not see the so-called Moon Saint Pearl. This surprised Ding Ziyu. Zhu Ming had tried so hard to stop him before. Was he acting? However, when Ding Ziyu looked at Brother San, he found that their expressions were similar to his, both showing disbelief. There is a trace of the Moon Saint Pearl's aura here, it must have been taken by someone, the real I reminded Ding Ziyu in time. Ding Ziyu's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of Gao Xinyu. After the old man from the Blind Box Management Bureau left, only Gao Xinyu had the chance to act. If she seized the opportunity to take the Moon Saint Pearl, it would make sense. However, when they entered, there was no sign of Gao Xinyu, and it was unclear where she had hidden to stealthily take the Moon Saint Pearl. Someone must have sneaked in and taken our treasure. Zhu Ming's face turned very ugly. If they were not following Ding Ziyu, he would have suspected him. Don't worry, this person will not escape, Brother San said with a serious face. He pointed at Ding Ziyu, telling him to leave. Ding Ziyu did not say much, he stepped out of the darkroom with his phone in hand. However, Zhu Ming and Brother San did not follow him out, they began to search inside. Clearly, the sudden loss of the Moon Saint Pearl was a huge deal for them. Hurry up and get those blind boxes, there are good things inside, the real I immediately urged Ding Ziyu. Now that no one was paying attention to him, it was a good opportunity. Ding Ziyu quickly turned off his phone and rushed to the shelf where the blind boxes were placed. With a wave, he collected all the blind boxes into his space ring. Seeing that Zhu Ming and Brother San had not come out yet, he hurried to the items the real I had previously pointed out and took them without hesitation. After facing such great danger, he finally had a considerable harvest. Ding Ziyu swept away a large number of items until the space ring could no longer hold them, and then he stopped. He immediately communicated with the Realm Pearl, opened the door to the small Holy Land, and directly disappeared from the treasure store of the Secret Arts Pavilion. Real I, can you find Gao Xinyu's location? After ensuring his safety, Ding Ziyu immediately began to worry about Gao Xinyu. Her armor is very special and should have a strong hiding ability. However, the Moon Saint Pearl is unique, if she does not escape in time, she could be tracked down. The real I's concerns were valid. The sanctity and spiritual power of the Moon Saint Pearl could not be concealed even by the space ring, an additional set of armor would not help much. Then why not hurry up and find her, bringing her into the small Holy Land? Ding Ziyu was a bit anxious, he didn't care about others' lives, but he must protect Gao Xinyu. I cannot sense her here, you need to exit the small Holy Land. The real I said helplessly. Ding Ziyu hurriedly ran out of the small Holy Land and instructed the real I to search for Gao Xinyu's location. The real I's sensing ability was very powerful. With the Moon Saint Pearl's spiritual power as guidance, it became easier to find her. She is hiding in the corner of the display shelf on the right, hurry over, the real I found Gao Xinyu's hiding place in just a few moments. Ding Ziyu ran over without a second thought. Gao Xinyu's armor indeed had a certain degree of hiding ability. But this ability wasn't as powerful as imagined. The main reason was that the treasure hall was too large, and everyone's attention was not on her, which allowed her to slip away easily. When Gao Xinyu saw Ding Ziyu running towards her, she was also delighted. With his small sanctuary, escaping from the secret hall became much easier. Chapter 80, Spatial Methods. Gao Xinyu didn't care how he entered or found her. As soon as Ding Ziyu ran over, she immediately removed the hidden mechanism of her armor. The special aura of the Moon Saint Pearl instantly spread. Zhu Ming and third brother searched the secret room for a while, but found nothing unusual. Just as they were coming out of the secret room, they immediately sensed the aura of the Moon Saint Pearl. However, when the two of them quickly approached, they found that the Moon Saint Pearl had already disappeared. Not only was the Moon Saint Pearl gone, but Ding Ziyu was also nowhere to be seen. Damn it, that kid must have used some kind of hidden method. Hurry up and close the treasure hall, don't let him escape. Zhu Ming believed that all of this was Ding Ziyu's doing. No matter what methods Ding Ziyu had, it was normally impossible for him to run out of the secret hall in such a short time. So, Zhu Ming immediately suggested closing the treasure hall, which made sense. As long as they locked him inside the treasure hall, no matter what methods Ding Ziyu used, they should be able to find him. Ding Ziyu, of course, was not a fool. He knew the characteristics of the small sanctuary. If it was in an open space, it could appear in any corner within a large range. But if it was trapped in a very small, closed area, escaping would be very difficult. Although life inside the small sanctuary was safe, it lacked necessary living supplies. Ding Ziyu and the others hadn't reached the point where they could survive without eating, so they still needed food. In other words, if the two of them stayed inside the small sanctuary, they might survive for a while, but they definitely couldn't stay there forever without coming out. Unless they could prepare enough food to last for a longer time. After entering the small sanctuary, Ding Ziyu began communicating with the boundary pearl. It could control the small sanctuary and leave the treasure hall quickly. Of course, it would be even better if they could leave the secret hall. The boundary pearl moved very quickly, and they escaped just before the treasure hall closed. However, they were still in the secret hall and hadn't left right away. This was because the main door of the secret hall had also been closed immediately. However, Ding Ziyu wasn't worried. From the image of the boundary pearl, he could clearly see the figures of Lu Jifeng and the others. This meant that the three major forces had already sent people in. As long as they left the secret hall, the small sanctuary would also leave with them. This was its special ability, spatial movement. Warriors below a certain level wouldn't even be able to perceive it. Inside the secret hall, everything was in chaos. Zhu Ming's reaction was enough for anyone who wasn't a fool to notice something was off. Earlier, when Zhu Ming blocked Ding Ziyu's camera, they had already found an excuse to rush in. Including the Nine Hawks Society and Zhou Zhengang, the core figures of the three major forces had all entered the secret hall. Open the treasure hall. Or don't blame us for being rude, Lu Jifeng threatened Zhu Ming angrily. The two sides had torn their faces again, and a fight could break out at any moment. Impossible. The Moon Saint Pearl was stolen by that kid. He has special hidden methods. If we open the treasure hall, he might escape from it, third brother directly stated this time. Anyway, the Moon Saint Pearl was no longer in their hands, so saying it or not didn't matter much. Impossible. That kid entered the secret room earlier, and didn't find the so-called Moon Saint Pearl. I clearly see that you guys are lying, trying to make up a story to deceive us. Zhou Zhengang no longer believed a single word they said. I can swear by my Dao heart, if the Moon Saint Pearl is still in our hands, our martial arts will never improve again. Brother 3 truly swore a poisonous oath right there. Such words carry no weight for ordinary people. But for martial arts experts, it's a very serious curse. If they lie, there could be unexpected problems when advancing in the future. Wasn't that kid with you? Right under your noses, how could he steal the Moon Saint Pearl? Lu Jifeng also found it hard to believe that Ding Ziyu did it. After all, they were all clear about the situation at the time. With Ding Ziyu's strength, it was impossible for him to pull off such a major feat under Zhu Ming and Brother 3's watch. Wasn't there a young girl with him earlier? Could she have done it? Zhou Zhengang immediately reminded them. Many people had almost forgotten about Gao Xingyu. But the armor she wore was indeed very strange. It could easily block the secretive fog of the Mystic Arts Hall's array, and she didn't die in the fire, which made it easy for others to suspect her. After Zhou Zhenggang's reminder, many people recalled Gao Xingyu. These two people are from your Blind Box Management Bureau. Maybe they've been planning to steal the Moon Saint Pearl all along. This is a loophole on your end. The leader of the Nine Scales Guild also spoke. However, his thoughts were further reaching. If it were only Gao Xinyu's armor, how could it have hidden two people? Even if Ding Ziyu knew the legendary shrinking technique, it would be hard for him to hide inside the armor. Not to mention the powerful and unique Moon Saint Pearl. Even the biggest vault couldn't hide two people. After thinking for a few seconds, the Nine Scales Guild leader immediately thought of his small sacred ground. If they entered the small sacred ground, it would indeed be nearly impossible to find them. But he didn't fully understand the properties of the small sacred ground. They had only found the entrance to the protective array but hadn't found the core jade of the small sacred ground to control it. The Nine Scales Guild leader didn't want to reveal everything he knew. In his heart, he even secretly decided to create an opportunity for Ding Ziyu to escape. As long as he could find Ding Ziyu in the future, all the treasures would be his. How could he let others know about such a good thing? The situation may not be as complicated as you think. Just send people to guard the entrance of the vault. I don't believe they can escape from inside. After thinking it through, the Nine Scales Guild leader quickly started plotting a bad idea. Although he didn't know how to manipulate the small sacred ground, he understood that as long as the vault was opened, Ding Ziyu and the others would definitely be able to escape. Right. Have you been keeping the vault closed, trying to starve them inside? There's plenty of stuff in the vault, aren't you afraid they'll ruin everything inside? Zhou Zhengang also added fuel to the fire. Brother 3, Zhu Ming, and the others felt uneasy after hearing this. The items in the vault were all important assets of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Losing 3 or 5 might be bearable, but if too much was lost, that would be a huge problem. In the end, Zhu Ming had no choice but to open the vault. They indeed discovered that a large number of things were missing from the vault, all of which were highly valuable items, including those specially collected blind boxes, which were all gone. Damn it! This kid is too bold. He stole so many of our things, we must find them. Zhu Ming was furious. If Ding Ziyu were by his side, he would probably kill him on the spot. Chapter 81, The Dragon Returns to the Sea. Seeing that many treasures had disappeared from the vault, Zhu Ming and the others felt like they wanted to cry but had no tears. They had previously thought this kid was quite honest. Didn't expect to strike so ruthlessly. Had I known it would be like this, I would never have let Ding Ziyu into the treasure vault no matter what. Hee, this kid's judgment is sharp, nearly everything he took is valuable stuff, Lu Jifeng said, sarcastically on the side. Anyway, the things lost weren't his, so he wasn't upset at all. The leader of the Nine Hawks Guild, however, was secretly pleased, thinking that once he found Ding Ziyu, all these things would be his. The few old men from the Blind Box Management Bureau had also entered, searching all around the treasure vault for the figures of Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find even a trace of the two. They had hidden in the small sacred land and were no longer in the treasure vault, and no matter how great their abilities, they couldn't find them. Moreover, these people really didn't have the ability to do so. Those who could control spatial techniques were mostly experts from other worlds. The warriors of the native world hadn't reached that level yet. Stop wasting your efforts, that kid has probably already run off, the leader of the Nine Hawks Guild said lazily. During the search, he hadn't paid much attention. He was already certain that Ding Ziyu had gone to his small sacred land. Unless they could find the entrance to the small sacred land, no matter what they said, it was useless. However, as for how to find the entrance to the small sacred land, the leader of the Nine Hawks Guild didn't have a solution either. Of course, in this situation, even if he did have a solution, he wouldn't say it out loud. This secret was something only the Nine Hawks Guild knew, and he would never share it with anyone else. Impossible. That kid hasn't even reached Martial Saint, how could he escape easily? Besides, we closed the gate to the secret technique pavilion the moment we noticed. That kid must still be inside. Third brother didn't believe the leader of the Nine Hawks Guild's judgment. He was thinking from the perspective of strength itself. With Ding Ziyu's ability, it was indeed impossible for him to escape right under the eyes of so many experts. The only reasonable explanation was that he had hidden somewhere. Expand the search range, search the entire secret technique pavilion. I don't believe this kid can fly or teleport, and besides, they're carrying the Moon Saint Orb. Its aura can't be hidden by a spatial ring, where can the two of them possibly go? Zhu Ming said harshly. After getting the agreement from the other old men, they decisively expanded the search area. From the inside of the treasure vault, they searched all the way to outside, covering the entire secret technique pavilion. Ding Ziyu and the others were inside the small sacred land, using the realm orb to see everything clearly outside. Seeing these old men searching so seriously, Ding Ziyu even felt like laughing. Hey, when can we leave? We won't be stuck in your small sacred land forever, right? Gao Xinyu, who was watching as well, wasn't in such a relaxed mood. What's the rush? When we can leave, we'll naturally leave, Ding Ziyu said, in a good mood. This trip had been a big win for him. Although the greatest benefit was in Gao Xinyu's hands, he still managed to get a lot of things himself. By the way, how did you know there was a Moon Saint Orb in the Blind Box Management Bureau? Ding Ziyu knew that Gao Xinyu had come from a northern city. All the signs pointed to her goal being the Moon Saint Orb, and she had made thorough preparations and plans. Otherwise, with her strength, she wouldn't have been able to enter the array so easily, nor could she have infiltrated the treasure vault so effortlessly. Actually, there are quite a few people who know about this, but wanting to get their hands on the Blind Box Management Bureau's treasure is not such an easy thing. Being able to obtain the Moon Saint Orb was also due to your help. Without the pressure from the three major forces, it would have been hard for me to get my hands on the Moon Saint Orb. Gao Xinyu wasn't wrong. Without the restraining of experts like Lu Jifeng, it would have been impossible for her to obtain the Moon Saint Orb, no matter how well she had prepared. The possibility of entering the treasury is almost zero. I've helped you get such a great benefit, now you should sincerely submit to me, right? Ding Ziyu brought up the past again. Gao Xinyu just smiled, neither admitting nor denying it. She still couldn't figure Ding Ziyu out, knowing that the more she knew, the less certain she felt. However, Ding Ziyu's displayed strength and potential still made Gao Xinyu very optimistic. Maybe after some time, his strength would increase rapidly, and he would soon catch up to those old guys. By the way, what level can this Moon Saint Pearl help you reach in your cultivation? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. At least surpassing the Martial Saint should be no problem. Gao Xinyu said with great confidence. She knew the special energy contained within the Moon Saint Pearl was highly compatible with the secret technique she practiced. It was like a treasure tailored just for her. With the help of the Moon Saint Pearl, both her realm and strength could increase rapidly, without any negative side effects. To be honest, even Ding Ziyu felt a bit envious. Unfortunately, the Moon Saint Pearl was not suitable for him, but the treasures he obtained from the treasury were of great help to him.
You must understand, these things were treasures chosen by the true I based on his own situation. What's suitable is the best. At this point, the secret technique hall had been thoroughly searched by a group of old men. Not only had they failed to find Ding Ziyu, but they hadn't even discovered a single hair. Forget it, let's go back. We didn't expect to go through so much effort just to make those two little brats wedding clothes. Lu Jifeng was no longer interested in continuing the search. His first thought was, Ding Ziyu and the others had already escaped the secret technique hall. If they searched in Danning City, there might still be a small chance. Staying in the secret technique hall was meaningless. Let's disperse. Open the gate of the secret technique hall. Don't make us do it ourselves. Zhou Zhengang had the same thought. In Danning City, they had many underlings. As long as Ding Ziyu was still active in this city, the chance of finding them was high. The third brother and the others looked very bad. They had always thought Ding Ziyu was still in the secret technique hall, and they were quite certain. But not being able to find him made them feel desperate. At this time, opening the door of the secret technique hall meant that Ding Ziyu was likely to leave with these people. By then, finding them again would be many times harder. The few big figures led by Lu Jifeng were indeed people they couldn't afford to mess with. In the end, it was still their own strength that wasn't enough. Unless the management bureau sent higher-level experts, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure from people like Lu Jifeng. As the gate of the secret technique hall was opened, a group of people streamed out of the gate. Ding Ziyu also manipulated the small Holy Land and easily left the secret technique hall. At this point, they had already become like a dragon returning to the sea. Catching them again would be incredibly difficult. Chapter 82, Procurement. After the three forces left the secret technique hall, they immediately issued orders to track Ding Ziyu's whereabouts. Although they were just the three major forces in Danning City, many smaller organizations and teams were actually affiliated with them. Once these forces issued their orders, their underlings would quickly spread throughout the entire Danning City. As long as Ding Ziyu and his group showed up, they would likely be noticed by others. The next day, many of the people who had been teleported away by the Blind Box Management Bureau slowly began to return. When they saw what had happened to the Management Bureau, they were all very surprised, not knowing what exactly had happened. The old men, led by the third brother, didn't explain anything to those below them. Instead, they had them recruit new staff and take charge of the Management Bureau's affairs. For the Blind Box Management Bureau, recruiting personnel is not difficult. If they slightly loosen the standards, they can hire a large number of people in just one day. Then, the Blind Box Management Bureau also issued the arrest warrants for Ding Ziyu and Gao Xingyu. It could be said that the entire Danning City was searching for their whereabouts. Once the two appear, it will surely cause a huge uproar. There is still some food in the small sacred land, which should last for a few days. The situation outside is tense, so we should not go out for now. Ding Ziyu gathered all the food together. In fact, staying in this small sacred land for 10 to 15 days is not a problem. After all, there are quite a few edible items here, and as long as the gluttonous dragon doesn't devour everything, saving a bit would be enough for the two of them. As for water, the spirit pool water is undoubtedly very good, and there's no need to worry about running out. You arrange everything, I will focus on my cultivation and try to break through to the first stage of Martial Saint, Gao Xingyu said with great enthusiasm. With the Moon Saint Pearl in hand, and no more safety concerns, what else is there to wait for? Alright, I will also try to break through to the Martial Saint realm. Ding Ziyu became interested. In terms of strength, he had already reached the first stage of Martial Saint. However, his true realm was still at the 10th stage of a martial artist. Without breaking through the realm, he couldn't fly, and thus could not be considered a true martial saint. Ding Ziyu had obtained quite a few useful items from the treasure vault in the secret art pavilion, all of which helped with his cultivation. Now, he took these items out and began absorbing them, following the cultivation method he had used before. This is the Bodhi Dragon Pill, which is extremely helpful for cultivating the diamond body. Your cultivation of the diamond glass body is a perfect match for it. After absorbing it, you should make some good progress. The Eye of Truth described an orange pill, which Ding Ziyu immediately took out. Time always flies when cultivating. Apart from eating and drinking, they barely felt the passage of time. Soon, the two had stayed in the small sacred land for 5 days. Eating the same food every day really made them feel a bit sick of it. How's the situation outside? Can we go out? Gao Xingyu was already feeling restless. Breaking through to the Martial Saint realm was no easy task. Although she had been working hard these past few days, she had not fully crossed into this great realm. Ding Ziyu's situation was similar. His strength had increased again. His physical strength had become more solid, and his cultivation had become a pure bronze body. But in terms of realm, he still felt a gap from the Martial Saint realm, unable to make the final breakthrough. At this time, Danning City was still on high alert, with people constantly searching for the whereabouts of Ding Ziyu and Gao Xingyu. Their wanted posters were posted all over the city. If they ran out now, it would probably take less than 3 minutes before a large number of experts would rush toward them. Whether they live or die would depend on luck. This is troublesome, but our food is almost gone.
We must go out and find a way to get some more.
Ding Ziyu also felt frustrated. He didn't expect to become a fugitive again, and this time the consequences were much more severe.
Isn't your small sacred land controllable? Can't we sneak into someone else's grain warehouse, take a bunch, and run? Gao Xinyu suggested a seemingly feasible idea. Who has a grain warehouse out in the open? Besides, we don't have the exact coordinates, so solving this problem isn't that easy.
Ding Ziyu, after communicating more with the World Pearl, had gained a better understanding of its abilities. Although it had the ability to cross space, it was only for short-distance jumps, not the kind of long-distance teleportation that could go anywhere. Also, for some sealed-off places, the World Pearl couldn't enter.
Logically speaking, finding food should be a task.
Finally, it was time to go out and search, convenient and fast.
What should we do? Are we really going to starve to death in this little sacred place?
Gao Xinyu joked, but she was really just picky.
A few days ago, things were fine. She thought Ding Ziyu's grilled meat tasted good, but after eating it for several days, it didn't seem as good anymore.
Mainly, she wanted to change the flavor and eat something different.
Wait, let me think of another method. Ding Ziyu remembered the blind boxes he got from the treasure vault.
Inside one of the blind boxes, there were unexpectedly thousands of snakes. These snakes varied in size and strength, and if released, they would definitely cause quite a commotion. At that time, there might be a chance to grab some food amidst the chaos.
For the two of them, just a little would last a long time.
Ding Ziyu communicated with Jie Zhu and decided to release the snakes at the nearest vegetable market. Typically, the vegetable market had a wide variety of fruits and grains, and as long as they could grab a few things, it would be enough for them.
With Ding Ziyu's guidance, Jie Zhu began to move. After about half a day, they finally found a vegetable market.
Gao Xinyu once again used her makeup skills to make some appropriate modifications for both of them, so at least at first glance, they looked somewhat different and would not be easily recognized. Ding Ziyu found a relatively concealed corner and crawled out of the little sacred place.
Why don't we just buy what we need directly?
These people might not even recognize us. Gao Xinyu still did not want Ding Ziyu to release the snakes. Many of these vendors didn't possess great strength. They might be scared of ordinary snakes but could cause severe consequences if faced with powerful ones.
Then let's buy things first, and if anything goes wrong, we can release the snakes later. Ding Ziyu was still quite bold.
His strength had recently improved quickly, and as long as there were no martial saint-level experts around, the danger was not as big as imagined. Thus, the two began to buy up a storm at the vegetable market.
Regardless of what vegetables, fruits, grains, cooking oil, or seasonings, they bought whatever they came across. As for money, that was not a problem at all.
Neither Ding Ziyu nor Gao Xinyu was short on cash, they could make it up easily. When Ding Ziyu walked into the third rice shop, he finally caught the attention of a young man. However, this guy was not quite sure, so he turned at an angle to get a better look at their faces.
Although this young man was observing Ding Ziyu and the other, he acted very cautiously and didn't attract Ding Ziyu's attention.
After all, there were so many people in the market, walking back and forth, who would really pay attention to those petty thieves. They continued happily shopping for various items, sometimes discussing what dishes to make and what kinds of vegetables to pair with them.
I think we can buy some seeds and plant them directly here.
Maybe in the future, we can become self-sufficient. Gao Xinyu thought of what she believed was a wonderful idea. Her idea had no problems. The little sacred place was full of spiritual energy, and with the spiritual pond water, everything had gotten better. It was completely possible to grow ordinary vegetables.
But Ding Ziyu didn't like doing such things. It was better to leave it to his grandfather.
Recently, Ding Shichen had also been practicing hard for some time, but his talent was just average, and given the late awakening, it was impossible for him to reach a very high level. After training for a while, his progress had become almost imperceptible. Therefore, he didn't take it seriously anymore. This is a vegetable market. You might not necessarily find seeds here. Ding Ziyu was still quite familiar with the vegetable market. If you wanted to buy meat or vegetables, it was indeed very simple, but wanting to buy seeds was not always guaranteed. Even if there wouldn't necessarily be many types. The two of them walked while talking, and their actions and words fell into the eyes of the young man. After observing from multiple angles, the young man felt over 50% confident. Following the principle of better to kill the wrong one than to let the right one go, he immediately contacted his organization. A few minutes later, the news that Ding Ziyu and his companion had appeared at the market reached the Nine Hawks Association. The leader of the Nine Hawks Association personally moved out, bringing a large group of experts to the market. Among the major forces, besides fully searching for Ding Ziyu and his companion, they were also watching each other.
The Nine Hawks Association's large-scale operation was not easy to hide from others.
So, as the leader of the Nine Hawks Association rushed toward the market where Ding Ziyu and his companion were, the other forces also moved quickly.
There are too many people at the market. Should we clear some of them out first?
If a fight breaks out, it could harm a lot of innocent people.
Someone expressed concern about this.
Although the value of human life had become as insignificant as weeds in this world, there were still some who retained their conscience.
No. If we drive away those unrelated people, it will immediately alert that kid.
They hold great secrets, and their escape methods are extraordinary.
Once they become suspicious, do you think we'll still be able to catch them?
The leader of the Nine Hawks Association knew very well about the concealment of the small Holy Land. During this time, he had sent a large number of people to specifically search for the characteristics of the small Holy Land.
Unfortunately, the small Holy Land had already been completely controlled by Ding Ziyu.
If he didn't want to open the gate, no matter what methods were used, they would never find them.
Ding Ziyu and his companion had plenty of money, so they bought things recklessly. Whatever they liked, they bought it right away.
This kind of crazy shopping was really enjoyable. Mainly because they had to stay in the small Holy Land, which at first felt fresh and exciting. But over time, it started to feel like being in prison, especially since only 3 people remained inside. The remaining members of the Nine Hawks Association were intentionally sent into the mouth of the wild dragon by Ding Ziyu.
These irrelevant people would not be allowed to stay in the small Holy Land.
Although the space inside was not small, life there was somewhat monotonous. Staying in the small Holy Land also meant being cut off from the favor of the heavenly Tao. At least for Gao Xinyu, this was a problem. So, while they were shopping at the market, the two were still in very good spirits. Until the people from the Nine Hawks Association quickly approached the market and quietly sneaked in. Several martial saints even disguised themselves as ordinary people, swiftly blending into the market.
"Let's buy some more noodles, I think we're almost done,"
Gao Xinyu said after thinking for a moment. They hadn't really calculated how much they had bought, they just bought a bunch of whatever they liked.
Ding Ziyu's spatial ring was almost full.
"Yeah, there's a grain and oil shop over there, let's hurry and buy a little," Ding Ziyu said, pointing to a shop about 10 meters away. At this moment, 2 customers were already inside that shop, pretending to look at the items on display.
As soon as Ding Ziyu and his companion entered the shop, they immediately noticed something was wrong.
Though these 2 people tried to suppress their martial saint aura, Ding Ziyu still detected them.
The aura of a martial saint was far too powerful for ordinary people.
While ordinary people might not notice the difference, for those who also practiced martial arts, it was as obvious as a light in the dark. Ding Ziyu immediately recognized them as the high-ranking attendants of the Nine Hawks Association.
"Run!" Ding Ziyu pulled Gao Xinyu and turned to flee.
He also immediately communicated with the World Bead, asking it to open a portal for him.
Since the senior stewards of the Nine Phoenix Association have arrived, who can guarantee that no one else has come? Even if Ding Ziyu is strong, he wouldn't dare to face a group of martial saint experts head-on. Fleeing is the first choice.
As the 2 turned to flee, the 2 martial saints also understood that they had been discovered. One of them quickly charged forward, his large hand stretching out like an eagle's claws, reaching for Ding Ziyu and the other. These 2 guys are truly martial saints, their speed of action is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Seeing that they were about to be caught, the World Pearl finally opened a portal in time, and without thinking, Ding Ziyu immediately rushed in. However, when the World Pearl closed the portal, the 2 senior stewards of the Nine Phoenix Association also charged in just in time. "I didn't expect our Holy Land to fall into your hands, kid.
We finally found you, ha 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 ha."
Blue Cloud's sword laughed loudly. If the small Holy Land could be returned from his hands, the leader of the Nine Phoenix Association would definitely treat him well, and the rewards would surely be generous. "You 2 are just at the 2nd stage of Martial Saint, are you too early to be happy?" Ding Ziyu, on the other hand, was no longer afraid.
Everything in the small Holy Land is under his control, and with these 2 martial saints, what is there to fear?
Not to mention his own strength has improved significantly, and with the World Pearl's ability, handling these 2 is no problem at all.
What does it matter if we are at the 2nd stage of Martial Saint? Taking care of you is already enough.
Blue Cloud's sword was not afraid at all, he was very familiar with this small Holy Land. Everything inside was not unfamiliar to him. In his eyes, the 2 martial saints on his side would easily deal with Ding Ziyu and the other.
"Do you want to spar with them?" Ding Ziyu looked at Gao Xinyu.
Recently, Gao Xinyu's strength had also increased significantly, and the Moon Saint Pearl's help to her was incredibly obvious.
If it weren't for her realm limitation, her strength would have been even greater.
If it were a pure power comparison, Gao Xinyu would definitely not be a match for the 2nd stage martial saints. But her methods are very special, and her attack power is quite strong, so she could still compete with them.
"I'll give it a try."
"If I can't beat them, you must help me in time," Gao Xinyu said eagerly. For a martial artist, the opportunity to compete with those of a higher realm is a rare chance. Of course, if the opponent's realm is too much higher than hers, there would be no need to fight. "Ha, 2 little brats who don't know death, a mere 10th stage martial artist dares to challenge us.
Old Zhang, how about we each take one on?
Let's capture them quickly and take control of the small Holy Land, that's the most important thing. Blue Cloud Sword laughed loudly, not taking Ding Ziyu seriously at all. Normally, a second stage martial saint has an overwhelming advantage over a 10th stage martial artist, so fighting them is indeed very easy. Alright, let's see who can capture their opponent first. Zheng Daong grinned widely, showing no psychological pressure. As he spoke, Zheng Daong charged towards Ding Ziyu, while Blue Cloud Sword rushed towards Gao Xingyu. This guy just recently advanced to the second stage of martial saint, and while his strength has reached that level, he may not be that skilled in using it. With your strength, even if you clash with him head-on, you won't suffer too much loss. The Eye of Truth still had confidence in Ding Ziyu. In terms of pure power, Ding Ziyu would definitely be weaker than Zheng Daong, but his physical strength was even stronger than his opponent's. The recoil force produced by a punch would have vastly different effects on their bodies. With the judgment of the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu's confidence soared. Seeing Zheng Daong charging towards him, he did not retreat but instead advanced, gaining speed and then swinging his fist to smash forward. Ha ha ha. Kid. You are asking for death yourself, don't blame me. Zheng Daong laughed out loud when he saw Ding Ziyu's reaction. He had never seen a warrior dare to launch a counterattack against a martial saint expert. Isn't that pure suicide? Who gave you the courage? Even a 10th grade warrior, normally, would only have the strength of 1,000 pounds, the gap with a 2nd grade martial saint is too vast. Zheng Daong casually threw a punch, thinking that even with a careless punch, he could knock Ding Ziyu down, maybe even kill him. Bang! The two fists collided, and Ding Ziyu, who was expected to be sent flying, stood firmly in place without any sign of being knocked back. On the other hand, Zheng Daong felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if he had punched an iron wall. Damn, this kid is strange. Zheng Daong finally came to his senses. How could Ding Ziyu dare to face him head-on without some real strength? Looking at Ding Ziyu, his expression hadn't changed at all, clearly indicating that the force just now hadn't injured him. Zheng Daong realized he had been careless. It seemed that to knock this kid down, he would need to use more power. Kid, that punch just now was only a casual strike from me. Next, I will let you understand what the real gap in strength is. Zheng Daong gritted his teeth. He had to regain the face he lost. As a 2nd grade martial saint, if he lost to a mere warrior, it would be a stain on his life. He would never hold his head high in the Nine Fiends society again. Stop bragging, come at me. Ding Ziyu wasn't afraid of facing the opponent head-on. The previous blow had given him great confidence in his physical strength. As long as this old guy doesn't use aerial attacks to strike him, everything else was no problem. In an instant, the two collided again. This time, Zheng Daong no longer underestimated him and used all his strength to fight Ding Ziyu. Both of them fought brutally with fists, simple and rough, with explosive crashing sounds echoing. Zheng Daong's strength was indeed superior. Each time he landed a punch, Ding Ziyu was forced back 2 or even 3 steps. But Ding Ziyu was like a piece of chewing gum, being knocked back and immediately rushing forward again. Although Zheng Daong gritted his teeth and held on, the pain in his hands grew stronger and stronger. If this continued, his arms might be ruined. He had already cursed Ding Ziyu's family countless times in his mind, but he refused to admit defeat verbally. This person, he really couldn't afford to lose face. Old man, your hands hurt, right? If it hurts, shout out, it's not shameful. Ding Ziyu began to tease Zheng Daong. Although the guy was acting, there was no way his situation could escape Ding Ziyu's keen observation. Stop boasting, watch how I deal with you. Zheng Daong was truly scared now. After knocking Ding Ziyu back with a punch, he immediately drew out a large knife. No more bare-handed fighting, his hands might really be ruined. Using a weapon first means you've already lost. Ding Ziyu wasn't going to hold back, and he also took out an iron rod about 4 feet long and as thick as his arm. Since the opponent had drawn a knife, he couldn't just fight with his fists. Soon, the sound of weapons clashing echoed as Ding Ziyu showed no sign of being at a disadvantage, and Zheng Daong couldn't find a way to deal with him. On the other side, Blue Cloud Sword was also blocked by Gao Xinyu's blue energy. Her special energy was enough to push back a giant rock pig, and dealing with a 2nd grade martial saint was still very easy. It should be noted that recently, Gao Xinyu had absorbed quite a bit of the Moon Saint Pearl's energy, which had increased her strength again. Although Blue Cloud Sword's realm was much higher than Gao Xinyu's, he was being suppressed by her, something he never expected. After being suppressed several times, Blue Cloud Sword was forced to fly into the air, taking advantage of the aerial advantage. The two senior experts in battle looked extremely awkward. It was just like the older brother not speaking to the younger brother, everyone was almost the same. Luckily, there were no other outsiders around, or both of them would have lost all face. The enemy and their side exchanged blows, fighting fiercely. Ding Ziyu greatly enjoyed this process, as this kind of battle helped him improve quickly. The enemy's strength was just right, a little stronger than his, but still within an acceptable range. If they were too strong, it would just turn into a one-sided slaughter.
If the opponent was too weak, it wouldn't be fun to fight, and it wouldn't show his own strength. Who are these two kids? Why are they so strong? Lan Yunjian furrowed his brows. He originally thought it would be a one-sided battle, but now, he hadn't gained any advantage. If he couldn't fly, he might have been captured by Gao Xinyu instead. Who cares who they are? Their realm is low, just hold on a little longer. There's always a limit to their strength. Zheng Daong actually had such an idea. Indeed, their realm was high, and if they fought based on endurance, theoretically, they could have the advantage. Once the two of them ran out of strength, it would be much easier to handle them. Chapter 85, Free Big Shopping. Hearing Zheng Daong's words, Ding Ziyu almost wanted to laugh. If it was really a test of endurance, Zheng Daong wouldn't be his opponent. Zheng Daong would probably collapse from exhaustion before Ding Ziyu faced any real issues. On the other hand, Gao Xinyu was in more trouble. Her attack power was indeed strong, but the consumption was also significant. Unless she could use the Moon Saint Pearl to replenish her energy while fighting, she probably couldn't outlast Lan Yunjian. After hearing Zheng Daong's plan, Lan Yunjian decisively used his advantage of flying and started to dodge around Gao Xinyu. He no longer cared about acting like a senior expert, his goal was just to defeat the opponent. Ding Zi, they are cheating. Let's stop fighting. Gao Xinyu simply retreated. She knew Ding Ziyu had a way to deal with these two. After exchanging blows for a while, both of them had a full understanding of their own strength. They could indeed fight evenly with the two-stage martial saints, and if they fought only on the ground, they could still have some advantage. But the greatest advantage of the martial saints was their ability to fly, which gave them a significant edge in the air. Even if they poured all their strength into it, they might not be able to defeat these high-ranking officials of the Nine-Hull Guild. Fine, if they don't want to fight, then we won't. Ding Ziyu immediately began communicating with the Realm Pearl. As long as they were within this small sacred land, whether on the ground or in the air, they would be suppressed by the small sacred land. Even the powerful barbarian dragon couldn't escape its control, and two-stage martial saints were no problem at all. The two martial saints were still dazed when they were controlled by the small sacred land with an invisible hand. Then, they were directly transformed into a prison and locked up. When did you master this ability of the small sacred land? Lan Yunjian was greatly shocked. They knew how magical the small sacred land was, but many of its methods had not been developed. They didn't expect that this small sacred land had fallen into Ding Ziyu's hands and he quickly developed such powerful abilities. Sorry, no comment. Ding Ziyu wouldn't tell them about the Realm Pearl. In fact, even Gao Xinyu wasn't clear on how Ding Ziyu was operating it. What should we do with these two? Keeping them alive is always a problem. Gao Xinyu asked worriedly. They're martial saints, let's keep them as food for the barbarian dragon. Ding Ziyu wouldn't let them leave alive. Through the Realm Pearl, he could see that outside the market, the atmosphere was tense. Experts from all factions had arrived and were searching for their whereabouts. The leader of the Nine-Hull Guild was even more serious, trying to find the entrance and exit of the small sacred land. Unfortunately, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Under Ding Ziyu's control, there was no way the small sacred land could produce any exits. Unless someone among them had mastered spatial secret techniques, they might find some clues. To reduce the risk, Ding Ziyu still made the boundary pearl stay away from the market. In such an open environment, wanting to leave was incredibly easy. After the small sacred land left, it just happened to move into the territory of the Red Dragon Society. Let's just let the snakes from that mystery box out and give the Red Dragon Society something to do. Ding Ziyu thought of it and immediately acted, opening the small sacred land and releasing the snakes from inside. Soon, the Red Dragon Society's base became lively. Since most of the experts had gone to the market to capture Ding Ziyu, there were hardly any strong martial artists left in the Red Dragon Society's territory. Those small snakes might only scare people, but a few of them were quite powerful, making the weak subordinates of the Red Dragon Society look terribly embarrassed. Ding Ziyu did not return to the small sacred land but instead stood from a high place watching the fun, looking very pleased. Ah, there are snakes over by the warehouse too, run, one of the Red Dragon Society's subordinates shouted in panic. This guy was also weak, probably only at the 4th stage of martial arts. Forget about the powerful big snakes, even ordinary venomous snakes made him tremble in fear. A warehouse? Doesn't that mean there are supplies? Ding Ziyu's eyes immediately lit up. He hadn't bought enough at the market earlier, but now it was free shopping time, how could he let this opportunity slip by? Ding Ziyu immediately rushed toward the warehouse at the fastest speed. The subordinates guarding the warehouse had already fled in fear, leaving only a few not-so-strong snakes moving around nearby. Ding Ziyu walked up and easily twisted the lock of the warehouse. There were really a lot of supplies inside, all kinds of items. Although the Red Dragon Society wasn't weak, most of their subordinates were ordinary people who still needed food and water. So their warehouse contained all sorts of supplies.
Ding Ziyu simply had the boundary pearl open and exit, and using his spatial ring, he moved the supplies in large amounts into the small sacred land. While the people searching for Ding Ziyu at the market were busy, Ding Ziyu was also working hard at the Red Dragon Society's warehouse. This time, Ding Ziyu didn't leave a single thing for the Red Dragon Society. After moving everything into the small sacred land, he leisurely left. What kind of place did you rob? How did you get so many daily supplies? Gao Xinyu asked, seeing the piles of goods, which were even more than what they had bought. In such a short time, it seemed there was no quicker way than robbing. I didn't rob anything, I just went to the Red Dragon Society and picked up some goods. They're not good people, they've done many evil things. I'm just helping them accumulate some good deeds. Ding Ziyu made a joke, feeling quite happy. Although this trip had some risks, nothing major happened. The small sacred land was really too useful. Its spatial ability allowed them to come and go like the wind, leaving no trace. Can the small sacred land send me back to the north? Gao Xinyu suddenly asked. I don't know about that. It's too far, and without a specific direction, we might not be able to make it back. Ding Ziyu honestly didn't know how the small sacred land worked. Daming City was where he lived, so it was easy for him to go anywhere. But going to a city in the north was really difficult. For example, once they entered the wilderness, Ding Ziyu had no idea where to go. It's slightly easy to lose track of where everything goes after a small deviation. Forget it, let's wait for next month's blind box. Maybe it will give me a way to go back. Gao Xinyu also knew she was putting Ding Ziyu in a difficult position. She is the favored one by heaven. Whenever she wants to do something, heaven always sends down the right blind box to help her solve the current difficulties. With just this, Ding Ziyu is no match for her, completely on a different level. Don't rush, we just got so many resources. Let's have a good meal first, Ding Ziyu quickly called over his grandfather. The three of them worked together to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Chapter 86, Addicted to Wool Gathering. Cultivating in seclusion is undoubtedly a very enjoyable thing. Now, there is no shortage of resources, and he has gathered a lot of cultivation resources. He doesn't need to worry about anything outside. Even if the major forces turn Danning City upside down, they will never find Ding Ziyu's whereabouts. Unless someone like the master of the Qingtian sect steps in, there might be a slight chance. However, with their power and connections, forget about inviting the master of Qingtian sect. Just meeting him in person would be extremely difficult. Ding Ziyu is in an excellent mood, spending every day making all kinds of delicious feasts in the small sacred land. He doesn't particularly care about cultivation. As a result, in this relaxed state of mind, he managed to break through to the Martial Saint realm without much effort. Although it's only the first stage of Martial Saint, Ding Ziyu is still very happy. The practice of flying has led to many funny moments, but Ding Ziyu is still enjoying it. Gao Xinyu, seeing this, feels extremely envious. She entered the martial artist level earlier than Ding Ziyu, and with the help of the Moon Saint Pearl, she is still stuck at the martial artist level. It's truly frustrating to compare people. After reaching the first stage of Martial Saint, Ding Ziyu's strength surged by a large margin. If strength alone was considered, Ding Ziyu could easily pretend to be a third-stage Martial Saint. His explosive power is very strong, and his sustained combat ability far exceeds that of other warriors at the same level. What excites Ding Ziyu even more is that after advancing, his body has also grown stronger. It is currently transforming from a bronze body to a silver body. Don't be fooled by such a small change. His physical strength has increased significantly. His resistance to impact has at least doubled. To verify his strength, Ding Ziyu even called the Barbarian Dragon as his sparring partner. Although he was always beaten badly by the Barbarian Dragon, the training was very satisfying. Ding Ziyu's recovery ability is also very strong. The injuries he sustained the day before are usually healed by the next day. So, he can spar with the Barbarian Dragon for about an hour every day. The Barbarian Dragon enjoys fighting with Ding Ziyu. Normally, Ding Ziyu controls the Realm Pearl, which can easily restrain it. The Barbarian Dragon is frustrated because it cannot land a blow. Now, he can openly deal with his master, and it feels really great. However, Ding Ziyu is not completely a masochist. Occasionally, he can initiate some counterattacks, but the Barbarian Dragon's skin is too tough, and with Ding Ziyu's strength, it is impossible to hurt it. This creature is one that even the leader of the 9 Phoenixes couldn't deal with. If it weren't for Ding Ziyu using spiritual pond water to lure it, it would have been hard for the Barbarian Dragon to submit to him. In half a month, Ding Ziyu consumed a lot of resources and finally pushed his realm to the second stage of Martial Saint. He also mastered the flying technique, although his flying speed is still not impressive and needs improvement. In 2 more days, I can do the second blind box prayer. I wonder what kind of blind box heaven will prepare for me. Ding Ziyu is still a bit excited. I definitely can't compare to Long Xiaoye and Gao Xinyu. These two are undoubtedly the darlings of heaven. But since he turned 18, many miracles have occurred in his life. Although he endured some hardships along the way, overall, things have been pretty good.
Are you preparing to go out? Ding Shichen asked with great concern.
He had gotten used to staying in the small Holy Land. There were only 3 people here now, and they didn't have to worry about food or clothing. The seeds that Ding Ziyu brought back were just right for him to pass the time, and he had planted most of them. His strength was still at the 7th stage of martial arts, and his progress was very slow. However, Ding Shichen didn't mind these things. At his current level, maintaining good health was enough. He didn't need to be involved in any fighting or killing.
Preparing to go out and take a look.
I can't get blind boxes here in the small Holy Land, Ding Ziyu nodded. Recently, things had calmed down a little in Danning City. Although there were still many people searching for them, the heat had gradually subsided. Ding Ziyu was thinking that he needed to go out not only to pray for blind boxes but also to stock up on supplies. After the incident at the vegetable market, Ding Ziyu had no plans to buy anything there anymore.
That kind of free procurement was the most satisfying.
However, right now, he could only find places belonging to the Red Dragon Society and the Zhou family. He didn't know where the Nine Hawks Society's hideout was, and he had no idea where Lu Jifeng lived either. The Blind Box Management Bureau was also very troublesome. The Secret Technique Hall's array was probably already fixed, and the chance of entering the treasure house of the Secret Technique Hall was extremely slim. There was no choice but to fleece the sheep.
After all, the Red Dragon Society was also connected to the Zhou family, right? If not you, then who else? The Zhou family's life in Danning City wasn't going very well either. Although Zhou Xinggan's identity hadn't been exposed, the Blind Box Management Bureau still had some information.
After all, the Red Dragon Society and the Zhou family were too close, and those old guys weren't fools. They could always detect some clues. The Zhou family's people in the Blind Box Management Bureau had mostly been eliminated. The new recruits were mostly not very powerful, completely playing a supporting role. However, the Zhou family was still very arrogant in Danning City, especially in the northwest corner, which they still firmly controlled. In the past, when Ding Ziyu came here, he basically had to sneak in.
But now, controlling the small Holy Land, he easily infiltrated the Zhou family's territory. Ding Ziyu was very familiar with the Zhou family's blind box warehouse.
He had been there more than once. There might be some good things inside, but Ding Ziyu wasn't very interested. His goal was the Zhou family's supply warehouse. This place was much more heavily guarded than the blind box warehouse. Not only did it have a patrol team always keeping watch, but there were also Marshal Saint-level experts stationed to guard it.
However, the personnel coming and going from the supply warehouse was far more frequent than in the blind box warehouse. Supplies were constantly being delivered in and out. With the abilities of the small Holy Land, it was very easy for Ding Ziyu to enter the supply warehouse. He used the realm bead to grasp the situation inside clearly. As soon as the guards locked the large door, Ding Ziyu rushed out. He didn't care whether the supplies were useful to him or not, he just stuffed everything into the small Holy Land. If he had to rely on physical strength to move the supplies, it would have been quite a tiring task. But with the space ring to store them, it was fast and convenient. By the time the Zhou family's guards opened the warehouse again, more than half of the supplies were already missing. Damn it! Someone stole our stuff! The guards immediately shouted. Losing so many things, they couldn't take the responsibility.
When the shouting began, a Marshal Saint rushed in.
Who stole our supplies? Did anyone see the thief? Didn't see anyone. Everything was fine when we locked the door.
But when we opened it, more than half of the things were gone. The guards were sweating profusely, looking a bit unclear.
If it weren't for a few people with him, they might suspect it was him. Chapter 87, it's even better when it's cleared out. Investigate, I need a thorough investigation. If you can't find anything, you all will be responsible for the compensation.
Wu Sheng said fiercely, his face dark. The guards instantly looked worse than if they had lost a son. If they could find a clue, they wouldn't need someone else to voice it. They would directly find the culprit. This matter came out of nowhere, and the supplies disappeared without a trace, making them feel more wrong than Doi.
Yet this guy wanted them to pay compensation. Where could they go to complain?
Ding Ziyu was happily sorting out a large pile of supplies in the small Holy Land. The joy of free procurement indeed made one feel very comfortable, especially seeing the Zhou family looking furious and defeated, which made him even happier. The guards were tossing around in the warehouse but couldn't find any target. Their faces showed frustration and a loss of will to live.
Do you feel like the disappearance of these supplies is somewhat similar to what happened with Ding Etian in the market before?
A quick-thinking guard suddenly recalled the past incident after checking around.
So far, many people did not know that Ding Ziyu had entered the Blind Box Management Bureau under a pseudonym, including those in the bureau. The messages released pointed toward Ding Etian. Now that you mention it, it really does seem like that.
Do you think our missing supplies might have been stolen by that scoundrel Ding Tian? One guard immediately echoed. It must be this guy sneaking into our warehouse to steal the stuff. The captain of the guards quickly reached a conclusion.
Whether it was Ding Tian or not, they needed to find a scapegoat. As long as they clarified the situation, couldn't they pass the responsibility on to someone else?
The target was already found for them, whether they could recover the losses was no longer their concern. These guards quickly united their thoughts, pointing in a very clear direction. Ding Ziyu, who was happily sorting supplies, saw this situation and immediately lost his smile.
Fortunately, he really took these things, so carrying the black pot wasn't unfair. Have these guys become so smart?
It seems I didn't take enough. I'm feeling a bit unsatisfied. Ding Ziyu's joyful mood instantly faded by half.
Not good, not good.
The third young master of the Zhou family just opened a monster from a blind box and has already eaten several people. A guard rushed into the warehouse, shouting loudly.
The third young master, Zhou Ling? No, no. We are still searching for the missing supplies, let those high-level experts handle it.
The captain shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to leave the warehouse.
What a joke.
Rushing over to tackle those monsters that came from blind boxes without knowing the real situation was like seeking death.
Their strength was not very strong, who would want to go to their doom? However, at that moment, Wu Shang ran over again.
Hurry over to help the third young master. As long as you can save him, you won't have to pay for the lost supplies. Wu Shang shouted at the guards. The guards exchanged glances. If this person hadn't come, they definitely wouldn't go.
But now with someone pushing them, they really couldn't avoid it.
A group of guards cursed as they quickly left the warehouse to protect that third young master. Wu Shang carefully observed the surroundings and found no abnormalities before exiting the warehouse and locking the big door again. Ding Ziyu used the communication pearl and noticed that there was no one left in the warehouse, so he began to act again. Since this matter was placed on his shoulders, having taken a little or a lot didn't matter, it was all his.
Taking more is still taking, so why be polite to them?
Due to the troubles in the Zhou family, no one had come to the warehouse for a long time.
Ding Ziyu used his spatial ring to directly empty the Zhou family's warehouse. Even the shelves used for storing supplies were taken away.
The huge warehouse was so clean that even mice would cry if they came in. When the Zhou family members entered the warehouse again, their expressions were quite something. You look at me, I look at you, and none of us knew what to say. Ding Ziyu watched the commotion for a while, manipulated the small sacred land, and quickly left the Zhou family's warehouse, not wanting to see them bicker anymore.
He actually wanted to see what kind of monster Zhou family's third young master had summoned.
Many Zhou family members were discussing this matter enthusiastically. Most people were still unaware that the warehouse supplies had vanished.
Ding Ziyu listened and quickly caught on to the details.
It turned out that Zhou family's third young master had summoned a giant tiger, which was over 15 meters long and 3 or 4 meters tall. It was exceptionally fierce and could easily kill anyone below the martial saint level, and ordinary people didn't stand a chance. Many guards had fallen prey to this giant tiger and had become its food. Later, a powerful martial saint appeared, fought for a long time, and finally captured it. At present, that giant tiger was chained in the square, and there was no word yet on how it would be dealt with. Ding Ziyu was well aware of Zhou family's square and found the place with hardly any effort. Indeed, it was a mess due to the giant tiger. Even many steel components had been turned into scrap metal, showing how strong the giant tiger truly was. In the middle of the square, the giant tiger lay on the ground, its body wrapped in chains as thick as a human's arm. Though the tiger was trapped, no one dared to approach it easily. Its occasional low roar sounded like thunder, extremely fierce.
This is an underage ice-cold giant tiger. It's a rare beast and a great mount. The true eye immediately saw through its origins. An adult ice-cold giant tiger is much larger. With a single breath, it could freeze these chains and break them. Ding boy, find a way to take it away. This fellow is not bad. The true eye explained and gave suggestions. With such a big size, how can I take it away? Ding Ziyu also felt at a loss after seeing this situation. The giant tiger was so large that he absolutely could not move it with his strength. The spatial ring couldn't store living beings, and it couldn't move by itself. Even if Ding Ziyu opened the door to the small sacred land right next to it, it wouldn't fit in. Unless it could walk by itself, which was clearly impossible. Don't you have free labor? Let it help you. The barbarian dragon? That guy has been really lazy lately. Ding Ziyu immediately understood who the true eye was talking about. Recently, the barbarian dragon had changed a lot, growing even larger. The key was it hardly paid attention to Ding Ziyu. Usually, even if Ding Ziyu walked right up to it, he would be completely ignored. At the end of the day, it was still because Ding Ziyu's strength was too weak, and the barbarian dragon was reluctant to acknowledge him. How do you know unless you try? They are both ancient beasts. What if it is interested? Ding Ziyu quickly found the barbarian dragon, and upon seeing Ding Ziyu approach,
the creature merely gave him a casual glance and stepped aside a few steps. Seeing this large creature, Ding Ziyu was puzzled about why it had grown so big. If it could fly, it would surely be even more thrilling, definitely a giant in the sky. Barbarian dragon, do you want to find a companion? Ding Ziyu began to coax it. Although this creature wasn't lacking in intelligence, it couldn't possibly be more cunning than a human, right? The expression in the eyes of the man-dragon flickered, still showing no response, waiting for Ding Ziyu to continue. Outside, there is a giant ancient beast, the ice-cold tiger, and it has been captured. Are you interested in dragging it back? Ding Ziyu continued. Roar! The man-dragon suddenly let out a loud roar, startling Ding Ziyu so much that his eardrums ached. Don't roar randomly. Do you know about the ice-cold tiger? When it grows up, it might be about your size. If it's a female tiger, you could be a pair. Ding Ziyu continued to talk nonsense, not really knowing if it was a female tiger. To pique the interest of the man-dragon, Ding Ziyu directly let the boundary pearl display the images from outside, so it could have a good look. Seeing the mini tiger in the boundary pearl, the man-dragon's attitude indeed changed. It brought its big head closer and rubbed against Ding Ziyu. From Ding Ziyu's understanding of it, this creature was excited. Ding Ziyu didn't care if there were people from the Zhou family around, immediately opening a big door with the boundary pearl, and both Ding Ziyu and the man-dragon appeared in the Zhou family's plaza at the same time. Now, the Zhou family members watching from the surroundings suddenly exploded with excitement. The suddenly appearing space portal, along with the gigantic man-dragon, created too strong an impact. In contrast, the nearby Ding Ziyu went unnoticed. Compared to a spatial portal and a gigantic man-dragon, two-legged humans were too common and hardly worth mentioning. The man-dragon, who had finally come out, didn't rush to capture the ice-cold tiger, but instead started running around the plaza, looking quite happy. This fellow had a huge body, weighing probably dozens of tons, each step shaking the ground, leaving a series of footprints on the solid ground. The Zhou family members felt their hair stand on end, some were so scared they couldn't move, while many others fled in panic. The appearance of the man-dragon clearly signaled danger, it looked like it was going to eat people. The timid and weaker people all ran away. Yet, a few martial saints rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon seeing the man-dragon, each of them felt a sense of dread. It was obvious that this fellow's power was far more terrifying than the ice-cold tiger, rushing in without enough strength would mean death. However, when they saw the space portal of the small Holy Land, their eyes widened. Although most of them had never seen a small Holy Land, in this age of abundant information, anyone who wasn't stupid could guess around 70 to 80% of what it was. Such a place meant immense wealth. The Zhou family members were truly stirred, with many people rushing over, showing eager expressions. Man-dragon, stop running around, hurry up and drag the ice-cold tiger inside. Ding Ziyu urged from the side. If they didn't attract that old Zhou Zhangong over, things would get troublesome. But the man-dragon didn't really listen to Ding Ziyu's commands, moving around in the plaza as if it were a disobedient child. Once Ding Ziyu spoke, those martial saints finally focused their attention on him. Several of them recognized him at first glance. It's that Ding Etienne, the wanted criminal from the Blind Box Management Bureau, one martial saint exclaimed excitedly, waving his hands. Recently, there had been quite a number of rumors about Ding Etienne. Many said he had emptied the treasury of the Blind Box Management Bureau, holding vast wealth and treasures in his hands. If they captured this guy, wouldn't the Zhou family get rich? Even if he had nothing on him, just turning him over to the Blind Box Management Bureau would bring them a lot of benefits. Moreover, this guy was right next to a space portal, who could resist such temptation? Two martial saints immediately charged toward Ding Ziyu. They were afraid of the man-dragon but didn't consider Ding Ziyu as a threat. Some guys with lower strength slowly moved their footsteps towards the space portal. They clearly wanted to sneak in to see what was going on. If they could get some treasures out, that would be even better. Ding Ziyu wasn't afraid of these people entering the small Holy Land, not to mention these few. Even if all of the Zhou family members went in, he wouldn't care. The two martial saints attacking Ding Ziyu had just recently advanced to their rank. They saw Ding Ziyu looked young, and the wanted poster said his level was only an 8-stage warrior. Even if he had grown recently, it couldn't be more than 10 stages at most. For martial saint experts, there wasn't much difference between a 10-stage warrior and a 1-stage warrior, they could just crush them easily. Ding Ziyu was annoyed by the rude guys. When he saw two reckless people rushing at him, his anger ignited, and he swung his fist towards one of them. You don't know your place. Get down. The martial saint in the front scoffed at Ding Ziyu for daring to strike at him. He didn't even dare to use his full strength, fearing he might kill Ding Ziyu with a single slap. After all, this guy was quite valuable, many forces were looking for his whereabouts. Using less strength and capturing him alive was the best choice. Catching this person would definitely be a significant achievement. This guy was completely lost in his imagination and even thought about how to deal with Ding Ziyu after capturing him. However, when his palm struck Ding Ziyu's fist, he heard a crisp sound of bones shattering. Then he saw his own arm had broken, and piercing pain spread from his arm, draining most of his strength.
With such a weak physique, how did you become a martial saint? Ding Ziyu shook his head and slapped this person, knocking him unconscious.
Then he tossed him into the small Holy Land. After all, he was a martial saint and could provide food for the Manlong. The other martial saints saw his companion being wrecked by a single punch from Ding Ziyu and retreated even faster than he came.
Damn it, this bastard is even stronger than a martial saint. Who said he was only an 8th-stage warrior? This is really harmful.
That martial saint kept his distance and dared not approach Ding Ziyu again.
Manlong, hurry up and work. If you keep disobeying, don't come back to the small Holy Land in the future. Ding Ziyu had to threaten this big guy.
He estimated if Manlong kept making trouble, the real experts of the Zhou family would arrive.
For example, Zhou Zhengang was definitely not someone to be trifled with.
Maybe Manlong wasn't afraid of him, but Ding Ziyu was clearly not a match for such a person. Manlong had been slacking off enough. Seeing Ding Ziyu use the small Holy Land to threaten it, he finally approached the ice giant tiger reluctantly.
Ding Ziyu stood at one corner of the Zhou family's square, looking far at the ice giant tiger locked by iron chains.
This behemoth, just opened from a mystery box, was quite massive and possessed strong power.
If it grew up, it wouldn't be much weaker than Manlong. However, at this moment, it was firmly locked by the iron chains and couldn't move at all. Manlong looked at the ice giant tiger, still reluctant and unwilling to get close to it.
Even though this guy was powerful, it was not very willing to follow Ding Ziyu's orders. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Ding Ziyu urged again, realizing he needed to think of a way to truly command it in the future.
Manlong received Ding Ziyu's command once more and finally reluctantly rushed towards the ice giant tiger.
Feeling Manlong's strong aura, the ice giant tiger let out a low growl, but Manlong ignored it and directly bit the iron chain, pulling hard.
With Manlong's strength, it could easily bite through the iron chain. However, once the ice giant tiger broke free, it might not willingly enter the small Holy Land.
The newly arrived Zhou family's guard team saw this scene, and they immediately rushed towards the barbarian dragon. They did not expect to defeat the huge barbarian dragon, only to interfere with it. Zhou Yimin and Yang Qing were both martial saints of the Zhou family, and their cultivation had reached the 3rd stage or higher, much stronger than the previous two. They wanted to stop the barbarian dragon, but the barbarian dragon ignored them and with a light swing of its tail, sent both of them flying over 10 meters, falling to the ground and crying out in pain, clearly severely injured.
At this moment, Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Zhengang, finally arrived.
When he saw Ding Ziyu, his heart filled with joy.
Kid, I didn't expect you to come right to my doorstep today.
You won't be leaving my Zhou family's territory, Zhou Zhengang smiled when he saw Ding Ziyu. He seemed to have forgotten that outside the blind box administration, he had been wearing a mask. However, in the current situation, he didn't care much about his identity being exposed. Anyway, once Ding Ziyu was captured, no one would know what was happening here. Not only would the Moon Saint Pearl fall into his hands, but the large number of treasures Ding Ziyu obtained from the treasure vault would also become excellent resources for the Zhou family.
Stop bragging.
If you want to catch me, you'll have to defeat it first, Ding Ziyu pointed at the barbarian dragon. Zhou Zhengang indeed possessed immense strength, but he might not be able to match the barbarian dragon. However, he didn't know the barbarian dragon's true strength, and in his eagerness to capture Ding Ziyu, he charged towards the barbarian dragon.
As long as he defeated this ancient beast, capturing Ding Ziyu would be easy. The barbarian dragon undoubtedly loves to fight.
Seeing Zhou Zhengang charge over, without thinking, it abandoned the ice giant tiger.
No need for Ding Ziyu to give it any orders.
Zhou Zhengang, confident in his strength, struck out with his palm, aiming for the barbarian dragon. From the sound of the air explosion caused by the palm strike, Ding Ziyu initially judged that Zhou Zhengang hadn't surpassed the 10th stage of the martial saint realm. He should be at the peak of the 10th stage.
With such strength, he could probably gain an advantage over ordinary ancient beasts.
But to deal with the barbarian dragon, he was indeed lacking a little in power. The barbarian dragon charged forward recklessly, swinging its head to collide with Zhou Zhengang.
Boom!
The violent and dull sound of the impact rang out, the air exploded, and a strong shockwave spread out in all directions, making even Ding Ziyu, who was far away, feel extremely uncomfortable.
This battle scene clearly exceeded Ding Ziyu's expectations.
If they were fighting in a small Holy Land, it would probably destroy a large area of land. Luckily, this was Zhou family's territory, so no matter how ruined it got, Ding Ziyu didn't care. Zhou Zhengang suffered a hidden setback and only then realized that the barbarian dragon's strength was actually above his. The boast he made earlier seemed harder to fulfill now.
Barbarian dragon, move faster.
Ding Ziyu urged repeatedly, worried that such an intense battle would attract more powerful experts. They had easily escaped in the market earlier, but they might not be so lucky this time. If experts like Lu Jifeng or the Nine Hawk sect master came over, it would be a huge problem. Sensing the enemy's strength, the barbarian dragon suddenly let out a roar. Its body began to emit a blood-red light, and its speed began to increase as it charged at Zhou Zhengang again. This time, its speed was even faster, and its power stronger. Zhou Zhengang, who had just suffered a loss, was not willing to directly collide with the barbarian dragon. He immediately flew into the air, using the advantage of height to maneuver around the barbarian dragon. He also realized that the barbarian dragon couldn't fly, so its immense strength wouldn't be of much use in the air. However, what Zhou Zhengang didn't expect was that the barbarian dragon's tail suddenly whipped up, creating a blur of phantom images. Zhou Zhengang quickly retreated, but still got swept by the tail, sending him flying nearly 100 meters. The guards of the Zhou family saw the fierce Manlong and quickly retreated to a farther distance. Even the family head was not a match for it, approaching would be like delivering themselves to death. Manlong let out a loud roar at Zhou Zhengang, as if to say, "You are not my opponent." This creature was actually showing off, it was quite human-like. "Stop showing off and hurry up to drag the ice giant tiger in, we need to leave," Ding Ziyu thought anxiously. It seemed that once they returned to the little sacred land, he would have to teach the sky a proper lesson, otherwise, it would be a huge trouble for him, as it wouldn't listen at all. Finally, Manlong stopped being difficult this time and went forward to drag the ice giant tiger's body back into the little sacred land. Although the ice giant tiger was massive, it was nothing much for Manlong. After about 10 seconds, the ice giant tiger was pulled into the little sacred land by Manlong, and Ding Ziyu entered right after. Just as the gate closed, Ding Ziyu noticed several formidable figures rushing towards the Zhou family. In addition to Lu Jifeng, there were also the three brothers from the Blind Box Management Bureau, among others. "Fortunately, we almost got caught," Ding Ziyu let out a huge sigh of relief. Then he looked at Manlong with a stern gaze. "I find you are becoming more and more disobedient. Did you use too much spirit pool water? It seems I need to reduce your dose." Ding Ziyu blared at Manlong, visibly annoyed. Manlong still paid it no mind, circling the ice giant tiger and bit through the iron chains on it. "Jiezhu, control both of these giant beasts for me. Especially Manlong, let it starve for 2 days first." Ding Ziyu was genuinely angry, Manlong's behavior clearly displeased him. If he didn't deal with this guy properly, who could command it in the future? Immediately, the environment around Manlong underwent a drastic change and it was soon trapped in a deep well. No matter how much it roared, Ding Ziyu ignored it. On the contrary, the ice giant tiger was not trapped so tightly. "This guy's intelligence is not lower than that of Manlong, you can communicate directly with it," the True Eye said. Chapter 90, The Wonderful Creature. Ding Ziyu followed the suggestion of the True Eye and decided to give it a try. Although the ice giant tiger was trapped, it did not react with the same violent emotions as Manlong, instead, it faced everything calmly. "Jiezhu, make the place holding the ice giant tiger shallower," Ding Ziyu commanded, and with the help of Jiezhu, soon both man and tiger locked eyes. Ding Ziyu broke the deadlock first, trying to get closer to the ice giant tiger. After all, to make the ice giant tiger willingly follow him, he needed to establish a relationship of trust first. Animals are often more simple and direct than humans, as long as you treat them well, they will treat you well in return. Ding Ziyu didn't know what the ice giant tiger liked to hear, so he rambled on about various topics. He talked about poetry and philosophy, then moved on to family matters and all sorts of strange tales. The ice giant tiger, initially indifferent, gradually began to respond. Although it couldn't speak, it occasionally reacted to Ding Ziyu with its movements. At that moment, it seemed like the man and the beast found a common language. Their souls resonated, as if all the troubles in the world faded away, leaving only the mutual understanding and connection between them. Ding Ziyu never dreamed he would gain the ice giant tiger's trust in such a way. He could clearly feel the change in the tiger's attitude. It was so much better than Manlong. Ding Ziyu immediately released the ice giant tiger, restoring its freedom. With the time for the blind box drawing getting closer, Ding Ziyu decided to head outside of Danning City. With the protection of the ice giant tiger. In the city, one always faces all kinds of troubles, and dealing with them is a huge waste of time. With the space-crossing ability of the Boundary Pearl, leaving the city is actually a very simple task. As night fell, the sky was dotted with stars. Ding Ziyu looked up at the sky and realized it was getting late. He stood up, stroked the huge head of the ice giant tiger, and said, "It's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest." The ice giant tiger nodded and followed behind Ziyu. One person and one tiger walked into a dense forest. After walking for a while, they finally found a beautiful and peaceful spot. There was a small hill, and at the foot of the hill, a small creek flowed, its clear waters trickling and making a crisp sound. Ding Ziyu found a patch of land by the creek, and with branches and leaves, he built a large shelter. Then, he and the ice giant tiger crawled into it. The forest was very quiet at night, with only the sound of the creek and the chirping of insects. Ziyu lay in the tent, closed his eyes, and thought about everything that had happened recently. After meeting the ice giant tiger, his heart began to soften. He realized that what he longed for was not slaughter and bloodshed, but peace and tranquility. As he thought about it, Ziyu fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he saw his past and future. He saw his parents, his friends, his enemies. He saw his own death and his rebirth. He saw everything. Illusory and fleeting, yet it seemed especially real. When Ding Ziyu woke up, everything around him was incredibly quiet. He stepped out of the tent and saw the ice giant tiger drinking water by the creek. With it around, the wild beasts dared not approach. He walked over, gently stroked the ice giant tiger's fur, and said, "Thank you, my friend." Time quickly reached the early morning, and the time for prayer had arrived. Ding Ziyu quickly adjusted his mood, joined his hands together, closed his eyes, knelt on the ground, and began praying to the heavens. His voice was soft, but filled with sincerity and hope. "Dear heavens, please give me a blind box. I want a blind box that will be useful to me. A blind box that can help me in my cultivation and improve my strength. Please hear my voice and give me a chance." After saying this, Ding Ziyu silently repeated it in his heart. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the sky full of stars. Everything around him remained peaceful and unchanged. He sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. Just then, he suddenly felt a breeze blow, lifting his hair. He looked up, and a three-colored light suddenly appeared, becoming brighter and brighter. "It's really useful?" Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. If this was a three-colored blind box, there must be something good inside. Of course, it could also be a great danger. Slowly, a red, blue, and white gradient blind box descended from the sky, tied with a bow. Ding Ziyu's eyes brightened, feeling both surprised and happy. "There's a very magical little thing inside, no danger." The Eye of Truth quickly gave an answer. Ding Ziyu also felt it. He stretched out his hand, gently picked up the blind box, and felt something moving inside. He couldn't wait to open it to see what was inside. As he opened the box, a small fairy suddenly jumped out. It had a pair of wings and wore a red, blue, and white dress, with a bow on its head. It looked at Ding Ziyu, then flew to him, smiling at him. "Hello. I am your guardian fairy. I will always be with you, protect you, and play with you as you grow." Ding Ziyu was speechless. He simply stared blankly at the little fairy. This was not what he wanted, but he had to accept it. He truly was not favored by the heavens, he wouldn't receive everything he lacked like Gaosinyu. What type of creature is this guardian spirit? Is there really a fairy clan? Ding Ziyu was very confused, this blind box was too strange. However, the little fairy did not answer Ding Ziyu's question. She flew to his ear and gently kissed his cheek. In an instant, the desolate wilderness transformed into a beautiful garden, with colorful flowers competing to showcase their beauty, and a group of butterflies dancing gracefully among the blossoms. The little fairy led Ding Ziyu to play in the garden, chasing butterflies together and picking flowers together. Their laughter echoed throughout the garden and filled Ding Ziyu's heart. Illusionary power? She can even change someone's mood? Ding Ziyu felt he had never been this happy before. It was as if he had found a true friend, discovered his own happiness. "Thank you, little fairy. You made me feel the warmth of friendship, you made me find joy that I had long forgotten." The little fairy hugged Ding Ziyu and said emotionally, "No need to thank me, master. You are a kind and brave child, you deserve the most beautiful friendship and happiness. I will always be with you, always support you." After saying that, they laughed together again. Their laughter echoed in the garden and soared into the sky. Chapter 91, Pearl of Understanding. Ding Ziyu was undoubtedly very happy. Even though the blind box from the heavens did not bring out the treasure he wanted, this little fairy seemed quite good. At least he had gained another companion whom he did not have to guard against. Ding Ziyu slept very soundly through the night in this wilderness, and even his dreams were very happy and joyful. However, when he woke up, he found that the beautiful garden had vanished, and even that lovely little fairy was gone. What happened? Where's my fairy? Ding Ziyu hurriedly asked. What had happened last night was too mysterious, as if it was both real and illusory. Even Ding Ziyu himself could not figure out the situation. In fact, there is no fairy at all, that was just a desire in your heart. What you have truly obtained is this pearl. The Eye of Truth finally revealed the truth to Ding Ziyu. Last night, many of Ding Ziyu's actions seemed very strange. If Ding Shichen had been there, he would have surely reminded him. But he was not there. Gao Xinyu was also cultivating in the Little Holy Land, leaving only the Ice Giant Tiger to accompany him. The Ice Giant Tiger, after all, was not human. It remained oblivious to Ding Ziyu's odd behavior, as long as nothing harmed him. Are you saying that everything that happened last night, all those happy events, were illusions? Ding Ziyu hurriedly asked. He had suspected many things at that moment, but everything before him seemed so real, and the Eye of Truth did not remind him, so he believed it. Actually, it can't be all illusions. Many things are just deep desires from your heart. You wish to be understood, you hope for a true friend, for a complete childhood, and a full life.
The eye of truth hit the nail on the head. In this era, many things are distorted by the reality of society. It's not just Ding Ziyu, others also face various issues. In a society where survival is always at risk, where can there be the joys of childhood? What is this thing that can produce such powerful magic? Ding Ziyu looked at the finger-sized white pearl with immense interest, mixed with some curiosity and fear. This thing was so wondrous, if anyone came into contact with it, it could instantly confuse the mind. If someone wanted to deal with him last night, wouldn't it have been very easy? Its name is Mingwu Pearl, it's something that can help people achieve enlightenment. Of course, it can also release various thoughts from your heart, whether good or bad, all of them might be brought out. If used properly, it can greatly assist you, if used wrongly, it might cause great harm. The Eye of Truth said seriously. Mingwu Pearl? Can it confuse the mind anytime, anywhere?
Ding Ziyu was a little scared, as he wasn't someone with particularly firm willpower.
The young man having all kinds of thoughts was very normal, but what if his mind got confused again, and he did something shameful? Wouldn't that be incredibly embarrassing? Not exactly. After last night's events, the confusion it causes for you will be much less. As long as you're not in an extremely weak state, it shouldn't affect you too much.
However, if you wear this Mingwu Pearl for a long time, your mental strength will be greatly strengthened. When you encounter a similar situation again, you won't be easily deceived. The Eye of Truth encouraged Ding Ziyu to continue trying.
Really? Then I'll give it a try. Ding Ziyu understood that improving his mental strength was beneficial for his cultivation.
After trying again, Ding Ziyu indeed sensed the confusing power coming from the Mingwu Pearl. But it was daytime, and with him consciously reminding himself, he wasn't misled. That mysterious, confusing power did enter his mind and entangled with his mental strength, constantly battling with it. Ding Ziyu's face looked somewhat uncomfortable, but he still held on. It seems the heavens still treat me well, this Mingwu Pearl is a good thing, but its side effects are a bit strong, easy to get hooked.
Ding Ziyu muttered in his heart.
At that moment, the ice giant tiger returned, bringing back a large wild beast. It seemed its hunting skills were still very powerful. If not for the barbarian dragon, feeding Ding Ziyu and a few others wouldn't be a problem.
Well done.
Ding Ziyu praised as he patted the ice giant tiger's lowered head, and it seemed to really enjoy this way of interacting with Ding Ziyu. When the two returned to the little sacred ground, Ding Shichen and Gao Xinyu had also arrived.
Praying for a blind box, why did it take so long? Was there something troublesome inside? Gao Xinyu asked curiously.
Normally, even if something happened, they should have returned by now. Unfortunately, Gao Xinyu couldn't command the World Pearl, and once Ding Ziyu left, they couldn't leave the little sacred ground.
Maybe I should leave them a door so they can come and go when I'm not here. Ding Ziyu also realized this issue. Last night, there was a little accident, and a strange pearl came out of the blind box.
Ding Ziyu took out the Mingwu Pearl, thinking to himself whether he could use it to test Gao Xinyu. With his martial saint strength, even he was confused by it.
Gao Xinyu probably wouldn't be able to resist it. Ding Ziyu was still quite curious about Gao Xinyu's background. She definitely had a lot of secrets. If the Mingwu Pearl worked, it might expose everything.
Gao Xinyu had no doubts and immediately reached out to take it, but Ding Ziyu quickly pulled his hand back. This thing is strange, it can release things deep in your heart.
Are you sure you want to touch it? Ding Ziyu decided to tell her the truth.
Since he had already treated her as one of his own, it wouldn't be appropriate to deceive her in this way.
Release things deep in the heart? What does that mean? Literally, whatever you think in your heart may be released. Whether it's good or bad depends on the person. Ding Ziyu warned. It's interesting, let me give it a try.
Gao Xinyu said with great interest, feeling that Ding Ziyu's words were quite mysterious. But the more mysterious things are, the more they fascinate people, especially women. Once curiosity arises, it is difficult to suppress.
Okay, you try it then. But if something goes wrong, don't blame me for not warning you. Ding Ziyu handed over the Mingwu Pearl. The moment Gao Xinyu touched it, her body trembled noticeably.
Even though it was daytime, the first contact with the Mingwu Pearl still brought a great shock. Gao Xinyu cried for a while, then laughed, then mumbled nonsense, and then she was happy again.
Chapter 92 Gao Xinyu's past. Do you know what she is experiencing?
Ding Ziyu was very curious about this, but he could not directly enter Gao Xinyu's illusion, worried that he might see something he shouldn't. Of course, more importantly, he feared disturbing her and causing unnecessary trouble.
Do you want to see the illusion she is experiencing? The Eye of Truth asked. You can do that? Without disturbing her?
Of course, just close your eyes and accept my mental guidance.
The Eye of Truth indeed had this ability. Thus, Ding Ziyu quickly entered Gao Xinyu's illusion as an observer.
In the illusion, Gao Xinyu was a lively and cheerful girl. She loved life and enjoyed communicating with others. Her face always wore a brilliant smile, making people feel she was filled with sunshine and happiness. However, beneath her sunny exterior, she was undergoing a peculiar emotional journey. The illusion suddenly changed, and Gao Xinyu was transported back to her childhood, becoming a cute little girl. But her family was not wealthy, her parents were ordinary people. However, they loved her dearly and always tried their best to provide her with the best life and teach her many things. Gao Xinyu was very diligent in her studies and was deeply loved by her parents, relatives, and friends. However, when she was 10 years old, her father suddenly went missing. This sudden blow plunged the entire family into a crisis. Her mother began to shoulder the burden of the whole family, but due to her limited means and low strength, the family's living conditions grew increasingly difficult. During this process, Gao Xinyu also felt the pressure from life and her mother's hardships. She saw her mother leaving early and returning late every day, struggling hard, which made her very sad. She began to work hard to learn some skills, hoping to bring some help to her family through her own efforts. However, for a little girl, how difficult it is. Each of her efforts encountered all kinds of difficulties. Indifference was just ordinary, and there were some unscrupulous people who set their sights on her. Several times, she narrowly escaped from danger, which made her very guarded against men from then on. Although she still appeared sunny and confident on the surface, deep down, she was always on guard. As time passed, Gao Xinyu gradually grew up. She began to feel a strange loneliness and loss. This change made her very uncomfortable. In her teenage years, she started to become somewhat rebellious and independent. She no longer listened to her mother as she used to and began to pursue her own ideas and way of life. She started trying new things, wanting to quickly awaken her own strength. However, awakening strength was not something one could simply wish for. During this process, she discovered her strong interest and talent in some peculiar things, and many strange events occurred in her life. Although they were all small matters, they still left a deep impression on her. This Gao Xinyu. Unexpectedly, her life wasn't as smooth as imagined. Ding Ziyu suddenly realized that although the heavens were very kind to her, her life was not a bed of roses. Everyone has a side that is unknown to others, moments of embarrassment, and times of tears. While Ding Ziyu was sighing, the illusion changed again. The time and space suddenly shifted, as if they had returned to an even older era. In the illusion, a school appeared, and Gao Xinyu was clearly a student. She was working hard to study, hoping to get into a good university and learn a major she liked. She spent a lot of time and energy every day studying, while also actively participating in various artistic activities and competitions, honing her skills and abilities. Time moved quickly, and Gao Xinyu was admitted to a famous art academy to study some very ancient performing arts. She cherished this opportunity very much and worked even harder to study and create. She hoped that through her own efforts, she could become an excellent artist and contribute to society. Could this be her past life? Ding Ziyu suddenly asked the Eye of Truth, feeling that everything was happening too fast, too fantastical. In theory, the Minggu Pearl can unlock anything hidden in a person's brain consciousness. The Eye of Truth's response made Ding Ziyu somewhat skeptical. Whether or not there is such a thing as a past life is really hard to explain. But this world had already become so strange that anything could happen and be understood. Time continued, and Gao Xinyu finally became young and beautiful. Compared to now, she was a bit more inexperienced, but had more of the energy and vitality of youth. During her college life, she made many like-minded friends, and also went through many setbacks and difficulties. But she always maintained a positive and optimistic attitude, constantly challenging herself and striving for excellence. She believed that as long as she persisted, she would surely be able to achieve her dreams. Years later, Gao Xinyu graduated from university. Through her efforts, she became a well-known artist. Her works were widely recognized and loved by people. She also earned a lot of money and helped many people. In a great disaster, she donated all of her savings to help many people through their hardest times. However, she tragically died in the disaster. Upon seeing this, Ding Ziyu was stunned. Could this be the so-called good people live short lives, while harm endures for 1,000 years? Maybe it's because she did so well in her past life, that's why she received the heaven's favor in this life. The Eye of Truth concluded. Although not entirely accurate, it made some sense. I wonder if I can unlock my past life memories. I wonder what kind of person I was in my past life. Ding Ziyu said with longing. Who wouldn't want to see the past version of themselves? That might be difficult. Her situation is a special case and basically cannot be replicated. The Eye of Truth believed that it was very unlikely Ding Ziyu could unlock her past life memories. Didn't they say that some great beings can unlock their past and present lives, even revealing multiple past lives? Ding Ziyu had read some descriptions about this online and was very interested. That's just a legend. Maybe some truly powerful beings can do this, but it's too far from you. By the time you reach that level, perhaps you wouldn't even want to face those past memories. The Eye of Truth had many experiences and had heard some rumors about such things. At this moment, the illusion changed again. Gao Xinyu returned to the present world once again. As she was trying to awaken her power, a descended from the sky and landed right on her. Chapter 93, Gao Xinyu breaks through. In terms of talent, Gao Xinyu was just an ordinary girl, but she was favored by the heavens. She had a brave and strong heart, yet she had always longed to awaken her power, longed for a special power, a power that could change herself and the world around her. On this day, while Gao Xinyu was taking a walk in the park, the sky suddenly became unusually bright. She looked up and saw it descending straight down, landing right on her. This was filled with a mysterious power, clearly a gift from the heavens, instantly awakening the dormant strength within her body, leading her onto the path of a warrior. Gao Xinyu felt an unprecedented surge of energy rush to her heart. Her thoughts became clear, and her body felt light. She began to control this strange blue energy as if it had always been a part of her. She could feel it flowing inside her, bringing her unparalleled strength and confidence. As time passed, Gao Xinyu gradually mastered the use of this blue energy. She started using it to help others and protect herself. She became a legend among her neighbors, and people called her the *** girl. But she was not satisfied with this. She knew that this blue energy held a deeper meaning, so she began to explore its true origins. She read through countless materials, searching for clues about this blue energy. Eventually, Gao Xinyu found a mysterious organization that possessed a wealth of knowledge about the blue energy. She decided to join them to learn more about this strange power. It was through this organization that she learned of the existence of the Moon Holy Pearl. With their help, she arrived in Danning City. As Gao Xinyu continued to explore, she gradually discovered the true meaning of this blue energy. It was not just a powerful force, it was also a mystical bond between her and the heavens that allowed her to pray and receive blessings. With each prayer, the heavens would grant her something she needed based on her situation, changing her fate. Through her efforts, her life began to improve. After arriving in Danning City, she successfully joined the Blind Box Bureau. In a short time, she became a squad leader. Her squad members supported each other, and their relationships were harmonious. No one knew the real reason why she joined the Blind Box Bureau. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu no longer wanted to read further. He had already learned enough. A girl like Gao Xinyu was someone he could fully accept. With her personality, she would never easily betray him. Even though she had gone through many hardships, deep down, she was still a pure-hearted girl. Gao Xinyu had spent an incredibly long time in the illusionary realm. In the real world, nearly 2 days had passed, much longer than Ding Ziyu's time inside. As her mind gradually recovered and she woke up from the illusion, she found that her senses had sharpened. Ding Ziyu initially wanted to greet her, but she raised her hand to stop him. She might be about to break through. This illusion has helped her greatly, resolving many of her issues, the true I saw through Gao Xinyu's state. Hearing this, Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. He wished for Gao Xinyu's strength to grow as much as possible. He immediately had the World Pearl adjust the surrounding scenery to provide her with some assistance. Gao Xinyu slowly closed her eyes. She began to feel the environment around her. She heard the sound of soft music in the breeze blowing, smelled the fresh air and the fragrance of flowers and grass. She found herself in the middle of green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by dense forests and crystal-clear streams. A few white clouds floated in the sky, and the sunlight fell on her body, warm and comfortable. She felt her body becoming light, as if merging with nature. Gao Xinyu took a deep breath, feeling the vitality in the air. Suddenly, she understood, she had comprehended the true meaning of power in this illusion. Nature was so beautiful and mysterious, containing endless power and wisdom. As a part of nature, humans should live in harmony with it, not recklessly destroy it. In her realization, Gao Xinyu's state of mind became more and more peaceful, and her thoughts became clearer and clearer. She began to reflect on her life, recalling her past experiences and pursuits. She discovered that she had always been chasing power, neglecting her true inner needs. What she longed for was inner peace and happiness, not external glory and status. Gao Xinyu's thoughts gradually became clearer. She started to understand what kind of life she should pursue. She decided to let go of everything in the past and start her life anew. She would seek her true inner needs, find her own happiness and fulfillment. She wanted to prove with her actions that life was not just about relying on external strength but also on inner power and wisdom. As Gao Xinyu's state of mind changed, her body also began to emit a powerful aura. Her presence became stronger and stronger, and the air around her started to distort. She felt her body becoming incredibly light, as if she could fly at any moment. She knew she had broken through the bottleneck and had truly become a martial saint. Gao Xinyu opened her eyes and looked at everything around her, filled with emotions and joy. She knew that her life would be different from this moment on. As a martial saint, she would pursue her true inner needs, find her own happiness and fulfillment. Congratulations, you've finally become a powerful martial saint.
Ding Ziyu walked forward with a smile on his face. Although Gao Xinyu didn't show her strength, Ding Ziyu was certain that her power was definitely not weak.
Especially the blue energy she controlled. Now that she had become a martial saint, it would surely upgrade along with her, granting her even greater combat power.
Thank you for everything you've done for me. Gao Xinyu solemnly bowed to Ding Ziyu.
She understood that Ding Ziyu truly treated her as one of his own. Whether it was the Enlightenment Pearl before or the various changes in the small sacred land later, they all aligned perfectly with her cultivation insights. Without this help, she might still have broken through successfully, but she would have taken some detours and wasted much more time.
Didn't you already decide to follow me? Helping my own people is natural and necessary. Ding Ziyu said casually.
He said this to ease the heavy atmosphere and make their interaction more relaxed and pleasant.
Heh, you little brat, always scheming against me. So sneaky.
Gao Xinyu laughed as well, her smile like spring rain, irresistibly charming.
Chapter 94, Sparring. Now that we're both martial saints, do you feel like having a spar? Ding Ziyu became interested. His combat experience wasn't very rich, at least compared to Gao Xinyu. There was still a gap.
Having combat power without combat experience, in real fights with real weapons, the side lacking experience would easily suffer losses.
Ding Ziyu understood his weakness, so he made this suggestion. Are you asking for a beating? Gao Xinyu smirked mischievously. She naturally knew that Ding Ziyu's strength was very strong.
She had already seen it when they fought against that martial saint earlier. However, she was also a martial saint now, and the power of her blue energy had increased a lot.
She wasn't necessarily going to lose to Ding Ziyu.
It was known that the peak of human martial power in the present world was a 10th tier martial saint. Martial artists at the super martial saint level were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns.
Ding Ziyu and her level were still far from a 10th tier martial saint. However, he was still a strong person with a bronze level body.
His body was extraordinarily strong, with incredible endurance and explosive power that was terrifying. A 4-foot-long black iron staff, with each strike easily tearing through the air, creating a strong sound of sonic booms.
The sound was like thunder, shaking the eardrums, as if the entire space was trembling.
Gao Xinyu, on the other hand, was a different kind of strong. Her body wasn't particularly enhanced, but she possessed a strange blue energy. This energy could erupt with immense attacking power in an instant, while also providing strong defensive effects. Her way of attacking was like a fairy dancing, elegant and deadly. Her figure flickered through the air, with the blue energy in her hands continuously being released, colliding with Ding Ziyu's iron staff, creating dazzling light. The battle between the two was exceptionally intense. Their figures intertwined in the air, the clash of the iron staff and energy producing dazzling light. Each collision carried unparalleled force, with constant sonic booms. Ding Ziyu's iron staff was like a dragon emerging from the sea, incredibly fierce. His way of attacking was bold and direct, using brute force to overcome skill. Every strike with the staff carried the overwhelming momentum of Mount Tai, leaving no time to catch one's breath. Gao Xinyu, however, was like a graceful dancer, her figure darting through the air, elegant and deadly. The blue energy in her hands was like a fairy dancing, lightly weaving between the iron staff, searching for weaknesses in the enemy. Ding Ziyu's approach to strength emphasized absolute power. Every attack he made was powerful, leaving no time to breathe. His muscles were as hard as steel, and his gaze was filled with determination and resolve. Even when he threw a punch, it was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, as if he wanted to shatter the entire world. Gao Xinyu, on the other hand, focused on agility and technique. Her figure moved like a ghost, seamlessly dodging Ding Ziyu's attacks. Her body was as light as a swallow, her movements as graceful as poetry. Every time she evaded, it was like a dance, making people fall for her. Every attack she made was like playing a beautiful piece of music, enchanting those who watched. Gao Xinyu was deliberately feeding Ding Ziyu some moves, helping him master various combat techniques faster. In terms of strength, Gao Xinyu was far behind, but she had a significant advantage in technique. Coupled with the overwhelming explosive power of her blue energy, she was holding her ground against Ding Ziyu. The battle between the two had entered a white-hot phase. Ding Ziyu's iron staff was becoming fiercer, and Gao Xinyu's blue energy was becoming more intense. Ding Ziyu's attack methods were increasing, and he was slowly finding his own combat rhythm. Gao Xinyu, however, changed her strategy, deliberately targeting Ding Ziyu's weaknesses. Although it was supposed to be a spar, both sides were using their true strength. Their gazes were full of determination and confidence. The battle between the two was becoming more intense. They radiated strong auras, as if they wanted to crush the entire world beneath their feet. Both of them had serious expressions, determined to defeat the other. Seeing that Gao Xinyu's endurance far exceeded his expectations, Ding Ziyu also loosened his grip and attacked like a raging storm, making it impossible for her to dodge. Gao Xinyu could only release the full power of her blue energy, blocking all of Ding Ziyu's attacks. Blue energy burst forth, actually forming an energy shield, like a copper wall and an iron bastion, making it impossible for Ding Ziyu to break through. The battle had been going on for nearly 2 hours. Although it was intense, they did not use all their strength. They all knew this was just a sparring match, not a life and death struggle. They were holding back and didn't unleash their most ruthless attack methods. Both of them understood that the significance of this battle lay not in victory or defeat, but in communication and learning. They hoped that through this fight, they could improve their practical combat skills. Finally, the two of them stopped. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. Both knew that the other was definitely a strong opponent of the same level, someone worthy of respect.
Thank you for helping me.
In the future, we should communicate more when we have time, Ding Ziyu said, quite satisfied with this state. He had learned a lot from Gao Xinyu.
Fighting with the intent to kill felt completely different. With even a slight mistake, one's life could be at stake. Some things were hard to bring out. No need to thank me. I've also learned a lot from you. When facing power-type warriors, how to gain the initiative in battle, Gao Xinyu replied happily. They both knew that this battle had brought them significant gains. They both hoped to have the chance to spar again in the future. After all, in this world, warriors first awaken their strength. The vast majority of warriors, like Ding Ziyu, follow the path of power. They are not particularly outstanding in skills. As the saying goes, one force overcomes 10 skills. When a person's power is strong enough, they can indeed use the simplest and most brutal method to defeat their opponent. Ding Ziyu was precisely an outstanding representative in this aspect.
Among warriors of the same level, his strength was not only incredibly powerful but he also possessed a strong physique, equating to being 1 or 2 small realms higher than his opponent. Fighting with him would definitely yield gains. The two stopped fighting and began to discuss the details of the battle carefully, pointing out where they had made mistakes and the wrong combat choices at certain moments. Ding Ziyu felt that he gained even more than when communicating with the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth was at too high a level, many things only indicated a direction, and he didn't learn in detail quickly enough in real combat. Hey, this girl is indeed quite good. Not only has she received the favor of heaven, but her potential is not much worse than yours. You're lucky, finding such a good helper, the voice of truth said happily in Ding Ziyu's mind. This highlighted his contribution. It was he who had initially suggested that Ding Ziyu find a way to make Gao Xinyu his ally.
Chapter 95, The Laojun Meeting. Without the pressure of survival, Ding Ziyu and the others had a very pleasant life in the small sacred land.
Basically, aside from cultivation, it was all about various fights and sparring. During this time, Ding Ziyu's combat experience significantly improved. Not only did he battle with Gao Xinyu, but he also brought the ice giant tiger over to experience the fun of fighting with giant beasts. The ice giant tiger was also very willing to cooperate with Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu. Its attitude was countless times better than that of the wild dragon.
This made Ding Ziyu appreciate it even more.
The wild dragon had been locked up by Ding Ziyu for several days and finally became a bit more obedient. However, this creature still had an indifferent attitude towards Ding Ziyu. It would probably not change much until Ding Ziyu's strength surpassed it.
Before coming to Danning City, did you join some mysterious organization?
One day, after sparring with Gao Xinyu, Ding Ziyu suddenly asked. He had seen this scene in a dream, and not knowing whether it was true, he tentatively inquired.
According to their current relationship, asking such a question isn't too forward.
After all, the two of them had gone through hardships together, they were in the same boat.
How do you know this?
Gao Xinyu asked, her face full of surprise. After all, very few people around her knew this.
How long had Ding Ziyu been with her? This was something Gao Xinyu had never told anyone, not even the Blind Box Management Bureau knew about her background. Do you want the truth or a lie? Ding Ziyu asked with a smile, countering the question. Do I even need to say?
Of course, the truth. Gao Xinyu was also very curious about where Ding Ziyu had gotten this information from.
You told me yourself. One day, when you were sleeping, you were talking in your sleep. Impossible. I never talk in my sleep. Gao Xinyu didn't believe Ding Ziyu's words at all.
Alright, it was when you came into contact with the Mingwu Pearl, and you displayed what was in your heart.
Ding Ziyu finally spoke the truth.
Of course, he didn't mention how he entered her illusion. He was afraid that if he did, Gao Xinyu might come after him. Before coming into contact with the Mingwu Pearl, Ding Ziyu had already warned her, there might be some unexpected consequences. Gao Xinyu stared at Ding Ziyu for a few minutes before finally lowering her head. When I was at my most helpless, they helped me. They are a group of very good people, and their strength is also very impressive. Gao Xinyu said, her voice trailing off. Ding Ziyu didn't interrupt her, knowing that Gao Xinyu surely had more to say.
This organization is called the Laojun Society. The members aren't many, but each one is very powerful.
Without their help, I would have probably died in the wilderness and never made it to Danning City. Gao Xinyu thought for a moment and decided to reveal the secret in her heart. In her view, Ding Ziyu was someone she could trust. If she could return, she even thought about bringing Ding Ziyu into the Laojun society. Did they never make you complete any tasks? Ding Ziyu pressed further. He didn't believe there were purely good people in this world who helped others for free. No, I came to Danning City to seize the Moon Saint Pearl. This information also came from the Laojun society. They sent me to Danning City and prepared that set of armor for me. Gao Xinyu's face softened, remembering the help they had given her. It seems they already knew that the Blind Box Management Bureau in Danning City had the Moon Saint Pearl and also knew the secrets of the secret art gallery. Ding Ziyu came to some obvious conclusions. At the very least, it was clear that the Laojun Society was very powerful and had a wide reach. It seemed that the members of this organization were not as few as Gao Xinyu had seen. Did they just leave you in Danning City and go? Didn't they say when they would come back to pick you up? Ding Ziyu still felt that things weren't so simple. Looking at Lu Jifeng and the others' attitudes, with such a valuable item as the Moon Saint Pearl, didn't they want it? Were they really just trying to help Gao Xinyu? If they were only trying to help Gao Xinyu, why didn't they leave some experts by her side to help solve this problem? With Gao Xinyu's strength, getting into the Blind Box Management Bureau and accessing the secret art gallery's treasure trove wouldn't have been easy. Even if she obtained the Moon Saint Pearl, was it really that easy to escape? If it weren't for Ding Ziyu's help, Gao Xinyu might already be dead. Faced with Ding Ziyu's somewhat aggressive questioning, Gao Xinyu showed a displeased expression. Clearly, in her eyes, the Laojun Society couldn't possibly have any harmful intentions toward her. If they really did, she would have been dead long ago and wouldn't have made it this far. Maybe they just saw your potential. After you grow stronger, the situation might change. Ding Ziyu continued. Whether or not Gao Xinyu would realize it, he wasn't sure. He still spoke through everything he had in mind. There are too many things in this world that cannot be understood, and truly selfless people who help others are really few. Gao Xinyu didn't answer Ding Ziyu's question again, perhaps because Ding Ziyu's guess had touched something deep inside her, and for a moment, she couldn't figure it out or knew how to respond. When are you planning to go back? Ding Ziyu changed the topic. I don't know, let's see if the next blind box can open something useful. Gao Xinyu said in a somewhat confused manner. Are you going to come back to Dingyuan City with me? Gao Xinyu asked in return. It's too far, and I don't know what will happen once I get there. Ding Ziyu answered uncertainly. Danning City no longer had space for him. No matter where he appeared, he would definitely be hunted down by the major forces. Given the current situation, leaving was indeed the best choice. But he had lived in Danning City since he was a child, and he was very familiar with everything here. Suddenly moving to a new city, would he be able to adapt? This question obviously has no answer. If possible, he would rather live his entire life in this small sacred land. But this small sacred land's heaven's way is incomplete, many things do not apply here. Hiding for a while is no problem, but living here long term, it is impossible to become a true expert. The Eye of Truth had high expectations for him, and Ding Ziyu himself also had some ambitions. So in the end, he would still leave the small sacred land and face the world's storms and tribulations. But there's me, Dingyuan City is bigger than Danning City, and it has all kinds of magical things. It's easy to adapt. Gao Xinyu actually hoped Ding Ziyu would come back to Dingyuan City with her. During these days living together, she also recognized Ding Ziyu. He was a trustworthy friend. We'll talk about it later. Ding Ziyu didn't agree immediately. He still wanted to think about it. Going might be easy, but coming back wouldn't be that simple. One more thing, Ding Ziyu didn't want Gao Xinyu to return to that old Junhui. Who knew if they had designs on her? Chapter 96, The Cave. After living a leisurely life for a long time, one would always feel somewhat bored. After Ding Ziyu and the others had cultivated in the small sacred land for a period of time, they began to miss the city life outside. Although this small sacred land was safe and comfortable, there were always fewer people. Although the two often sparred, they still couldn't find that desperate feeling, and it lacked some excitement. Didn't you bring back several special blind boxes? I found one of the alien blind boxes interesting. How about you open it and try? The Eye of Truth, seeing Ding Ziyu's state, made a suggestion. In fact, most of the blind boxes Ding Ziyu obtained from the secret techniques were things beneficial for cultivation. However, he hadn't observed them one by one at the time and had also brought back some dangerous blind boxes. The one the Eye of Truth mentioned was actually a conical, gradient-colored blind box. Ding Ziyu had looked at it personally before, but he hadn't seen it very clearly. He only knew there was a cave inside. What was in the cave, however, was unknown. Simply put, with his current strength, he couldn't see through it. The eye of truth hadn't explained it clearly to him either.
This kind of blind box definitely posed a great risk. For example, the random teleportation blind box that Lu Jifeng and the others had opened earlier was a black hole.
Before it was opened, no one knew what risks were involved.
It was only after it was opened that the risk could be confirmed.
As long as they were still in the small sacred land, even if a random teleportation black hole was opened, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be teleported out of the small sacred land. Things that had the ability to teleport across realms were surprisingly rare, so Ding Ziyu was still quite at ease about it. If necessary, he could still communicate with the realm pearl.
Then let's bring it out and have a look. Ding Ziyu was also interested, wanting to see what was in that cave.
Even the real eye was opened by him, clearly indicating that this blind box was not simple. With a show to watch, Gao Xinyu would definitely not miss it. The two found an empty space, and Ding Ziyu asked the boundary pearl to create a wall for him, then he opened the blind box. As soon as the blind box was opened, the cave appeared on the wall. The boundary pearl immediately sent Ding Ziyu a message, saying that this cave, in some sense, had already surpassed the level of a small sacred place. This meant that it would truly exist within the small sacred place, and the boundary pearl had no ability to erase it.
If it can't be erased, then so be it. It's just one more cave, can it change the ownership of the small sacred place? Ding Ziyu took it with ease.
Just like when he placed the spirit pool within the small sacred place, he was not worried about any problems arising. Within the cave, strands of spiritual power were emanating, and apart from that, there was no special movement.
How about we go in and take a look? Gao Xinyu was very interested. The things opened from blind boxes were often strange and could easily pique someone's curiosity. Alright, let's go in and see. Ding Ziyu took the lead and walked forward.
After entering the cave, the temperature dropped slightly, giving off a cool feeling.
There won't be any danger, right? Ding Ziyu asked the real eye. I don't know either.
After walking for over 100 meters, the cave began to widen. Strangely, it was not dark inside, instead, there was light shining through the stone walls, as if lights were installed within.
I feel like I'm in another world. Is this cave somehow its own realm?
Gao Xinyu expressed her feelings. As the two continued to walk for several hundred meters, the space inside became larger, as if they were in an open field.
A gust of cool wind came from afar, accompanied by roars echoing in the distance. Are there ancient giant beasts inside here? Hearing the roar, Ding Ziyu immediately became cautious.
Before long, the sound of hooves approached from the distance. However, the sounds were quite chaotic, and it was unclear what kind of beasts they were. The two stood still, watching as the running sounds got closer, and several black-skinned animals with 3 legs appeared in their view.
What kind of animals are these? 3 legs are one thing, but they look so strange.
This was the first time Ding Ziyu had seen such animals. They resembled donkeys, but had sharp beaks, and their teeth looked very sharp. Their body size was similar to a water buffalo, and they could run quite fast. These are called sharp-beaked donkeys. They are quite stubborn and are omnivorous. They have a certain level of aggressiveness, but are not very strong.
The real eye quickly reported the origins of these animals.
I've never seen them before, they look too strange. Ding Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief, as a lack of danger was certainly a good thing. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a much larger creature charged out from behind. Its target was clearly those sharp-beaked donkeys. Ding Ziyu took a careful look and found that this beast somewhat resembled a barbarian dragon, but it was a bit smaller in size.
It was slightly sturdier than an ice giant tiger.
This is a melee beast, which is considered a side branch of dragons, and its bloodline is slightly inferior to that of the barbarian dragon. This creature has low intelligence, but its aggressiveness is quite strong. It is a typical predatory beast.
With such a big body, it shouldn't have any interest in us, right?
Ding Ziyu felt that his small size was probably not enough to fit between the fangs of the melee beast. Those sharp-beaked donkeys would be enough for that beast to have a good meal.
You can't be sure, I told you, it's a predatory animal. When it sees meat, it will definitely be interested in giving it a try.